Chapter 791. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's journey was very smooth. No one suddenly jumped out to ambush them. Many officials from Yaozhou had come. The two of them were anxious to see the little ones and did not meet them. They only sent someone to deliver a letter to He Yiwei, encouraging him. When the two of them arrived at Yaowang Mountain and saw Empress Wang, the two little ones were already sleeping next to each other. Just like watching rare animals, Xiaobei and the others looked at the little ones one by one. Their mouths were still moving while they were sleeping. So small. Xiaobei measured the two little ones' height with his hand. "You're not big either." Xiao Yuan added. "I'm still bigger than them. In the future they'll be under my protection. No one is allowed to bully them." Xiaobei reached out and touched the little girl's mouth. The little one, whose mouth was still moving, turned her head towards Xiaobei's finger, wanting to suck on it. Empress Wang had people bring over a lot of food. She glanced at the two children and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in a low voice, "When are you leaving? Why don't you stay at Yaowang Mountain for a few more days?" "We'll leave after 2 days. We'll go to the capital with your majesty and take charge of the Tang Bank. Trouble is coming." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Empress Wang was reluctant to part with her children, but she had no choice. Empress Wang looked at her children again. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Is it Wu Huifei who's causing trouble for you? Blue Sea Silver Sand has stolen a lot of business from between the clouds and the water. She asked for it. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about Blue Sea Silver Sand. This summer, a new chain restaurant will appear. It will form a tripartite balance of power with Blue Sea Silver Sand and between the clouds and the water. They will compete and develop with each other. The trouble is with the bank. Someone is depositing a lot of money in the capital. Presumably, they want to go to the most remote Tang Bank to withdraw it." Zhang Xiaobao was telling Empress Wang some things. Empress Wang was not stupid. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's confident words, she immediately understood. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in confusion and asked, "Why did you find yourself an opponent? The first is for balance and the second is for progress. If one party is strong, they will lose the motivation to develop if they lack a sense of crisis. They are born in worries and die in peace and happiness. It's just that they are prepared for danger in times of peace. It's the same for business and politics. It's the same for one party and the other. Nothing in the world goes beyond that." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he dipped his hand into the tea and drew a Tai Chi diagram on the table. He said, "Yin and Yang blending with each other and moving with the momentum. Yang turns into Yin and Yin follows Yang. Just like a bicycle, it's the most stable when moving." Empress Wang nodded. Although she couldn't understand the deeper meaning, she knew the general idea. She seemed to be talking to herself. Speaking of which, the harem should also be moved. Can the bank handle it? It's my fault for causing trouble for you too. If it weren't for this, why would Wu Huifei target you too? Wang Wan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you don't have to think like that. Xiaobao and I have been waiting for her to make a move. It's better for her to make a move than others. Sooner or later, there will be people who will cause trouble for the bank. It's better to do it in the open. After this, the bank can be stable for a long time." Really? Even though Empress Wang already thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could handle it, she still asked with uncertainty, "Of course. Do they have names?" Wang Wan replied with certainty. She turned her head to look at the two little guys sleeping there. Speaking of the children, Empress Wang's face showed a motherly smile. "Yes, one is called Li Jun and the other is called Pan. After this farewell, I don't know when I can see them again. Ah. Wait until Xiaobao and I deal with the trivial matters in Jili province. In the future, we will be able to see each other at least twice a year. Nyang, don't worry. Juner and Panner will not suffer any grievances at our place. At that time, I will find a wet nurse for them. The next time Nyang sees them, you will see 2 white and chubby little guys." Wang Wan knew that it was too cruel for any mother to let the children leave her side. But what could she do? Did she dare to leave the 2 little guys in the palace? The only thing she could do was to try her best to guarantee. "Ah, fine, I will return to the capital with you the day after tomorrow. His Majesty has already sent someone to ask when we will return. It's on the way. The Commander-in-Chief of Song Mo's manor is very ambitious. You have opposed him time and time again. Be careful that he will do something bad to you. I know. He actually wants autonomy. It would be best if he becomes a vassal state of the Tang Empire. Then, he will gradually become independent. If he doesn't send troops, Xiao Bao will slowly deal with him. At that time, even if he wants to send troops, he will have no troops to send. If he is in a hurry to send troops, it will be even better. If he thinks that others can't do anything to him because of the advantage of the terrain, I will let him know what special jungle warfare is. If it really doesn't work, I will burn the mountains on his side. Wang Wan had never thought much of the Khitans. The main reason was that the Khitans were now divided into various tribes. The total population was not large. If they really fought, it would be enough to divide them. When the time came, they would send the Khitans to Suzhou or Baoxin County. What kind of trouble could they cause? Empress Wang also knew a lot about war. Seeing Wang Wan's indifferent appearance, she reminded her with concern. Cuckoo, be careful not to push him too far. He will take his tribesmen to the Turks. It is not good for our dynasty to send an army to attack the Turks. If he really dares to go to the Turks, it will be even better. I will fight the Turks as well. I am worried that I won't have a place to use my new weapon. How big is it? It will be good to know its weaknesses and strengths. It will increase the speed of research. As Wang Wan was speaking, Panner was woken up by Xiao Bei's kiss. She was sleeping comfortably. When she opened her eyes and saw that she didn't recognize anyone, and that there was no one she could rely on, she opened her mouth and cried. Xiao Bei embarrassedly stuck out his tongue, crying, "This child! Come give her to me." Empress Wang smiled as she picked up her daughter. She shook her, coaxed her, and quickly fell asleep again. 2 days later, everyone set out. Empress Wang's group was not small. The people in charge of protection rode along the banks and following the flow of the river toward the capital. The people who had been waiting for a long time at the foot of Yaowang Mountain finally let out a sigh of relief. Yaowang Mountain was open. Everyone rushed over like a tide. Before Zhang Xiaobao's group reached the capital, there were fast horses coming from downstream. They found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were with Empress Wang, and reported, "Young master, young lady, there is news from Suzhou. There is a run on the Great Tang private bank. The private bank is currently mobilizing cash. Between the clouds and the water and sea and clouds have already prepared to take action." Got it. They actually ran to Suzhou. I thought they would go somewhere else. Hurry up and tell the Suzhou Money House to release the news of free deposits. There will be no processing fees for people depositing and exchanging money. Chapter 792. In the Suzhou government, Wu Feng, who was riding a fast horse at a speed of nearly 800 li, was not in the mood to swim in Lake Tai, let alone have the time to taste the prawn rake. With a pile of documents on him, he impatiently went to the Great Tang Bank in the Suzhou government. He took out the 1.5 million strings of coins and let the people of the bank verify it. According to the rules, those who asked for more than 50,000 strings of coins would have to wait 3 days before they could pay. He then found an inn not far from the bank and stayed there. When he found the innkeeper, he didn't say anything. He used a copper coin to arrange a pattern of the Big Dipper on the table. After the innkeeper personally poured half a cup of tea for him, he asked, "Do you have autumn crabs?" "Sir, you came at the right time. During the spring plowing, the autumn crabs are fat. Sir, how many would you like to eat?" The innkeeper replied, "Give me half to try first." Wu Feng followed. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll be right there," the innkeeper said as he filled the cup and bowed to leave. Not long after, the door opened and a middle-aged man wearing a silk headscarf came in. He looked back and carefully closed the door. He moved closer to Wu Feng and said, "Third steward, you've come. Are there any orders from above?" "Yes, it's time to act. How much money do you have here?" Wu Feng originally did not want to use the power here. But after he showed the documents and had them verified by the people of the Great Tang Bank, the other party did not show any signs of difficulty. He had no choice but to prepare another hand. As for the title of third steward, he had just gotten it last year. The main reason was because he contacted the merchants of the Jiangnan East Road to open the Blue Sea Silver Sand. The middle-aged man poured himself a cup of tea and raised it to reply, "Third steward, we only pulled in 400,000 strings of coins and promised many benefits to others. How much money can be used in the capital?" 400,000 strings of coins? Yes, that's about right. After 3 days, withdraw a small amount. The capital borrowed 1.5 million strings of coins, and the storage fee was paid by the Wu family. Starting tomorrow, send people here to spread the news that the Great Tang Bank has no more money. If the money deposited is not withdrawn, then not a single coin can be taken back. After this matter is settled, you can return to the capital this year. Wu Feng did a rough calculation and was afraid that the Great Tang Bank still had the ability to pay 1.9 million strings of coins, so he suggested this method. Don't worry, third steward. I will definitely muddy the waters. Hearing that there was a possibility of returning to the capital, the middle-aged man was very excited. The capital was good, people who could stay in the capital were not willing to go elsewhere. The next day, the originally calm Suzhou became restless. The people in the spring plowing did not consider the news circulating in the city. They did not have enough money to deposit in the money house for people to collect storage fees. But those who had businesses were different. They were always afraid of losing money if they kept it at home. Since the appearance of the Great Tang Bank, they found that the storage fee they paid each year was not much. It was basically the same as what they used to store the silk at home. In this way, these people could deposit their money in the Great Tang Bank and not worry about it being stolen. Now that he heard someone say that the Great Tang Bank had run out of money, at first he didn't believe it, but then he decided that he would rather believe it than not. He was prepared to withdraw the money first. After this storm passed and he found that the money was fine, it wouldn't be too late to deposit it. The steward of the Great Tang Bank in the Suzhou government saw the line of people coming to withdraw money, and immediately became anxious. What should we do? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fought to participate in that training, and I wouldn't have spent so much effort to become a steward. The steward understood that this was the bank run that the teacher had mentioned during the training. After collecting deposits and lending money, the most frightening thing was for the depositors to come to the line to withdraw money because they did not trust them. One of his assistants was also anxious and suggested, "Stewardly, why don't we tell the people withdrawing money that they can't withdraw money this month and have them wait a month? At that time, the money from other places will be able to come." Stewardly glared at the assistant. Then other places will immediately get the news and more people will go to withdraw money. What will the Great Tang Bank do? Hasn't the news already been sent out to the steward? The steward will have a way. Give it to the people withdrawing money. Send people to transport the money and let them see if the Great Tang Bank still has money. The assistant nodded helplessly and ran to arrange for people to withdraw money from the warehouse. Then, he looked at how much the person withdrew and divided the silk and copper coins according to 40 to 60. He knew that the steward was the young master of the Zhang family. He hoped that this time, the young master of the Zhang family could still be as magical as before and do things well. Because of the silk and copper coins, it was troublesome to withdraw money. Whether the people who withdrew money in small amounts or directly withdrew money in small amounts, the bank would not compensate them. Some people did deposit money in small amounts and withdraw money in small amounts. When they withdrew money, it would be 150 copper coins. When they withdrew money, it would be 150 copper coins. In this way, a bolt of silk would be worth 200 copper coins. They could not break the silk, so they could only pay with copper coins. In this way, the silk would be left in the bank. It was not easy to preserve silk. As long as it was in the hands, it would depreciate. Fortunately, the copper coins themselves were not worth the monetary value they represented. Therefore, there were people who privately minted coins. The copper coins transported from Xinlua, Japan, and Xinyuan Island were all made into copper coins to offset the depreciation of the silk. Soon, cart after cart of copper coins were pushed to the front of the shop. Manager Li wanted to shout to the people in line to withdraw money, "You don't have to worry about the Great Tang Bank not being able to take out the money." However, he was worried that someone would use such words to say that the bank was stubbornly holding on, so he could only use practical actions to give people a hint. As usual, the money was taken away by people. Carriages after carriages of money were brought over. Even if Manager Li was anxious, he didn't show it. He always wore a smile on his face as he sent away the people who came to take the money one after another. From morning until noon, the people of the bank gave the money very quickly and did not have the slightest intention of stalling. This made the people who were still in line to withdraw money unconsciously change their minds. At this time, the people arranged by Manager Li spread the news in the crowd. Let's not withdraw money. Someone must be spreading rumors that the Great Tang Bank has no money. Look, if there is no money, how can they keep pulling money out? If there is no money, how can they not be anxious? It's noon time to go back and eat. I'll look again and pull money out again. I won't withdraw money either. It's all my wife's fault. She forced me to come here. She didn't think about who opened the Great Tang Bank. That is the current emperor. How can the emperor not have money? AI. You've wasted my time. That's right. Even if we can't withdraw money now, it's not that the Great Tang Bank doesn't have money. It's just that they lent the money to others to collect more interest and can't move it away. If the Great Tang Bank was only in Suzhou, then we should withdraw money. But how many banks does Great Tang have now? I won't withdraw money either. All kinds of voices like this sounded in the crowd, causing the people who were still waiting to withdraw money to be moved. They hesitated, not knowing if they should continue withdrawing money. After noon, the people withdrawing money suddenly decreased by a lot. When it was almost nighttime, the withdrawal rate had basically returned to normal. Manager Li and the people of the bank heaved a sigh of relief, but Wu Feng was worried again. The plan was about to succeed, but in the end, the people arranged by the bank said that the bank run was gone. How could this work? That night, he called the middle-aged man over, and the two of them discussed while eating. Third steward, according to your thoughts, can the Great Tang Bank in Suzhou still pay 1.9 million strings of cash? It's not a small amount. If it's not too much, then we should wait to prevent people from finding out. The middle-aged man was a bit worried. If he continued to send people to spread the news about the Great Tang Bank, once someone found out, it wouldn't just be his side that would be in trouble. If the emperor knew that it was Wu Huifei who did it, no matter how much he doted on her, he would vent his anger on her. How could Wu Feng not understand this point? If it was someone else supporting the bank, he wouldn't care. 1.9 million strings of cash. There weren't many places that could take it out at once, especially Suzhou. The people here had borrowed a lot, so the bank shouldn't have much money left. But today's opponent was Zhang Xiaobao. Who dared to underestimate him? Those who underestimated him didn't have a good ending. Even if they didn't underestimate him, those who went against him also didn't have a good ending. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't come over, he wouldn't have chosen Suzhou. Otherwise, if he was in Suzhou, he wouldn't have dared to come here. Some people's existence was a legend. Thinking like this, Wu Feng said to the middle-aged man, "This is the last time. Find someone reliable to do it. Don't give yourself away. If they really find out that you're here, we'll take good care of your family." The middle-aged man's expression changed. He nodded and said, "Understood. If they find me, then everything will be cut off. I'll immediately go back and arrange it." The next day, Suzhou, which was about to return to peace, had a new wave. It was rumored that the emperor wanted to use troops against Tufan and Tujue at the same time. Even after taking out all the money in the national treasury, it still wasn't enough. He forcefully transferred money from various banks. The banks were already empty. If they didn't withdraw money now, once the emperor lost, there wouldn't be any money left. When one person said this, others didn't care. More and more people said it. It made those who didn't believe it couldn't help but doubt whether or not it was true. At this time, the Suzhou government began to send bailiffs to arrest people. How terrible! Letting people casually spread rumors. Not only would the emperor be angry, but what would Tufan and Tujue think if they acted too late? Once they were arrested, it became even more chaotic. Some people began to suspect that this was an attempt to seal the mouth. They increasingly felt that the emperor wanted to send troops. Furthermore, the national treasury had no money and was transferring money from the banks. A new line appeared in front of the banks, waiting to withdraw money. Just as shopkeeper Li was feeling anxious, the urgent letter that Zhang Xiaobao had sent someone to deliver finally arrived. Looking at the contents of the letter, shopkeeper Li's heart finally settled down. He immediately had someone post a notice outside according to what was written in the letter. "Is there no money?" An illiterate commoner saw the notice and anxiously asked around. A literate person went over to take a look and said to the people around him, "Good news, great news. The emperor said that the national treasury is now full and the 4 seas are at peace. Therefore, The Great Tang Bank will remove the service fee for people who have previously deposited money after 1 month. The new people who deposit money will only have half of the original amount. When summer comes, the Great Tang Bank will completely remove the service fee. Also, starting from today, the interest on loans will also be reduced. The conditions for loans will also be slightly relaxed. In the future, more people will be able to borrow money. Good news, great news. Hearing the literate person's words, the people who wanted to withdraw money were confused. Who was the one who said it? If the bank was deliberately deceiving people, then the bank should not have relaxed the conditions for loans and reduced the interest when the bank ran out of money. Could it be that the bank really did not lack money? Someone in the crowd began to speak. Don't withdraw money. If you withdraw money and deposit it again, although it will be half of the previous service fee, it will not be as good as when there was no service fee in the beginning. Don't withdraw money. The emperor will not deceive us. I also won't withdraw money. Who knows, there might be something good waiting for us. It must be that the person who started the rumor knew in advance that the emperor was going to do this, so they came to take advantage of it. That's right. The person who started the rumor should be caught and beheaded. It's really too deceptive. I already withdrew 30 strings of cash yesterday. I've lost money, lost a lot. The crowd dispersed again. This time, no one continued to spread the rumor. Many of the people who started the rumor were arrested. They all said that they heard it from other people in the inns and restaurants. At the moment, it was really hard to find who started it. They could only be locked up for a few days and released when the time came. Third steward, is there such news from the capital? Did the emperor really say that? The middle-aged man found Wu Feng with lingering fear. What does it have to do with the emperor? The person who is really in charge of the Tang Bank is Zhang Xiaobao. Whatever he says is what it is. What a fast speed. I just made my move and he already knew. I wonder if he can still take out the remaining 9 million strings of cash. Wu Feng did not have any confidence in his heart. Didn't Zhang Xiaobao go to Huaiyuan County to pick up the child? How could he still manage Suzhou? The third day came. The middle-aged man first had someone withdraw the 400,000 strings of cash he had saved, promising that person many benefits. After all, this interest had to be taken by himself. Otherwise, the other person did not need to pay the service fee. If he still wanted them to pay more, they would not do it. Following that, Wu Feng also found the Tang Bank and wanted to take his 5 million strings of cash. Seeing stewardly, the other party's one sentence scared Wu Feng silly. Third steward, the money you asked for has been prepared. Come with me to get it. Stewardly said politely. Just this one sentence made Wu Feng feel cold from head to toe. He knows he really knows. It was not a fake name that I gave, nor did he say my real name. Instead, he called me the Wu family in the capital. What should I do? What should I do? Will the empress's side be? Wu Feng's vision turned black and his ears rang. Even when stewardly touched him, he did not feel anything. He only felt that his whole body was numb and did not have an ounce of strength. His stomach felt like he had drunk a lot of wine and wanted to vomit but could not. With a puff, stewardly sprayed a mouthful of strong wine on Wu Feng's face. Only then did Wu Feng wake up. Third steward, please come with me. The bank does not have 5 million strings of cash. We need to get it from other places. Stewardly said again. Wu Feng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. When he heard that the bank could not take out so much money, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. He thought for a while and said, if you don't have that, then don't take it. How can that be? If you don't take it out, then the bank will not receive the management fee. Furthermore, the third steward has already made an appointment in advance. Please, the young master of the Zhang family has been very busy for this matter. He took the money between the clouds and the water and sea and clouds, and even transported a few 100,000 strings of cash from nearby places. After negotiating with the local investors, we finally managed to gather 5 million strings of cash for the third steward. Oh, it's 9 million strings of cash. Stewardly reached out to support Wu Feng. Just like that, Wu Feng was sent to the bank between the clouds and the water by Stewardly. Looking at the mountain of money, Wu Feng knew that it was impossible for him to transport it away. The transportation fee was more than 10 times higher than the management fee. He could only deposit it in the bank again. After entering and exiting, the management fee was not small. More importantly, he was exposed. He wondered how the empress was doing in the palace. In the capital, Li Longji already knew about it. In his anger, he did not visit Wu Huifei for 3 days. Of course, he also did not teach her a lesson. Today, he went to Empress Wang's place to drink alone. Empress Wang was making clothes for her son and daughter. Although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not lack clothes for a mother, it was better to make clothes herself than others. Seeing that the emperor had arrived, she arranged for people to prepare food and wine while coming to serve him. Seeing that the emperor's complexion was not good, she asked with concern, "Your Majesty, is there something troubling you in the imperial court? What can happen in the imperial court? Now that the national treasury is full, it's the bank that's in trouble." Li Longji had only seen his newborn son and daughter once. Now that he came to Empress Wang's place, he thought of how the two of them smiled when they saw him. His mood improved a lot. "Your Majesty, could it be that Xiaobao got into trouble?" Empress Wang already knew what was going on. If it was in the past, she would have directly said it. Now she was smarter. Li Longji waved his hand. What trouble could Xiaobao get into? With him there, the bank has nothing to worry about. It's consort Huifei. She actually made a move behind the scenes. She had people deposit a large sum of money in the capital, and then ran to the farthest bank in Suzhou to get it. This is called running on the bank. Your Majesty, perhaps consort Huifei's younger sister has a proper use. If she really wanted to go to the farthest place, wouldn't it be better to go to Jianan Circuit? Empress Wang explained. What use does she have? She didn't go to Jianan Circuit because of the reputation that Xiaobao and Cuckoo made there, as well as the business of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Moreover, the road there is difficult. Otherwise, she really would have gone to Jianan Circuit. Li Longji's heart was like a mirror. How could he not know the reason why consort Huifei made a move on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? At this time, the palace maids had already placed the wine and dishes on the table. Empress Wang poured wine for the emperor and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. With Xiaobao there, nothing will happen to the bank. Naturally, Xiaobao wrote a letter to Lisher a few days ago, saying that the increase of the capital's deposit was abnormal. He made arrangements early on. What if it was someone else? What would happen? Would anyone have Xiaobao's ability? When Li Longji thought of the letter that Gao Lisher had received, he couldn't help but admire the experts of the Zhang family. Xiaobao, who had been taught by them, was actually able to see the signs of the increase of the capital's deposit. This ability was extraordinary. Empress Wang picked up a piece of cucumber for the emperor and drank a small cup with him. She continued to persuade. Your Majesty, consort Huifei's actions are also good. Good in what way? Li Longji had thought that Empress Wang would add fuel to the fire. He didn't expect that she would actually speak up for consort Huifei. Your Majesty should think this way. This time, consort Huifei was testing the Tang bank. Xiaobao handled it well. Even if she really couldn't control it at that time, consort Huifei will deposit the money back into the bank. She won't ruin Your Majesty's plans. This concubine can guarantee. With this, Your Majesty's heart will be at ease. Xiaobao has done a good job in handling the malicious deposit and withdrawal of funds from other places. It's better than other people or countries with bad intentions. It's also good for the people participating in the training to have an intuitive impression. According to this concubine's words, consort Huifei's actions are like an adult deliberately making things difficult for children in order to train them. Your Majesty also made things difficult for Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The two children said that when they wanted to go to Jili province, they had to go around in circles. If Panner and the others weren't with Xiaobao and Cuckoo, this concubine also wanted to make things difficult for them. Empress Wang tried her best to excuse consort Huifei. It wasn't that she didn't want to beat consort Huifei to death with a stick. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be beaten to death. Rather than that, it was better to curry favor and let the emperor see her magnanimity as the leader of the harem. Li Longji actually just wanted to find a way out for himself. When he heard Empress Wang's words, he felt happy in his heart and deliberately put on a straight face. Xiaobao and Cuckoo have lied to us time and time again. Those officials who didn't know the reason thought that we couldn't compare to the two children. Now you know it's because the two children aren't ordinary. When Arjuna and Panur are older, they can also learn good skills. Your Majesty, this concubine still has something to say. Although consort Huifei tested Xiaobao once, she still has to be punished in the harem. This concubine has decided to punish consort Huifei with half a year's monthly allowance. What does your Majesty think? Empress Wang continued. Punishment, punishment. Come drink with us. Let's sleep here tonight. When Li Longji heard that it was only half a year's allowance, he happily agreed. Chapter 793. In these few days, Wu Huifei did not have an easy time. The emperor had been staying with Empress Wang. Although Empress Wang had just returned from Huayuan, it was not to the extent that she would not come to see her. It was not until Wu Feng deposited the money again and ran back to the capital like an emergency report that Wu Huifei knew the situation was troublesome. She waited anxiously for the emperor's punishment. In the end, all she got was a punishment of half a year's salary. The reason was that she had taken something from the palace to be sold. This was natural. To raise money to deal with Zhang Xiaobao, the Wu family had to contribute money and strength. Just the service fees for other people were not small. There was also the intelligence personnel running back and forth, as well as the various gatherings held to win people over. It was all money. Temporarily relieved, Wu Huifei looked at the flowers blooming as the warm wind blew. She asked the serving girl beside her, "Is there any news from home?" "Your Highness, Wu Feng fell ill as soon as he came back. The doctor has seen him and said he was frightened. He will be fine after a few days of rest." Wu Feng said he thought of a good idea to make the Tang Bank compensate, especially after waiving all service fees. However, he did not dare to do it again for fear of losing his head. The serving girl replied and put a small foot warmer by Wu Huifei's feet. The foot warmer was marked with the authentic symbol of Hai Yunjian. Wu Huifei had long been used to using things from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. Even if she hated them to death, she would not go against them in terms of enjoyment. Hearing the serving girl's reply, she nodded and said, "He was frightened. He must have been frightened in Suzhou. Let him tell us the plan. This time there is no need for him to do it. If it were Wu Yu, I don't believe that Zhang Xiaobao, who is busy with the matter of accumulating benefits while also being busy with business and taking care of Empress Wang's two evil children, can still find time to deal with one attack after another." Yes. The serving girl turned and left. Another serving girl took her place and stood by Wu Huifei's side to serve. The news quickly spread to the outer house. After Wu Feng, who was lying on the sickbed, heard it, he sighed helplessly and called Wu Yu over to warn her. "This time we have to be extremely careful. If we use copper coins to exchange for silk, we can suppress the price of the silk. Then we deposit the silk in the bank and withdraw it from the bank. Then the bank will have more silk and less copper coins. Then we will use copper coins to exchange for silk. After a few rounds we will have more money and the bank will have more silk." Wu Yu nodded. "I know. It's just using money to bargain for the silk. You deposit the silk in the bank and then withdraw the money. You can earn money every time. I can do it." When Wu Feng saw Wu Yu's nonchalant expression, he became even more anxious and said, "It's easy to do but difficult to hide. What's so difficult about it? I won't be in a hurry to withdraw the money. I'll prepare more money to exchange for silk. When the time comes, I'll withdraw the money bit by bit. It will take 3 months. After accumulating a few times, I'll withdraw it all at once." Wu Yu felt that she finally had a chance to go out and do something. She was very excited. It could be said that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. Wu Feng regretted telling her the plan. He gestured for Wu Yu to sit on the bed and said weakly, "Don't underestimate Zhang Xiaobao. Those who underestimate him are all dealt with by him. Don't tell me you didn't see anything from this confrontation?" "See what?" "Zhang Xiaobao discovered our actions but we still won. The imperial concubine didn't suffer any losses, but Zhang Xiaobao caused the bank to lose a portion of its income. The first person to deposit money will not be charged, and after a while the rest of the people who deposit money will not be charged either. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao is, won't he still be at a disadvantage?" Wu Yu carefully analyzed the situation and thought that she had taken advantage of Zhang Xiaobao. Thinking that she was about to use the silk to exchange for money, she said, When I get a certain amount, I'll tell others about this method. Let's see how Zhang Xiaobao will deal with it. Wu Feng felt that he had lost even more strength. He looked at Wu Yu resentfully and forced himself to sit up. He felt a buzzing in his head and almost fainted. He leaned against the wall beside the bed and said to Wu Yu, who had a concerned expression, Zhang Xiaobao doesn't care about the imperial concubine at all. It's like an adult looking at a child playing a trick. After easily resolving it, he goes back to doing what he should do. The method that we thought of is a joke to Zhang Xiaobao. Do you really think that he didn't want to charge a deposit fee because he couldn't think of any other method? That was because all the banks of the Great Tang worked together and were not affected at all. If he really thought of it on the spur of the moment, how could he make all the banks so stable? This means that he already had such a plan, but he didn't use it. He just happened to use it when we made a move. I'm really worried that the plan of exchanging silk for money will be affected in the same way. You must be careful. One step at a time. Don't be reckless. Really? Yes, I will be careful. Wu Yu said with uncertainty and promised. The sound of the waves and the clear blue water. Zhang Xiaobao, who had already returned to Jili province, began to instruct his subordinates to get busy with the spring plowing. This year was the same as last year. They would plant more soybeans and less rice. Only when the problem of the river was solved could they plant all rice. Soybeans were good and the land was good. As for the yield, it wasn't important. The tax paid last year wasn't much. It was just a formality. The surrounding provinces were the same. The Anong Protectorate had paid most of its taxes. The Raola Commandery, Songma Commandery, and Bohai Commandery were still stubbornly holding on. They weren't willing to set the precedent. Once they paid the tax, they would acknowledge Li Longji's absolute rule. This was different from paying tribute. Wang Wan wasn't ready for war yet. She continued to train her army, and looked forward to the opportunity of a small-scale battle. She could use it to train her soldiers. Soldiers who had never seen blood would always be new recruits. Besides the daily tasks, Xiaobei and the others now had one more thing to do, which was to watch their younger brother and sister. The two little guys cried for a few days after leaving their mother. Later they gradually got used to it and were fine. Usually they drank milk and slept. Occasionally, when they were awake, they would open their eyes and look at the world curiously, alternating between crying and laughing. Why are they crying and laughing at the same time? Xiaobei propped his chin on his hand and asked curiously. Xiaozhu was drawing the two little guys with her brush. Even though the drawing didn't look like them, she was still very serious. Danan and Xiaonan did not know how to answer, so they remained silent. Zhang Chong, Zhang Gang, and Zhang Feng were also attracted by Xiaobei's question, and were thinking hard. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, continued to mumble various mathematical terms. Only Xiao Yuan was holding a cup of honey water. From time to time he would take a sip, looking like an old scholar. Occasionally, he would pluck a sentence or two from a book to show his erudite memory. The two little guys were the ones to answer Xiaobei's question, their mouths making vague sounds. It wasn't until a ray of sunlight shone in that the room returned from its previous tranquility to liveliness. Zhang Xiaobao had brought his medical doctor over to see the two little guys. Just like Xiaobei and the others, they had to be examined once a day to avoid any unexpected consequences. Xiaobei watched the medical doctor examine the two little guys. He pulled on his brother's clothes and asked the same question again. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment. He didn't say that crying and laughing were the easiest actions for people to express their emotions. Instead, he said to Xiaobei, because when they were born into this world, they knew that there would be both happiness and disaster in a person's life. Oh, so that's how it is. Then, should we not cry when we encounter sad things in the future? Should we just smile all the time? Xiaobei seemed to understand a little, but it also seemed like he didn't completely understand. Cry when you need to, laugh when you need to. Shouldn't Xiaobei also be examined today? Zhang Xiaobao said as he patted his sister's head. Xiaobei nodded vigorously. Yes, once every 3 days. Exactly 3 days. Brother, when will Xiaolu be back? Soon. He should be back in a few days. Zhang Xiaobao looked to the north as he spoke. He didn't know if the people he had sent to the Moh last year had adapted. According to the estimation of the distance, they should have returned by now. It was probably because the road was difficult to travel and they were delayed on the road. This time, not only did they have to bring back a large amount of ginseng, but they also had to bring back ferrets and various local animals and plants that they could encounter on the road. They would artificially breed those that could be bred. As for those that couldn't be bred, they would see if they could be processed to find a better market. Then I'll wait a little longer. They said that there's going to be a war here. Is that true? Are you afraid? No. Even if there is a war, it will be far from here. No one will dare to come here. I'm not afraid. I still have a tripping rope. Brother, I'm all grown up. Can I have a servant? A fifth-rank official? Xiaobei recalled the time when he was rejected when he asked for a servant. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and nodded. Okay, Xiaobei, you have to find a servant yourself. I won't give you the money to support the servant. Have you thought about where to find a servant with your salary? Yes. I'll tell you when the time comes. Xiaobei shook his head as if he had won a victory. At this time, the doctor finished examining the two little guys. Little young master, everything is normal. Do you want to examine Xiaobei and Xiaobei? Yes, check. They have eaten a lot of candy recently. See how their teeth are. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. While Jili province was peaceful, everywhere between the clouds and the water and Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was in chaos. Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was in a price war. The price of wine and dishes dropped again and again, snatching a lot of business from between the clouds and the water. Just when everyone thought that between the clouds and the water would also lower the price, between the clouds and the water suddenly increased the price of wine and dishes. Many female waitresses were hired to be in charge of welcoming and delivering customers. The interior of the restaurant was reduced, but there were some extra things in the middle. For example, a small bridge over flowing water and a reflection of the moon in the pond were all made in the restaurant. As a result, people who paid attention to this matter found that not only did the business between the clouds and the water not decrease, but more rich people were willing to go between the clouds and the water. It seemed that eating between the clouds and the water was better than eating there. Some people who knew about this were happy while others were very angry. Wu Huifei naturally belonged to the angry group. She originally planned to use the merchants of Jiangnan East to weaken between the clouds and the water, but who knew that it would become between the clouds and the water. She immediately sent someone to tell Wu Feng to think of a solution. Wu Feng's illness was more or less healed, but he was still a little weak. He got up and found Zhang Lan to discuss with her. Manager Wu, why are you looking for me? Zhang Lan asked after the two sat down in the study. What else can it be? Between the clouds and the water didn't lose money but earned more. This is different from what we thought at first. Can you think of another way? Wu Feng was a little helpless when he received this task, so he asked Zhang Lan when he got someone to send tea and snacks. Zhang Lan frowned when she heard that. She thought for a while and said, "This is not easy. The person behind between the clouds and the water is Song Jinggong, the #1 person on the top list of billionaires. If you want to compete with him in business, first of all, it is troublesome to calculate, and second, you don't have enough money." You don't have money? Wu Feng asked. Yes, but we can't spend all of it on opposing the Shuiyun Club. Right now, we can't lower the price any further. This won't work against the Shuiyun Club. All of the merchants of the Jiangnan East Road added together will only be able to match the wealth of the Zhang and Wang families. The Zhang and Wang families have a lot of money. If we really go all out, we'll be losing 800 of our own men. Manager Wu, you can't expect us to go all out against Zhang family and Wang family, can you? When we first came here, we said that we would make money. Now that we have invested more and earned less, we can't afford to go all out. Zhang Lan looked like she was deceived, as if she was complaining and helpless. Wu Feng also looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't care. After all, a portion of the merchants of Jiangnan East, led by Zhang Lan, had already boarded the pirate ship. Hearing Zhang Lan's complaints, he asked, "Then what should we do now? We can't just watch between the clouds and the water grow stronger again. Now that things are like this, since we are going to go against between the clouds and the water, then we can't be the only ones doing the work. Don't tell me that no one hates between the clouds and the water? Why don't we find more people and join forces? I'll think of a way to distribute a portion of the business to those who are willing to join forces." Zhang Lan pondered for a moment and suggested, "That's fine, I'll go and contact them now. When the time comes, I'll let Zhang Xiaobao know the consequences of offending the empress. Wu Feng agreed and picked up his teacup again. Zhang Lan also drank a mouthful of tea, put down the teacup and left. Wu Feng, on the other hand, began to busy himself with roping in other people, wanting to deal with between the clouds and the water together. A few days later, Wu Feng found Zhang Lan again and brought her to a courtyard. At this time, there were already many people gathered in the courtyard, each of them forming a circle and chatting happily. The moment Wu Feng entered the courtyard, everyone came forward to greet him. Come, let me introduce someone to everyone. The owner of the Jade Sea Silver Sands, Zhang Lan, owner Jiang. Everyone please take a look. Owner Jiang, this is Golden Wave Pavilion's owner Feng. This is Treasure House's owner Zheng. This is Tasting Tea Garden's owner Wang. And this is... Wu Feng began to introduce everyone. Compared to Jiang Lan's Jade Sea Silver Sands, the other people's properties were much lesser. If they didn't gather everyone together, they really wouldn't be able to cooperate with the Jade Sea Silver Sands. The merchants looked at Jiang Lan and felt conflicted. They were jealous of Jiang Lan's Jade Sea Silver Sands, but they also admired it. None of them knew what to say. Fortunately, Wu Feng was in the middle of it. Gradually, the distance between everyone and Jiang Lan was shortened. Wine and dishes were served, and everyone began to eat. They talked about the wind and the moon, and talked about the north and south of the country. It wasn't until nighttime when the banquet was removed and replaced with tea and fruits that Wu Feng began to talk about the main topic. Everyone, I'm sure you all understand in your hearts that I've called you here today, and that is to work together to deal with between the clouds and the water. As everyone knows, between the clouds and the water has been snatching other people's business all these years. There's the tavern, the dock, and the supermarket, squeezing the original merchants until there's no space left. If they continue to develop, how can we survive? Manager Wu's words are correct. Zhang Lan echoed. My people from Jiangnan East came here just to earn some money, but between the clouds and the water immediately started to suppress us. If we don't do anything about it, there will be endless trouble in the future. We should work together. The merchants immediately followed suit, saying that between the clouds and the water was not good. They didn't dare to directly mention the Zhang family and the Wang family, afraid that someone would betray them and let Zhang family and the Wang family know about it. They only targeted between the clouds and the water, which was a business transaction, so they didn't have to worry about the Zhang family and the Wang family using other means. Although they said that, many people understood that it wasn't between the clouds and the water that went overboard, but that they didn't seize the opportunity. When between the clouds and the water expanded, it was always the merchants in the same industry who asked about cooperation. It was only after some people read the contract that they thought that they could get more benefits, and even hoped that after between the clouds and the water came over, they would not cooperate with them and would instead benefit from the cooperation. In the end, they saw what it meant to be a fierce dragon crossing the river. None of them lost money, and they only earned a little less than before. However, when they saw that the others who cooperated with between the clouds and the water were earning more, they felt that it was unfair. They wanted to bribe the local people who cooperated with between the clouds and the water to produce goods and snatch the business, but because of the contract, they couldn't succeed. They watched as the people, merchants, and various businesses between the clouds and the water profited, but their side was still half dead. When they went to look for between the clouds and the water to cooperate, the conditions between the clouds and the water offered were even harsher. A person's life depended on their face, and a tree's life depended on its bark. They couldn't agree to the cooperation even if they wanted to, so they could only secretly hate in their hearts. Now that they finally found an opportunity, it didn't matter what they said. What was important was whether they could suppress between the clouds and the water. After a while, the grievance meeting was over. Everyone agreed on the direction of the operation, and that was to defeat between the clouds and the water. As for whether they could defeat it in the end, it didn't matter. They just wanted to give it a try first. Manager Wu, what should we do? Feng Dongjia of the Golden Wave Pavilion asked when he saw that there was no practical way to do it. Wu Feng also didn't know what to do. He turned his head to look at Zhang Lan. Let's let Zhang Dongjia speak. Zhang Lan didn't stand on ceremony. She coughed and said, All right, let me say it. Everyone, help me think if there are any omissions. Here's what I think. If we want to deal with between the clouds and the water, we have to first destroy his signboard. which is the wine embrace between the clouds and the water. Otherwise, as long as there is a wine embrace between the clouds and the water, it will be very difficult to deal with his other businesses. What do you think? Yes. A few people nodded in response. Zhanglan continued. If we want to deal with the wine embrace between the clouds and the water, we naturally have to rely on the blue sea silver sand. It's also the wine embrace. If we can snatch the business between the clouds and the water, it will be a success. At this point, Feng Dongjia interrupted. Zhang Dongjia, the blue sea silver sand wine embrace is not bad, but the recent price reduction doesn't seem to have any effect. Not only did it not suppress between the clouds and the water, but it also made the business between the clouds and the water even better. Many people feel that eating between the clouds and the water is better than eating between the clouds and the water. Could it be that we can continue to reduce the price? As if someone had hit a sore spot, Zhang Lan's face turned slightly red. She explained, everyone knows that between the clouds and the water is backed by Song Jinggong, the number one on the top list of billionaires. Behind Song Jinggong is the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao, an existence that is beyond the rankings. With their abilities, it's too easy to turn the tables. The blue sea silver sand wine embrace was not prepared at that time and suffered a loss. Now we have thought of a countermeasure. It's just that we lack money, so we need everyone to work together. I wonder what Zhang Dongjia has thought of? Wang Dongjia of Tsingming Garden saw that Zhang Lan spoke frankly and admitted their shortcomings, so he asked. Well, divide the blue sea silver sand wine embrace into 3 levels. The highest level is on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor is on the 2nd floor, and the last floor is on the 1st floor. You can earn money from both the rich and the ordinary people. Between the clouds and the water can only earn money from the rich now, and give up on the low end. The blue sea silver sand wine embrace has decided to combine the two. You can invest in the blue sea silver sand wine embrace and expand the business. I'm willing to give up the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. I only need 1 floor, and the other 2 floors will be used to invest. Zhang Lan explained. Then how do we calculate it? Zhang Dongjia asked again. Zhang Lan took out a few pieces of paper from her arms and put them on the table. She said, except for the capital and the central cities of Gyeonggi province, other places will be calculated at a discount. For example, the blue sea silver sand wine embrace in Guanyi province is worth 3,000 strings of coins. If you take out 3,000 strings of coins, then each of you will get 50%. The 1st floor, 2nd floor, and 3rd floor will be divided into the 2nd, and 3rd floors. Those who want the 1st floor have to pay 20% of the money, those on the 2nd floor have to pay 30% of the money, those on the 3rd floor have to pay 40%, and the extra 10% is used to deal with public relations. In other words, if I want to occupy the 1st floor, I need to pay 1,200 strings of coins, and if I want to occupy the 3rd floor, I need to pay 2,400 strings of coins. The extra 10% will also be paid, which is 600 divided by 9. It's more detailed. Everyone listened to Zhang Lan's words and began to pass the pieces of paper. It was written very clearly that when the money was paid, it would be put together. When the time came, it would be counted separately, including the cooks. If they still wanted to use the original blue sea silver sand wine embrace, they would have to pay separately. Everyone's investment in each bar could not exceed the original value of the bar. In other words, Zhang Lan wanted to hold the controlling stake. Everyone's investment would be used partly for renovation and partly for advertising. In order to show her sincerity, Zhang Lan did not charge any signboard fee. Otherwise, the name Blue Sea Silver Sand Wine Embrace would be worth a lot of money. After that, the money invested would be used to buy the surrounding houses and build more courtyards for people to rest in. The ratio was equal to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. The 3rd floor belonged to the high end, and it had to make the best food. The 2nd floor belonged to the middle. It could be slightly worse, but the scenery must be there. The 1st floor was low end. It had the nature of fast food, and one could slowly taste the wine and dishes in it. In this way, the low end earned the money of ordinary people. The 2nd floor was the same as the noble guests between the clouds and the water. The 3rd floor was to be high quality, higher than between the clouds and the water. The merchants could choose first from the 3rd floor, and Zhang Lan would ask for the rest. As for the Blue Sea Silver Sand Wine Embrace in Gyeonggi province, others would have to pay more. When they first occupied the space, they spent a lot of money on public relations fees. The group of merchants began to calculate how much money each person should take, and which floor to occupy. In the end, they realized that they could not occupy the third floor of the Blue Sea Silver Sand Wine Embrace. One was that the third floor was small, and there might not be that many guests. Moreover, the cost was high. The other was that if they wanted to have a foothold on the third floor, they had to have a good chef and ingredients. Otherwise, others would not go to the third floor. After some discussion, everyone reached an agreement. They immediately prepared the money and occupied the first and second floors. They prepared a separate space for Jianglan on the second floor for her to do other things. This way, the arrangement of shares would be reasonable. In order to take revenge, everyone raised money very quickly. In a few days, a large sum of money was sent to Jianglan, and a shopkeeper was sent over to see how to spend it. As the saying went, there was no such thing as an impermeable wall. While Wu Feng and Jianglan were preparing, someone spread the news. Gao Lisher, who had been paying attention to his son, found out about this matter. It just so happened that a lot of things were sent over from Jili province, including ingredients. Gao Lisher had someone prepare them and bring them to Li Longji. Li Longji had been in a good mood recently. One reason was that the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the north had returned. They said that the land there was good, that there were almost no people, and that there were many resources. Another reason was that the two of them had bought a large piece of land in the new province's commander-in-chief's office not far from the Anong Protectorate. In the end, they found a lot of coal there which could be used for smelting. There were also large pieces of amber and coal essence to be sent over to be used as decorations. In addition, ever since the Great Tang Bank had become more stable in Suzhou, more people were willing to save money. Zhang Xiaobao was gradually diluting the shares of other people. With more money they could expand. What they needed to do now was to turn the recruits into conscripts. Actually, the amount of money spent was about the same, but the difference between conscripts and recruits was that they were stronger. Even though it would cost money to let them go back a few years later to find a job, they knew what they were fighting for when they fought. Soldiers with conviction were invincible. With so many good things happening at the same time, Li Longji deliberately invited Empress Wang and Wu Huifei to Xingqing Palace during the meal. Although the two women had their own plans in mind, they appeared to be amiable on the surface. The dishes had already been arranged, but when they were eating, they suddenly realized that there was an extra dish. Li Longji looked at the extra dish and turned his head to ask Gao Lisher, "Your Majesty, it was just sent over not long ago." Xiao Bao said that this is the meat of the Manchurian tiger. It tastes good and can nourish the body, so he sent it over. There is also a complete tiger skin, bones, and penis. Gao Lisher explained and signaled for a eunuch to bring a piece over. Good tiger meat is good. What have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo been busy with recently? Does Lisher know? Li Longji asked happily. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sent a letter saying that they want to build a steel-making furnace. They found many craftsmen to go to the governor's office in the new city, and sent 3,000 soldiers to protect them. They failed a few times and still haven't succeeded. If they succeed, our army will be stronger. Gao Lisher replied and then frowned. Your Majesty, I heard that Blue Sea Silver Sand found many merchants to deal with between the clouds and the water. They are currently renovating. I don't know if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to take care of them. There's such a thing? Li Longji was stunned and also worried. At this time, Wu Huifei gently explained, Your Majesty, Xiao Bao is very capable. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Blue Sea Silver Sand. If he really can't do it, Your Majesty can issue a decree and have the Blue Sea Silver Sand officials help between the clouds and the water. If the Blue Sea Silver Sand doesn't listen, then send troops to seize him. Your Majesty, you can't. If you send troops, where will between the clouds and the water be? Gao Lisher hurriedly dissuaded. Your concubine was wrong. Indeed, we can't send troops to deal with them. What should we do? Xiao Bao and Huan Huan have given your concubine a lot of gifts. Wu Huifei quickly followed up. How could Li Longji not know that Wu Huifei didn't mean what she said? However, he couldn't side with anyone, especially not Wu Huifei. Otherwise, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would be anxious. Write a letter to Xiao Bao and let him know. Li Longji could only remind them. At this time, Empress Wang also spoke. Your Majesty, your concubine thinks that Xiao Bao doesn't need others to remind him of such a small matter. Your Majesty can just watch. These words made Wu Huifei feel surprised. Could it be that Empress Wang didn't protect Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Reminding them at a critical time was better than anything else. The two of them were in Jili province. By the time they got the news, it would be too late. Gao Lishur also glanced at Empress Wang and didn't say anything. Li Longji hesitated and nodded, agreeing with Empress Wang. Everyone began to eat again. Only Empress Wang ate calmly. She knew what was going on with Blue Sea Silver Sand. On the way back to the capital, she guessed it from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words. She thought to herself, I wonder who's going to be unlucky. Xiaobao always likes to set traps for others. I hope he doesn't teach Juner and Panner to be like this. The meal was eaten peacefully as everyone had their own thoughts. Then they went back to their own places. As soon as Empress Wang returned to her palace, she immediately found a group of palace maids to play with. Wu Huifei sent someone to ask Wu Feng how the news was leaked, and asked him to keep it a secret. Gao Lishur still wrote a letter to Zhang Xiaobao, asking if he had any ideas. When Zhang Xiaobao received the letter, he was thinking about refractory bricks with Wang Wan. If they wanted to build an open hearth furnace and a blast furnace, they couldn't do it without refractory bricks. They failed again and again, making the two of them lose confidence. I say, how did the steel mill be built during the Industrial Revolution? Can't you understand if we copy it? Zhang Xiaobao was a little discouraged. That was developed by many industries together. Don't worry, we can do it bit by bit. The craftsmen still need time. Think about how to make refractory bricks. Wang Wan was not in a hurry. She was thinking hard. That's a lot. Let's use clay and then mix in furnace ash. Let the craftsmen test the proportion. I don't believe that they can't do it. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face hard and asked someone to send the formula to the craftsman. Wang Wan also pressed her temples. She took the unopened letter that Gao Lishur asked someone to send over and tore it open. After reading it, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, the fish took the bait. Let's wait and see. Look, there are quite a few people who hate us. Oh, there are people in the Blue Sea Silver Sands forming an alliance? Good, it's good that they formed an alliance. After this, a lot of people will be honest. Has there been any news from the governor's office of the new city? What's their reaction? Zhang Xiaobao took the letter and glanced at it. What other reaction can there be? They're not happy. They feel that they lost out and want to buy back the land. Dream on. That's an open pit mine. It's easy to dig it up and can be used to make steel. Wang Wan passed another letter from the other side to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and didn't take it. It was fine as long as he knew. He asked, is it time to send troops up the coast? Let's go to North America first and bring back the good stuff. There's no hurry. Train for another half a month. When the time comes, send 1,000 people to explore the road. Your potatoes and corn will be ready soon. Wang Wan didn't know if this trip would be successful. This could be said to be the first time the Tang Empire explored North America. It was a long journey. She hoped that the people sent could overcome all kinds of difficulties. Under the attention of many people, the renovated Blue Sea's Silver Sand reopened. The crackling of firecrackers didn't stop, and there was a long line of people who came to support the opening. The people gathered to watch the show. The people eating at Between the Clouds and the Water were also very curious. This was another war between two restaurants. It was just that no one knew who would win. Wu Feng was waiting for success, and Wu Huifei was also looking forward to venting her anger. For 3 consecutive days, the business of the Blue Sea's Silver Sand was very good. The restaurant also learned from Between the Clouds and the Water and hired many female employees, especially on the 3rd floor. The grades were determined and everyone was earning their own money. Jiang Lan and the other businessmen were very happy. But as the 4th day came, the number of people eating at the Blue Sea's Silver Sand gradually decreased. To be precise, the number of people eating at the 1st and 2nd floor decreased, but the number of people eating at the 3rd floor was still the same. This situation made the businessmen who cooperated with Jiang Lan puzzled. Why was it like this? With all kinds of puzzlement, Zhang Dongjia stopped a customer who came to eat at the restaurant a few days ago. Master Wan, what have you been busy with recently? Zhang Dongjia tried to find a topic to talk about. Nothing much, just like before. You're busy and I'm strolling around. Master Wan was obviously perfunctory. It's almost noon. Why don't you come in and eat? My treat. Zheng Dongjia was about to pull the other party into the restaurant as he spoke. When the other party saw that Zheng Dongjia was going to pull him in through the front door, he struggled with all his might. But he really didn't have the strength to say, Zheng Dongjia, don't make it difficult for me. I'll just find a place to eat in front. Master Wan, why don't you want to eat at the Blue Sea's Silver Sand? Zheng Dongjia asked, puzzled. Who said I don't want to come? I'm willing to go up to the third floor from the outside, but it costs too much. I can't eat here every day. As for going in through the front door, forget it. Spending the same amount of money to eat at other restaurants is a cut above the others, but eating on the first and second floors of the Blue Sea's Silver Sand is a cut below the others. Am I not looking for trouble for no reason? Master Wan finally told the truth. After he finished speaking, he finally took off his clothes while Zheng Dongjia was in a daze. He hurriedly rushed forward, as if he was afraid that Zheng Dongjia would chase after him again. Zheng Dongjia was dumbfounded. He looked back at the Blue Sea's Silver Sand restaurant and thought about what Master Wan said just now. He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The first and second floors are neither too low nor too high. If you really want to go low end, you have to continue lowering the price to the level of a small restaurant. But in that case, you won't even be able to recoup your capital. Just the money you spent on renovations is not a small amount. If you raise the price and the chef skills are not good enough, wouldn't it be better for people to eat on the third floor or in the water transport room? Why would they come to the first and second floors of the Blue Sea's Silver Sand restaurant? What should I do? Stairs, yes, it's best to tear down the outside stairs. That way, when people enter the restaurant, they won't know which floor to go to. Okay, I'll go find someone to discuss it. Chapter 794. When the people who worked with Zhang Lan found that the restaurant could not make money and came to discuss with Zhang Lan took out the contract she had signed and showed it to them. There were various clauses clearly written on it, and one of them was to build stairs outside on one day. The businessmen were dumbfounded. They saw that Zhang Lan wanted to prepare everything according to the contract. She did not look as easy to talk to as before. If they did not want to do it, they could not get back their investment. They could leave, but they could not take the money with them. It would benefit Zhang Lan and the others. Feng Dongjia, who was in charge of the first floor, could not help but say to Zhang Lan helplessly, Zhang Dongjia, the first floor of the Sea of Silver Sand that I have booked is almost no longer profitable. If this continues, we will lose money in a few days. Can Zhang Dongjia think of a way? The other businessmen who were not good at business also echoed. Since they could not threaten Zhang Lan, they could only speak softly. Zhang Lan frowned and looked sympathetic. Aya, it's difficult to think of a way. If there is a good way, the Sea of Silver Sand will not be inferior to Between the Clouds and the Water. If you want to talk about a way. There is one, but I don't know if you want to try it. Zhang Dongjia, if you really have a way, please tell us. Wang Dongjia asked anxiously. Well, it's not difficult. Since others are not willing to eat on the first and second floors of the Sea of Silver Sand, why don't we send it to other people's houses? Hire more servants and run around the various roads every day. The bicycles sold elsewhere are not bad. Buy a few and let the servants ride them. Write the words on the front of the bicycles and let people shout as they walk a few days ago. When more people know about it, they can stop and order food. Then let people ride back to the restaurant and send the food over. What do you think? Zhang Lan kindly gave everyone an idea. The businessmen thought about it and found that this idea was indeed not bad. Usually, people would send people to the restaurant to order food and let the restaurant send it over. Naturally, it could not be compared to someone riding a bicycle and shouting. Many people's eyes lit up. They were grateful and impressed by Zhang Lan. It was not easy to think of such a method. At this time, Feng Dongjia spoke again. Zhang Dongjia, it's good. But not many people come to the restaurant. Won't the place be empty? When the others heard Feng Dongjia's words, they also realized this problem. Since they could order food, wouldn't the first and second floors be wasted? Ah, that's right, it's empty. Then everyone think of other ways. We can't always be empty. Zhang Lan looked helpless. Then let's try it out first. If it really doesn't work out, we can only accept the loss. Some people in the crowd had already decided to back out. They would rather give up the money they had invested than continue to invest. It was no longer important whether they still had to deal with between the clouds and the water. Before the others could do anything, Wu Feng, who had also come to participate in the meeting, was anxious. It was not easy for them to unite as a group to deal with between the clouds and the water. If they were to disperse like this, they would not be able to regroup again. This would only make the name between the clouds and the water even more famous. He hurriedly tried to dissuade them. Everyone, don't be anxious. Think about it again. There's always a way. Zhang Lan also said, fine, I'll think about it later. When I have a solution, I'll discuss it with you guys. Let's go buy a bicycle first. The merchants left one by one, very discouraged. Originally, they were planning to deal with between the clouds and the water. Now they were going to buy Zhang Dongjia and Wang's bicycles. Those bicycles were not cheap. Zhang Dongjia and Wang's were not selling them well. Other than the rich people who bought one or two for the sake of novelty, no one else was willing to buy them. The worst bicycle costs more than 100 strings of coins. It was still possible to ride a bicycle in the city, but outside the city, when it was raining and the roads were not good, it was better to ride a carriage or a donkey. When everyone left and only Zhang Lan and Wu Feng were left, Wu Feng said to Zhang Lan with a sad face, Zhang Dongjia, I don't know if they can still take out the money. Recently they have to buy a batch of silk, so they are a little tight on cash. Zhang Lan shook her head regretfully. Manager Wu, we have the money, but we can't transfer it over. We also need to make arrangements for the Jiangnan East Road. Why don't we ask other merchants? 3 days, at most 3 days. I will definitely be able to think of a way to solve the restaurant's problem. Alright, I will find someone to ask tomorrow. Wu Feng had no other choice. Recently he had bought too much silk. The silk he bought in private was sold at a 10% discount or 95% of the original price. He was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he had not deposited it in the bank yet. He planned to wait for a period of time before depositing it all together and taking it out in batches. The key was to get through this period of time. After Wu Feng left with his people, Zhang Lan smiled and picked up the cold tea in front of her. She took a sip and muttered, You dare to fight with the young master? Take the silk, take it, let's see who loses in the end. The capital was bustling with people coming and going. The number of animals in the zoo had increased by quite a lot. Those animals that could be raised well were gradually opened to tourists. In order to ensure the freshness of the animals, the newly arrived animals were not immediately shown to people, but taken out bit by bit. People who did not have other channels to learn about animals still yearned for the zoo. This led to the zoo's income being much higher than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. Other than the cost of feeding and research, there was still a sum of money left. Today was the day of the end of the month settlement. Gao Lisher brought people to deposit the money. When he returned, there was a team that specialized in pulling money. They came to Xingqing Palace and reported to Li Longji. This month, we earned a total of 6,000 strings of cash from selling tickets and renting out stalls. Good, we earned quite a lot. We have extra money to use again. Hearing the data from Gao Lisher, Li Longji noted down a round number. 6,000 strings of cash was not much compared to the tax, but it was still an income, and it was increasing month by month. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao sent a letter saying that he will send 2 sharks in a few days. He wants us to build a pond here first, which is where Your Majesty wants to build the lake. It will be used to raise the creatures in the sea first. After all, there is not enough salt in Jili State yet. Also, Xiao Bao suggested that Your Majesty should open up the imperial gardens a few times a month. Otherwise, it would be a waste to leave them there. Jili State will provide a lot of things there for others to buy and sell in the gardens. Gao Lisher brought up 2 more things. In the past, Li Longji would not agree to open up the imperial gardens so casually. It was a symbol of identity and status. Now, he had changed a lot and knew the importance of money. He wanted to occupy more land, but it was absolutely impossible without money, especially recruiting conscripts. It was better than letting each place raise money to recruit soldiers. It could prevent others from rebelling. So he agreed. Seeing that the emperor agreed to the 2 things, Gao Lisher took out a few pieces of paper that looked special. They were 6 inches long and 2 inches wide. There were delicate patterns printed on both sides. When he touched them with his hand, he could feel the bumps and depressions in some places. Li Longji took them and looked at them one by one. There were different numbers written on them. Some were 100 coins, some were 1,000 coins, and the smallest one was 10 coins. The paper was a little small. The only thing that did not change was Kaiwan Tongbao. This is? Li Longji waved the paper in his hand and asked. Your Majesty, this is the money that Xiaobao and Cuckoo asked people to make. In the future, it will be used to replace copper coins and silk. It is said that countless craftsmen worked together to create this anti-counterfeiting thing. If you look at it, you can see the bumps and depressions in the blank space on one side. It is not on the surface of the paper. Gao Lisher explained. Li Longji held the light paper in his hand and looked at the largest number on it, which was 1 million coins. He felt that it was not so reliable. It was not as valuable as copper coins. He asked with uncertainty, will people be willing to use it? What will happen if it is less than 10 coins? Xiaobao and Cuckoo are currently making the money that is less than 10 coins. They need to use a die to press it and not cast it like before. When the time comes, if someone wants to forge it by hand, it will not be worth the effort. As for whether people will be willing to use paper money, this is easy to handle. Xiaobao wants Your Majesty to issue a decree that when paper money is issued, the imperial court will accept paper money for tax purposes. Xiaobao will also cooperate with other merchants to accept the purchasing power of paper money. When people get used to it, it will be fine. Gao Lisher said and then said, Your Majesty, the benefits of using paper money are not only to prevent people from making copper coins privately, but also to eliminate the storage cost of silk. More importantly, it is convenient to carry. It saves a lot of effort when transporting compared to copper. There are other benefits that Xiaobao did not mention. I think it will not be simple. Li Longji held the paper money in his hand and thought for a while. Then he said, let Xiaobao and others print more first. Where is the place to print money? Li Longji was not stupid. He knew that printing money was unusual. If people casually printed money for fun in the future, the country would be finished. Your Majesty, the place to print money is now in Jili province. Xiaobao is preparing to move the printing factory to the capital. When the time comes, Your Majesty should find someone to guard it. Gao Lisher immediately responded. Then what should we do with the silk? There is a lot of silk in the Tang Empire. Should we sell it to the people? Li Longji thought of another problem that needed to be solved. Gao Lisher sighed and replied, Your Majesty, there is already a market for the silk. It can be sold in Xinyuan province, Japan and Xinluo. There are also merchants in Tufan and Tujue. Xiaobao is considering cooperation with them. Xinyuan province in Japan will be handed over to merchants in Jiangnan East. Other places have not been considered yet. Jiangnan East? Blue Sea Silver Sand? Li Longji suddenly thought of the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Yes, Xiaobao wrote in a letter that Blue Sea Silver Sand is also his. It is not a good thing for between the clouds and the water to monopolize. It needs competitors. It is just that merchants who cooperate with Blue Sea Silver Sand to deal with between the clouds and the water are suffering. Most of their money is restricted and they can only make a little money. Gao Lisher showed an expression of schadenfreude. Li Longji was stunned and said, No wonder you can run the restaurant so well. I thought there was another capable person. I wrote a letter to Xiaobao and asked him to leave some leeway. Don't be so ruthless. Li Longji did not doubt Zhang Xiaobao's ability. If he wanted to make people who opposed him lose all their property, there would be people who could survive. Your Majesty, rest assured. Xiaobao has already stayed. In a few days there will be new movements on the first and second floors of Blue Sea Silver Sand. At the same time, the third floor of Blue Sea Silver Sand, which is adjacent to or directly opposite between the clouds and the water, will also change. There will be competition and cooperation. Come on, come on. The government of Jili province was very lively. Xiaobei and the others watched the two little ones trying to turn the tables and cheered them on. From time to time they would give a demonstration. The two little ones did not understand what the others were shouting. When they saw someone turning the tables, they would follow suit. Every time they turned the tables, they would giggle a few times. They seemed to be very interested in this kind of game. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also temporarily put aside their work and accompanied them, enjoying this warm moment. Only when the two little ones were tired and hungry, and were about to cry did Xiaobei and the others stop and find a wet nurse to feed their little brother and sister. Xiaobao, when are we going to do it? Wang Wan suddenly asked a question that the others did not understand. Wait a little longer. When the news spreads to all the banks, we will come together. On the 6th of next month, I want to see who will cooperate with Wu Huifei after this incident. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Xiaobei and the others, who said that they were going to find guards for him, run out one after another, and replied to Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not say anything more on this topic and changed the topic. Then what about printing money? How can we not let Li Longji print money randomly? Li Longji will not print money randomly. He is not stupid. Unless there is a financial problem, he will devalue the currency to deal with it. As for whether or not someone will print money crazily in the future, that is not something we can control. Zhang Xiaobao really did not know what to do about this matter. Not to mention now, even if it was at any other time, he would still print money. Which country had not done this before? Wang Wan stretched lazily. Then let's wait until the 6th. I am sleepy, so I will go back and take a nap. Tomorrow we will send 1,000 people to North America to find something good for you. The days passed by one after another. When the 6th arrived, the great Tang Bank suddenly posted a notice. Said a total of 2 things. The first was naturally paper money. Zhang Xiaobao contacted many merchants and agreed to accept paper money. Anyone who used paper money to buy things would enjoy a 5% discount this month. Those who were used to using money did not have any objections, but the ordinary people were confused. Could a piece of paper be used as money? Even with the merchant's promise, they were hesitant. They wanted to see the effect if someone else changed it first. The smarter people immediately thought of counterfeiting. In the past, they could secretly make copper coins, so now they could try to make paper money. However, when they saw paper money, they were discouraged. It was too difficult to make. If they used a pen to draw, it would be easy to make mistakes in the small details. They also had to find the same paper and the same oil. Drawing one would take at least a few months. It was also possible to draw 100 strings of coins. The problem was how to make the marks on the paper between the bumps and depressions on the money and the light. Those who wanted to counterfeit temporarily suppressed their thoughts. They needed to improve their skills. Chapter 795. Wu Yu, who was busy buying silk at a lower price, was dumbfounded when he saw the notice posted by the Tang Bank. For the exchange of silk, the bank was only offering 80% of the original value. A bolt of silk that was once worth 200 copper coins could only be exchanged for 160 copper coins. If one did not want to depreciate, one had to save it for 5 years. Before the 5 years were up, the silk would be worth 80% of its original value. Wu Feng was not in the mood to care about the jade sea silver sand. He hurriedly found Wu Yu and the two began to discuss. Brother, is Zhang Xiaobao sick? Silk has always been used as a currency. He suddenly reduced the value of silk. What can so many people with silk do? This is equivalent to making people with silk lose 20% of their money. How much profit can the goods make? Wu Yu now knew a lot of things. With a little analysis, he knew where the drawbacks of the bank were. If they followed the bank's notice, the Tang Empire would be in chaos. Wu Feng nodded to show that he understood. His eyes blinked a few times and he suddenly said happily, maybe Zhang Xiaobao no longer cares about the lives of the people. It's a good time to find trouble with him. Now no one can protect him, not even the emperor. Yes, let Her Highness find trouble with him. I'm still using money to buy silk. 90% of the price. Oh no, I don't have any cash. Wu Yu was happy when he suddenly thought of a very serious problem. He raised the money with great difficulty and was still buying silk. Now that the bank was using 80% of the price to buy silk, wouldn't his money be gone in the blink of an eye? Wu Huifei was happy when she found out about the Tang Bank's notice. The opportunity was right in front of her. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always been careful. This time there was a loophole. Didn't they always say that they were thinking of the people? How should the bank explain buying silk at a lower price? Soon, Wu Huifei found her officials and prepared to impeach Zhang Xiaobao for disrupting the Tang Empire's economy and destroying the foundation of the country. Once the impeachment was successful, even if Zhang Xiaobao did not die, he would lose a lot of skin. Wu Huifei and Zhang Shua, who was also waiting for an opportunity, almost coincidentally had the same idea. After a private discussion, they decided to launch the attack at the morning court the next day. Empress, it's not good. Something big has happened. The Great Tang Bank is in trouble. Xiao Zhu, who had just received the news, found Empress Wang while panting. Her chest heaved up and down as she told Empress Wang everything. After hearing Xiao Zhu's words, Empress Wang could no longer remain calm. Her expression changed as she said, "How could Xiao Bao come up with such an idea? You want to push me into the fire pit? Was someone trying to frame Xiao Bao? Quick, go find Gao Lishir." While many people were either happy or anxious, Li Longji was very calm as he played Go with Gao Lishir. Seeing that Gao Lishir was only able to parry and had no strength to counterattack, Li Longji used his hand to lightly twirl a Go piece and said, "Starting from this year's autumn harvest, it will not be difficult for the people to wear clothes." Gao Lishir was thinking hard about the Go game and also had to deal with Li Longji's words. He frowned and randomly placed the black Go piece. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, he replied, "Your Majesty's words are correct. This official estimates that many people will impeach Xiao Bao tomorrow morning. Your Majesty had better quickly release the news. There's no rush. Xiao Bao has said in his heart that we must wait until all the officials are impeached before we act. If we act too early, there will be people who will deliberately oppose us." This step was originally difficult to take, but with the announcement from the bank, it actually went smoothly. Li Longji placed a Go piece and continued to force Gao Lishir to defend as he spoke casually. The next morning, just as Gao Lishir and Li Longji had guessed, the officials from the censorate and the head of the secretariat both impeached Zhang Xiaobao at the same time. Some said that Zhang Xiaobao should not continue to manage the bank, some said that he wanted to harm the country and the people, and some even said that he wanted to shake the foundation of the Great Tang. At this moment, no one was speaking up for Zhang Xiaobao. Sitting on the platform, Li Longji looked at the officials on the two sides of the platform. Some were silent, some were whispering to the people beside them, and some were following the censorate and the head of the secretariat in impeaching Zhang Xiaobao. His face remained calm throughout. Only when some people said that they were tired and others said that their legs were numb from standing did the crowd realize that there was something wrong with the emperor's attitude. Zhang Shua, who had been silent all this while and had been waiting for the emperor to get angry, decided to step forward and list Zhang Xiaobao's crimes. After thinking for a while, he finally stepped forward and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, does the manager of the Great Tang Bank, Zhang Xiaobao, have any other tricks that he has not used yet? Currency is an important matter for the people, and must be investigated." As soon as Zhang Shua said those words, the officials from the censorate and the head of the secretariat looked at each other. What did he mean? Didn't they say that they would impeach Zhang Xiaobao together? Why did they suddenly change their minds? Li Longji was waiting for others to ask. Otherwise, how could he show off his ability? He nodded, indicating for Zhang Shua to step back, and then opened his mouth. What does the Great Tang Bank's 80% revenue have to do with currency? It's not like we don't allow silk to be used as money. It's fine as long as we don't deposit it in the bank. Can it be that when the bank puts up a notice saying that it's buying silk at 10%, there will still be people fighting to deposit it? After hearing this, the officials felt that it was very reasonable, but why did it feel like this reasoning did not hold water? Where did it go wrong? That's right, the bank was buying silk at a low price, so there was no need to deposit it. No one was forcing anyone to deposit it, but this matter should not be so simple. What was going on? Zhang Shua did not immediately react and stood there in a daze. At this time, Li Linfu, who had returned to the court, stood up and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, firstly, the bank's name is Great Tang, and the people all know that most of the bank's wealth belongs to the imperial court. The bank's notice is issued on behalf of the imperial court. The people do not know the emperor's words, so they only hear it for your Majesty. Secondly, the transaction is 4 to 6 chen of silk, and the bank is willing to deposit it far and take it near. However, silk is cheap, so how can there be silk in the market? If silk does not exist, how can there be business? Hence, it is cheap and has left the money of the market. It can only become goods or the people will riot." When the others who wanted to impeach Zhang Xiaobao heard this, they suddenly understood. That's right, the bank's name was Great Tang. And everyone knew that the Great Tang Bank was under the control of the imperial court. Wasn't the bank's notice the emperor's intention? How could it be separated? Also, those who did not deposit silk in the bank would leave it behind. They would only deposit their money in the bank here and go to the place where they needed it. It had always been 40% of the silk and 60% of the money. If there was no silk left, how could they trade with others? If everyone did not want silk, the price would be even lower. It was estimated that it would not be long before silk could no longer be used as a currency, and it would become ordinary cloth to be traded. If things went wrong, the people would be in chaos. Finally, they found the root of the problem. Those who wanted to impeach Zhang Xiaobao were eager to give it a try again. Li Longji, who was originally trying to deceive the officials, did not care when he saw a smart person appear. He went along with Li Linfu's words and said, "What you said is very true, and we also know that. Therefore, we want to collect silk to fill the national treasury. The time limit is 5 years. The difference between this and the bank is that we will pay interest. Every silk sold will be 1 qian, and we will return it after 5 years. Does everyone agree? Does your majesty want to lend money to the people?" Zhang Shua stood up and asked. "No, we are using money to give to the people. Now that the national treasury is full, it will be even more in 5 years. We will return the money to the people and hide the wealth from the people. When the people are rich, they will be healthy, and when the people are healthy, the country will be strong." Li Longji did not admit that he wanted to borrow from the national treasury. He also wanted to sell the silk sold to the neighboring countries in exchange for better resources. He wanted to abolish the use of silk as a currency. Zhang Shua thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. The national treasury was not lacking in money, and there was no need to cheat the people of their money. However, there was a problem with this, so he said, "Your Majesty, every silk sold will be 1 qian per month. If it is 1 qian per year, it will be at least 12 qian per year or 13 qian per year. If it is 5 years, it will be at least 60 qian per year. Does the national treasury have that much money? We are using money to make money. It is not like we are always keeping the money in the national treasury. We can buy goods from the neighboring countries. As long as we earn more than what is given in 5 years, it will be fine." Li Longji explained the problem. In fact, there was something he did not say, and that was that the currency would gradually depreciate. The more productive the economy was, the higher the price of luxury goods would be. When that time came, the price of currency would also fluctuate, and the general trend would be to depreciate. As the number of goods increased, the income of the people would also increase. This could balance out the value of the currency that was depreciating. However, the national treasury was really cheap. This was especially so for Xinyuan Island. The island was not small. From Zhang Xiaobao and the merchants who went there, they knew that there were many good things there. However, the local people were very poor in terms of daily necessities, especially clothes and beds. The local tribe leader was willing to send 100 people to work for a month for a beautiful piece of clothing. How could there be such a good thing in the great Tang? After hearing Li Longji's words, the person who had just accused Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Zhang Shua was a little unwilling. Just as he was about to continue arguing for the emperor to punish Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji spoke again. "The printing of banknotes cannot be done in Jili province. It needs to be moved to the capital. Who do you think should be in charge of it? Printing money?" These 2 words suddenly appeared in their minds. It was not only the person who had accused Zhang Xiaobao. Everyone focused their attention. Everyone wanted a share. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao was selectively forgotten. Even Zhang Shua did not have the heart to continue to pay attention to Zhang Xiaobao. After a series of arguments, a balance was finally reached when the court was about to leave. The secretary of the palace took the lead, the Ministry of Revenue would do the work, the Ministry of Military Affairs would send people to guard the banknotes, the Ministry of Justice would set the punishment, the Ministry of Rights would think of a design that would conform to etiquette in the future, the Ministry of Works would provide the equipment, and the Ministry of Appointments would arrange the official positions. When everyone returned to their own departments after the court, they found that no one had taken advantage of the situation. They were all in charge of each other, and it was impossible to print any private money. Very soon, the imperial court's notice was sent to the local government offices and people were posted. The court set a time limit of 4 months. It would only take 4 months for the banknotes to be collected. After 4 months, it would not be collected. The court urged people to dispose of the banknotes in their hands as quickly as possible. Chapter 796. To the commoners, it was not important whether the silk was used for exchange. Normally, they would not have the opportunity to use silk as a currency. The people who were affected the most were the merchants. Seeing that the silk was about to fall from the status of a currency to that of an ordinary commodity, a portion of the merchants who did not make much profit realized that it was better to lend it to the imperial court. After 5 years, they would get 60% of the profit. The merchants who had faster currency circulation were not willing to take the 60% profit. In 5 years, they could earn 3,000 strings of coins from 1,000 strings of coins. That was double the money, so they reluctantly sold it to the bank. Wu Yu's reaction was not slow, but when his order was passed down, all the cash had been exchanged for silk. The average price was 180 strings of coins for a bolt of silk, 90% of the profit. The sky outside was very clear, and it was not an exaggeration to say that there was not a cloud in sight. Wu Yu and Wu Feng's mood was as if it was a rainy day. "Brother, what do we do?" It was the first time Wu Yu felt so helpless. While he and the others were busy with Xiao Zhao's calculations, Zhang Xiaobao's decision made the situation become unstoppable. He finally understood that Zhang Xiaobao had never treated him and the others as opponents from the beginning. Compared to Wu Yu, Wu Feng had a better understanding of Zhang Xiaobao's prowess. When he laid out the plan, it could be said that he was at ease, but when he wanted to compete with him, he realized that he was not on the same level. Facing Wu Yu's questioning gaze, he said, "Tell the Empress to stop. Don't expect to beat Zhang Xiaobao financially. That is a celestial existence, not something we can compete with." "Brother, I don't understand. Why would the Emperor listen to Zhang Xiaobao? The imperial court took in so much silk. Is he not afraid of something happening? That silk can be spoiled." Wu Yu was not convinced. He thought that the emperor was biased towards Zhang Xiaobao, and was willing to let the national treasury suffer losses for Zhang Xiaobao. Wu Feng glared at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would the emperor help Zhang Xiaobao? It's not like you don't know how the Zhang family and Wang family do things. Haven't you seen all the information? Their two families had always planned things out first, and would only make a move when the time was right. Not to mention you, there are countless officials in the imperial court. Who dares to say that they can clearly see what the Zhang family and Wang family want to do when they start operating? How did Sanshui County become Shang County from Zhong County? First of all, everything was independent. Some were for earning money and some were for fame. And the result? You and I are not capable enough. Don't try to figure out other people's thoughts. If you really want to get in touch with them, you can defeat Song Jinggong. Maybe you can get a glimpse of the list of the top billionaires." Wu Yu lowered her head and finally sighed helplessly. "Brother, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. You can tell the Empress that I don't want to be number one anymore. That's not a game. That's a real business battle. Even politics is involved. I'm going to sleep. That's enough. Send something to the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office one more time and you can stop. For the last time, you should send various kinds of tools and steel that didn't pass the smelting process. Let people make various kinds of household appliances and send them over." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the information sent back from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office and ordered the people waiting at the door. After the people received the order and left, Wang Wan came over with dark circles under her eyes. "Xiaobao, I've sent people out. As for whether they can reach North America in the end, I'm not sure. In fact, it's best to send people from Team Zero. There are no roads in North America now. The jungles, there are all kinds of wild animals. The people sent may not be able to meet the requirements. 1,000 people, I'll be satisfied if I can get the remaining 100 people. Do you think the people in the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office will really have the intention to oppose? You go and rest in a while. I'll take Xiaobei and the others to the beach to play. Don't worry about those 1,000 people. The jungles in North America are dangerous, but people learn. If some people die, they'll naturally understand more things." Zhang Xiaobao found his swimming trunks and looked at the world map that was not very neat on the table. His eyes were full of determination as he looked at Wang Wan's dark circles and said. Seeing that Wang Wan was still worried, he said, "To be honest, I'm not willing to enter the primitive jungles. I'm not sure if I can easily survive in such a place. Miasma, poisonous grass, insects, snakes and wild animals. Whether it's the delta, the beret, or the alpha, Who can guarantee that they can return safely? I don't think the three you mentioned are the most powerful. There are more powerful people than them, Wang Wan retorted. I know you want to say that the special forces in China are all the same. The powerful people are not limited by the region or country. But in that kind of place your bawang flower is useless. The 1,000 people are just going to explore the road. We don't expect them to fight from North America to South America. Didn't you give them a lot of good things when they left? As long as they can contact the local natives, I believe their survival rate will be very high. You go to sleep, I'm leaving. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to argue with Wang Wan about this kind of uncertain thing. He carried Wang Wan to the bed, picked up his things and left. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's figure at the door, Wang Wan closed her eyes and muttered discontentedly. It's fine as long as the bawang flower can control you. Humph. Today was the day Zhang Xiaobao took his younger brothers and sisters to hold a beach picnic. It was once every half a month. As the weather was getting warmer, they could play in the sea. There were many good beaches in Jili State. Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to take his younger brothers and sisters to play in the Broken Star Ocean Park where he was at that time. The broken place there could be cut by stones if they were not careful. Perhaps it was because of the impression at that time, but Zhang Xiaobao's attitude towards that park was not good at all. There were no small fish, few crabs, and no seabirds in the sky. When one entered the water, one would feel the sharpness of the stones. Groups of people crowded there like a bathtub, and they were not allowed to barbecue. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao had only been there once to check out the specific terrain. In order to cheat, he endured it. This time was different. The whole Jili state was under his control. Of course, he had to choose the best place. Xiaobei and the others were already prepared. Everyone carried a big bag and looked excited. They cherished the opportunity that was once every half a month. They complained that it was not enough. They never thought that once every half a month they would go for 4 or 5 days. In other words, 1/3 of the month was spent on this. They went to the beach once half a month ago. The water was still cold. In the end, Xiaobei and the others did not swim for a long time. They were very regretful. Now that it was warm, they decided to have fun. Thus, Xiaobei and the others found over 100 boys between the ages of 8 and 10 in the vicinity of the state capital. They wanted them to join their family and become their guards. 100 children were still unable to understand the true meaning of being a guard. They stood in a straight line with curiosity, waiting to set off. Yes, a straight curve, at least in Xiaohai's eyes. He divided the curve into sections of straight lines. According to his understanding of advanced mathematics, which he had not learned yet, this was the limit. At this time, the road in Jili State was much better than when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just arrived. There was no need to deliberately fix it. Where there were people, there would naturally be communication. The people would find ways to fix the road themselves. The group of children walked forward on foot. Their calves were tense. Zhang Xiaobao also trotted beside them. The biggest advantage of children was that their physical strength recovered very quickly. Although the adults' perseverance was stronger than the children's, their bodies were not as strong as the children's. At the end of the day, when the children were tired, they only needed to eat a meal and rest for a while. The adults would feel their waist ache, back pain, and legs numb. When the stars and the moon accompanied them, Xiaobei and the others finally arrived at the beach. After the soldiers guarding the beach helped set up the tents and lit the fire, they gathered together excitedly. They put on thick gloves and roasted the prawns caught by the soldiers on the iron net. "Zhang Liang, roast a prawn for me." Xiaobei came to a boy and ordered. "Why? My name is Li Liang, not Zhang Liang." The boy who was ordered did not give Xiaobei any face. "You are my guard." Of course, the Zhang family's guard has to have the surname Zhang. Guards should do such things. Xiaobei explained to Li Liang seriously. "Then I won't be your guard." Li Liang immediately changed his mind. Xiaobei pouted. "I knew you were unreliable. Xiao Yuan, roast a prawn for me." "Why?" Xiao Yuan, who was not far away, was puzzled. "Because I want to eat it." Xiaobei's reason was very good. "TSK. If you are too far away, you will not be a grandson." Xiao Yuan replied. Xiaobei's eyes immediately glared. "Who are you calling a villain?" "I didn't say you were a villain. I said you were a woman." "Brother, prepare a rope for me. I want to make a tripping rope." Xiaobei shouted to Zhang Xiaobao, who was sitting at the side. Xiaobei, I look down on you. Other than using this to scare me, what other abilities do you have? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Yuan deftly picked up a freshly roasted prawn with a pair of tweezers and approached Xiaobei. You didn't put salt, right? I only like to eat the original flavor. No, it's the original flavor. Brother, don't use a rope. This is called subduing the enemy without fighting. The sun jumped out of the sea. When the water was a little cold, Xiaobei had already jumped into the water. A little further away, there were soldiers stationed here to protect him. Xiaobei took a deep breath and lowered his head. He used both hands and feet to dive into the water. After a while, he emerged holding 2 shells in each hand. Looking at the people on the shore who didn't dare to go into the water, he muttered angrily, "Guards are really unreliable. Even touching shells makes them so scared. I'll do it myself. When I find better guards, I'll eliminate all of them." The local children that Xiaobei and the others found still didn't understand what guards meant, but the children in other places had already memorized the concept of guards in their hearts. Of the 100 or so children who came to the seaside, most of them didn't know how to swim. Only a dozen or so had gone into the water before, and they weren't very good swimmers. Xiaobei and the others, who couldn't count on others, could only jump into the water to fish for shells themselves. A wooden box with a pendant was placed on the bottom. When it was placed on the surface of the sea, it rose and fell with the waves. Xiaobei and the others surrounded their respective boxes and kept diving and floating, making the group of children on the shore surprised and impressed. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his younger siblings and prepared to rescue them at any time. When the temperature of the water rose little by little, the 100 or so children on the shore also jumped into the shallow water. A large boat appeared on the surface of the sea, gradually growing bigger from a black dot. Chapter 797. When Xiaobei and the others had gathered enough shells and were about to go ashore to roast them, the boat carrying the children became clear in everyone's eyes. Eh? Where did the boat come from? Xiaobei shook the water off her hands and looked at the boat in confusion. If it wasn't for the flag of her family, she would have thought that someone was trying to sneak an attack on them while they were here to play. Zhang Xiaobao, who had also come ashore, smiled and didn't say anything. It wasn't until the boat got closer and could no longer move forward that Xiaobei and the others saw the other party's approximate age, and the clothes they were wearing on the boat that Xiaobei and the others saw clearly. Brother, where did the guard come from? He's so small. Xiaobei opened her mouth in surprise and pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand. He's not small anymore. The younger ones are already high-ranking officials. How can a 10-year-old guard be small? Zhang Xiaobao rubbed Xiaobei's head and said with a wink, "Oh, so that's the case. Brother, the guard you asked for is too small." Xiaobei reluctantly admitted this fact. Zhang Xiaobao shut his mouth again. Xiao Yuan, who was at the side, shook her head twice and suddenly revealed an expression as if she knew everything. She said to Xiaobei, As for this guard I know." "You know? Quick, tell me about it." Xiaobei poked Xiao Yuan. My hand touched something hard in the water just now. I can't rely on the shells later. Who can help me roast them?" Xiao Yuan had a pained expression and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Xiaobei pouted and muttered, "My brother will roast them for you. Tell me quickly." "I like to eat Xiaobei's roasted shells. I don't eat other people's roasted shells. What should I do?" Xiao Yuan turned to look at Xiaobei and asked, "You tell me first. After you're done, I'll see if I can roast them for you." Xiaobei acted like an adult and began to negotiate with Xiao Yuan. "I forgot. If no one agrees, my brain won't work." Xiao Yuan shook her head. "I'll roast them for you. Roast shells, right? Quay, tell me." Xiaobei pretended to be angry and turned her head to the other side. Satisfied, Xiao Yuan pointed at the boat coming over and said, "Do you still need to ask? The person coming over is our guard. You can't find someone else." "Yes, no." "Really? Brother, is it true? Is it true?" Xiaobei excitedly grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's hand and shook it back and forth. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao reply, "Now we have bodyguards. Don't bully them." "I won't bully you, I won't bully you. I have guards now, where did they come from? It's so neat." Xiaobei's eyes narrowed into crescents. As the boat got closer and closer to shore, the children on the boat could clearly see the people standing on the shore. They were just as excited as Xiao Bei. They were all from the Zhang family, Wang family, and Zhuangzi family. Usually they were not as smart as the others. Since they were 7 years old, they had been taught and trained to help the main family ensure their safety. Now they had been training for 3 years. Their physiques were much stronger than other children of the same age. After Zhang Xiaobao knew that Xiao Bei and the others had found guards to make things difficult for them, he sent someone to deliver a letter back. He did not expect them to be able to fight immediately. He only wanted them to be on good terms with Xiao Bei and the others and be familiar with each other. Although this group of children had already given up on the idea of relying on literary examinations, they were all literate and knew how to count. The reason why they were not allowed to continue studying in the academy was firstly because they were not willing to study. Secondly, even if they studied, they had no hope of passing the imperial examinations. On the contrary, a group of people focused on studying. They usually only did broadcast gymnastics and received different training. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, Xiao Bei and the others jumped into the sea again and swam towards the approaching boat. This time they forgot about the children on the shore. Compared to the children on the shore were obviously better. Whether it was their neat clothes or their upright posture on the boat, they were not comparable to the children on the shore. Of course, Xiao Bei and the others could not understand the real benefits of the people from Zhuangzi and Zhang Xiaobao families, which were not only in terms of clothes and posture. There was no need to worry about loyalty. If they grew up with Xiao Bei and the others, their fighting strength would be incomparable to that of ordinary people. They were different from the children in Jili province. They had their own beliefs. When they were young, they were taught by adults. They had to be loyal to the main family and listen to the main family. Such indoctrination had lasted until now. They were on the same side, so they could rest assured. After 3 years of targeted training, they stood there one by one with a firm look in their eyes. No matter who saw them, they would praise them. Plop, plop, plop. Xiao Bei swam to the side of the boat at the very front. He stretched out his hand and let someone pull him up. Panting, he came in front of a row of children and looked up into their eyes. He poked a person with his hand and asked, "Where did you come from? Are you good at fighting?" When the children came, they had already been told that they were going to be the guards of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao. They had already seen Xiao Bei's appearance from pictures. The child who was poked by Xiao Bei puffed out his chest and lowered his head. In reply to Miss Xiao Bei, "I am from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. We grew up together. I can fight 3 of them alone." As he spoke, he was afraid that Xiao Bei would not believe him, so he clenched his fist and measured it. He rolled up his sleeves and put his muscular arm in front of Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei reached out and pinched the child's arm, but it did not budge. He was shocked and nodded vigorously. "That's great. When we get to the shore, help me teach those people who don't listen to me a lesson. Let them be guards, but they don't help me fish for shells." Humph. Yes. This child had the spirit of guard training. He agreed without thinking, even if he knew that it was not good to do so. Xiao Bei laughed happily. "Yeah, my guards are so good. Can you fish for shells?" "Xiao Bei, guards are not odd job workers. You can't do this. You have to love and respect them." Xiao Hai, who was usually unwilling to speak and wholeheartedly focused on studying mathematics, finally spoke. He really did have the appearance of an older brother, even if he was only born a short time earlier than Xiao Bei. "It's just a test. If one day I fall into the water, I don't expect them to save me. I order them to fish for shells." Xiao Bei wanted to see if the guards were good or not. The children on the boat did not say anything. They took off their clothes, wearing only shorts, and jumped off the boat. Of course, they were not so stupid as to immediately dive to the bottom. At this time, the water was more than 20 meters deep. Even if they succeeded, they would not be able to see any shells. They used freestyle to swim towards the shore. When the water became shallow, they dove in one after another. Looking at their practiced movements, one could tell that their swimming skills were not bad. After a while, the children's heads and hands appeared from the water. Every one of them was holding a shell. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Jianan Road, Pengzhou Pass. The sky was clear and sunny. The deputy commander in charge of the beacon tower, Fang Chongyun, was still the same as before. His eyes were bored as he looked at the beacon tower in front of him. The wisp of smoke had already become a scene that he could not forget. As long as he waited for 2 hours, he would not need to continue looking at the beacon tower. He could casually find someone to look at and rest. Loneliness, sometimes having nothing to do, is also a kind of loneliness. If it were up to me, there is no need to set up a beacon tower in the east of Jinchuan. Who would dare to touch Cuckoo's territory? One day it will slowly end like this. Feng Chongyun placed the binoculars in his hand and muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a short nap. This nap lasted for 2 hours. In his dream, a fairy came over and said that she would treat him to a drink. She even continuously leaned on his body. The corner of his mouth unknowingly curled up. Just as he was about to move on to the next step, the fairy suddenly stretched out her hand and slapped him. "Ayo, you hit me? Who hit me?" Feng Chongyun, who was awakened by the pain, covered his face and asked. "Commander Feng, it's not good. The beacon tower over there has already been 2 hours, and it's still burning. Furthermore, there are 2 wisps of smoke rising at the same time. It's not the same as before." The person who retracted his hand nervously pointed at the distant beacon tower and shouted at Feng Chongyun. "What? 2 wisps of smoke rising at the same time? It's been 2 hours? Not good. Quick, light the beacon and send people out to check." Feng Chongyun could no longer care about the pain on his face. He opened his eyes wide and shouted at the beacon tower. Chapter 798. 2 beacons of smoke rose from the beacon towers near Pengzhou Pass. Feng Chongyun did not dare to delay. He ordered people to light the beacons and sent people to check on Jinchuan. There was 1 beacon tower every 30 li, and the distance was arranged according to visibility. From the time the beacon in Jinchuan was lit to when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received the letter from the pigeons in Jili Prefecture, it only took 11 hours. Most of the time was wasted on the pigeons flying. There was not much content in the letter. It just said that there were 2 beacons of smoke coming from Jinchuan. It asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to consider what to do. 2 beacons of smoke, not the beacons of safety. Seems that there is some trouble over there. Is it Tubo or Tujue? Zhang Xiaobao understood the meaning of the 2 beacons of smoke. There was a line in Du Fu's poem, "Lone smoke rises in the desert." This did not only express desolation, but also a sense of peace in a distant place. 1 beacon fire was for peace. 2 beacon fires were for a situation. 3 beacon fires were for war. Of course, there were many details in the letter. For example, the length of time the beacon fires burned, the time when the beacon fires were lit, and so on. There were many explanations. Otherwise, they would not know that the news came from Jinchuan. Wang Wan also appeared to be a little anxious. The speed at which the news was transmitted was fast, but that was from other places to the capital, not from the capital to other places. Furthermore, the news was not very specific. No one knew what exactly happened at Jinchuan. Looking at Xiaobei and the others who were still playing games with the newly arrived guards of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, Wang Wan looked to the west and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Let's see what is going on first. Don't be afraid. There are more than 100,000 slaves over there. Even if they want to attack, they will not be able to do it in a short time. Could it be that the Tubo's life is getting more and more difficult, and they finally can't help but fight to the death? If that's the case, we'll have to go again. Jinchuan's army can't be commanded by anyone else. If someone takes a fancy to it and reports it to the imperial court, they should be moved to the Great Tang." Zhang Xiaobao nodded to show that he understood. Although they had been helping Li Longji and had a good relationship with each other, that was only possible because the 2 of them could restrain Li Longji at any time. If Li Longji was in a bad mood one day, or if he suddenly decided to deal with the 2 families, Lu Zhou and Jinchuan would have to act together. After all, military power was the right to speak. As if sensing that her brother and sister were not in a good mood, Xiaobei, who was competing with the guards of the Zhang family and Wang family to see who could catch the most good things in the sea, suddenly stopped and hurriedly swam to the shore. She blinked her big eyes and approached Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Are you going back to the manor? Then you can come back to play in the future. It's fine. I can still continue to train the guards when I go back. I've caught a lot of spoonworms. I'll fry them when I get back." Originally, they were going to stay for at least 3 days. If they were going to leave, they would only stay for 2 days. For children, playing for a while was a kind of happiness, let alone playing for a day. Xiaobei was very sensible and resisted the idea of continuing to play. She had long been used to running around with her family. Zhang Xiaobao touched his sister's forehead and tucked back the hair sticking out of the swimming cap on his face. He said to Xiaobei, "We're not going back. The matters in Jinchuan are the same as in Yizhou. It's the same here as in the manor." "Oh, then I'll go play." "Aya, is there going to be a war? Bring me along. I'm very powerful. Even Xiao Yuan is afraid of my tripping rope." Xiaobei's heart settled back down. After saying this, she ran back into the water. When the water reached her thighs, she dove in with a splash and swam towards the place where the children were gathered. Seeing Xiaobei swim back, Zhang Xiaobao revealed a smile. "Don't let the adults' matters affect the children. Let Shui Yun go and take a look. If necessary, beat them again." "That's fine. Someone go and find Zhang Ying." Wang Wan ordered someone standing not far away. Zhang Ying followed them and searched for eagles by the seaside. Zhang Hu left with 1,000 soldiers to explore the road to North America. He brought along a lot of dogs. After a while, Zhang Ying arrived in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Let Shui Yun go to Jinchuan and ask what happened there. Bring back the news." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Shui Yun, who was still soaring in the clouds, and said to Zhang Ying. After a whistle, Shui Yun spread her wings and landed on Zhang Ying's arm. She shook her head, giving people a feeling of puzzlement. Zhang Ying ordered someone to bring a pattern with the characteristics of Jinchuan. Zhang Ying made a few gestures to Shui Yun. Shui Yun's gaze fell on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She blinked her eyes and looked to the west. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly had a strange feeling. Shui Yun knew how far Jinchuan was from Jili State and didn't want to go. "Someone go and kill a cow," Zhang Xiaobao said to the person next to him. The family's servants immediately went to the nearest place to find a cow, killed it, and dragged it back, dripping with blood. Zhang Xiaobao personally cut a few pieces of beef and fed them to Shui Yun one by one. He didn't care whether Shui Yun could understand or not. He said to her, "Go. You can still eat beef when you get there. When you come back, I'll kill another one for you. It's a little far, but this mission is difficult and honorable. No one can do it except you." Zhang Ying also touched Shui Yun's neck with heartache. The distance from Jili State to Jinchuan was not ordinary, but they had to go. They could only wait for Shui Yun to come back and nourish her body. Shui Yun seemed to know that she had to go on an errand. She tried to eat the beef so that she could store more energy to support the flight. When she really couldn't eat anymore, Wang Wan had finished writing the letter. She put it in a bamboo tube and tied it to Shui Yun. Shui Yun rubbed her head against Zhang Ying's face intimately. Following the movement of Zhang Ying's arm, she soared into the air and circled in the sky. She let out a cry and flew to the west. It would be great if all eagles could be like Shui Yun. I hope she won't encounter any danger on the way. Let's barbecue beef tonight. Zhang Xiaobao sighed as he watched Shui Yun turn into a black dot and disappear into the sky. At the same time, Zhang Ying retracted his gaze and comforted Zhang Xiaobao. "Don't worry, little young master. Shui Yun is very smart. If she gets hungry on the way, she will find animals that are easy to catch to eat. She won't lose the letter. I also want to find more eagles like Shui Yun. Unfortunately, I've caught many eagles, but none of them can reach Shui Yun's level. Just like the big dog that the little lady brought back from Luzhou, it's almost psychic." "Little young master, little lady, is something wrong with Jinchuan?" Zhang Ying didn't read the letter, so he didn't know the specific situation. The two beacons are busy dealing with the matters here. The surrounding commander-in-chief manors are restless. If something really happened to Jinchuan, I'll discuss it with the people around me and go with Cuckoo. This time, I won't be surnamed Zhang if I don't make them obedient. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Zhang Ying. The most annoying thing for him was that he couldn't take care of both the front and the back. If Jinchuan's army didn't care, he could ask the imperial court to send a general to command it. Currently, there were a few powerful people who were good at war. Wang Wan was also furious. After Zhang Ying left to rest, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, if something really happened to Jinchuan, let Sun Rinnegan take the people and hide. We can't go there for the time being. I have to deal with the surrounding matters first." "How are you going to deal with it?" Zhang Xiaobao truly didn't think that Wang Wan had other plans. "I'm not telling you. There are many things that you don't tell me. Go guess." I'm going to swim. Wang Wan threw down these words, took off her outer clothes, and jumped into the sea in her swimsuit. Fine, I won't tell you. I rushed over here this morning because I had a good plan to share with someone. Let's see who can stand it. I'm going to swim as well. Zhang Xiaobao muttered to himself and jumped into the sea as well. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who only found it troublesome, some people were in a bad mood because of the fire beacon incident. When the news came, Li Longji was in the morning court discussing state affairs with the officials. One was to continue opening the Great Tang Bank all over the Great Tang, and the other was to discuss the issue of the conscripts. The conscripts in Jili province could be said to have succeeded. The 30,000 soldiers who had been scattered throughout the various armies no longer had to eat just wine and meat like they had in the beginning. The soldiers didn't say anything. As long as their families had a good life, they had no reason to cause trouble. This kind of success gave Li Longji hope. He wanted to find another place to try again. Just as he was arguing with the officials, the fire beacon incident in Jinzhou came. He temporarily put aside other matters and began to guess what was going on. Who would dare to attack Jinchuan? Even after the morning court session ended, it was still not confirmed. After returning to Xingqing Palace, Li Longji was not happy when he heard that the construction of the artificial unsinkable lake was about to be completed. Li Shi, do you think that Tubo is taking the risk? Li Longji, who had drunk 2 bowls of iced sour plum soup, still felt like his heart was on fire. He asked Gao Lixi, who was waiting on him. How could Gao Lixi guess? He was even more anxious than Li Longji. On one hand he was worried about the Great Tang, but on the other hand he was worried about Xiaobao. Jinchuan was not under the jurisdiction of the Great Tang. Although the Great Tang had offered many local specialties this year, with the majority being desert sistanche, if the Great Tang really did send people to occupy it, regardless of whether Xiaobao and Cuckoo would agree or not, Tubo would not agree. If that happened, they would really have to hand over their territory to the Great Tang. The east of Jinchuan currently belonged to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. That was just an excuse for the caravan. If the Great Tang sent people to manage it, it would be a matter between countries. As Gao Lixi thought about it, his eyes hurt, as if the pain had reached his head. He massaged his temples and replied to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, it's just 2 plumes of smoke. Perhaps the people of Jinchuan saw wrongly and thought that someone was going to attack them. This subject thinks that Tubo currently relies on the Great Tang to exchange food for them, and does not dare to make any rash moves. Although the Turks are also in the desert, they can't care too much. Your Majesty does not need to worry. The news should have already been sent to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The 2 of them should have already made their decision. Once Jili province sends a letter, we will naturally know everything." Even Gao Lixi himself didn't believe his own words. The Tubo and Turks were wolves that couldn't be tamed. As long as they were given a chance, they would definitely grasp it. Otherwise, there was no need for them to continue sending troops to guard the borders. Li Longji also knew that Gao Lixi was comforting him. At this time, the only thing he could do was to believe his words, even if it was hard to be certain. Send a letter to Xiaobao and ask him what his plans are. Li Longji could not wait any longer. Shui Yun tried its best to fly, wanting to reach the place as soon as possible. It could feel the anxiety of its master. Even if it knew that the journey was long, it still wanted to complete the mission. The blue sky and white clouds accompanied each other. A light breeze blew and it spread its wings. Every time it flapped, it had to travel a long distance. In the place Shui Yun was determined to reach, quite a few people were busying themselves, setting up temporary camps to guard against others. Zhang Yuzhu tried his best to press a rope woven from straw on the sand according to a diamond pattern. He also placed the seeds of the Haloxylon amandendron tree in the middle, and carefully watered them with water from a bucket pushed over from a distant lake. When the Haloxylon amandendron tree grew, it was possible to find desert sistanche in it to repay the master. This method was taught by the master's young master and young lady. As long as one could collect 10 caddies of desert sistanche in a year, he would have a good life and would receive a lot of extra rewards. One had to know how to be content. Even if there were no rewards, one had to do a good job for the master. One's family name followed the master, and a stable life was also given by the master. Just as young Master Han said, one would only know what happiness was when there was a comparison. When some people were sad because they did not have shoes to wear, they would find that some people did not have feet. He had to cherish the days he had now. Even if the duo people who came the day before yesterday were eyeing him covetously, he was not afraid. If they really dared to attack, he would fight them to the death. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuzhu worked even harder. He seriously planted every seed, hoping that it would sprout and grow up. Looking at the guards from the master's house, Zhang Yuzhu was even more afraid. Compared to Zhang Yuzhu, Serenity was in a very bad mood. The group of duo people in the distance did not plan to leave since the day before yesterday. They looked like they were going to stay here permanently and built a temporary camp by the lake. More than 500 people did not come to harass them, but they did not leave either. If they wanted to keep 500 people here, it would be too easy. There were more than 100,000 people. Just the number of soldiers alone reached 20,000. 40 against one person could strangle the other party to death with a pinch. Serenity was not worried about the 500 people, but what was behind them? There were also duo people in the Great Tang, so it was not strange. What was strange was that if they came to the lake in the desert, were they not worried that they would starve to death after eating the food they brought? When things were abnormal, there was bound to be a demon. Thinking of this, Serenity said to Han Xianfeng, who was also looking at the duo people with clairvoyance, "Young Master Han, do you think that the arrival of the duo people could be secretly supported by the Turks or Tibetans?" They are from two places? That can't be, right? Han Xianfeng could not be sure. The only thing he could be sure of was that the duo people who stayed by the lake did not come with good intentions. Mi Fan was already feeling uncomfortable. Ever since the duo people arrived, Mi Fan had not been able to eat. What kind of ability did Mi Fan have? It was very mysterious and there was no way to explain it. However, it was this kind of existence that Mi Fan had never been wrong about since she had known it. Looking at it this way, the 500 duo people were the root cause. Let alone Han Xianfeng, who was unwilling to believe that the duo people had the support of the Turks or Tibetans. Even Serenity, who said this, did not believe it to be true. But based on the intelligence reports they had gathered, both the Turks and the Tibetans had such a possibility. While the Turks were internally unstable, ever since the Great Tang's Emperor Fengchan had dispatched soldiers to guard the border, the Turks had begun to shift their focus to the desert. Although Tibetans were lacking in food and had an unequal exchange with the Great Tang, the people who could eat large amounts of food were not slaves. The slaves only ate a small portion of the food. Taking advantage of the arrival of spring, they went to the mountains to dig up wild vegetables to replenish their food. There were also people who caught all kinds of insects to eat, especially locusts. On one hand, this could control the locust plague this year. On the other hand, a portion of the food saved could be used on real soldiers and a portion could be stored for future use. Even a ghost would not believe that these two places did not have any ulterior motives. Young Master Han, if I were the leader of the Turks or Tibetans, I would support the duo people and secretly provide them with all kinds of intelligence and food supplies. I would let them understand the price of desert sistanch between the clouds and the water after it is made into a dish. The desert sistanch here does not look expensive, but it is not cheap either. If you pick 10 caddies of desert sistanch, you can get 10 strings of cash as a reward. 10 strings of cash is enough to feed 10 pigs for a year according to the current price of food. It can even be used to make a few sets of clothes for the pigs. But if you send it to between the clouds and the water and make it into a dish and sell it, it will be dozens or even hundreds of times the price. The nobles in the capital of the Great Tang are proud to be able to eat this dish. Let the Polyeater understand and then fight with us. Once a fight breaks out, there will be even more Polyeater participating. Both the Tubo and the Turks can just watch from the sidelines. This is called killing with a borrowed knife. Young Master Han, you must be on guard. Serenity said a lot of words, wanting Han Xianfeng to come up with a good plan as soon as possible. If this continued, the pressure in his heart would be too great. How could Han Xianfeng not understand? He put down his clairvoyance and looked up at the blue sky. He took a few deep breaths in the absence of wind, and then looked at the beacon tower that was still burning with twin flames. Serenity, the news has been spread, but the young master and young lady are in Jili province. It can be said that it is a long journey. When the two of them know, even if they rush 800 miles, they will have to wait for nearly a month. In addition, the beacon can't send specific information. When the young master and young lady know, they will send people over and then send people back. It will take at least a month and a half to go back and forth. That is if it is not raining on the road and it is easy to travel. Let's think of a solution ourselves. Han Xianfeng meant that he wanted to make a plan with Serenity and then command the army to ensure the stability of this place. He, who had never commanded an army before, was worried and excited at the same time. He was afraid that he would accidentally lose, but he also wanted to lead the army to defeat all the enemies. It could be said that he was very conflicted. Serenity nodded. He had commanded an army before. For example, the slaves he brought with him. He had also fought in battles before. Now that he had to command more people, he was also very nervous. From now on, the 20 of you are my guards. In the future, you have to protect me. I will take care of your meals and your monthly allowance. Xiao Bei, who had caught enough seafood at the seaside, chose 20 people from the 100 people who came from Sanshui County. These 20 people were the best at catching seafood, which meant that they were ranked in the top 20. The children who came to be guards would not object. They would do whatever the master said. They had already understood during training. Why? You want 20 people, what should we do? Xiao Yuan did not care about the psychological trauma of tripping rope and strongly objected. Xiao Bei also realized that she wanted more people, but she did not want to admit it. She deliberately did not look at Xiao Yuan's angry eyes. She lowered her head and looked at her little feet. Her 10 toes moved back and forth on the sand. When the atmosphere was too oppressive, she said softly, "You guys can divide the rest. I won't steal anymore, really. You've already finished stealing. How many people are there? Count. 1, 2, 3, 9 people, 100 guards. How can you divide 20 people? Do you think I don't know math? You divide 10. Xiao Yuan's math was far worse than Xiao Hai's. It took him a while to finish counting. If each person had 10, there would be 10 left. As he spoke, he was calculating how to divide the remaining 10. He had to continue counting. It was very troublesome. Xiao Bei also calculated. She calculated first. If each person has 10, then there are 10 left. Just enough for me. The remainder is very small. No, it's not like that. Brother Xiao Hai, how do you calculate? Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Hai for help. Xiao Hai clearly had no interest in such a difficult question, but he still answered. If each person has 11 guards, then there's 1 left. What do you do in class? You have to ask me such a simple question. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Yuan wanted to refute. His math was not good, but he was good at memorizing. But who asked him to be born later than Xiao Hai? He had to show respect. Besides, Xiao Hai's math was really good. At least it was better than his. Xiao Bei looked up at her brother Zhang Xiaobao for help. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan. The two looked at each other and smiled. This group of brothers and sisters was really fun. Nodding, Zhang Xiaobao said to Xiao Bei, "Indeed, each person has 11 guards. There's 1 left. Then I want 12. You're not allowed to fight with me for the extra." The smart Xiao Bei did not dare to insist on 20 guards. She knew the principle of cutting off friends, so she had always done so. Zhang Gang wanted to write a letter home and ask for more guards from the tribe. He did not want to fight with others for a few spots, but he did not dare. Seeing that no one said anything, he could only agree to the fact that Xiao Bei had 1 more guard. The 12 people who were ranked first in swimming were taken by Xiao Bei. She chose people so simply. She did not consider whether those who were good at swimming were still good on land. After the others had finished choosing their guards, Xiao Bei came to Xiao Hai's side like a little sister. She grabbed Xiao Hai's hand and shook it vigorously. "Brother, you don't usually need guards. Why don't you let me help you train them? Is that okay? Is that okay?" Usually, it was too difficult to get Xiao Bei to call him brother. Who asked the 4 little guys to be born so close together? Xiao Hai did not care about guards. He was focused on math. When he heard his sister asking for a guard, he nodded and agreed. Xiao Bei cheered. She looked at Xiao Yuan, who had just opposed her, and revealed a unique smile. Xiao Yuan consciously pretended not to see it and turned his head to do his own things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked on and did not care. If not, life would be much less fun. On the way back, Xiaobei did not ride a car or ride a horse. She was very happy. This was because she had her own team even if the average age was slightly younger. Xiaobao, when you go back, give an expensive gift to the surrounding commander-in-chief's manors. Don't worry about money. The friendship between the various places here can't be measured by money. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao as they walked. Zhang Xiaobao agreed very happily. He did not ask for the reason. There would be a day when he would know, and he would not have to wait too long. As soon as they returned to the manor, Zhang Xiaobao began to give gifts to the surrounding places. According to the status of the other party, the gifts given ranged from 1,000 strings of coins to 10,000 strings of coins. A total of 32 gifts were given, and the total value was 110,000 strings of coins. Those who received the gifts were happy and worried. They were very clear about the value of the gifts now. The lowest value was more than 4,000 strings of coins. Naturally, they did not know that the cost of the gifts was more than 1,000 strings of coins. They took the gifts and wanted to give back the same value, but they were reluctant to give it back. Fortunately, the letter with the gifts mentioned a proposal, which was to hold a joint military exercise together. They hoped that they could cooperate. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of the site of the exercise, and they were in charge of the food. Agreeing was giving face, and there was no need to return the gifts. One by one they agreed. Not everyone was only doing it for money. Some people did not care about money. They wanted to see the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in Jili province. Zhang Xiaobao finally guessed part of the content at this time. He asked Wang Wan, "Where are you going to take them to hold the joint military exercise?" "It depends on the situation in Jinchuan. If it's good, we will hold a training exercise in the entire northern part of Hebei province for half a year. If it's not good, we will go to Jinchuan. I'd rather pay a lot of money for it." Wang Wan did not keep it a secret. As soon as she said it, Zhang Xiaobao knew what she meant. "Well, it's worth the money. First, we can let the army be familiar with the terrain here. After all, they come from the south. Second, we can let the team participating in the exercise feel our military treatment. Even if we don't win them over, we must leave a deep impression in their hearts. As for Jinchuan, the significance of this exercise is greater, and at the same time the purpose of this exercise is stronger." "Good idea. Whether they agree or not, it's good for us." Zhang Xiaobao praised Wang Wan. Before Wang Wan could be modest, he changed the topic. "But if they don't agree to go to Jinchuan, are you really going to do something to them?" "I believe that our friendship is like the evergreen tree. When I gave them very precious and valuable gifts, I never thought about money. Betrayal is shameful. I believe they won't betray us," Wang Wan said sincerely. When the various forces in northern Hebei province were busy transferring troops for the exercise, Shui Yun flew over mountains and rivers and finally arrived at Jinchuan. Under the shocked gazes of Han Xianfeng and Sanri Nigan, she lowered her head and scratched the ground with her claws, reminding Han Xianfeng what she should do. "Shui Yun? Why are you here? Come get some water. Kill a cow and drag it here. Hurry, our Shui Yun flew here from Jili province. She's exhausted." Han Xianfeng knew Shui Yun. When he was in Sanshui County, he often dealt with Shui Yun. When he saw Shui Yun, he was surprised at first and then felt sorry for her. While instructing his subordinates to prepare the things, he walked up to Shui Yun and held her in his arms. To him, Shui Yun was not an eagle but a person. Sanri Nigan took a few deep breaths to calm her heartbeat. Then she said, "She's Shui Yun? The world's #1 eagle? She's really amazing. She can fly here from Jili province. She's worth a lot of money. Let's see what she brings. Take a rest. Come, Shui Yun. Drink some water first. The fresh beef will be here soon. Let me see if you've lost weight." Han Xianfeng treated Shui Yun like a person. He had someone bring a basin of water to Shui Yun and stood to the side to make room for Shui Yun to drink more comfortably. Shui Yun was indeed exhausted. She only ate a little rabbit meat and drank some water because she was in a hurry. She spent the rest of the time flying. When she was tired, she would soar, rest, and continue flying. She lowered her head and gulped down the water. When she was almost done drinking, the beef was also sent over. Han Xianfeng chose the best beef and cut it into strips to feed Shui Yun. Shui Yun slowly swallowed the meat before taking the letter out. Sonri Nigan also came close to read it. The first sentence of the letter was not to ask about what happened here. Instead, it told Han Xianfeng that Shui Yun needed rest and beef. Then it asked what happened to Jin Chuan. It gave a few guesses and suggestions. If they matched, they could follow the plan in the letter. While the two were reading the letter, Shui Yun, who had eaten and drunk enough, flew to the roof to sleep. Seeing that it was getting late, Han Xianfeng didn't go to Shui Yun immediately after he finished writing the letter. Although eagles had great endurance and could survive for a few days without eating, drinking, or sleeping, he didn't want Shui Yun to go back immediately. Anyway, the carnivorous people were more obedient and didn't do anything out of line. He ordered people to find a lot of soft straw and cotton wool, and put them on the ground for Shui Yun to sleep on. Han Xianfeng thought about the plan in the letter, and then fell asleep. Shui Yun had another meal. It grabbed the straw and cotton wool on the ground and flew to a crack in the cliff nearby. It began to make a nest, planning to have a good sleep. If it were other eagles, they might not accept other people's help, but Shui Yun was not. It was not stupid. If it were Shui Yun, where would it find such soft straw and cotton wool? It was colder at night than during the day, so it would save as much energy as possible. While Shui Yun was sleeping with many people, dozens of figures flashed out from a lake in the desert. They quickly ran toward the place where the Haloxylon amendendron was planted. When the dozens of people came to the outside of the fence, someone shouted, "Who are you? Stop, don't move, or we'll shoot you to death." Following the shout, there was also the sound of dogs barking, adding a bit of noise to the silent night. Under the waning moon, the dozens of people didn't listen to the warning at all. They quickly jumped over the fence and rushed inside. Then there was the sound of rustling. When the dogs' barks got closer, the dozens of people jumped over the fence again and ran back to the camp by the lake as fast as they could. Then there were the sounds of dogs howling. If someone's ears were good, they could vaguely make out that there were human grunts mixed in. Under the night, everything returned to normal. The guards had been ordered not to give chase when something happened. They had to wait until the sun came up. When the red sun jumped out, the guards finally discovered the situation inside the fence yesterday. Several hundred Haloxylon amendendron trees had been cut down, and 3 dogs had gone missing. It must be them, the cannibals did it. I knew they didn't have good intentions there. Zhang Yuzhu, who was in charge of planting the Haloxylon amendendron trees, pointed at the cannibals' camp and cried. There was no need for him to say it. The others also understood, but they couldn't make the decision. They could only wait for Han Xianfeng to come. Han Xianfeng, who had gotten up early to train, finally received the news when he was about to finish. He rode over with Sonri Nigan. Looking at the Haloxylon amendendron trees and the smoke rising from the cannibals' camp, Han Xuanfeng's face was gloomy. Fortunately, Shui Yun didn't go back yesterday. Seems I need to write a new letter. After saying this, Han Xianfeng ordered, "Continue with your work and pretend nothing happened. We'll talk about it at night. There aren't many Haloxylon amendendron trees that were cut down. We'll plant more." Leaving these words behind, the two rode back to the house. Han Xianfeng tore up the letter he wrote yesterday and wrote a new one. He called out to Shui Yun, who was hovering in the sky. After Shui Yun came down to eat and drink, he tied a bamboo tube to it and stroked its feathers. "Go back. Be careful, there's no rush here. Don't tire yourself out." It wasn't clear if Shui Yun understood, but she cried out and ran a little. She flapped her wings and flew into the sky again. Gradually, she became a small black dot and disappeared from Han Xuanfeng's sight. If there were more Shui Yun, we wouldn't need pigeons. It's much more convenient, Sonri Nigan said enviously. They're chickens. You can have as many as you want. The only thing we can hope for is for Shui Yun to find a partner. When we have a little Shui Yun, we'll see if we can raise one. Han Xuanfeng's eyes were still looking at the sky. Sonri Nigan knew about eagles and said, "Even if we have a little Shui Yun, it might not be useful. She might fall to her death. First, she'll be pushed or thrown down by a big eagle. Then, even if she can fly, she'll have her wings broken by the big eagle. Not many survive." "You're talking about other eagles. Shui Yun isn't that stupid. He'll wait for others to make a thick cushion for him, and then throw the little eagle down from the sky. Even if it doesn't learn to fly, he can catch it and throw it again. It's the same when he breaks its wings. With the little prince and his wife's wealth, it wouldn't be difficult for them to pave dozens of acres of cotton for Shui Yun. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. When Shui Yun has a child, will the little prince and his wife do that? Will Shui Yun cooperate? Han Xianfeng, who treated Shui Yun as a human, didn't agree with Sanri Nigan. Other eagles weren't smart enough, but Shui Yun, a psychic eagle, would be very cooperative. After all, it was his child. Sanri Nigan was dumbfounded by Han Xuanfeng's words. Thinking about it carefully, it was true. Yes, Shui Yun is different from other eagles. Other eagles are arrogant, but they are arrogant to everything. Shui Yun is only arrogant in battle. It knows when to advance and retreat. If someone is good to it, it will be very cooperative. That's why it's alive. Many of its enemies are dead. Don't worry about Shui Yun. The little prince and his wife will think about it. Tonight, the revenge will begin. Han Xianfeng looked in the direction of the Duo Eater's camp and sneered. Night fell again. No one could see Shui Yun, who endured the sleepiness and continued to fly. The moon was a little less and the sky was darker. Instead, the stars were brighter. Dozens of figures came out from the lake. They went around a big circle and headed toward the fenced haloxylon tree. When they got close to the fence again, the leader finally found that something was wrong. He stopped in confusion. After thinking carefully, he realized what was wrong. There was one sound missing. The dog stopped barking. Just as he was hesitating whether to continue or not, and whether there were any traps ahead, a fire suddenly appeared in the direction of the camp. Then there were screams. At first there were only one or two screams, but in the end there were a lot of screams. The leader of the dozens of figures couldn't care less about the haloxylon tree in front of him. He ran back to the camp first, followed by dozens of people. If the moon was round and bright enough, one would be able to see the anxious expressions on their faces. When they returned to the camp, some people in the camp rushed out, and some couldn't meet up with them. In addition to the people who ran out without any problems, there were also people who were on fire, making heart-wrenching sounds as they ran around like headless flies. The people immediately began to look for tools to hold water. They ran to the lake to scoop up water and splashed it on the people on fire. When the sound gradually stopped, the whole camp had become a sea of fire. The remaining 400 or so people looked at the scene in front of them and wanted to cry. Until now, they hadn't seen the people who attacked the camp. It was as if the camp itself was on fire. But this was impossible. They knew who did it, but like Han Xianfeng last night, they couldn't find any evidence to prove it. Unwilling to give up like this, the Duogan spread out and searched for enemies that might appear in the surroundings. As long as they could find one, they would have an excuse to cause trouble for the Tang people living here. At the very least, they would have an excuse to dispatch troops. A few of the Duo Eaters lit torches from the campsite and walked all the way to the outside of the fence. Just as they realized that they had gone in the wrong direction and were about to go back, someone suddenly shouted from inside the fence. "Who are you? Don't move." The man-eaters were stunned. Only then did they realize that they were still holding torches. One of them shouted, and the man-eaters threw down their torches and prepared to leave. Before they could run a few steps, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and then countless arrows fell, nailing them to the ground. Those who hadn't died for the time being could still vaguely hear the sound of dogs barking. Before daybreak, more than 100 people with crossbows in their hands made a large circle and returned home. If someone carefully smelled them, they would be able to smell the smell of cooked oil on their bodies. When the people who had endured until daybreak checked the camp, they found many arrowheads made of stone. Looking at these arrowheads and the ashes of the arrow shafts, the people understood that if they asked the Tang people about these things, they wouldn't admit it, because the Tang people didn't have stone arrowheads. If they didn't believe it, they could look at the people the Tang people found. They were dragging a few corpses, and the corpses were full of arrows. Those arrows were definitely iron arrowheads. When questioned by the Tang people, the people also questioned them. Even though both sides knew that the other side was the culprit, neither side was willing to reveal it. Chapter 799. Zhang Shua felt that he had found an opportunity. The more he spoke, the smoother he became. He repeatedly told Li Longji about the various benefits of taking over Jinchuan. How could Li Longji not know about the benefits of taking over Jinchuan? Jinchuan did not belong to the Tang Empire. The terrain there was dangerous, and if he could rule it, it would be much easier to deal with Tubo. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt that he could not take over that place. If he did, it would be tantamount to falling out with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Tubo, who was originally in an honest state, could easily be forced into a corner. Not only Tubo but the Tujue might also interfere. Hearing Zhang Shua say that he would send people to seize Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's slaves, Li Longji's eyes revealed an inexplicable emotion. This emotion was directed at Zhang Shua. Zhang Juling, who was guarding at the side, looked at the emperor's expression and found that something was wrong. He was too calm, and his eyes narrowed because of Wei Wei. He was worried that Zhang Shua would anger the emperor, so he quickly interjected. Lord Zhang, Jinchuan is where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan earn money. I think that the people there will only listen to the two of them. It seems inappropriate to send people to manage it. Just as Zhang Shua was thinking of a way to make the emperor agree to his suggestion, he was interrupted by Zhang Juling's words. He looked at Zhang Juling with a bit of dissatisfaction. When he saw Zhang Juling look back at him with a gaze that was not easy to see in the past, his heart trembled, and he finally reacted. He carefully looked at the emperor again and did not mention who should be sent. He then glanced at Yu Wenrong, who spoke up for him just now, and said, Your Majesty, Zhang Juling is right. Think about what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are thinking. I wonder if Your Majesty has a plan for the two of them? When Zhang Shua said this, he felt very helpless. He understood that the emperor's support for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was very firm. If he wanted to touch the two of them, it seemed that Jinchuan was not a good opportunity. Moreover, recently he also felt that the emperor's attitude towards him seemed to have changed. It was not that the emperor suddenly distanced himself from him, but when he spoke to him, there was less of the usual casualness, and more of a businesslike manner. This was not good. He had to think of a way to make up for it. Li Longji glanced at Zhang Juling, but didn't say anything. He nodded at Gao Lisher, who hurriedly stepped forward and reached into his bosom. When he looked again, there was a letter in his hand. Then he turned to the others and said, After Xiaobao and Cuckoo found out about the fire beacon, they came up with a plan. Gentlemen, please take a look. As he spoke, Gao Lisher delivered the letter to Yu Wenrong. The content of the letter was slightly more than usual. Yu Wenrong first skimmed through it, but then his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He carefully read the letter from beginning to end, and his body couldn't help but tremble, as if he had seen something shocking. The others couldn't help but be curious. What exactly was written in the letter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent that made the practical Yu Wenrong so scared? Lord Yu, may I take a look? Li Linfu, who had always wanted to learn and surpass Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan one day, saw that Yu Wenrong didn't hand the letter to anyone else, so he reminded him. Yu Wenrong blankly handed the letter to Li Linfu. He stared blankly at the letter. Those who knew him knew that this was his expression when he encountered something special. Li Linfu took the letter and carefully read it word by word. After reading it, he also shivered and sucked in a breath of cold air. He handed the letter to another person, and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, this subject understands today what it means to be so intelligent that it's almost like a demon. This subject is inferior. Li Longji's head moved up and down slightly, indicating that he agreed with Li Linfu's words. In his heart he thought, Do I need you to say this? Otherwise, how could I have been fooled? Who would have thought that something would happen to Jinchuan, and that the two of them could be used to deal with the people of northern Hebei province? The letter was passed around one by one. Everyone who read the letter had an unusual expression. They were frightened, but at the same time, they felt sorry for the people from the martial manor. Those people didn't pay the rent tax, and some people didn't even pay the tribute. Look at what happened now. His Majesty sent 2 children to see whether they would pay the rent tax or not in the future. Those who looked down on the children might pay enough, even to the extent that it was unbearable. Zhang Juling read the letter and said as if he was talking to himself. At first, he thought that it was just 2 children who were easy to deal with. Later, he understood that His Majesty sent the 2 most powerful people in our province. Alas, it's time, luck, and fate. His voice was not loud, but in the quiet environment, others, including Li Longji, heard it clearly. No one refuted Zhang Juling's words. As he said, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could be said to be the two most powerful people in the Tang Empire. They should be deeply honored to be sent to Jili province to suppress the martial manner in northern Hebei province. Li Longji had the feeling of being praised for his ability to judge people, and was in a very good mood. If it weren't for Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he would have to marry a princess. Although it was a princess in name, it was still uncomfortable. Only when there was no other way could he use women in exchange for a period of stability. Who would know that every woman I marry is a disgrace? Li Longji thought to himself. Zhang Shua also finished reading the letter. He thought about it and said, Your Majesty, if something really happened to Jin Chuan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will lead the troops to battle. If the people of the martial manor don't cooperate and they take action, will the capital send troops to help? What do you think, Minister Zhang? Li Longji did not answer but asked in return. Zhang Shua hesitated and said, I think that if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan find an excuse to send troops to other martial manors, the imperial court can't directly send troops to help. They are using friendship as an excuse. If they send troops, it will be a private army. Your Majesty, when the time comes, you will need to punish them and reprimand them for sending troops without permission. Well, that's natural. Is there anything else? Li Longji agreed with Zhang Shua's statement. Even if he wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to beat the other side into submission, he had no choice but to issue a statement when the two of them were making a move. Otherwise, if someone else followed suit and secretly sent out troops, should he interfere or not? Seeing that the emperor asked him again, Zhang Shua continued, The imperial court can't send troops, but it can make a move to deploy troops. It will put pressure on the martial manor in Hunan province and make them not dare to act rashly. Li Longji was satisfied. He was very angry just now that Zhang Shua wanted to go against the two children at such a critical time. He asked the others, Who has other ideas? Everyone was silent, which meant that they agreed with Zhang Shua. Chapter 800. After a few more days of hard flying, the thinner Shuayun finally returned to the capital of Jili. Seeing Shuayun's tired appearance, Zhang Xiaobao and the others felt sorry for her. They had already prepared to slaughter the cow, and Zhang Ying accompanied her, saying something that they did not know if Shuayun could understand. It's actually a meddlesome person, not the Tubo or the Turks as we guessed. Zhang Xiaobao, who had received the information, was very puzzled. That doesn't prove that the two places are not behind this. 500 people are probably not enough to fill the gap between the teeth of the slave army. Fortunately, I wrote a letter to tell them not to act rashly. Otherwise, if they were all wiped out, where would they find an excuse to send troops? Wang Wan was very happy to see the information. This was good. With an excuse to send troops, they could mobilize the people in the commander-in-chief's office. Then it would be the critical moment for the next step. Zhang Xiaobao also understood Wang Wan's plan. This time she would take the soldiers away. Through the delicious food and drinks along the way and her commanding skills, she would be able to greatly impress the soldiers. When the time came, they would have more fighting strength. Even if some people could not be recruited because of their family members, they could spread the news of their strength to others through their mouths. If they attacked other places in the future, it would also be a blow to the morale of the other places. But there was still one more thing to solve. The Duo Eaters are not hostile to the Tang Empire yet. If we attack them, will there be diplomatic problems? How can they not be hostile? Cutting down our haloxylon shuttle trees is a provocation to us, an invasion of the Great Tang. Our Jili province is not the North military camp of the Northeast. The ones who should be thinking about diplomatic troubles are the Duo cannibals. They need to pay enough to appease the anger of the Great Tang. Wang Wan did not care about international relations. The current Tang Empire was still very powerful. Well, send a letter to the people participating in the exercise and tell them to be prepared. I believe that our friendship can pass the test of war. Seeing that Wang Wan insisted, Zhang Xiaobao naturally would not continue to object. As he spoke, he spread out the paper on the table and wrote a letter. Along with the letter sent to the surrounding governors' manors, there were also letters sent to the capital. The capital didn't have a spirit eagle like Shuayun, so they still didn't know the exact situation in Jinchuan. Peng Zhoupass had probably only just received the news and sent people to deliver the letters to the capital as quickly as possible. However, it would still take a long time for the letters to arrive. Li Longji had just finished discussing with Zhang Shua and the others what they were going to do next. They were prepared to fully support Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, at least in name. As for the deployment of troops, they would just treat it as normal training. If they did not do anything, the soldiers would get rusty. As a result, they were shocked by the news they received just as they were about to make a decision on Hebei province. Lisher, Cuckoo is about to start a war. When Li Longji received the news, he was tasting his tea. This year's new tea had arrived, and there were many top-notch teas. Ever since he said that there was no need to send him the best tea every year, Li Longji was finally able to enjoy them. Otherwise, he would have to continue drinking the original first-class tea. Gao Lisher understood the emperor's meaning. Although the emperor only said a few words, he wanted to ask whether they should hold some kind of drill in Jiannan province. Your Majesty, this subject believes that we cannot start a war in Jiannan province at this time. First, the troops there are not conscripts. They are the soldiers that the local Jidushi recruited using the money collected from the local area. Just like what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said, soldiers with conviction are the most reliable soldiers. Li Longji didn't say anything in response to Gao Lisher's words, but his eyes showed his approval. Nowadays, the capital and the surrounding prefectures were already recruiting conscripts. Although the treatment was not as good as that of Jili province, compared to recruiting soldiers, it was better to solve the worries of those who wanted to join the army. Therefore, the results were not bad. As for the work arrangements in a few years, one could be sent to the local government offices to serve as yamen runners, while the other could be sent to the business enterprises of the Zhang family and Wang family. This was what they had agreed on at the beginning. Gao Lisher continued. Secondly, our great Tang should not say anything about this matter. Even if Xiao Bao is this subject's adopted son, the two of them are very important to our court. Jinchuan is not our great Tang's territory. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sending troops is their business. If our court speaks up, wouldn't it be admitting that Jinchuan belongs to Great Tang? What would Tubo think? In fact, Li Longji also thought the same, but he didn't want to say it out loud. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were helping him to guard a large area. If he didn't help at a crucial time, what would he do if the two little guys threw tantrums? But when it came from Gao Lisher's mouth, it was different. That's fine. I'll listen to Lisher's recommendation. As for Xiao Bao, I'll write a letter to them. I believe that the two of them also think the same. I'm just afraid that the other commander-in-chief's manners might not agree. Gao Lisher quickly took over the task. Li Longji also said, let the Jiangnan East Navy cooperate with the Hunan South Navy. The location is at the front line of Dengzhou. The news was quickly sent to Zhang Xiaobao. After reading it, he smiled and said to Wang Wan, Li Longji is telling us to send troops in his own name and give us compensation in other aspects. Now, it's up to the people of the Commander-in-Chief's manors to cooperate. When the people of the Commander-in-Chief's manors who were asked by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to cooperate with the drill received Zhang Xiaobao's request to hold the drill in Jinchuan, they didn't react at first. They only thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to bring troops over to show off their past achievements. Considering that all the supplies along the way would be provided by Jili province and they didn't have to pay for it, and that they could help train the troops on the long journey, they agreed. But when the troops were out and on the road, the people in the capital who had accepted their bribes finally sent the latest news. What? There's news about Jinchuan? No, it must be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's place is in danger. They want me to help them fight. But when he received the news, he immediately understood. He rolled his eyes and wanted to refuse to participate. The advisor beside him advised, we have to send troops. If we don't, the first place the two of them will attack is our Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. Besides, there probably isn't a big battle to fight over there. Otherwise, how could the two of them have the time to mobilize troops here? Chapter 801. Waves splashed on the shore, and the sound of gulls and egrets could be heard. With Jili province as the leader and other provinces as support, they came to the seaside and boarded the boat prepared by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They looked at the place where the water met the sky and moved north against the current. However, at this moment, Tu was also standing on the deck of a ship. His face did not reveal the excited expression of the other soldiers. In fact, he really wanted to stay in the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office, and take advantage of the fact that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not here to stir up trouble. But he didn't dare to do so. It had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was mainly because of the Tang Empire's imperial court. To be precise, it was Li Longji's plan. He mobilized 60,000 soldiers from Hunan province to hold a drill in Dengzhou. At the same time, he also took out 6,000 navy soldiers from Jiangnan province. If one were to travel by land from Jili to Dengzhou, it would take about a month to travel on horseback. But if one were to travel by water, it would only take a few days. Who would dare to make trouble for Jili? Perhaps the strong army of the Great Tang would arrive before the soldiers were ready. Li Longji is a stupid emperor. He will regret it one day if he doesn't take the opportunity to weaken Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Kutuyu rubbed his face that was a little numb from the salty sea breeze and said confidently. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care what Kutuyu thought. He didn't have the time. He was busy with the logistics plan. He had to let the soldiers understand the strength of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was playing with Pan'er and the two little ones. Xiao Bei and the others had left with them. Naturally, they couldn't leave the two little darlings in Jili province, even if there were still 5,000 soldiers guarding the province. Of course, they couldn't send the two little guys back to the capital. When they reached Luoyang, they would let their parents take care of them. As for Xiao Bei and the others, it was better to follow them all the way to Jinchuan. They could let the 100 little guards see what a real war was like. No matter how good the training was, it was different from actual combat. Xiao Bei, who was used to following his family around, pulled Xiao Yuan to stand by the side of the boat. He stretched out 2 fingers and then 3. He asked, "Do you know what this is called?" 2 and 3. Xiao Yuan tried his best to stay as far away from Xiao Bei as possible and said softly, "Wrong, it's 23% of my strength," Xiao Bei said proudly. Xiao Yuan pursed his lips. He understood what Xiao Bei was trying to convey. Wasn't it just 23 bodyguards? Was there a need to repeat it every day? You're not convinced, are you? Then when we reach Jinchuan, let's compete and see whose guards kill more enemies. Xiao Bei, who wanted to be a general, issued a challenge to Xiao Yuan. Little Yuan shook his head vigorously. "A gentleman doesn't stand on a collapsing wall. It's better for me to hide behind. You win." "TSK, only children would hide behind. You're just a child. You're the kid, I'm not." Xiao Yuan finally didn't care whether he was a gentleman or not. It was a great insult to be called a kid. That's right. How did Big Brother teach her? Are you ready? Be ready at all times. We are the Strong Children's Protection Group, the future masters. Xiao Bei waved her little fists and sang in a crisp voice. She was now a member of a team. Xiao Yuan also hummed a few words. But after thinking about it, he was still worried. Can we really do it? Of course. Why don't you lend your 11 people to me first? Cooperation is the foundation of victory. The minority obeys the majority. I have more people, so your people have to obey me. Xiao Bei's purpose was finally exposed. After saying this, he suddenly rubbed his stomach. "Aya, let's eat. Let's go. Don't waste time. After eating, we still have to listen to the story. The matter we talked about just now is settled." "What matter?" Xiao Yuan didn't want to give up the military power, so he pretended not to know. "Lend the soldiers. It's an adult matter. Let's go, or we won't be able to hear the story." Xiao Bei hurriedly pulled Xiao Yuan and ran into the cabin. Even children knew how to control the military power, so it was impossible for adults not to know. The generals who followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan out of the various prefectures were repeatedly told before they left that they could slightly cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but they definitely couldn't let the two of them obtain the military power. From the moment they sat on the ship, each of the generals appeared to be very nervous. The fear of water and the unfamiliarity of Jinchuan made the hearts of the soldiers who were far away from home fluctuate. If that was the case, they and the other generals wouldn't have to worry. But when they didn't have any good ideas, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually sent many people to contact the soldiers here. They talked about the scenery along the way, talked about the various places they would pass by, and talked about the famous people who had appeared in the past and present. They introduced the situation at Jinchuan, and talked about the measures to deal with seasickness. They had never seen such an army. Other than going to war, they still had to talk to the soldiers. Pressure, a lot of pressure. They didn't know if they could continue to control the soldiers when the time came. The gathered generals considered this and kept glancing at each other. But they didn't have any ideas. If they were asked to do the same thing, they admitted that they couldn't do it. During the meal, one of the generals finally couldn't hold back the worry in his heart and whispered to another person beside him, "General Emona, did you suddenly ask us to gather at the cabin tonight? Should we go or not?" The person who was called Emona couldn't make a decision at the moment. Now that they had left their hometown and no one was around, they had to be careful. He replied, "Let's talk about it later. I'm just worried that we don't have to worry about food and water here. Will the soldiers not have enough to eat? This time there are a total of more than 40,000 people here. It's difficult to make good supplies." The person who asked the question also nodded. "That's right. There are 5,000 guards in Jili province. 3,000 went to the north. I don't know what they did, but 1,000 disappeared for no reason. Only 1,000 are with the troops. I don't know how big the battle at Jinchuan is. I heard that the flames of war have been going on for a few days. Maybe they have already started the battle. They deliberately didn't light 3 flames to deceive us. When the battle really starts, I hope you can help." His guess was right. The battle had indeed started. Logically speaking, there should be 3 flames of war. However, whether it was Han Xianfeng, Zhang Xiaobao, or Wang Wan, they didn't want to do that. 2 flames could be a reminder, but 3 flames would make the people in the imperial court who didn't know the specific reason uneasy. Of course. Emona was also nervous. He always felt that he was being schemed against. The generals had different thoughts when eating, but the soldiers under their command lived very well. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's understanding, northerners usually had a strong appetite, so the food prepared for the soldiers was a little salty. Coupled with the light soup, the taste was something the soldiers had never tasted before. Giamos made of marinated donkey meat, pickles in jars, and soup with cucumber, egg, and fungus were 3 simple dishes. All the soldiers ate until their stomachs were bloated. They couldn't stop cheering. However, when the person sent by Kutuyu to investigate came back, Kutuyu felt more and more uneasy. Usually, in the army, he didn't give his subordinates donkey meat and good biscuits, let alone soup with fungus. Many soldiers probably didn't even know what fungus tasted like since they were born. How could fungus be eaten by ordinary people? It seemed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were scheming something big. He thought about how he had always lost in the several confrontations. Suddenly, he was worried and unconvinced. He waited until night came and discussed with the generals before he could unite to deal with the 2 of them. The ship was not slow. Even if it was against the current on the water, it didn't stop at all. In addition to the full sail, the wheels on both sides of the ship were also turning non-stop. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have to take all the supplies from his own home. In that case, the loss of freight would be even greater. Along the way, he bought directly from the places on both sides of the river. The current season was a good time for several kinds of vegetables. He sent people to spread the news that he was buying a large amount of goods. There were naturally clever merchants who would think of ways to collect enough ingredients and send them to the place. As a result, the prices on both sides of the Yellow River rose by a lot. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have the leisure to think about how much the passing by could increase the economy on both sides of the river. He was thinking about how to deal with Kutuyu. Every cabin where the generals lived had a special surveillance method. What a group of generals discussed last night naturally couldn't escape his ears. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "But Tuyu is really ruthless. In order to deal with us, he didn't care about the health of the soldiers and wanted to poison them. He even wanted to eat poisonous things themselves. It's not a poison that can kill people. It's just croton. There are only 2 purposes. First, he wants his subordinates to misunderstand us. Even if they don't think that we poison them, they will think that our logistics are not good. Second, he wants to delay time. He can't travel so fast when he's sick." Wang Wan showed a very disdainful attitude towards what Kutuyu did. Zhang Xiaobao sat there and tapped his face with his hand for a long time. "Since he wants to do things to the extreme, I will help him. It's not easy for him to get a lot of croton. I have to help him. He wants to be ruthless to himself, but I will be even more ruthless to him. I want to see if he can continue to command the army after he falls ill. What are you going to do?" Wang Wan hadn't seen Zhang Xiaobao's signature move for a long time. But this didn't mean that she didn't know the consequences of Zhang Xiaobao's actions. Zhang Xiaobao also missed this kind of direct and targeted strategy. He chuckled and said, "There's a tactic called information warfare, and there's also a saying called 3 men make a tiger. Our advantage is that we have Water Cloud and Pigeon. Even if he doesn't do it, he'll still do it even if everyone says he did it." You want to send a message directly to the Songmo Commander-in-Chief's office and expose Ku Tuyu's actions? Wang Wan guessed. No, I want to send a message to his surroundings and let the people in the Songmo Commander-in-Chief's office know through other people's mouths. But not now. No matter what, we have to go through the capital so that they can't catch up even if they want to send a message. Chapter 802. While Ku Tuyu and the other generals were in a bad mood, their soldiers were living a very good life. During this period of time, they were able to eat good food that they normally couldn't eat. White steamed buns and rice that were very comfortable to bite on. Coupled with the supply of vegetables and meat, they felt that this time, they were not out to fight but to enjoy life. Especially at night when the dew was heavy, the person in charge of the night watch could even get a small cup of wine. It looked a little small, but it was much stronger than the wine they drank before. Just a small cup was enough to warm up their entire body from the inside out. The soldiers had already fallen in love with this kind of life. The only thing that made them a little unhappy was that the food that followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the few hundred guards, was not the same as what they were eating. For example, last night they had 1 serving of fish, 2 servings of vegetables, eggplant and cucumber, and a bowl of mutton soup. However, the people who came with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate eggplant and cabbage. The meat dish was braised pork and a bowl of egg soup. The braised pork was fine. After all, the fish they ate was called braised fish, although the taste was a little worse. However, eggplant and cabbage were not vegetarian dishes at all. Whose vegetarian dish was called minced meat and eggplant? Whose vegetarian dish had shredded meat in it? No matter how envious or jealous they were, they couldn't complain. I won't complain. A Khitan soldier who was in charge of the night watch held a cup of warm wine in his hand. He licked it gently with his tongue and said to the person next to him who was also in charge of the night watch, "My life is worth it. I have meat every day and wine when I am in charge of the night watch. Since I was young, I have never drunk such good wine." Another soldier had the same feeling. He sniffed the wine cup with his nose and said, "It's a pity that someone else will be in charge of the night watch tomorrow. When I discussed it with them, they didn't want to do it. I am willing to do the hard work of night watch. Right now I'm just scared. I'm scared that if I follow them all the way and come back victorious, how am I going to live without Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang? Now I understand why their subordinates are so good at fighting and eat so well. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. I really regret that I didn't go to Jili State to be a soldier. If I brought my family with me, oh, I don't dare to think about it, I don't dare to think about it." The person who spoke earlier lowered his voice and looked around nervously. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them sipped their wine and continued their night watch. The same thing was happening on different ships. But how could Tuyu not hear any news at all? However, he had no other choice. He couldn't possibly ask his subordinates not to eat the food provided by the Zhang family and Wang family. Where would he find food to feed his subordinates then? His subordinates were used to eating the food of the Zhang family and Wang family. When they returned to the martial manor in the future, would they have to follow the food of the Zhang family and Wang family? Pass down the order. Get someone to buy croton as soon as possible. We'll be arriving in Luoyang soon. Hand it over there. Once the croton is obtained, give it to someone to use. Tuyu had a feeling that time was passing by like a year. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly outside to bring back the croton. The subordinate who had been in charge of waiting on him agreed and carefully left the cabin to make the arrangements. Contacting people outside was a very troublesome matter. When the time came, they still had to send the croton to the various ships. A moment of carelessness could be discovered. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already helped Tuyu arrange some of the matters. They were also waiting for the right time to come. Wang Wan lay on the bed, her head leaning on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder as she whispered, "Xiaobao, the matter of the bank is now considered stable. Do you have any plans for the next step?" Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was asking about. It was the same problem of interest as when the national debt was issued. Now the bank didn't have to pay any additional fees for depositing money. Ever since the bank took this measure, other places that specialized in exchanging money had no choice but to think of other ways to collect funds. No one was willing to deposit money with them. At the beginning, many shops wanted to support the bank, but as the imperial court bought large amounts of silk, when the time was almost up, they felt the determination and strength of the imperial court. Seeing that other people were coming to take a large amount of money and transfer it to the bank, they had no choice but to follow the Great Tang Bank's policy of exchanging and storing without any fees. Otherwise, if all the people who deposited money with them came to withdraw money, they simply couldn't afford it. A lot of money had already been lent out in the form of usury, but it wasn't time yet, so they couldn't collect it. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xiaobao hadn't introduced the matter of interest. He was afraid that it would have too great of an impact on other financial industries. After thinking about it carefully, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Isn't it a bit too early? You have to know that once interest is paid on deposits, it means that the currency has begun to depreciate. In order to make the people feel that their money hasn't depreciated, we have to increase productivity. Right now, we are researching all kinds of science and technology, but we haven't taken it out yet. Then let's take it out." Wang Wan also understood this situation. If they didn't develop productivity, then the depreciation would be true depreciation. If productivity could keep up, then they would be able to reach a balance between supply and demand. The more productivity developed, the better the people's lives would be. Xiaobao, if we take it out, then the people's lives will be better, Wang Wan added. Even if it's better, they won't be satisfied. Have you read history books? I haven't studied it systematically, but I know the thoughts of human life. In the past it was just liberated, right? At that time 1 cent could buy a large piece of fermented bean curd. What about us at that time? We didn't have a cent or a cent. 1 piece of fermented bean curd was $1, and it was still small. It should be considered a devaluation of the currency, a devaluation of more than 100 times. But at that time the money we earned was very little, only a dozen or so dollars a month. At that time we earned close to $10,000 a month, and that was considered low. But at that time the people complained that the price of goods was too high. Because luxury goods were expensive, some people earned more money. What's that saying again? It's called, "Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality." Do you mean that in order to let the people live in the happiness of undeveloped productivity forever, you don't want them to transition to an era of inequality where they can eat a lot of food and wear beautiful clothes? I don't agree. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she wondered what he was going to do. But she also knew very well that if one wanted to rely on someone's power to interfere with the development of the era, they could only delay it, but they couldn't stop it. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. I don't agree either. What I mean is that if we develop productivity well, others won't appreciate our kindness. Why should we release all the technology at once? Let's do it bit by bit. If we release a little bit, we can earn a lot of money. The investment in scientific research is not small. In order to have more money to invest in benefiting the people in the future, we need to continue to accumulate a lot of money. We can't burden the imperial court and we can't exploit the working people. So the interest matter can wait. It can be considered as helping the financial industry. Okay, why are you looking for excuses? Can't you just say that you want to make money? Why do the words sound so strange when they come out of your mouth? Sure enough, there's no good person in business. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's words just now. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, she understood that he was just looking for excuses. Right, who's a good person in business? They're all officials. Good people, good officials, right? Zhang Xiaobao muttered. I don't have anything to say to you. Go to sleep. Move over there. Don't take your arm away. It's still a pillow. Wang Wan also muttered. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao's arm and put her head on it. It's numb, it's numb. Tomorrow we have to provoke them and let them be firm in their thoughts. I heard that some girls get married and have children at the age of 13 or 14. We're almost there, right? I heard that eunuchs don't have to worry about this kind of thing for their entire lives. I can help you. At dawn the next day, Xiaobei and the rest of the little guys started to train their 100 teenage bodyguards again. They did morning exercises on the deck and shouted loudly. It really did look like they were doing something. The bodyguards brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the 1,000 soldiers, were also training in a small area. The other 40,000 people were already immersed in the aroma of the food. It was not inferior to a gentle village at all. Today's breakfast was meat buns. There were some green onions in the chopped meat filling. Before they could eat it, the fragrance that assailed their nostrils made them drool. With the addition of the meat, pickles, tofu pudding and chives, it was as if it was the new year. As expected, when Tuyu found out what they had for breakfast, his expression turned even gloomier. The other generals also felt regret. If they had known earlier, they would not have brought them here personally. This was their own army. If they wanted to win over the hearts of the people when they returned, they would probably have to spend a lot of money. A small portion of the people were depressed while a large portion of the people were happy. When the fleet arrived at Luoyang, the small portion of the people were also happy. They were all waiting to get Croton from Luoyang. In Luoyang, the fleet had to stop for a day to rest and reorganize. The main reason was that Empress Wang's 2 children had to be sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's home. They could not bring 2 babies to war. Seeing that Panner was about to be sent away, Xiaobei reluctantly reached out his hand to touch Panner's face. He lowered his head and kissed her. "Good baby, don't be anxious. It won't be long before Big Sister brings the soldiers back victorious. When that time comes, you'll be a little older. I'll bring you to swim. It's very simple." Panner blinked her eyes and looked at them curiously. In the end, she cried. It was not because of the separation, but because they were not familiar with the people carrying them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother just happened to have nothing to do, and her children were not by her side. Now that the 2 little guys were sent over, it could be considered as relieving some of the boredom. After spending a day with Xiaobei and the others, when it was time for the fleet to continue moving, she gave some instructions and left with the 2 children who were still shy. When the crying gradually faded away, the fleet embarked on a new journey. In the cabin, Kutuyu looked at the big bags of croton seeds and was very nervous. He asked the person who went to do the work, "Did anyone follow you?" No, this little one looked carefully. Besides, this little one used the excuse of buying something else as an excuse. Who would have thought that there would be so much croton seeds in the cargo? The person who did the work shook his head and promised, not to mention that no one else found out. Even if they found out, he would not dare to say anything. Kutuyu licked his lips with his tongue, then bit it and said, "Find a way to spread the news to the other ships. 2 days later at night we will act at the same time. If this matter is leaked, then this little one understands. If it is leaked, it will be done by this little one alone. It will have nothing to do with the general. When the time comes, I ask the general to take care of this little one's family." How could the person who did the work not understand Kutuyu's meaning? If there is a problem, he will have to take the blame. Even if he did not want to do this, he did not have the right to choose. "Go, after this matter is done, there will be no shortage of benefits for you," Kutuyu ordered again. He took a few deep breaths and no longer cared about the croton seeds in the cabin. He went outside and looked at the scenery on the river as if nothing had happened. Because they were going to the desert, they did not have to go through Jianan Road by land. This made the Zhang siblings feel very regretful. When the time came, they could only think of a way to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to let the 2 of them go home to have a look, or to pick up their families. There was no need to go by land, so they walked along the Yellow River. To be precise, they passed by the capital and then entered the Jing River. At this time, Kutuyu was looking at a bridge on the river in shock. The water of the Yellow River surged and hit the side of the ship. Compared to the bridge that spanned the 2 sides, the surging water did not seem so shocking. "What is the name of this bridge?" Kutuyu looked at the pedestrians on the bridge and asked the soldiers on the side of the bridge. Replying to the general, "This bridge is called the 3rd Bridge of the Yellow River. It hasn't been named yet. This humble one has inquired about it. The naming of the bridge is not simple. If someone is willing to pay 1,000 strings of coins, they can name the bridge this year. If they still want to name it next year, they will have to pay again." The soldier had a lot of communication with other people, and knew a lot of things. The 3rd bridge? So there is also the 1st bridge and the 2nd bridge? One has to pay 1,000 strings of coins to name it? Is there really someone stupid enough to pay? Kutuyu did not see the bridge the last time he came, but this time there was. It seemed that there was more than one bridge, which made him feel strange. What was even more strange was that they were willing to spend money to name it. The soldier said again, "There is. The first bridge and the second bridge have been named. The first bridge is called the 10,000 Zhang Cloth Line, and the second bridge is called the Wei Riverboat Transport. General, this bridge was built by the Zhang family and the Wang family. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really capable. They can actually build a bridge on the river. Also, their daily meals are good. Good, you eat it. It is not small, it is not small." Kutuyu really did not know that the bridge was built by the Zhang family and the Wang family. Seeing it with his own eyes today, not only did he not have the heart to applaud Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but his mood became heavier. The more capable the two families were, the more difficult his life in the commander-in-chief manner would be. Chapter 803. At the place where the sun was about to set, a red glow reflected on the horizon, and even the murmuring river had a trace of gorgeous color. Light smoke rose from hundreds of ships at the same time, and the sound of cooking could not stop. The soldiers who had been used to eating on the ships could not help but secretly swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Seeing was believing. Except for the 1,000 soldiers from Jili province and the guards who followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Rong, the other soldiers had a more direct understanding of the capabilities of the two families of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Rong. Although it was said to be military camp food, after tasting it, they found that it tasted more delicious than the food made by some good restaurants in their own provinces. The cooks who followed the army were not ordinary either. It would be good if they could continue to follow the army when they arrived at the place. They were afraid of war, so they could only bring fried noodles and cook by themselves. Usually, people were not allowed to enter the kitchen. It was clean inside, and there was no need to worry that people would find rats and cockroaches. It was the same today. Some soldiers liked to wander around when they were bored. The most frequent place was naturally the kitchen. If the master chef was happy, maybe they could steal some food. 3 dishes were fried, 2 vegetables and 1 meat. There was also a big pot of soup. The main dish today was pancakes, which were hot noodles. They were very thin and also very big. Seeing that the dishes were all shredded, one knew that they should eat pancakes for dinner tonight. "Master Bai, are you busy?" A soldier strolled to the door of the kitchen, put one foot in, raised his neck and looked at the busy person over there, and asked casually, "Not busy, not busy. Here, try this." The chef who was working inside had finished cooking. What he needed to do was to boil the soup. The dishes were first taken outside, and when the soup was ready, dinner would be served. While preparing the ingredients for the soup, Master Bai put a prawn in front of the soldier's mouth. The soldier quickly opened his mouth and chewed vigorously. He stuck out his thumb and praised, "Delicious, Master Bai's prawns are delicious. There's still soup left. Tonight we're going to have a good time again. Master Bai, I really don't want to eat your dishes. What if I can't eat them in the future?" "You can't stop your mouth from eating. Soon the soup will be ready in a while. You can carry it over after flipping the flour." Master Bai chuckled. Even though he knew that the words of others were not true, he was still happy. Who wouldn't be happy when praised? They said that the soup was ready, so they filled a few large buckets and let the soldiers on the ship carry them out. The soldiers who carried the buckets were a little unfamiliar to the chefs in the kitchen. In the past, it was always a fixed soldier who carried the buckets, but today it was changed. After asking, they said that they would continue to change in the future. They couldn't always let a certain group of people do more work. Learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they were leading the army, in the spirit of sharing weal and woe with the soldiers, the generals of the 40,000 soldiers also ate the same food and were not picky about their food. Actually, there was no excuse to be picky about the food. Was there a need to be picky about the food prepared by the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family? The food of the generals was the first to be delivered. However, when they suddenly saw the bowl of soup in front of them, they took 2 deep breaths and gritted their teeth. When they broke the bowl, they immediately gulped it down into their stomachs. They didn't touch anything else, otherwise it would be more troublesome later. Just as the generals tacitly drank the bowl of soup and didn't eat anything else, the chefs on each ship suddenly started to eat again. Master Bai, who had just fed the soldiers prawns, instructed his little disciple beside him, "Go and tell the generals not to drink the soup. There was a mistake. Today they should be drinking seafood soup. The ingredients of the soup just now were mixed up. Go quickly. The little disciple didn't know what was going on behind his back. He hurriedly ran out and shouted at the generals who were preparing to eat. When some of the generals heard that there was a better seafood soup, they immediately stopped what they were doing and waited happily. They rolled up the pancakes one by one and prepared to eat them later. Only a small portion of the generals' expressions changed. It was a very small portion, so small that they were only in charge of carrying the food. What soup is different? Even the swill poured by the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family is better than the signature dishes of ordinary small restaurants. There's no need to spend so much money. Everyone drink. We'll drink this. A person in charge of carrying the food picked up a spoon and began to ladle soup into the bowls of others. The person in charge of delivering the news was anxious. You can't drink it. The master said that the ingredients were mixed up. If you drink it and get sick, he won't care. The people who were prepared to drink the soup boldly began to hesitate. At this time, the person in charge of delivering the news said, "The soup will be ready soon. Wait a moment. There are a lot of prawns in the soup. If you drink the soup now and drink the other soup later, you won't get sick." After the person in charge of delivering the news, everyone stopped what they were doing. Even the people carrying the food didn't continue to insist. They looked at the soup in front of them, sighed, and began to roll up the pancakes like the others. The news quickly reached Ku Tuyu's ears. When he heard that the soup was changed, he didn't feel anything. When the person in charge of handling the matter came to him and told him about his plan, Ku Tuyu finally understood. It's bad. Did someone find out? Why didn't you put it in the dish? Ku Tuyu asked the person in charge of handling the matter. General, I didn't see anyone else. If someone found out, wouldn't they expose it? I also want to put it in the dish, but it's too obvious to put it in the dish. If it's not evenly mixed, it can be found at a glance. If you eat it again, the taste will be different. It's only safe to put it in the soup. The person in charge of handling the matter immediately explained that the croton powder was not colorless and tasteless. Did you drink it? Ku Tuyu asked again. Yes. If I don't drink it, won't I be suspected? I drank a lot. General, did you drink it too? After the person in charge of handling the matter asked, his expression changed. It was unknown whether the croton powder reacted so quickly, or it was just a psychological effect. Anyway, after he finished speaking, he covered his stomach with his hand and said with a bitter face, General, I'll go out first. Let's go together. Ku Tuyu didn't look good either. When the two of them walked hurriedly to a certain place, Ku Tuyu seemed to be very unwilling to give up. Have Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and the others eaten? General, you forgot that they eat different dishes from us. They eat better and don't need our people to help them carry the buckets. General, I'll go first. The person in charge of handling the matter gritted his teeth and finally sped up, regardless of the identity of the general. Zhang Xiaobao, who was also eating, knocked the bone marrow out of the bones for his younger brothers and sisters and put one on each person's plate. Seeing his younger brothers and sisters eat happily, he said with a smile, Eat well. If you eat well, you won't get sick easily. Then what if you don't eat well? Will you get sick? Xiaobei, who liked to eat bone marrow the most, looked at the few remaining bones in the plate in front of her brother, and then looked at the biggest bone marrow in her plate. She opened her small mouth and took a little bite, smacked her lips and said, That's right. If you don't eat well, you will get sick. For example, that Ku Tuyu doesn't eat well. When the time comes, he will definitely get sick. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of what happened tonight and was very happy. Xiaobei first looked at her brother doubtfully. She grabbed a bone with one hand and held the wrist of her other hand. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to bear the weight of the bone. She nodded and said, Brother said that he will get sick, so he will definitely get sick. I think the bone marrow in this bone tastes better than the one in my plate. Help me take it out and let me compare. Xiao Yuan, who also liked to eat bone marrow, looked at Xiaobei's actions and pretended to be disdainful, saying, You're so cunning. What's the point of comparing the taste? You can just say that the remaining bones aren't enough to split between each person and I'll give them all to you. I don't think that way. You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Since you reminded me, I'll do as you say. Brother, give me the bone marrow of the other bone too. Xiaobei had a wronged look on her face, as if everyone had misunderstood her. The few of them were eating noisily when all of a sudden, the generals finally sent someone to look for Zhang Xiaobao. They asked Zhang Xiaobao to send a few doctors over to take a look. It was unknown whether it was because they had caught a cold, or because they were not acclimatized to the environment and had a stomachache. If only this could be recorded and let the soldiers know of their plan. Let's see how they can continue to lead the soldiers, Wang Wan said regretfully. Yes, even if they find someone to prove it, it won't work. However, they can't expect to lead the soldiers anymore. It's probably because they are not acclimatized to the environment and will need to be treated for a long time. What do you think of 4 months? After all, our doctors aren't gods. Their methods are limited. Zhang Xiaobao also lamented. Thus, the fate of a certain group of people was decided just like that. The doctors went over to take their pulse and then prescribe medicine. After taking the medicine, they would continue to have diarrhea. They would take their pulse again and drink the medicine again. In any case, it was fine as long as they didn't die. The peaceful night passed just like that. Some of the soldiers were discussing the seafood soup from last night. Some people didn't dare to think about that matter. After hearing that the generals' stomachs were all bad, they could only sigh and sigh. A day later, Kuyu still hadn't recovered. A trace of waxy yellow appeared on his ruddy face. There were obvious dark circles around his eyes. General Kuyu, I wonder if your body is better? I keep feeling that it's not because you are not acclimatized to the environment. Later, I will find a few better doctors to come over and take a look at the general. I think it's because of the soup. The others didn't have stomachs. It's because they didn't drink the soup. Wait for me to investigate in detail. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 kinds of fruits and found a cabin where they could stay and said to Li Yundong. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, Kuyu suddenly had a feeling that Zhang Xiaobao knew about this matter. Moreover, he was the one who arranged it. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? He usually didn't change the soup but changed it yesterday? And it was changed at such a good time. He had drunk it before. There was definitely no mistake with the soup. The taste was not bad. In addition, all the generals who had diarrhea said that they were not acclimatized to the environment after being examined by different doctors. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? After thinking about it carefully, Kuyu didn't dare to let Zhang Xiaobao investigate. If he wanted to investigate, as long as he checked all the links, he believed that someone would accidentally say it. As a result, he hurriedly advised, Governor Zhang, you don't have to waste your energy. It's fine as long as the soldiers are fine. I thought it was also because I was not acclimatized to the environment. I am a person who knows my own body well. It doesn't seem like I ate something wrong. Please wait a moment, Governor Zhang. I will be back soon. However, as Tu was speaking, he did not care whether it was rude for him to not accompany Zhang Xiaobao. He clutched his stomach and staggered outside. The sun shone on his forehead, and it was obvious that he was sweating. Zhang Xiaobao fiddled with the teacup on the table and said to the servant standing to the side, Your general is so pitiful. The servant nodded in agreement but didn't say anything. He also realized that Zhang Xiaobao didn't come here to visit sincerely. Otherwise, how could he have taken the pear? It was obvious that the big white pear had a lot of water in it. Moreover, it was of the cold attribute. Who would dare to eat it? Help me. After a while, Kuyu came back. His footsteps were more and more staggered. He held the door frame with one hand and clutched his clothes with the other. His voice was trembling. Zhang Xiaobao stood up kindly and helped Kuyu to the couch. He asked with concern, General Kuyu, why don't you go back to the Song-Imo Commander-in-Chief's office first and get someone else here? Otherwise, how will you command? Recently, Adjunct Wang has been looking for an opportunity to train and cooperate in battle. General is not here. I don't know if Adjunct Wang can send the orders well. Train? How to train? Kuyu momentarily forgot the pain in his stomach and asked with uncertainty. In battle, you have to listen to one person's orders. Otherwise, it will be chaotic. Adjunct Wang originally wanted General Kuyu to be the highest-ranking general. Everyone else will listen to General Kuyu. However, with General's current condition, if you drag your illness and take care of things, you probably won't get better, right? Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained. Kuyu, who wasn't stupid, understood that this was to seize power. Although he wasn't afraid of seizing the real power from today onwards, he reckoned that he would lose the command authority for a period of time. In an instant, Kuyu suddenly regretted. He suddenly realized that things weren't as simple as he thought. He shouldn't have wanted Croton in the first place. Didn't the other party finally find the opportunity? Governor Zhang, this matter isn't urgent. General will get better tomorrow. How about we discuss it again then? Yes, tomorrow. Kuyu didn't want to give up power and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a firm gaze. Chapter 804. The water was still flowing, and the mountains were still beautiful. The fleet was still on its way to the desert. There were no changes to the food. In the morning there were steamed buns or steamed buns. In the evening there were 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. The night watch had an extra cup of strong wine. The difference was that when they passed by the Jing River, there were many women who came on board. The local brothel offered a lot of money, and they only needed to stay for 3 days. When the time came, they would send someone to send them back. As a result, there were more singing and dancing on the ship, as well as the smiles of the soldiers. When the women came, they were told that they were there to encourage the soldiers who were about to go to the border to kill. There was money to be made, and they felt that the people they needed to serve might stain the battlefield with blood. These brothel women did their best, and they did not forget to accompany the soldiers and encourage them to kill more enemies. Sir, don't be anxious. Let this concubine dance for you again. Tonight, this concubine is yours. The voices in the cabin made the expression of Wang Wan, who was standing outside and admiring the night scene with Zhang Xiaobao, very ugly. Zhang Xiaobao, what are you doing? You're actually finding women for them. Do you need to get some drugs? Listen to the voices coming out now. Do women have no place in your heart? Wang Wan really could not bear the unbearable sounds. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with a strange expression and replied, "Where do I get drugs? What's wrong with finding women? Everyone is happy. Some can get money and some can enjoy gentleness. No matter what, they are still soldiers. They are much better than those weak people. Everyone gets what they need. Don't stare at me. When did I say that women have no place? Why don't we go back to the cabin and not listen or go take a look?" But suddenly he is a good person. He has persisted for so many days. He needs to be nourished. Otherwise it is easy to die on the road. Wang Wan also knew that Zhang Xiaobao was right. This matter had nothing to do with whether women had a place or not. Since they chose this line of work, they should follow the rules. She had never heard of any country or dynasty that could put an end to this. She also knew that if she said anything more, Zhang Xiaobao would question her. Were the officials good people? Can't we talk about it? When that time came, he would really be speechless. The so-called act of attacking someone was just deceiving oneself. The person who was attacking was doing it so he wouldn't have the confidence to fight back. Just as he was about to follow Zhang Xiaobao's instructions and return to the cabin to rest, the sound of drums came from the cabin where the woman's teasing voice came from. No, it wasn't the sound of drums. It was the sound of someone slapping the table and the deck of the boat. He didn't know how to find it, but it just matched the sound of drums. The only thing missing was the vibration. Then there was the sound of footsteps and someone singing. The wine is in the luminous cup, and the lute urges us to drink. Don't laugh while lying drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from war? This is a poem we secretly came up with, right? Their singing sounds pretty good. Let's go and have a look. Hearing the familiar words, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand and came to the outside of the cabin. The door of the cabin was only half closed. From this angle, they could see the looks of some women. At this time, there were 4 women in the cabin. 2 were slapping the table and the deck of the boat. 1 was holding a hujia and preparing to play it, and the other was dancing and singing. No matter how one looked at the dance, one couldn't see any gentleness in it. It gave people the feeling that it was a man dancing. Especially when the woman was dancing. Her eyes revealed a kind of coldness and biting coldness. This was the first time Wang Wan saw a woman in a brothel. Originally, her impression of such a woman was that kind of woman who accompanied people to drink, accompanied them in their father's arms, and then spread her legs on the bed. Who would have thought that the woman dancing didn't give people the feeling that she was frivolous at all? The dancing woman was turning her body when she suddenly saw a big boy and a big girl outside. She was a little embarrassed and immediately made a mistake in her movements. Let's go, don't look. It's not good to disturb people. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and left. This woman doesn't feel like someone from a brothel. Wang Wan whispered. This is a real brothel woman. Not only does she have to be beautiful, but she also has to know how to play the zither, go, calligraphy and painting. If it was in our time, any one of them would be a talented woman. It's just that our people back then were not good enough and disgraced this reputation. Back then, those who had 1 or 2 points of the current brothel women's level were already celebrities. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. Why are you always mocking people? Wang Wan curled her lips. Can't I tell the truth? Of course not, some things can be done but can't be said. Well, let's go see what can be done but can't be said. I don't know if he is willing to hand over the military power now. If he is still stubbornly holding on, I have already prepared the best wood and linen clothes for him. The song is singing, the dance is dancing, the night is long without knowing. The joy will be found at dawn. General, accompany me to drink this cup of wine. I wish you victory at the start. A woman sang and danced. When she came near Kutu, she held a cup of wine in her hand. She wanted to lean on him but hesitated, stopped and spoke softly. Suddenly, without her leaning, he leaned against the wall of the boat. He looked at the beautiful woman beside him, then looked at the wine in his cup. He shook his head helplessly and said weakly, This general appreciates the young lady's good intentions. This general appreciates the young lady's good intentions. Young lady, please rest early. General, that won't do. The person who found me said that I must satisfy you. At the very least, I want you to enjoy yourself. The woman shook her head vigorously. Her gaze was firm. I've enjoyed myself to my heart's content. Oh, go and tell the person who brought the girl here that I've been tired these days and will have to rely on Adjunct Wang for many matters in the army. Ask Governor Zhang to have a talk with General Wang about military power. Kutu, whose eyes were deeply sunken, used all his strength to move to the corner. He was afraid that the woman beside him would stick to him. The woman was easy to talk to. She drank the wine herself, got up and walked out while saying to Kutuyu, Then this concubine will take her leave for now. If the general misses this concubine, send someone to find this concubine and I will come immediately. Okay, sure. Kutu seemed to have used all his strength to say this sentence. Watching the woman leave, he sighed helplessly. He knocked his head on the deck of the ship, rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to gasp for breath. Kutu finally decided to hand over the military power. It turned out that he had drugged himself. After eating it, he had a stomachache. Later a doctor came. From then on he didn't feel well. A few days later, his diarrhea was cured. He had red spots all over his body. When he didn't sleep, he was always in a daze. When he slept, he couldn't fall asleep. When he got rid of the red spots, he couldn't eat them. He was so suffocated that he wished he could die. He was cured again. This time he had another stomachache. If he couldn't figure out what was going on after a few more times, he would really be a fool. Military power, it was all because of military power. He heard that the generals of other prefectures had already handed over their military power. Now they were living comfortably. If he insisted on not handing it over, he could easily die on the way. Zhang Xiaobao, I finally know you. Don't let me get better. Otherwise I won't let it end. It's so uncomfortable. Someone get me some wine. After lying down for a while, Kutu felt hungry. He sullenly shouted, but only the guard standing guard at the door could hear him. General, you can't drink anymore. If you always rely on wine, you will be finished. The person at the door advised with concern. Today is the last time. As long as I eat, I will vomit. I will be fine tomorrow. Once I hand over my military power, this general will quickly get better. Kutu licked his dry lips and still wanted to drink. General, why don't I take your order and gather the brothers to threaten Zhang Xiaobao? The guard suggested. Then I will die even faster. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao will lock up his doctors and say that their methods are not good enough. When they return, they will be punished. Then, he will ask me to find a doctor myself. Tell me which doctor will dare to treat me. Won't he directly poison me to death? Go give me the wine. Go to the door and welcome Governor Zhang. He should be here soon. Kutu's heart was like a mirror. If it were him, he would do the same. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who originally wanted to come and visit Kutu, suddenly received the news. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Xiaobao, are you satisfied now? You almost tormented him to death. Wang Wan felt carefree. She hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and laughed. Don't talk nonsense. I am sparing no effort to help General Kutu get better. When did I torment him? He is also a person. Even when he is in pain, he still thinks about the army. He wants to put the lives of countless people in your hands. This is a person with a sense of responsibility. I hope he can get better as soon as possible. My Buddha above, amen. Don't draw a cross anymore. Who draws a cross from the bottom to the top? If you draw it a little lower, it will be inserted into your navel. I know you don't like any religion, even the two parties. But don't show it. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and jogged towards a place where they could break through. Wrong. I like all religions and parties, so I made it a little messy. I believe that a true God can tolerate everything. Those who attack other religions do not truly understand God's intentions. This time, only the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office was not included. We are about to succeed. Yes, it was not annexed. Hurry, I am afraid he can't hold on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the skinny Kutu when they were bickering. They talked in the cabin. Without a fourth person knowing, they obtained the official seal of the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. The next day, Kutu's body was much better. At least he could eat some porridge and not continue to vomit. It was said that his heart disease was only cured after he let go of his worries. On the night he recovered, a pigeon flew to the capital. It also brought an order to transfer troops. On it was the seal of Kutu. Chapter 805. But Tu would never have thought that Zhang Xiaobao did not want his seal to command the people on the ship, or that his ultimate goal was not only the people on the ship. The letter was first sent to the capital, where Kutu's letter to the imperial court was found. All the letters were gathered together, and then someone was found to imitate Kutu's handwriting to mobilize the other soldiers of the Song Mo Commandery. As for the generals sent by the other commander-in-chief's manors, those who had a say in the matter would also send fake letters back to mobilize their troops. These troops would be dispersed and sent to various parts of the Great Tang. Li Sun of Shuzhou was assigned 10,000 soldiers from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's manor, and 5,000 soldiers from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor. He, on the other hand, sent 20,000 soldiers from Shuzhou. A series of methods such as bribery, suppression, roping and assassination were used. It could be said that there was no big chaos, but there was constant small chaos. It wasn't that there weren't any capable people in the various martial manors, but even if they could tell, they didn't have the strength. This time, the generals that were sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were all good at fighting. Their purpose was to learn from Wang Wan's abilities, and at the same time, to act as a strong presence to deter Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao from acting rashly. There were not many people in each commandery. In the beginning, 160,000 people were sent from Jili province, and 40,000 real soldiers were sent away. When they saw the transfer order and the soldiers from other commanderies came, they wanted to object, but they did not have enough strength. Those who strongly objected either suddenly died of illness, or accidentally hit their heads on wood or tiles that fell from high places when they were walking. Some people suddenly became rich, and the things they used were the same as the Tang Empire's ministers. These people were inclined to let the Tang Empire and the Tang Empire's military force exchange. In the name of sending soldiers into the Tang Empire, they could know the Tang people's livelihood, and lead the Tang soldiers into the Tang Empire, so they could know the Tang army's military force. He had seen their battle prowess, but he was not clear about their specific battle prowess. However, the weapons and armor they used were not just a little bit better than those of the martial manor. This was especially true for the soldiers from Shuzhou. Their discipline was so strict that they could be ordered around like an arm. Li Sun actually personally came to the martial manor of Song Mo to take charge. The rest of the people didn't object to the recall of the soldiers, but they didn't agree either. Some said that they were sick and went home to rest. Some felt like they were in a dream all day long. They seemed helpless, but they also seemed to be waiting for the day when the elite soldiers that were sent out returned. None of the generals were aware of these matters, so the news could not be transmitted. Firstly, the fleet was moving too quickly to travel on land, and secondly, the important checkpoints on land were guarded by soldiers. All non-tong-tong fast horses were stopped, and this was even more so on the rivers. When Kutuyu's body was completely healed, and the fleet was only a few days' journey from the shore to the desert, and when he regained his military power, the commander-in-chief's mansions in Hebei province were basically settled. Letters were sent back and forth between the capital and Jili prefecture. When the Bohai commander-in-chief manor sent someone to deliver a letter saying that this autumn, the commander-in-chief manor was willing to pay the taxes of the 5 capitals and 62 prefectures, Li Longji felt like he was in a dream. How could this be? Li Longji shook his head vigorously and confirmed the matter in the letter again. He seemed to be talking to himself. Your Majesty, it's already midsummer. Back then, Xiaobao and Cuckoo promised Your Majesty that the Bohai commander-in-chief manor would pay the taxes this year, Gao Lisher explained. I know they said it, but what I want to know is not what they said, but why is the Bohai commander-in-chief manor willing to pay? Is it because they said it the reason? Could it be that they said that I can fly in the sky tomorrow and I will also? Oh, I have already flown once. Let's not talk about flying or not, what other methods did they use? They can't be afraid of the Bohai commander-in-chief manor just because Bai sent 10,000 soldiers to the Bohai commander-in-chief manor. There are hundreds of thousands of people there. If they lose 5,000 soldiers, they will have 10,000 more soldiers. They will still have the strength to fight. Li Longji spoke smoothly, but his eyes were full of confusion. How could such a difficult thing be done by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as if it was a game? That was the Bohai commander-in-chief manor, far away from Jili prefecture. Even if the great Tang wanted to attack, it was too far away. Could it be that he was moved by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's portraits? The 2 children were good-looking, and there were portraits of them since they were young on the wall, but this was definitely not the reason. When Gao Lisher heard the emperor's words, he had an impulse to laugh, but he suppressed it and explained, Your Majesty, of course, it is not Xiaobao and Cuckoo's words, but they will do what they say. A few days ago, Lu Zhou sent another 20 gunships to the Bohai Bay to fight the pirates. They killed more than 1,100 pirate ships, killed countless pirates, and gave a large amount of silk to the Bohai commander-in-chief manor to help the people who were hurt by the pirates. The Bohai commander-in-chief manor did not only send 5,000 soldiers, but 15,000. The other 10,000 soldiers followed Xiaobao and Cuckoo to protect the desert near Jinchuan. Your Majesty can think of it this way. The Bohai commander-in-chief manor lost 15,000 soldiers. Although the loss of 5,000 soldiers was too sudden for him, and they were transferred away without his order, it was still too little. How many soldiers could there be in a few 100,000? Their navy and pirate ships were almost no match for the pirates, so Xiaobao and Cuckoo sent out gunships to help him. I guess the great martial arts commander-in-chief was moved by the selfless help of our heavenly soldiers. Your Majesty, you are very kind. Ah? You sent 20 gunships to kill all the navy of the Bohai commander-in-chief manor? No, you wiped out all the pirates? You also gave a lot of silk, which should be collected from the nearby state capital, right? Why didn't I know? Li Longji finally understood. No wonder the great martial arts commander-in-chief, who wanted to fight against the great Tang, suddenly became easy to talk to. They took the initiative to pay the taxes and no longer wanted to establish normal trade with the great Tang. It turned out that it was because of His Majesty's kindness. It was just that when His Majesty's kindness shone, he was not aware of it. Gao Lisher knew that the emperor was not happy. The main problem was not whether the emperor knew the situation over there or not, but that the difficult thing became simple in the hands of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. It was a bit of a blow to the emperor. He hurriedly tried to persuade. Your Majesty, at that time, Your Majesty said that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were fully in charge of the matters in the north of Hebei province. They did not need to report too much and only sent a letter when the imperial court sent troops. Therefore, Your Majesty did not know. I only knew about it the day before yesterday. I was afraid that the great martial arts commander-in-chief would not submit a letter to the capital, so I did not directly tell Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it seems simple, but it is not. Xiaobao and Cuckoo used almost half of the wealth of the Zhang family, and the Wang family for this matter. They bribed, roped in, and distributed it to the civilians. In the letter, they told me that since they came to Jili province, they slept at most 8 hours a day. They also discussed with me that when the north of Hebei province was settled down, They would help me to ask for more benefits from your majesty. This time they lost a lot of money, so I don't know if I should ask for more benefits. Oh, they also suffered a lot. They want to ask for benefits from me? They have occupied a large area in the north of Hebei province. Can't they make up for their losses? Li Longji's heart was balanced. Considering Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money, he did not think that they could not make up for their losses. Your Majesty means to let the two of them occupy the entire north of Hebei province? It is difficult to go to Hunan province by land. The two of them also have naval gunboats. The whole area is full of mountains and dense forests. When Cuckoo led 10,000 troops to the mountains near Ruoshui in Jinchuan, she played the classic jungle strategy. The strong protection team of the Zhang family and the Wang family can be said to come and go like ghosts in the mountains and forests. Even Li Sun, the Prince of Tang, also has 1,000 troops that are specially suitable for jungle warfare. Your Majesty, are you really going to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo establish a foothold in the north of Hebei province? Gao Lishur saw that the emperor was a little confused, so he had to analyze the matter and let the emperor sober up and not be carried away by happy things. Li Longji was stunned. Yes, what Lishur said is right. It can be trusted, but it can't be unguarded. What is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan? Do they want to occupy that area? Replying to your Majesty, Xiao Bao is considering that he can't stay in the north of Hebei province, so he wants to get benefits from other places. He said that in the future there will be dozens of prefectures. Those who are not filial piety will not be sent. Those who do not love the people as their own children will not be sent. And those who are not court officials will not be sent. Even if they are sent, they will be changed every 3 years. They will leave their families in the capital, one official and one deputy. The official is a civil official, who is only in charge of civil affairs. The deputy is a military general, who is only in charge of defense. After 3 years, the civil official will be sent there to learn and familiarize himself with the situation there. When the predecessor leaves, the successor will be directly appointed. The same is true for the military general. However, they will not have the right to go there 1 year in advance. In this way, they will not be afraid of rebellion. The navy will be managed by someone else. All the generals and civil officials will have to build roads after they take office. Gao Lishur took out a piece of paper from his bosom and read the words written on it to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded and suddenly asked, "If there is a battle, what should we do if we can't fully understand the soldiers after only 1 year? Retreat. If we can't win, come back. The imperial court will then send elite troops to fight. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry that someone will attack there. Whether it is the Turks or Silla, as long as they attack, the capital can send troops to attack from both sides. Besides, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't seem to intend to let the Turks and Silla be as free as they are now. It's just that they don't have the time. Your Majesty, the two of them are still young." Gao Lishur revealed a little of the matter that his godson had mentioned. The main reason was that he had received a map. This map did not look like the current map of the Great Tang. It was much larger than the current one, even though the words "map of the Great Tang" were written on it. Li Longji finally recovered from the emotions in the letter from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Having become smarter, he immediately understood the meaning in Gao Lishur's words. The two of them still want to fight? If they keep fighting, they'll die. It doesn't seem like many people will die. The side that dies the most is the other side. Did the two of them mention anything about benefits? They didn't say. Xiao Bao, Your Majesty, you will definitely. Gao Lishur stuttered and did not finish his sentence. Li Longji understood. If Xiao Bao mentioned benefits at this time, he should think of a way to stop him. He could not let him easily achieve his goal. He did not believe that he would lose every time. Lishur, find some time to write a letter to the two of them. Tell them that I said that if they don't want any benefits, I will exempt their family from 3 years of tax. If they don't want to be exempt from tax, they will have to rely on their own abilities. Li Longji basically wanted to directly say that they would have to rely on their own abilities. However, after thinking carefully, if that was the case, it would be unfair to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They had cleaned up such a large area. If they won this time, they would really suffer a loss. If they were angry and stopped playing, he would lose a kind of fun, although his chances of winning were not that big. Your subject obeys. What else could Gao Lishur say? He could only agree. He did not understand why the emperor was so free. He was usually very nice, but when it came to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he had to lower himself to the children's level. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also received the news from Shui Yun. There was a small chaos in the north of Hebei province. De Wuxia of Bohai Commandery had been tormented. Whether he really submitted or not, as long as he acknowledged the position once, they would have an excuse to beat him up if he did not want to do it in the future. Was the relationship of sovereignty something that could be casually acknowledged? Xiao Bao, you can send a letter to Zuzan of Tubo. Ask him to send troops to help fight Duo Shi. I won't even ask if he is supporting Duo Shi. Let's see if he will send troops or not. Wang Wan saw that the matter in Jili province was more or less settled. She began to make a move against Tubo again. Zhang Xiaobao immediately wrote a letter to ask Zuzan to send troops to eliminate the bandits Duo Shi. News came that the Duo Shi in the desert continued to increase their troops. Originally, there were only 100 people left. Now there were 2,000 people. Their weapons were also stronger than before. Everyone was given a horse. Furthermore, they did not continue to attack the Haloxylon ammonite trees. Instead, they set up camp. It seemed like they were preparing for a big move. Until now, it was still impossible to guess which side was supporting them. If it was supporting them, it was possible that it was from either side. The supplies for the 2,000 people had always been sent by the Duo Shi to the two places to exchange for other things. As for whether they used things worth 1 copper coin to exchange for supplies worth 1 copper coin, it was not clear. If they could get news of the exchange, they would know that whoever exchanged with the Duo Shi was the one supporting them. Then it would be impossible not to fight. They had more than 40,000 people. If they did not consume some, how could they train their troops? After the letter was written, he asked someone to send it to Tubo at the fastest speed. Zhang Xiaobao called Kutuyu and the other generals over to discuss the matters of the upcoming battle. That's how it is. Let's see if Tubo will send people or not. When the time comes, we may fight with the Tujue or Tubo. Everyone should be prepared. Zhang Xiaobao told them about the letter he had written to the Tubo Zuzan, which could be considered as a pre-war mobilization. Some of the generals only knew how to fight and were slower to react. They did not understand the meaning behind it and left to find their own troops. Some of them had a calm expression on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. Kutuyu was one of them. After leaving the cabin where Zhang Xiaobao was having a meeting, he did not look for his own troops. Instead, he returned to his own cabin and started to think about things. General, are we really going to help Zhang Xiaobao and the others fight? If we only fight Tubo, it is fine. If we fight the Tujue, our Songma commander-in-chief's manor will be easily targeted by the Tujue. An advisor who had also returned asked Kutuyu worriedly. Fight. No matter who we fight, we have to fight. If we don't fight the Tujue, Zhang Xiaobao will fight us. They are forcing us to do something beyond our ability. But Tuyu didn't hesitate at all and immediately expressed his attitude. General, do they dare? The advisor still did not wish to fight the Tujue. What is there that they don't dare to do? This time, he wrote a letter to Tubo and asked them to send troops. It sounded simple, but it was not the case at all. If Tubo sent troops, they would offend Polishir. They were afraid that Tubo would support Polishir. At that time, Polishir would feel that they were cheated and would take revenge on Tubo. If Tubo did not send troops, it would be even simpler. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Rong could announce that Jinchuan and Ruoshui did not belong to Tubo. Otherwise, why would they not send troops? Then, they would use Tubo's unilateral destruction of friendship as an excuse to stop the food exchange with Tubo. It was summer now, and Tubo was lacking in food. If Tubo could not help but send troops to attack Zhang Xiaobao, that would be even better. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would directly send troops to attack Tubo. Furthermore, they would not use Great Tang's people. If they died, they would not feel any heartache. They would let us attack head-on and disregard the losses. Wang Wan would then lead the elite troops and fight for thousands of miles. Tubo would be completely destroyed. Even if all of our people died and we did not win against Tubo this time, Great Tang would use this opportunity to send troops again. Would Tubo still have people to fight? This is called strategy. We should not have let the two of them go to Jili province. It would have been good if we did not force Li Longji like that. We finally forced him into a corner. Sigh. However, He suddenly regretted it. He finally saw how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were. These two people were the treasured swords in Li Longji's hands. They were the kind of swords that would definitely see blood when they were unsheathed. After the 40,000 people walked for a few days on the shore, when they were still 2 days away from the desert, Zhu Zhenchide of Tubo also received a letter sent by Zhang Xiaobao. He read it again and again, and the more he read, the more worried he became. Who came up with the idea to dig a hole in Wangjiang County in Suzhou? Investigate again. Those who are lucky enough to survive, capture them and kill them. Zhu Zhenchide stayed in the palace of Princess Li Nunu of Jincheng and gave an order to the people waiting at the side. This order was baffling. Why did Zhu Zhenchide remember it after such a long time? Princess Jincheng did not see the letter. She was a Tang person, but she could not do anything about the affairs of both sides, let alone put in much effort. When she heard Zhu Zhenchide's order, she went closer and advised, Zhu Zhenchide, if you kill more people, I'm afraid it will chill the hearts of the people. If I don't kill them, I won't be able to appease the hatred in my heart. If not for the person who came up with the idea and made the move, why would Wang Wan come to attack us? If not for them, why would we allow them to stir up the economy of Jianan Circuit? If not, why would Zhang Xiaobao take revenge? Now they are here again, and this time they are even more powerful than before. It's an army of 40,000. Should we fight or not? Since Zhu Zhenchide could not find trouble with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he could only find fault with his own people. Chapter 806. After hesitating for a while, Zhu Zan still agreed to send troops. However, he wasn't stupid. He sent the troops, but he sent the logisticians. He said that Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang came from afar, and it was inconvenient for them to get supplies. Thus, Tubo was willing to send the little bit of provisions over as reinforcements. He also thanked Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang for helping Tubo fight against foreign enemies. The letter was filled with grievances, saying that the people of Tubo did not have enough to eat or wear, saying that the soldiers of Tubo were so thin that they were just skin and bones, saying that the number of livestock in Tubo had decreased sharply, and countless children were crying piteously for food. After reading the letter, it was hard for people not to cry. Tubo was really not easy. But even in such a difficult time, other than sending logisticians, Zhu Zan also specially prepared a big gift for Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang. 100 yaks, both male and female. If it was at the start, Zhu Zan would only care about Wang Wan. After all, Wang Wan's battle prowess was the most direct. But now, he was more afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan's viciousness was nothing more than mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. But as long as there were people around, they would be able to restrain this demon. Zhang Xiaobao was different. When he fought, he was like a ghost. He would use all kinds of sinister moves. What was weak was the will of the people. After 2 years of torment, when he wanted to attack Tang Empire, the first thing he was afraid of was not the generals but the ordinary civilians. Even the slaves didn't want to provoke them. Sigh. Let's do it this way. When we exchange with the duo people, let people pretend to be bandits and kill them. We can't let the two of them get a hold of us. Nu, how are you these few days? After Zhu Zan arranged everything, he gently hugged Princess Jincheng's waist and asked with concern. Princess Jincheng also nodded gently and said, Zanpu is good to me, so I'm naturally doing well. Zanpu has been tired for many days. Let me serve him and rest. Princess Jincheng was very conflicted in her heart. Her position was rather awkward. She hoped that Tubo and Great Tang would have a good relationship, but she knew that it was impossible. When she came here, she was nothing more than a tool. One of the people she was supposed to be betrothed to died, so she couldn't go back. She had to marry another one. In the beginning, he did not have a good life. Because of his identity, it was impossible for him not to be ostracized. However, ever since Wang Wan led the army to war, his life became better day by day. No one in Tubo dared to disrespect him anymore. Even Zanpu had to give in to him a little. Now that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were once again in Tubo territory, the house they lived in was renovated again and again. Their daily necessities were also several times more than what the others had. Perhaps this was what Zhang Xiaobao had said at Pengzhou Pass, that weak countries had no diplomacy. It was said that the villagers of the Zhang and Wang families were treated with respect by outsiders, and no one dared to frame or bully them. He was a villager of the Great Tang. The stronger the master, the more comfortable his life would be. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have the mood to care about Princess Jincheng. According to the saying, a married lady was like spilled water. They couldn't find Princess Jincheng and tell her to go back to Tang Empire and not play with Zhu Zanqi anymore. From now on, as long as I'm alive, I won't allow Tang Empire to use women to seek a moment of peace. This is a disgrace to you men. Wang Wan received Zhu Zanqi's letter and gift. At the same time, she also received a letter from Princess Jincheng. In the letter, she asked about some things in Tang Empire. She also said that she had a good life in Tubo. Everyone gave in to her and she didn't have to worry about food and drink. When she wanted to play, she could go out with a group of people protecting her. The letter was right, but Wang Wan could tell that Princess Jincheng missed Tang Empire. So she solemnly swore an oath and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Why are you looking at me? I didn't ask her to get married. At the very least, these married women can reduce the number of deaths in Tang Empire. Also, it can promote the integration of the different races and leave a deep mark in history, causing the various races to, alright, stop acting like a historian. Aren't you being hypocritical? Zhu Zanqi is really a scammer. Yaks are good things, but is he stupid? Is there a need to turn 100 yaks into 50 males and 50 females? Men know how to find a few more women. Why must the yaks be monogamous? He did it on purpose. If not, the more females there are, the faster the reproduction rate. Also, we can't bring the yaks back to the capital to raise. They won't be able to acclimatize to the environment. Let's just leave them here. We still have to tell Li Longji that we are raising these 100 yaks together with him. Next year we can cut some of their hair to make blankets for him. Then we can pick a male yak that can be killed and let him taste it. Wang Wan didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his words and interrupted him. She started to worry about the yaks. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly realized that he couldn't keep up with Wang Wan's thoughts. The yaks don't seem to be important. What's more important is Zhu Zanqi's reaction. It seems that they are really related to the polycannibals. Otherwise, why would they only send logisticians? How can Tubo's logisticians be compared to our logisticians? I have decided to stay here for at least 3 months and at most half a year. I can't wait any longer. There are still many places that need to be occupied. I can't play with the surrounding small countries. We have to deal with the Tujue and Tubo as soon as possible. We can use them to raise cattle and sheep, and also use them as a springboard to deal with the north of Hebei province. They have sent out a total of 40,000 soldiers. We can use them to suppress the Tubo and Tujue. When they can't suppress the Tubo and Tujue anymore, we can ask the commander-in-chief to send more soldiers. If we don't agree, we will destroy our friendship. If we agree, we will conserve our strength. What about the imperial court? Your father is going to enter the capital soon. Zhang Shua hasn't made any moves yet. Li Linfu's position has changed slightly. Wang Maozhong and Gu Fushan are still related by marriage. You have to act quickly. I don't want to be caught in the political whirlpool again. Wang Wan didn't object to Zhang Xiaobao's plan of using troops, which meant that she agreed. She changed the topic and returned to the imperial court. It's still early. Let's talk about it later. The most important thing now is to get in touch with the polycannibals. It wasn't easy for them to come here. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill them casually? While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy with the big plan, Xiaobei and the other kids couldn't sit still and were busy with the small plan. 100 guards in their teens received the order and began to make kites. They went to the mountains to find branches, paper, and gunpowder. To be precise, they threw cannons. Can this wind really blow over there tomorrow? How dare they cut down my haloxylon tree? I think they ate a bear's heart and swallowed a leopard's gall. Xiaobei put his finger in his mouth and took it out to feel the wind. He muttered angrily. Chapter 807. The wind changed direction before dawn, blowing towards the Duo Eater's camp. The person who reported the weather for Xiaobei and the others received a silver coin. It was a silver coin that was popular among Xiaobei and the others. If the person who received it couldn't buy the products of Xiaobei and the others, they could use the silver coin to make jewelry for their children. With the wind, a sunny day was the best time to fly a kite. More than 100 children ignored the dust in the desert and carefully flew the kites one by one. Release! Xiaobei shouted. The ropes in the hands of 3 young guards broke one after another. The 3 kites in the sky flew freely towards the duo eaters' camp. They descended in the air and finally landed a few dozen feet away from the duo eaters' camp. The older brother immediately calculated the height of the kites. Under the condition that the wind speed didn't change, some of the kite strings were retracted, while some were released. Second brother, will it work? Xiaobei asked uncertainly. Xiaohai smacked his lips twice. It should work, right? I've calculated it before. I'll trust you this time. Prepare the child kites. Tang. Xiaobei selectively believed in his older brother's calculation skills and shouted to the other guards. The young guard immediately picked up the child kite even more cautiously. Originally, the child kite would fall from the mother kite after the child kite followed the string and hit the mother kite. This time a magnet was used. Not only would the child kite not close, but it would stick to the mother kite. More than 100 kite strings hung on the kites and flew upwards against the wind. When they reached the peak, Xiaobei gave another command, and all the kite strings were cut. They floated down towards the man-eater's camp. The final result proved that no matter how talented a child was, it was impossible to accurately calculate the landing point of the kites. The fine structure of each kite, the changes in wind speed, the relationship between buoyancy and gravity, let alone Xiaohai, even Wang Wan, a genius student like her, wouldn't be able to calculate the final result. More than 100 kites fell everywhere. Some of them didn't have any reaction after landing, while some burst into flames. Even so, Xiaobei's plan could be considered a success. Nearly 40 kites landed on the duo's tents. With the impact, most of them burst into flames. Coupled with the oil and cotton that the kites carried, the flames grew bigger with the help of the wind. By the time the cannibals reacted and wanted to put out the fire, it was already too late. All the tents that were set on fire by the kites were turned into piles of fire, and dozens of people were even burned. Yeah. Who asked you to chop down my haloxylon shuttle tree? Without the haloxylon shuttle tree, I wouldn't have the desert cistanche. Without the desert cistanche, I would have one less dish. My next move is called Dancing Fire Phoenix. Humph. When Xiaobei saw the scene of the fire through his 1,000-mile vision, he waved his little fists in celebration. The shouts of the duo eater came from afar. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just woken up and were about to eat, came out to take a look in surprise. They thought that the duo eater had gone crazy and wanted to attack them with only 2,000 people. What's going on? Zhang Xiaobao didn't need binoculars to see that the duo eaters were living a prosperous life. Someone immediately came over. Young master, it's Xiaobei and the others who set fire to the duo eaters' tents. It's estimated that at least 1/5 of the tents have been burned. If we don't put out the fire quickly, more will be burned when the wind blows. Who? Xiaobei. Who ran over with her? Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand. Little young master, no one is going. This subordinate has already told the two of you the day before yesterday. Little Miss Xiaobei and the others want to make kites, throw cannons, oil and cotton. Didn't the two of you already know? The person who replied seemed very wronged. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and nodded numbly. Yes, they knew. Both of them knew, but who would have thought that Xiaobei and the others wanted to burn the duo eaters' tents? Usually they like to make small things for fun. They always wanted something but not a lot. Occasionally they could make some interesting gadgets. For example, an automatic slingshot. When a slingshot was made, the slingshot would be pulled by the rotating force of the windmill. After a certain extent, the slingshot would hit a thimble and fall. On the other side, a small stone would fall on the slingshot and be shot out by the slingshot. Sometimes, if the small stone didn't fall well, they would use many small stones to fall one after another. When they were shot out, it would be very inaccurate. Another example was an automatic fishing rod. When the fishing rod was put into the water, it wouldn't float. Only a line was stretched on the head of the fishing rod. If a fish pulled the fishing rod and it floated a lot, the other side of the line would pull the fishing rod up. Although the accuracy rate was very low and although it wasn't practical, it was indeed a small invention. Compared to the things they made before, this kite is much more practical. We should give it a name. It should be called. Xiaobei said it's called the Flying Fire Phoenix. The person who replied interrupted. Good name. Let's go to the front and welcome the distinguished guests from afar. Wang Wan saw that there were people in front of them and praised the name. She and Zhang Xiaobao went forward to welcome them. As for whether the trouble caused by Xiaobei and the others was a disaster or not, that was secondary. Was it easy for children to die? Burning your camp with something that they had painstakingly invented was giving you face. You should feel honored. The duo eaters came. There weren't many of them, only 7 people. One of them was the leader. They probably knew that it was useless to have more people. They might even be beaten up. Only 7 people came to reason with them. The leader had learned the language of the Tang Empire. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he knew that they were the real deal. I am from the Duo Eaters Empire, he said, a long name. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't remember it. They only remembered the key name Lard. This was the name of the Duo Eaters in front of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to know about his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and so on. So it's Lard. Why did you destroy our Haloxylon shuttle trees? Now you want to use the fire as a signal to gather people to attack our defenseless kind merchants? Zhang Xiaobao questioned Lard with a sullen face. This was Lard's first time dealing with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had heard about them before and had even seen their faces in pictures. According to the rumors, they were very unreasonable. Now that he saw them, he knew that the rumors were not as good as meeting them in person. The flaming kite clearly flew over from here. As soon as they touched it, they made a preemptive strike. Who would use the fire as a signal to burn his beard and clothes? Didn't they see that he was still black? Xiu. You burned our camp. We didn't touch your Haloxylon shuttle trees. You used despicable means to burn our camp. Lard retorted loudly. We used despicable means to burn your camp? I don't know what you're thinking. I deny it. You are insulting us. We love peace and won't use despicable means. Even if we use kind means, we won't just burn a small part of your camp. If you don't believe me, I'll let you know tonight. Zhang Xiaobao resisted and threatened with an aggrieved expression. Lard had not personally experienced Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fear, but that didn't mean that he hadn't heard of it. When he heard that Zhang Xiaobao was going to make a move tonight, he felt uncertain and unwilling to let it end like this. He took an unlit kite from the hands of the people behind him and said, You used this thing to burn our camp. It's called a kite, I know. Did someone fly a kite? Zhang Xiaobao turned around and asked. In reply to the young master, Xiaobei and the ladies just did. Go find them. After a while, Xiaobei, who was still excited from her victory, skipped over. Xiaobei, did you bully the duo eaters? Look at how you bullied them. Look at this Lard. How did you bully him? Lard, this is the person who flew the kite. You can ask her. Zhang Xiaobao carried Xiaobei in front of Lard and lectured her, then changed the subject of Lard's reasoning. Lard was already dumbfounded. He looked at Xiaobei's appearance and listened to Zhang Xiaobao's lecture. He used his hand to measure Xiaobei's height, then squatted down helplessly and forced a smile at Xiaobei. Little girl, were you the one who burned our camp? No, why would I burn down your campsite? Xiaobei blinked innocently and shook his head vigorously. Then were you the one who flew the kite? Lard took the kite and asked. Yes, I was the one who flew the kites. I flew a lot of them. Did you see them? Xiaobei nodded and admitted. That's right. The kite burned our camp. You were the one who flew the kite, so we should look for you. Lard's face turned red when he said this. Xiaobei didn't admit it at all. I flew the kite, but I didn't let the kite burn your camp. If the kite burned your camp, you should look for the kite. Why are you looking for me? You really can't change your mind. You were the one who flew the kite. But I didn't burn your camp. The kite burned my camp. Then go look for the kite. But you were the one who flew the kite in my camp. Are you an idiot? I flew the kite, but I didn't burn your camp. If the kite burned your camp, it's useless for you to look for me. Oh, I understand. Are you saying that I'm not allowed to fly the kite? Are you not going to care if I eat or sleep? I don't care if you eat or sleep. I don't care if you fly the kite, but the kite you flew burned my camp. I only flew the kite. I didn't burn your camp. It was the kite that burned it. It's like you picked a poisonous mushroom and threw it away. I picked it up and ate it. If I get poisoned, can I look for you and tell you that you shouldn't have picked that mushroom? You can't say that. Where's my camp? The kite burned it. I'm so angry. Brother, I'm not going to talk to him anymore. He's so stupid. Xiaobei looked very helpless. She looked at Lard with a look that said, "You should take medicine." Then she turned around and said something to Zhang Xiaobao. She didn't care about Lard anymore and skipped away. "Young Master Zhang, what do you think?" "The kite burned it," Zhang Xiaobao admitted. Chapter 808. Lard staggered out of the great Tang merchant's camp, his expression quite unsightly. Even the 7 people who came with him were filled with longing. Their purpose of coming here was not to obtain any benefits from Zhang Xiaobao. They just wanted to understand Zhang Xiaobao as much as possible, so that they could make use of him in the future. No matter if Zhang Xiaobao was angry or weak in front of them, they would be able to grasp a bit of Zhang Xiaobao's personality. However, they had evidently miscalculated. Zhang Xiaobao acted as if it had nothing to do with him and pushed a 5-year-old child to the front. This 5-year-old child did not seem like someone who had taught her what to say, and the conversation seemed to have come up on the spot. Listening to a 5-year-old Xiaobao talk about the relationship between the person who flew the kite and the kite made one feel a bit dazed. If it was an adult, one would be able to speak properly, but how could one explain clearly to a 5-year-old child? Everything is strange. The people from Great Qin's Zhang family and Wang family can't be judged by common sense. When Lard returned to the camp and saw some people throwing away the cannons on the kites, he concluded, "Are we going to fight or not? We can't just let them harm us once and pretend that nothing happened." A person whose beard had been burned whispered to Lard. After asking this question, he immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head to continue dismantling the kites that were not burning. He suddenly realized that he should not have asked. The other side had an army of 40,000 or so, and this did not include the slave army. With his 2,000 or so people, they would be able to return to the embrace of Allah if they charged over. Lard did not have the time to scold others for being unwise. He was still worried about the current situation. If Great Qin's people really wanted to destroy his people, they would not need to send soldiers from so far away. With 130,000 people, they would be able to crush his people into pieces with just a pinch. Lard's mission was to set up a camp here, and it would be best if he could communicate with the various factions and make them acknowledge his position. This would allow him to trade with Great Qin. Great Qin had beautiful silk, beautiful ceramics, and even tea leaves that people would get used to after drinking them. A small amount of these things had already flowed into Zhao Fu's side, and they were incredibly valuable. If they could stabilize, then. It was a pity that recently, for some reason, Great Qin's emperor, who had always been very open-minded, had actually sealed off all of the checkpoints, not allowing merchants to bring out things that were considered ordinary to Great Qin but were good things to Great Qin. There were simply too few goods shipped out through Tubo and Turkic Khaganate. More importantly, the prices were much higher than in the Great Qin Empire. After seeing how the Tibetans were constantly harassing Great Qin did not do anything too excessive and even opened up more channels of communication. As such, Zhao Fu decided to learn from Great Qin and send people to burn the haloxylon shuttle trees that Great Qin's people had planted in the desert. Zhao Fu had thought that Great Qin's merchants would give up a portion of their profits for peace. However, after making a move, he found that things were not as they had expected. The people here were not willing to compromise at all. Now he knew that the so-called Chamber of Commerce was not a simple trading team. The power behind them was frighteningly big. They actually brought over 40,000 soldiers from such a long distance and didn't fight, but just set up camp. What was their purpose? Or rather, what kind of goal did he want to achieve? 2,000 or so people aren't worth me making a move. Once we destroy them, we won't have any excuse to stay here. Xiaobao, help me think of a way to drag in the Turks and Tubo. In about half a month, Ku Tuyu will receive news from the northern region of Hebei province. Back then, we took their seals to give them the misconception that we were trying to rope in their people. We did that, and a small portion of them agreed to come with us after the battle. If Ku Tuyu finds out that he's going to be a figurehead, he might suddenly turn against us. I don't want any of my people to die, so give me an idea. Wang Wan was quite surprised at how smart Xiaobei and the others were, and she started to think of a strategy. In terms of scheming and plotting, she trusted Zhang Xiaobao more. Zhang Xiaobao was flipping through his account book. He had spent a lot of money on this trip, and he could not just put in effort and not receive anything in return. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he stopped what he was doing and walked out of the tent. Looking at the sun that was about to reach the middle of the sky, he felt a little dizzy and finally thought of a solution. Tonight, arrange for our people to secretly burn a portion of the haloxylon amandendron trees, and say that there are bandits hiding in the depths of the desert. Let Kutuyu and the others lead 40,000 people in pursuit. At that time it will be impossible for the people outside to pass the news to them. Will they believe it? I don't care if they believe it or not. If I say there is, then there is. When they enter the desert, take the money to buy a large amount of livestock from the Turks and Tubo for supplies. They lack food but they don't lack livestock. With Kutuyu's army in charge of cleaning up the wolves and other possible dangers, our people will enter the desert to collect useful resources and plant trees. There is strength in numbers. That's good. If the Turks and Tubo don't sell, I understand. If they don't sell to us, we will seal off the trade route between them and the Great Tang and not trade with them. There are still tens of thousands of strings of coins here. If there is no other way, we can buy them on credit first. Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought and said. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, "Who will give them copper coins? Take out the printed money and give it to them. When the time comes, they will go to the Great Tang to spend it. We will not go back on our words and promote the circulation of paper money. As long as they acknowledge the status of paper money and are willing to accept paper money when they sell things in the future, the people will be able to get used to our paper money faster." Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to separate this matter, and had to connect with other parties. Then let's burn it. Let's go and take a look at Xiaobei and the others. Don't let them hurt themselves. Wang Wan had a load off her mind. Thinking about the matter of Xiaobei and Lard not long ago, a smile appeared on her face and she walked out. Let me summarize this matter. Not all of the kites were burned. Remember this lesson. The operation can be considered a success. Next, I will talk about the battle with the person whose beard was burned off. At that time I was thinking. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, Xiaobei was like a little adult giving a post-battle summary. However, all the generals were clearly absent-minded and looked like they were about to fall asleep. Xiaobei, aren't you sleepy? You have already summarized it 3 times. I know you are good. Let us go to sleep. Xiao Yuan lowered her head and recited the book of songs. Seeing that Xiaobei was still saying what she had already said twice, she could not take it anymore and interrupted. Xiaobei was about to say something interesting when she was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Yuan. She said angrily, "So what if it's 3 times? Reviewing the past and learning the new. For information that can help us, let alone 3 times, even if it's 30 times or even 300 times, we still have to treat it seriously." Where was I just now? Yes, I was talking about when I faced Lard. At that time you guys don't know, but this is what I did. Xiao Yuan repeated again. You were very quick-witted at that time. Through your unique logic you made Lard speechless. Also, Xiaobei, let me go next time. I promise I won't repeat this nonsense again and again. It's almost time for lunch. In order to get rid of this situation as soon as possible, Xiao Yuan praised Xiaobei as quickly as she could. In the end she strongly requested. Let's go back. Don't worry about them. It seems that Xiaobei has the talent to be a politician. Zhang Xiaobao watched the group of people having a meeting and did not disturb them anymore. He walked away with Wang Wan. That night, a patch of haloxylon amandendron trees in the north furthest away from the camp suddenly burst into red flames. Amidst the shouts and chaotic footsteps, the news that bandits had ambushed the haloxylon amandendron trees spread. Some people confirmed that the bandits had run into the depths of the desert after the ambush. Wang Wan mobilized the army that very night, splitting it into 5 groups and charging into the depths of the desert to surround the bandits. But even though Tuyu and the other generals clearly knew that something was wrong, they did not dare to directly jump out to oppose. They could only follow the army into the desert. 2 days later, it was impossible to find any trace of the 40,000 some people outside. At the same time that the army entered the desert, Zhang Xiaobao sent 2 letters to the Tubo and Tujue. He also had the people who delivered the letters bring paper money, wanting to directly buy livestock. On a warm afternoon in the northern part of Hebei province, Li Sun received a letter. He found a clerk in the army and wrote one notice after another, sticking it up in the most bustling part of the Song Mo commander-in-chief's office. The locals all gathered around to watch the excitement, listening to the literate people explain the contents of the notice. The notice says that a lot of wild beasts have suddenly appeared in the northern part of the capital, harming pedestrians. They heard that the people here are good at hunting, so they want to find 1,000 hunters to go there and stay there permanently. They can bring their families. Every month, even if there is no big game, they will give each hunter 200 copper coins. If they catch some game, they will give more. After arriving there, all the women in their families will also find work for them. The children in their families can go to school to learn to read without spending money. We only need 1,000 people. Those who want to go quickly prepare. If there are enough people, we will not need them. The literate people enjoyed this kind of moment. Seeing the adoring look of the people around them, they felt a sense of accomplishment. The common people here did not have time to consider the degree of accomplishment of the literate people. Seeing this kind of opportunity, they hurried back home wanting to participate. The same thing happened in various commander-in-chief's offices in the northern part of Hebei province. Some were in the capital, some were in Luoyang. The requirements of each place were slightly different, but they all met the characteristics of the local people, so the treatment was also very high. Chapter 809. The people in the northern Hebei province's commander-in-chief mansions were carrying out a vigorous immigration movement. Large tracts of land were left idle. As long as people had a little skill, they would not refuse to work outside. Not only was the income high, but more importantly, their children could go to school to study. In the local area, as long as they were not particularly rich, ordinary rich families could not find a suitable teacher to teach their children. This is it for my life. The rest is up to the children. A man who knew how to hunt tied a dozen complete skins into a big bag and carried it on his back. He also carried a carrying pole on his shoulder. There was a basket in front of him and a basket in front of him. In the basket in front of him was a 2-year-old boy, and behind him was a girl less than a year old. Beside him was a girl less than 10 years old and a boy about 6 years old. Their eyes showed confusion and a trace of excitement. They followed another woman and walked towards Jili province. When the woman heard the man's words, she looked determined. She tidied up the bag on her back and touched the man's bow on her left shoulder. She picked up a bamboo basket with her right hand and said to the 6-year-old boy who was confused about the future, "When we get there, don't make trouble. You have to learn well. If others bully you, you have to endure it. This time your father will fight for you." Even if a 6-year-old child knew something, he did not know much. He was not like Xiaobei and the others who had been educated since they were in their mother's womb. Hearing his mother's words, he nodded with empty eyes. "Is it true that if I go to school, I will get candy? I heard that there are schools in both Zhang family and Wang family. Where is sister?" The little boy looked at his sister who was walking on the other side. The girl was full of hope. She looked at her mother and then at her father. Seeing that they did not look at her, she lowered her head regretfully. Girls who were not from rich families were not allowed to learn to read. After all, they would belong to other families in the future. It was not worth it to spend money. When the girl was younger, she understood that the family belonged to her 2 younger brothers. After walking for a while, the man with the carrying pole finally spoke. "I heard that both men and women are required to go to school. If you learn well, you will be rewarded. Eldest daughter, go to school for a month first. If there is a reward, go to school. You don't have to go home to work." "Oh, I can go to school with my sister. Sister, you must study hard." The boy immediately cheered up. The girl didn't say anything. She changed the position of the bag on her shoulder and pursed her lips. Her eyes showed that she was going to fight for her life. This type of scene played out everywhere. Every province could send out 1,000 people, each family's relatives. The groups that gradually gathered together became more and more vast. When those in power saw this situation, they didn't dare to stop him, but they also couldn't bear to let him go. They could only grieve in their hearts. It was impossible for the people in the capital not to know about such a big thing happening in the north of Hebei province. Not only did they know about it, but there were also people in the capital who were pushing it behind the scenes, and the biggest one was the Emperor Li Longji. After seeing the news from the other side, while the weather was not cold yet, he ran to the newly built unsinkable lake with Gao Lisher and said to Gao Lisher, "After a group of people with some skills come here, we should find a way to let other people migrate to other places. What do you think about the empty land?" For the first time, Gao Lisher didn't have to worry about sinking when he swam. He was feeling very comfortable. When he heard the emperor's words, he looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Your Majesty, when the land is empty, there will naturally be people who want to occupy it. However, there is only land and no people. Presumably, they will have to move in from other places. Your Majesty must prevent people from forcing people to move in." Lisher, what do you think will happen if we let Xiaobao and Cuckoo find a way to find people from other places? Li Longji was a little reluctant to give up good places and wanted to take all of them. Absolutely not. If the two of them look for people from other places, who will they listen to? Naturally, the commander-in-chief of the various commander-in-chief manors have no power. And it is not good for Xiaobao and Xiaobao to have too much power. I hope your Majesty will reconsider. This subject has heard Xiaobao say that if we occupy that piece of land, the rice produced will taste better, and the beans produced will be able to be squeezed out more oil. Why don't we put it aside for now and wait for the two of them to return before we discuss? Gao Lisher objected to letting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan reach out their hands. This would be good for both Tang and Zhang Xiaobao. After a while, Li Longji leisurely said, "There are still not enough people. Find more people to study in Dei Medical School. I want to let every child in Tang live. Xiaobao, our population is getting bigger and bigger. Where should we put them? I'm not willing to return to Great Tang, but it's a waste of labor here. Give me an idea." Wang Wan was also worried about the population, but unlike Li Longji, she was worried about not having a place to settle them. This time Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to take over at least 100,000 slaves, regardless of whether they were from Tufan or Turkic Khaganate. Let's put them in Heilongjiang. Li Longji can't manage that place. We should protect the environment first. I've been there before, and it's too hard to find wild animals there. They even ate animals from the zoo. Now that place is really good. After we go there, we can gather all the tribes there. In the future, there won't be any Soviet Union or Russia. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking long-term. You've done that kind of thing before? How can you bear to eat cute animals from the zoo? They're already pitiful enough. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao's words. I didn't want to eat them. It was the local officials who purposely arranged for me to eat them. Don't blame me. Tufan and Turkic Khaganate haven't replied to say whether they want to sell their livestock or not. I'm just urging them. Consider it an ultimatum. Zhang Xiaobao denied Wang Wan's words. He picked up his brush and started to write another letter. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's letter to be sent out, a letter from Tufan arrived. Wang Wan opened the letter. It's a letter from Princess Jincheng. Looks like Zuzanchide has no other choice and wants to play the family card. Does he think that our hearts are so soft? If the family card is useful, Tufan won't come and attack Great Tang for no reason. Let me see. Princess Jincheng's handwriting is really not bad. How many apricot trees are there outside the capital? Swallows leave and return like snow. Butterflies come and dance like yesterday. The clouds disperse, the stars pass by. The cowherd and the weaving girl fall into the two rivers. The sun sets in the west, the moon on the left. She still has the mood to write poems for fun. Zhang Xiaobao took the letter and read it. He felt that it was very interesting. What poem? She's homesick. Wang Wan took the letter back and read it twice. Chapter 810. Under Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's contemptuous gazes towards the politics, economy, and military of other countries, a letter for Princess Jincheng to return to the Great Tang was delivered to Zuzan of Child. Furthermore, the letter deliberately emphasized the problem of the supply of many people and the lack of livestock. After Zuzan saw the letter, he drank a lot of tea and felt like he was dreaming. The letter was not written by either Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan, nor was it written by an important minister of the Tang dynasty. It had nothing to do with Li Longji. Nu, someone wrote you a letter asking you to go back. Take a look. Zuzan drank a pot of tea and found that his stomach could not hold it anymore. He ordered someone to find Princess Jincheng and handed the letter to her. Seeing the ugly words on the letter, Princess Jincheng was stunned at first, and then she did not care about Zuzan and praised him. Aunt Princess Jincheng, I heard that there are many strange things in Tibet, but I haven't seen them yet. I want to go but I can't go. Or it is autumn. Aunt Princess has lived in Tibet for 9 years, so I know about it. Xiao Yuan said. I am not ashamed to ask, so I ask Aunt Princess to come to the north to lie down, enjoy the boundless snow, and talk about prosperity. In the north there is peeling, and there is grass in Ula La's family. Aunt Princess, come and build a snowman. I have prepared carrots, brooms, basins, and countless coal. You must come, otherwise will the snowman be so scared? Gudan. Zhang Xiaobei, 1/9 of the imperial scholar. Present. After Princess Jincheng finished reading the misspelled letter, she was confused. What was this mess? And that official, the imperial censor, is a 5th rank official. What is 1/9 of the imperial censor? Who is Zhang Xiaobei? Only these 3 words are better written. It should be a general practice. Princess Jincheng, who was confused after reading the letter, looked at Zhu Zan. Zanpu, where did this letter come from? Does someone dare to make fun of me? It's not making fun of you, it's making fun of me. Zhang Xiaobei, Zhang Xiaobao's younger sister. 5 years old this year. I invite you to Jili province to make a snowman, tell stories about my tubo. Look at the days, if you don't leave now, you will miss the first snow. Ancestor Cheetah's face was gloomy. This was the first time he had heard that a married princess could go back. This was too much of a bully. It was not Li Longji who summoned her back, nor was it an official letter. It was actually a little brat who wrote the letter. This was looking down on him. Zhu Zanqi really wanted to slap Princess Jincheng a few times. This was all because of her, but he didn't dare to do so. Now that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were pressuring him with their troops, even the slightest provocation would affect his entire body. Only then did Princess Jincheng know who Zhang Xiaobei was. So it was like this. It seemed that her letter had worked. If she didn't use the official language, others couldn't use the official language to speak. And not bad, the handwriting was really good. Even if there were a few wrong places, it could be forgiven. Zanpu, what should I do? Princess Jincheng was both expectant and worried. She wanted to go back to the Tang Empire to have a look, but she was afraid that Zhu Zan would not agree. Yes, what should I do? What should I do? Zhu Zan did not have a good idea. He did not want to agree, but he was worried that Wang Wan would find an excuse. Her younger sister asked someone to make a snowman and tell a story. Do you want to put a child's behavior into politics? This excuse should be enough for Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. When the time came, the 40,000 soldiers would move and stop the food exchange, and they would be able to bully them all the way home. No, they had already bullied them all the way. Princess Jincheng was very clear that her current status was all because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She did not expect that a 5-year-old child would be a 5th rank official. Even if it was a 3rd rank official, it was still a 5th rank official. It seemed that the emperor was really good to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Many officials could not enter the 5th rank in their lifetime, but a child could enter the 5th rank. A 5th rank official could enter the imperial court. Zanpu, what kind of official is the 9th rank official of the imperial censor? Princess Jincheng suppressed the excitement in her heart and changed the topic. She did not want to force Zhu Zan to express his opinion. Zhu Zan also knew that Princess Jincheng did not know enough about the Tang Empire. To be precise, she did not know enough about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. He sighed and explained. The so-called 9th rank official of the imperial censor is actually more powerful than the 3rd rank official. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan now have 9 younger brothers and sisters. It is useless to take one out, but as long as the 9 of them work together, they can impeach any official in the Tang Empire. They have already taken care of an official. Many great Tang officials avoid them because they are still children and don't use the compromises and concessions of the bureaucracy. It is precisely because of this that the great Tang emperor believes that they have no selfish motives when they impeach him. Being targeted by them is even more unlucky than being targeted by the censorate. Ah! Princess Jincheng covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. A 5th rank official was already scary enough. She did not expect that he also had real power. How is this power given to the 9 children? It is clearly a sword given to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wrong, this is the power given to the 9 children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan do not need to use impeachment means. If they want to do something to someone, they will do it directly. I heard that the 9 children are different from others. They are smart and clever. Nunu, do you want to go back? Zhu Zanpu knew very well about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. He had to know. His place was occupied by others. Although it felt that the Tang Empire was a little chaotic with the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, it was the truth. Princess Jincheng wanted to nod. He said that she was going to Jili province. Could it be that she was not allowed to go back and take a look when she passed by the capital? Good method. She did not write a letter in vain. Thinking like this, Princess Jincheng did not dare to say. She lowered her head and said to Zhu Zanpu, "If Zanpu wants me to go back, I will go back. If Zanpu does not want me to go, I will not go." When Zhu Zanpu heard this, he knew that Princess Jincheng wanted to go back. He was angry. Just as he was about to think of a way to stop her from going back, someone came in from outside. This time it was a sword and a big envelope. What is the meaning of this? Why did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan send a sword? Is it going to war? Zhu Zanpu forgot to stop Princess Jincheng from going back to the Tang Empire in an instant. His eyes were filled with horror. He carefully picked up the sword and looked at it. It was a very ordinary sword. It had not been sharpened yet. Putting down the sword, he picked up the big envelope and looked at it with Princess Jincheng. First, a letter fell out. The other things were papers with numbers written on them. The papers were very beautiful, and there were complicated patterns on them. Great Tang Bank worth 1 million coins Li Longji. Princess Jincheng read the words on the paper and asked puzzledly, "What does it mean?" "It means that this piece of paper is worth 1,000 strings of coins. 1,000 strings of coins, 1 million is 1,000 strings of coins. They want to use this kind of money to pay the bill. How are they going to spend it after they get it?" Zhu Zanpu was depressed again. "Flying money?" Princess Jincheng asked again. Zhu Zanpu nodded and then shook his head twice. "It is better than flying money. Flying money can only be used in a certain area. This money can be used in the Tang Empire. Look, this is to prevent others from counterfeiting. At least in the Tubo Empire, it cannot be counterfeited." Zhu Zanpu introduced the paper and pointed out in detail to Princess Jincheng. However, his heart was cold. No matter what, he was the ruler of a country. He would not just look at the surface of things. To be able to create such money, it meant that the technology of the Tang Empire had improved. To dare to let people use paper money, it meant that the foundation of the Tang Empire was very solid. "This paper money is sharper than the sword," Zhu Zanpu added and picked up the letter to read. Princess Jincheng read it together. After reading it, she not only wanted to cover her mouth, she also wanted to cover her eyes. It would be best if she could wrap herself tighter with the quilt. The words in the letter were too arrogant. "West meets Brahma, north is full of grass. Yazhou hangs, Peng Lai is full of immortals. For barbarians come to court, 8 sides share joy. I invite you to visit Mount Hua to discuss the sword. Zanpu, I want you to go to the capital. It seems that you are not the only one invited. Are you going?" Princess Jincheng was even happier. If Zanpu was going, he would have to bring her along. Mount Hua was in Huayin County, Huazhou, next to the capital. But she did not know what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan meant. Inviting people from all over the country, did they want to catch them all in one go? Zhu Zanpu was also frightened, especially the words at the end of the sentence. It was actually not Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan using their own names but Li Longji's name. Regardless of whether Li Longji gave the two of them this authority, if the two of them dared to use it, they would naturally discuss it with Li Longji. Moreover, Li Longji seemed to value the two of them very much. To go or not to go, this was the problem. In the past, who would foolishly go to Tang Dynasty's capital and be afraid that they would not become a hostage? But now, it was not about whether they would become hostages or not, but the consequences of not going. This excuse to start a war was more sufficient than the previous one. What did Mount Hua mean? Was it a provocation or a threat? Zhu Zanpu thought about many things. In the end, he felt that it was better to go than not going. If he went, Tubo would still be Tubo. Li Longji would not think that he could swallow Tubo by killing him. If he did not go, Tubo might not be Tubo. Devilish Cuckoo seemed to have been silent for a long time. More importantly, if others went and he did not go, who knew what they were talking about? When the time came, they would all join forces and attack Tubo together. With Tubo's current strength, they would not be able to deal with it. Wait for me to write a letter and ask clearly. If I go nu, you can accompany Xiao Bei to build a snowman. Zhu Zanpu said what Princess Jincheng wanted to hear the most. Chapter 8:11. The Tubo and Turks wrote letters to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, asking about the details of the sword meet on Mount Hua. Both sides were clear that the so-called sword competition was definitely not about whose sword was better, and it was not just about words. They reckoned that they might encounter a full-on martial arts competition when they arrived at their destination, so they needed to prepare in advance to avoid losing face when the time came. If they did not do so, they would not only lose face but also the face of the country. Zhu Zhenchide had already decided to personally enter Tang. He had thought it through. Wasn't it just to see Li Longji? Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao really dared to leave him behind? In any case, Tufan had already been tormented to such a state by that bastard Zhang Xiaobao. If he went to the Great Tang to take a look, everyone would say that the Great Tang was extraordinary. At the same time, he could also make Princess Jincheng return home. If he could compete with Tang in the sword meet, Li Longji would probably compromise on the Tubo issue. As he pondered, Zhu Zhenchide began to try to interact more with Zhang Xiaobao. Only by understanding the enemy could he have a chance to defeat the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry. He watched as Wang Wan tormented the 40,000 soldiers, stood in formation and planted trees. The soldiers were gradually getting used to these things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Chong acted as if they had something to say about the letters from the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate. They didn't mention the specifics, but instead emphasized the benefits that the people from both sides could enjoy after arriving at the Great Tang. They were simply avoiding the topic. The two were most concerned about whether the paper money could be accepted. The news from the country had already spread, and the circulation of the suppressed iron and copper coins among the common people was greatly hindered. Now that there was more food in the country, the living standards of the common people had increased. The purchasing power of one copper coin was very large, and the coins made of iron and copper became the small type. Not only was the amount small, but the size was also small. 10 of the new coins were equivalent to the value of a standard Kaiyuan Tongbao. It was a very good move, but the common people did not appreciate it and were not enthusiastic. Sometimes they used copper coins and sometimes they directly bartered. No one was willing to take the initiative to go to the bank to exchange. Looks like we have to start from the merchants. After receiving this news, Zhang Xiaobao started to worry. It's not easy to change a habit of spending. Businessmen are good and flexible. You made a mistake, didn't you? I knew you would make mistakes. Most of the banknotes issued now are circulated between merchants. The amount is too large. Who would carry a 10-coin banknote on them for no reason? What if they lose it? Do you think 10 coins is a small amount? Wang Wan was standing by the side, not helping to come up with ideas. She even angered Zhang Xiaobao. Alright, don't use such a strategy on me. Even if you don't provoke me, I will think of something. Isn't it just a matter of consumption philosophy? It's simple. I'm prepared to transition naturally. Do you understand? Write a letter back and issue an order to all the schools that we have opened in various places. In the future, we will not directly give the students things in the schools. Instead, we will give them money. When it comes to food, we will spend their own money to buy it. When it comes to rewards, we will not give them books. We will let them buy their own paper. However, they have to buy it in our stores. It's too expensive to buy it elsewhere. Let them get used to using new money. Give them the kind of money that is worth 1 copper coin for 10 coins. When the time comes, they will tell their families. In this era, the uncultured value the cultured very much. Sometimes, the words of literate children are more effective than the words of adults. Let's use children's diplomacy. Zhang Xiaobao did not need to spend too much time thinking and came up with a solution. This strategy was used by many people. For example, if a new place was developed and no one went there, what would they do? If they moved a key school there, it would not take long before the surrounding houses would be sold. Wang Wan pondered for a moment and felt that something was wrong. After blinking a few times, she finally understood. If you directly give money to the children, have you thought about the consequences? Usually, food is provided for free. It's a waste if the children don't eat it. It's the same for clothes. But once you let the children buy their own things, the consequences will be. Among the children, some of them are filial. They don't want to eat good food and just casually buy things to fill their stomachs. They save money to buy things that can be used at home, right? Without waiting for Wang Wan to finish, Zhang Xiaobao added, "Yes, if you know, why do you still do that? Let's see what you can do when the children lack nutrition." Wang Wan was very dissatisfied. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. "You only think about the children being filial. Why don't you think about how the adults have deeper feelings for the children? Many adults can do anything for their children to have a good life. I'm waiting for the children to do that. When the time comes for the parent-teacher meeting, they will tell the parents that their children are starving to death. What do you think will happen?" "What will happen?" "Zhang Xiaobao, you are too insidious." Wang Wan immediately understood the meaning. The result will be that the children's parents, in order to let the children eat well in school, find out that the children don't have enough money, and take the initiative to exchange money. You are using the weakness of people to do things. It's too immoral. When the time comes, we will compensate. This is the function of the government. A normal and qualified official doesn't have to have a creative mind. He only needs to guide, coordinate, and supervise well. But many officials can't even do this and fail. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Wang Wan's responsibilities. Of course, he hoped that all the officials could be like him and find the resources in every place and use them creatively. No wonder so many civil servants want to learn political economy. These days, Tubo and Turkic didn't sell a lot of livestock. They seem to be worried that the currency will depreciate. Although we know that the currency must depreciate. Seeing that this problem was solved, Wang Wan changed the topic and talked about the recent trade. Zhang Xiaobao exclaimed, indicating that he understood. He continued, "From tomorrow onwards, stop the trade of food with Tubo. Ship the food over and bring in more weapons from Great Tang. Tell the Tubo and Tujua that they have to use currency to purchase. They will definitely work hard to collect foreign currency. If you don't believe me, let's take a look." Actually, Wang Wan knew that it was feasible even without looking. As expected, after Zhu Zhenchide found that the trade of food with Great Tang was affected, and after seeing a few technologies and a large number of weapons that were good for Tubo, he happily accepted the new concept of currency. A large number of local specialties were sold at a lower price than the original trade. After exchanging for currency, he went to buy the technologies first, even though he knew that the technologies were outdated for Great Tang. Chapter 8:12. Under Zhang Xiaobao's strategy, even if the Tubo and Turkic tribes were reluctant to part with their livestock, they had no choice but to exchange them for Tang's banknotes so that they could buy weapons, food, and advanced technology. The banknotes that were not accepted by the people in the country suddenly had a market outside. Only a few places in the country actively responded to the issue of banknotes. Needless to say, Sanshui County was one of them. When the new currency was released, the people in the county treated it as a hard currency. Those who bought things with the new currency could even get a certain degree of discount. Apart from Sanshui County, there were also Buxin County and the nearby Xinsai County. These were all places that were directly related to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not to mention Jili County, they had to use it even if they did not want to. Then there were Chongning County and Shuzhou. These places were not far from the capital. The farthest place was Luzhou. The Great Tang Bank had opened almost all over Tang, but there were still some places that could not be reached. First, it was far away, but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the population was small. When they opened a bank there, they found that no one needed it. If Luzhou did not develop, it would not have been possible to build several banks there. Currently, Luzhou could be said to be the most prosperous place apart from the capital. When it came to the lives of the people, even the people in the capital could only look up to it. According to Zhang Xiaobao, the capital's overall GDP was twice that of Luzhou. However, when it was put into the hands of an individual, the people in Luzhou were 5 times more than the people in the capital. It could be said that every family was rich. When the Great Tang Bank was being tested in the capital, they had arranged for people to follow the construction in Luzhou. Now Luzhou's bank had become the designated place for all the foreign merchants to deposit and withdraw money. In fact, the people in Luzhou were almost between barbarism and civilization. At least, many officials in the capital thought so. When they mentioned Luzhou, there was a hint of contempt in their words, even though they knew the people in Luzhou were living a good life now. Every family had livestock, cars, and bicycles. Luzhou had a bicycle factory. Moreover, the roads were well repaired, so people could ride their bicycles when they went out. The only thing was that there was no rubber, and the wheels made of leather were easy to break. In addition to the abundant materials, there was also the progress in culture. Needless to say, all the children had to go to school. Even the adults who could not read and write had to go to night school. Even in such a place, there were still people who looked down on them. Sun Hua was one of them. When he arrived at Luzhou's dock by boat, he looked down at the busy people on the dock and said to a 13 or 14-year-old child beside him, "My son, this is Luzhou. It's thousands of miles away from the capital. Only those who have no other choice will live here. Otherwise, how can it compare to the prosperous capital? Remember, the world is as prosperous as this. Your life's ambition should be the capital." The child raised his head and looked at his father's face. He nodded vigorously, but when he looked down, he felt that this place was not much worse than the capital. He picked up the clairvoyance hanging in front of his chest and looked further into the distance. He said to his father in confusion, "My father, I don't know. Honorable father, the flow of people here is like shuttling back and forth. There are clusters of carriages and horses. Before entering the harbor, the shadows of the sails can be seen. Compared to the capital, it seems to be even better." The previous person really had some ability, but he was dealt with just like that. What a pity. After being refuted by his son, Sun Hua, as a father, really could not find an excuse to deny it. Originally, he just wanted to let his son know that the most promising place was the capital. He did not expect that he would use the wrong example. He reached out and took the clairvoyance away from his son. "Be careful not to break it. It's expensive. It's true that this place is prosperous, but it's too far away from the capital. It's difficult to be promoted. As for the origin of this prosperity, it has nothing to do with the previous provincial governor who dared to smuggle. If he didn't get greedy, he could have been transferred back to the capital and put in an important position after a year. Unfortunately, he only stayed steadily for 4 months before his mind became active. Zhang Shua, who helped him find a way, was almost implicated. He still doesn't know how powerful Luzhou's people are. Don't stretch out your hand, or you will be caught." The child did not quite understand his father's words. He looked at the scenery again and asked, "Father, since we can arrange a good position after a year, why did you say this place is not good? Who built Luzhou's place?" Sun Hua was speechless by his son's question. Just now, he just wanted to emphasize the importance of the capital, but now he was stumped by the question. The officials here can get a good position in the capital, but it's better to get a good position in the capital directly. Think about this later. I won't tell you clearly today, but the people who built this place were sent to Luoyang to retire. Now you know Luzhou may not be a good place. In order to maintain his dignity, Sun Hua said a few words. After that, the child nodded sensibly, but the others were not willing to do so. The 2 people working at the dock who were building the gangplank for the ship looked at the person who spoke arrogantly with very unfriendly eyes. Their hands stopped moving, indicating that they were not going to continue building the gangplank. Before Sun Hua could react, he said to his son, "Although this place is good, it is not a blessed land. There is a lot of miasma in the forest and hurricanes often come. The original official has used up all his luck. Otherwise, he would be like me and work in the capital in the future." The gangplank that had just been built was removed. Then, Sun Hua saw one of the 2 gangplanks open his mouth and turn to the other people at the dock and shout, "Someone is talking bad about Provincial Governor Zhang. It's him." With a swish sound, the people who were working immediately stopped what they were doing and looked over at the same time. Sun Hua was startled. Just when he was wondering what had happened, the boatman who sent his family here stood beside him and asked in horror, "Lord Sun, what did you say about Provincial Governor Zhang? You'd better explain or I can't protect you." Sun Hua was stunned. Only then did he realize that he had said something wrong. He heard people talking bad about Luzhou, but he could not say anything bad about Zhang Zhong. He could praise him to the heavens, but no one would find trouble with him. Some people even found him pleasing to the eye and invited him to a meal. However, speaking bad about Luzhou usually did not end well. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm talking about the previous governor, not Zhang Zhong. Provincial Governor Zhang built a good foundation, but the previous governor didn't know how to cherish it. Sun Hua did not have time to lose face in front of his son, so he quickly explained. Chapter 8:13. As the shouts came from the fast boat, the people at the dock chose to forget Sun Hua, the person who had just spoken rudely. They all looked at the sea behind the fast boat. Unfortunately, all they could see was seawater. Sun Hua, who had been forgotten, quietly wiped the sweat on his hand on his clothes. He began to feel curious again. His eyes followed the workers on the dock, but they were blocked by the mast. Father, you should take office quickly. After the handover, you will be the provincial governor here, the highest official. You don't have to worry about others disrespecting you. The child gently touched his father with his hand and gave a sensible idea. Sun Hua's father Weiwei was stunned. He regretted speaking too confidently to his son just now. After hesitating, he finally decided to teach his son to be an honest person and not to talk nonsense. My son, you don't know. This is Luzhou, an extraordinary place. Even if I take office, if I speak ill of Zhangzhong, I will still cause trouble. Judging from that person's shouts just now, Luzhou must have something new. Wait a moment. Maybe there will be more benefits. When the child heard that there was something good, his eyes blinked. He remembered what his father had said earlier and asked again. Father, why can't I speak ill of Zhangzhong? Didn't he go to Luoyang to retire? Shu, lower your voice. He has nothing to do in Luoyang for the time being, but his son and daughter-in-law have something to do. Zhang Xiaobao is about the same age as you, but he is the provincial governor of Jili province. He is slightly inferior to me in terms of rank, but his power is greater than mine. The reason why his rank is inferior is because Zhangzhong made Luzhou an upper province. It is said that this place is under the control of the imperial court, but it is actually the territory of the Zhang family and the Wang family. I'm only here to stay for a year. When I leave office, I will return to the capital and get a lot of money. If you want to talk about idleness, you have to work hard. Sun Hua was finally willing to tell the truth. He was worried that if he did not let his son understand the situation, he would say or do something wrong when he went out for a stroll. If so, his career would become very bumpy. The child was really smart. After hearing his father's words, he rolled his eyes and said excitedly, Father, I have an idea. The emperor certainly doesn't know that Luzhou only listens to the Zhang family and the Wang family. Otherwise, how could he let them go? I will write a letter and tell this matter to the emperor in the name of my father. When the time comes, Zhang Xiaobao will definitely be implicated. I have meritorious service. Maybe I can take over his position and be the governor of Jili province. I don't believe that I can't do what he does. Oh, my little ancestor, give up on this thought. You are not allowed to think about it in the future. This is not the way to be an official. It's good that you are not convinced, but you have to figure out why he is so good. Is the provincial governor something you can be? Do you know what the provincial governor is supposed to do? Not to mention the provincial governor. Even if I give you a secretary, you can't figure it out. There is only one Zhang Xiaobao in the Tang Empire. He was born with knowledge. If you really have the ability, I can also retire. If you still want to use that kind of conspiracy, I won't care about you anymore. Your brother is also not bad. Sun Hua was almost scared to death. After saying a lot, he looked at his son and sighed with emotion. The ignorant were fearless. How could Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan be compared with people of the same age? Not to mention people of the same age, even people who were a few generations older than them could not deal with them. How did the previous official get promoted? It was because Zhang Shua had offended the two of them. As a result, the security of Xinyuan province, which was originally very strict, was slightly lax. It was so lax that anyone who did not help would feel sorry for himself. Thus, the previous official could not resist the temptation and reached out. Not only did he lose his position, he also implicated Zhang Shua. This showed that when it came to politics, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could contend with the prime minister and even take advantage of him. Remember, don't reach out, Sun Hua muttered. It was unclear whether he was saying this to his son or to himself. The child was still a little unconvinced, but he was worried that his father would not help him, so he became much more obedient. While the father and son were conversing, the shadows of sails finally appeared on the path behind them. Sun Hua used his thousandly eye and saw 12 large ships that he had never seen before appear in his field of vision. Filled with curiosity, Sun Hua did not mention the matter of disembarking. The main reason was that the springboard had been removed. If he mentioned it now, it would cause the two dockside helpers to recall what had just happened. Through the Thousand Li Eye, the ships did not seem very far, but it took a full hour for them to reach the docks. The crackling sounds of firecrackers resounded throughout the docks. The people on the ships cheered and waved their hands vigorously, giving off a festive feeling. Sun Hua thought for a moment, then fished out a string of copper coins from a hidden pocket in his sleeve. He shouted at a person not too far away and tossed the money in a line. "This little brother, may I ask what ship this is?" Sun Hua asked curiously. Perhaps it was because the return of the fleet made him happy, but that person reached out and caught the money. For the time being, he did not think about what Sun Hua had just said. While looking at the ships gradually approaching the docks, he introduced them to Sun Hua. "A fleet heading south. When we left there were 12 ships. When we returned there were still 12 ships. I wonder what they are carrying. This time Governor Zhang will definitely be very happy." Back then it was Governor Zhang who came up with the idea of going south to take a look and bring back some good things. Now it has finally succeeded. "Is it easy to go south? What could be on the ships?" Sun Hua asked again. If it was easy to go, then it wouldn't have been a year and a half. The ships are naturally filled with treasures. Perhaps the new governor will have other thoughts and be dealt with. The person on the docks tossed the copper coins in his hand as he spoke casually. "No, definitely not. The new governor is not stupid. Even if 12 ships were filled with gold, the new governor would not want them. He would just treat them as iron plates plated with copper." Sun Hua assured with certainty. "Oh, that's a pity. I haven't seen Governor Zhang for a long time. I originally wanted to get a few more governors and send Governor Zhang over when the imperial court has no more appointments." The person on the docks continued to speak the truth, not hiding anything at all. Sun Hua couldn't help but tremble. He no longer spoke. The child beside him took back the Thousand Li Eye and looked toward the ship. Suddenly, he pointed at a person on the ship and asked with joy and curiosity, "What is that hanging on that person's body? It looks like a big cat but also like a small bear. It's alive and can move its eyes. Father, I want one for sister. I wonder where they got it. It's very interesting." Chapter 8:14. Sun Hua and his son were not the only ones who did not know what kind of animal it was. Even the people on the dock had never seen it before. The little thing was not big, and it looked cuter than a monkey when it was hanging on a human. Especially the little thing's expression, it always gave people a pitiful look. It would lie on the shoulder of the person standing at the bow of the ship, and its eyes would look around curiously and timidly from time to time, making people want to hold it in their arms. "Wow, that thing's ears are so big." A group of children who came to play on the dock saw the person walking to the dock, and their eyes focused on him. A little girl who was holding a doll in her arms shouted. Not to mention girls, even boys would find this little thing interesting. If one looked closely, they would find that this little thing was not beautiful. However, its eyes, ears, and body posture were different from when it was together. "What is it?" Another little girl saw the person on the ship standing on the dock, so she came closer and asked. In fact, the person holding the little thing did not know what it was. He just followed the requirements of the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhang family and Wang family, who had great influence in Luzhou. No matter what strange things they encountered outside, they had to bring them back if they could. Therefore, they brought a group of these little things on the ship. Fortunately, before they left, the people of the Chamber of Commerce had told them that if they caught a plant, they had to bring back the soil of that place. If they caught an animal, they had to know what the animal ate and then bring back the food. If they caught a plant, they had to bring back the seeds. Even so, several of them died on the way. When he heard the question of the little girl, the person thought carefully and organized his words before he answered. "We found this thing on our way south. It looks like a bear, but its ears are bigger. It likes to stay on the tree and is willing to eat leaves. We named it Leaf Bear. This thing is timid and must not be scared. Others have never seen it before. In the future, someone might raise it as a treasure. When they know its habits, they will send it to the zoo in the capital." This person's explanation was quite detailed. At least it was better than those who had never seen this animal. He even gave it a name. Who says others don't know? If Governor Zhang is here, he will definitely know. I'll go ask the people of the Chamber of Commerce. The little girl was not convinced. She squeezed through the crowd and ran towards the Chamber of Commerce. The person holding the little thing shook his head helplessly. Looking at the little girl's age, he knew that she had never seen Zhang Zhong before. When Zhang Zhong was here, the little girl was probably only 1 year old. But looking at the little girl's reaction just now, it was clear what kind of position Zhang Zhong had in her heart. It was too amazing. No matter how powerful the Zhang family and the Wang family were, how could they know something that they had never seen before? It seemed like Lu Zhou was really from the Zhang family and the Wang family. The people on the ship continued to move the items down. They were counting on these items for the harvest of this trip. If it wasn't for the Chamber of Commerce guaranteeing that all the items brought back by the Jiangnan merchants would be bought at a high price, they really didn't want to bring back a pile of useless items. The animals that looked like the little thing were also taken out of their cages. Some of them were looking around nervously with their eyes wide open, while others were sleeping. Just when many people were watching curiously, a person from the Chamber of Commerce came over with a thick book in his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he glanced at the little thing and compared it with the picture of the tree on the colorful page. He nodded and said to the person holding the little thing, "Yes, this animal is called koala or koala. It likes to eat the leaves of several kinds of trees. It has a faint fragrance. It will only drink a little water when it is sick. Did you bring enough leaves of that eucalyptus? Did you bring back the seeds? Oh, there's a kind called rose eucalyptus that is the best. These little guys like to sleep all day long. Let me see, it said that they can sleep for 14 to 18 hours. Little young master and little miss will be very happy. Little young master and little young master will buy it. See, I told you. Governor Zhang will definitely know. What's so great about it?" The little girl who went to call them just now raised her small head with a look that said, "How dare you not believe me?" No one paid attention to the little girl's words. Those who were close to the Chamber of Commerce moved closer to the people from the Chamber of Commerce and looked at the colored picture on the page. Sure enough, the picture was of the little things. Even the leaves they ate were drawn. Below the notes were written about their habits. That's amazing. Father, did you see that? The Zhang family and Wang family actually drew the things that just appeared in advance. How did they know? Sun Hua's son withdrew his clairvoyance that happened to be able to see the situation from this angle, and said to his father with a shocked expression, Sun Hua was not an immortal. How could he know how the Zhang family and Wang family knew what they had just seen? Hearing his son's question, he pretended to be profound and said, "This is the ability of others. If you want to be like others, you have to study hard and have a good memory. There's always someone better than you. This is the truth. Do you understand?" "I understand. Father, I will definitely work hard." The little boy didn't understand, neither did his father. Hearing his father's reprimand, he immediately agreed seriously. At this time, the things on the ships began to be moved down continuously. After wandering outside for a year and a half, they finally returned home. Everyone resisted the urge to take a good rest and seriously did the last thing they wanted to do. It could be said that they had suffered a lot along the way. There were several times when they almost died at sea. They had eaten all their food and could only eat fish. If it weren't for the fact that the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhang family and Wang family provided them with a thing that could make fresh water out of seawater by drying it under the sun, they would have already died in the vast sea. After another part of the things were unloaded from the ships, the people from the Chamber of Commerce stared at a pile of wood and said happily to the people on the ships that had just returned, "Good, you even brought back so much red sandalwood. This time you really made a lot of money." Chapter 8:15. The return of the 12 luxurious cargo ships at Luzhou's dock set off a new wave of enthusiasm for setting sail. Adhering to the theory of the bold die of overeating and the timid die of starvation, many people who originally did not dare to set sail were now eager to give it a try. Before the goods of the 12 ships were all unloaded into the warehouse at the dock, the merchants from all over Luzhou rushed to the dock as fast as they could. One of them wanted to see what the goods were and how much they were worth. The other was to find out where the fleet had gone and what kind of danger they had encountered. The merchants of the 12 ships were also praised by countless people. While they were happy, they could not help but feel like they had survived a disaster. Master Lee, have a safe journey. I wonder if you have time these days? We have reserved a banquet at the flagship store of Ocean Cloud Inn in the state capital. We hope Master Li will come. As the leader of the 12 ships, Li Mian had just gotten off the ship and had not even exchanged a few words with the people of the Chamber of Commerce when someone approached him and extended an invitation. Hearing other people's words and looking at the envious and jealous gazes of others, Li Mian suddenly felt proud and elated. When he first rented a ship here with others, many people scolded him for being a fool. Before setting sail, he had even heard many people belittling him. Now that he was back, he thought, life is really unpredictable. After carefully sizing up the person who had invited him, Li Mian knew this person was the one who had not heard bad things about him. He shook his head and smiled back at the other party. I'm tired from the journey. I really don't have time these days. Why don't we wait for a month and talk about other things after I've rested up? Master Li, don't worry if you're tired. I've already prepared a place to rest. Tell us, where did the fleet go? We want to go and see the vast world out there. This person was still unwilling to give up. It was as if he did not hear Li Mian's rejection. Li Mian was a little impatient. He replied flatly, no need. I've already arranged a place to rest. The wind is strong and the waves are high. How can we remember the way? Besides, we are not prepared to set sail, let alone draw a map. Excuse me everyone, please make way. I'll pay for the ship. What he said was exactly what many people had said before they set out to sea, and now it was used to refute what had happened before. As for where they were going, what kind of resources there were, and what they had to be careful of on the road, they definitely couldn't tell others so easily. That was information that he had risked his life to obtain. Why should it be given to others for free? Those who wanted to make a fortune would rent their own boat and go out to sea. They would also experience what it meant to die 9 times out of 10. As soon as Li Mian finished speaking, the people from Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce surrounded the area to prevent outsiders from getting close. The person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce held the booklet in his hands as he discussed the details with Li Mian. Boss Li, congratulations on your safe return and bringing back so many good things. Should we talk about the rental fee and the price of the goods? The person in charge asked Li Mian as he checked the items they had brought down from the ship. Li Mian nodded a few times and replied, Manager Zhang, we've discussed the matter of the ship before we came back. We want to buy it. Although it's damaged in many places, it's our first time on such a long journey. We can't return it to the Chamber of Commerce. Manager Zhang, please take a look at the goods and see if they're worth the money. The 12 ships were not given out for free. Li Mian and the others came from Jiangnan. Before they rented the ships, they had to use their properties as collateral. After they returned from the sea, they would use the price of the goods as collateral. If there was more, they would be refunded. They were given 3 years. If they did not return in 3 years, the properties used as collateral would belong to Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. Now that all 12 ships had returned safely, Li Mian did not plan to continue renting ships. Considering that he would be going out in the future, he might as well buy them. He could save a lot of money in the future. However, he was not sure if the goods were worth the money. He was a little worried. The person in charge, Manager Zhang, had already seen the various goods brought back by the fleet. Based on the booklet made by the young master and young lady, he knew that these goods could be exchanged for more than 20 ships. It was not that the goods were valuable. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The first time they returned, there were many things that Great Tang did not have. Not to mention the other things, just the koala. In Great Tang, no one had even heard of it, let alone seen it. Naturally, many people were willing to pay a sky-high price to buy it. As for how the young master and young lady knew, was there even a need to ask? They were immortals, there was nothing that they did not know. With this thought in mind, Manager Zhang said to Li Mian, Boss Li, according to the contract, when you rented the ships, in addition to the goods, you have to tell the Chamber of Commerce everything you saw and heard on the way and present the sea map you drew. As long as what you say is true and the map is true, you can exchange these 2 things for 4 ships. Furthermore, the next time you go out to sea, you can get new equipment from the Chamber of Commerce, such as the equipment used to collect fresh water on your ship. According to the previous agreement, the goods must be handled by the Chamber of Commerce. There are 2 methods. One is that the Chamber of Commerce gives you a price. Don't worry, it is enough for you to buy a ship. The Chamber of Commerce does not know how much it will sell for. If it sells for more, you have to agree. The other method is that the Chamber of Commerce will not buy it directly, but will help you contact other buyers. In the end, the Chamber of Commerce will take 40% of the net profit. Don't worry, it is not the gross profit. Go back and discuss it. Oh, the goods do not include animals. The animals and plant seeds you brought back must be given to the Chamber of Commerce unconditionally. We will take over now and write a letter to inform the master in the capital. After Manager Zhang finished explaining the conditions, he did not rush Li Mian to make a decision immediately. He leaned back in his chair and flipped through the book in his hand. In his heart, he already knew where the animals would go. The big animals would naturally be sent to the Tang Dynasty Zoo. As for the small animals such as koalas, Xiaobei and the others would probably have new playmates. This thing was really too cute, especially when it was in someone's arms. It turned its head to look elsewhere and then timidly turned its face back, looking like it was wronged. One could not help but want to get one to hug. At this time, Li Mian had already excused himself and went to discuss with the merchants he was working with. He was very clear in his heart that since he had signed the contract, he could not go back on it. The sea map and the key anchorage had to be handed over. If it was another shipyard, perhaps the rental of the ship could be faked. However, for the shipyards of the Zhang family and Wang family, that was definitely not possible. Not to mention whether the other party would be suspicious, just the fact that the other party immediately took out the map and compared the little thing, which he did not even know the name of, showed that they knew a lot of things. Yes, a lot. If he angered them, the consequences would not only be suppression in terms of business. If they were unhappy, they might even send a few gunships after him when he set sail again. Yes, I have to follow the contract. There are some benefits that cannot be taken advantage of, Li Mian reminded himself in his heart. Only then did he feel relieved. The other merchants who were stopped outside were now both regretful and excited. They regretted that they did not work with Li Mian to set sail. They were excited because if others were to make money, they would be able to make a profit too. Just like when they were on Xinyuan Island, the Zhang family and Wang family were indeed impressive. They actually knew that there was a large area outside and that there were many things that the Great Tang did not have. They originally thought that the Great Tang had everything. Thus, while Li Mian was discussing with others on how to cooperate with the Merchant Association, a storm was brewing in the sea. At the edge of the desert near the Jinchuan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were calculating the number of animals they received this time and estimating how much profit they would make. Xiaobao, it seems like the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate will have to pay a higher price this time. You actually sold the operation model of the bank to them. They can't help but be tempted. You are really too evil. After calculating the accounts, Wang Wan realized that not only did they not lose money this time, they even made a lot of money. Just the animals alone were enough to cover the expenses of the 40,000 people along the way. There were also the local medicinal herbs and slaves. This could be considered a real profit. More importantly, the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate had already accepted the Great Tang's paper currency and acknowledged its legitimacy. This way they would have a stable foreign exchange channel in the future. When the time came, they could use the animals they obtained from the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate to increase the acceptance of the country's currency. This could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Of course, the most impressive thing was not how much money they earned this time. It was that the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate understood the importance of a country having its own currency system. This so-called currency system was actually a bank. The success of the Great Tang Bank had caused many of the surrounding small countries to be envious. This was especially so for the people who were emperors. They realized that ever since the Great Tang had a bank, Li Longji's treasury had started to fill up. Who wouldn't want to have money in their hands? This was especially so when this money could be used to build a place and fight a war. Yes, fighting a war was the most frightening thing. Once Li Longji had money, who could guarantee that he wouldn't make a move against them? Under such circumstances, Zhang Xiaobao wrote down the operation model of the bank and wanted to sell it to the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate as a commodity. The price he set was extremely high. After Kei Tachin and Susan Chide found out about this matter, they were worried for a period of time. In the end, they were willing to pay a higher price in exchange. They were really worried that if they didn't have such a bank in their country, when Li Longji raised more money to fight a war, their country wouldn't have the strength to retaliate. Of course, what Wang Wan praised was not that the people from both sides were willing to spend money to buy the bank, but what they did after they had enough money. Zhang Xiaobao also understood what Wang Wan was referring to. He turned to the last page of the account book and said, "This is called being in line with the international market. I'm a good person. I'm helping them to gather money. You're lying with your eyes wide open. Not to mention me, even Xian Air knows what you're planning to do. You want to start a real financial war with them after their banks are established. This is the temptation of the devil. You gave them hope and let them open Pandora's box. It's just like asking people to go overseas to search for new places and obtain more things. The benefits are accompanied by risks. When you asked people to go out to sea, you said it very nicely. Why didn't you organize a fleet yourself? I don't know if any of them can come back alive. This is the sea. When it breathes life, it also devours life." As Wang Wan spoke, she thought of the merchants who were encouraged to go out to sea. She hoped that they could come back alive and bring back more good things. Just as Wang Wan mentioned this matter, the pigeon that was trying its best to fly had already arrived in Ezhou. It received Shui Yun, who was sending letters back and forth, and put the letters on Shui Yun. Then it flew towards the edge of the desert. In the palace of Tubo, Zuzhenchide was holding a piece of paper that Ilua had just exchanged for with a lot of resources. He was reading word by word. Beside him was Princess Jincheng. Now, her status was obviously much higher than before. The entire harem of Tubo had almost become her world. No one dared to compete with her anymore. Everyone was afraid that if they provoked her, the Tang Empire would take revenge. If it was in the past, no matter how powerful the Tang Empire was, no matter how tough Li Longji was, after all, it was very troublesome for the Tang Empire's army to attack. They were usually passive and would not take the initiative to attack. But ever since that cuckoo demon fiend appeared, everything had changed. No one could guess the true thoughts of a child. Perhaps it could be said that children were never so stable. If they were happy today, they would laugh. If they were unhappy tomorrow, they would cry. Whether they could attack or when they would attack had nothing to do with the thoughts of Li Longji and the other officials. Zuzhenchide also knew about the recent situation in the harem. He had even added fuel to the fire once. There was no helping it. Who told the desert to station 40,000 soldiers? This is the method of the Great Tang Bank. Good, very good. Why didn't anyone in my court think of it? This way merchants will come and go frequently. Every transaction will have to pay a tax to the Great Tang, and Li Longji will have more and more money in his hands. Nuanu, when you return to the Great Tang this time, you must remember to ask more about the disadvantages of the bank. I'm worried that Zhang Xiaobao will give me something that I can't see through. If I do as he says, it will bring me a lot of trouble. He and Wang Wan will not give up on killing me. Zuzhenchide flipped through a few pages and saw an introduction written by Zhang Xiaobao, describing the strengths and weaknesses of the bank. Of course, those weaknesses did not seem to be anything special. As he continued reading, Zuzhenchide could not understand. There were many technical terms in the book, and this was not his forte. The only thing he knew was that Zhang Xiaobao would not be so kind. Even if the Tubo had paid a great price, Zhang Xiaobao might have set a few traps. Even if he returned to the Great Tang, no one would tell him this. He could only rely on Li Nuanu. What else could Princess Jincheng say? She was already married to the Tubo. Since Zuzhenchide mentioned it, she had to help him ask. What made her even happier was that Zuzhenchide's words meant that she could return to the Great Tang to take a look. She thought that she would have to stay in the Tubo for the rest of her life. She did not expect that she would have the chance to return. This time, no matter what, she had to stay for a while. Or perhaps she could look for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss and see if she could return to visit her parents every once in a while. Thinking of this, Princess Jincheng saw that Zuzhenchide was still waiting for her reply. She quickly said, "Zuzhenchide, you can rest assured. Nuanu will definitely help to ask about the key points. I believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will tell Nuanu. Don't ask the two of them. I heard that the two of them are not on good terms with Zhang Shu. You have to think of a way to ask Zhang Shu and Wu Huifei. That woman had once made a move against the Great Tang Bank. It's a pity that her methods were not good enough. Not only was she seen through, she even allowed Zhang Xiaobao to take the opportunity to open up a better bank." Zuzhenchide, who had collected a lot of information on the Great Tang, immediately stopped Princess Jincheng when he heard that she wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Wasn't that just waiting to be cheated? The only people in the Great Tang who were not on good terms with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were Zhang Shua's faction and Wu Huifei. Ever since Empress Wang regained favor, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu Huifei had been thinking of ways to deal with the Zhang and Wang families. However, the two families were too stable. Even Li Longji was biased towards them, causing Wu Huifei to fail time and time again. However, if Zhu Zhenchai suggested to work with them, they might be able to gain other benefits. Princess Jincheng nodded her head and agreed. She sighed in her heart. Sometimes she did not know what she should do. The conflict between the two sides seemed to have put her in the middle. Zhu Zhenchai took a few more glances at the book in the bank. He rubbed his sore eyes and said to Princess Jincheng, "This time there probably won't be anything good over there. If anyone asks you about the specific situation of Tubo, you must not tell them. This slave will remember." Princess Jincheng nodded her head. Only then did Zhu Zhenchai's thoughts settle. The one who was equally vexed was Commissioner Quebec. Don't look at how the current ruler of the Turks was Emojilian. The person in charge was Commissioner Quebec. He controlled the army and naturally controlled the entire Turks. He really wanted to personally go to the Great Tang to take a look at the sword meet on Mount Hua. However, he did not dare to do so. If he controlled the army and something happened, he would lose everything. Thus, he could only let Emojilian go personally. At the same time, he was very worried. If Li Longji supported Emojilian and helped him take over his military power, it would be difficult for him to do so. This matter was not over yet. Now there was the problem of a bank. The spies sent to the Great Tang had already sent back more than one report, describing the various benefits of a bank. It would allow Li Longji to collect a lot of taxes and make the Great Tang even more prosperous. Now that the method had been bought back, he did not know if it was true or not. It seemed like the bank was just a few simple methods. However, Commissioner K was very clear that it was not so simple. If something went wrong, the entire Turks might be implicated. Thus, he came to Emojilian's place and said to Emojilian, who was about to set off, "When you go to Tang, it's best if you can get in touch with the Tubo people. Tell them that we are willing to cooperate with them in terms of military and bank. If they can find out about the bank's problems, we are willing to pay the corresponding price." In truth, Emojilian did not want to go. If he was stopped, he would lose his current position. However, he had no other choice. If he did not go, Li Longji would have an excuse to attack the Turks, and the surrounding countries would not help him. With this thought in mind, Emojilian hastily said, "Have someone make a copy of the thing that Zhang Xiaobao sold to us. When I bring it to the Great Tang, I will compare it with the Tubo people to see if it is the same. I also want to bring more warriors. Since it's the sword meet on Mount Hua, it will be a martial competition. We can only win and not lose." While the Tubo people and the Turks were thinking of their own methods, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received a letter from Lu Zhou. They really came back. They came back very quickly. A year and a half is enough for a round trip. They got koalas. Did they go to Australia? That's not close to here. We have to go around Malaysia. The letter that a pigeon can carry is too small. It only wrote a few things that we need the most and did not mention anything else. I wonder if there are kangaroos. Yes, ask them to send the koalas quickly. Koalas are not easy to raise. Also, the leaves that they brought back. If the seeds can't keep up with the koalas' eating speed, they will starve to death. Zhang Xiaobao read the letter and imagined the scenery of the places that the merchants had been to. He was a little yearning. Wang Wan was also very happy. It was good as long as someone went there. Even if it was only to Malaysia, it was fine. The places along the way had a lot of resources. There were spices, copper, gold, and good trees. Anyway, there were countless of them. Good. Send the koalas over for Xiaobei and the others to play with. It will be very interesting for the children to hold the koalas. I'm just afraid that the koalas will be killed by Xiaobei. Forget it, life and death are predestined. We have to go back soon, otherwise we won't be able to make it in time for the new year. You write a letter to Emojilian and Zuzan of Chida to urge them to go with us. Also, we have to think of a way to make them stay here. We can't go back now. We have to wait until the population in the north of Hebei province decreases. It would be best if we can directly incorporate their army. When the matters in the north of Hebei province are settled, even if they all go back, They won't be able to do anything. Wang Wan had never held a koalas with her own hands. Imagining the scene when the time comes, the corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Zhang Xiaobao touched his face with his hand. Aya, but Tu is really not easy to deal with. I guess he has thought of something. After all, they have no way to contact the outside world for a long time. When they come out, I think they will arrange for someone to send a message every once in a while. Chapter 8:16. Lard had not been having a good time recently. His camp of more than 2,000 people was constantly shifting to the west, and they were almost out of the desert. It was also difficult to collect drinking water. There was no running water and they could not drink it. He could only watch as his subordinates became listless, unable to think of a better idea. Besides the problem of water, there was also the problem of food. Damn that Zhang Xiaobao. He's doing this on purpose. He's definitely doing this on purpose. When Lard was preparing to eat early in the morning, his subordinates came looking for him. There was a problem with the food. The fish that he had spent a great deal of money to trade for from Tubo had a layer of fat floating on it. It would have been fine if it had been butter, but the problem was that it was clearly lard. The live fish in the barrel seemed to like the smell of oil very much. They gathered where there was oil, occasionally pecking at it, causing the oil to spread over the entire barrel and glow in the sunlight. On the way back after the trade, we ran into patrolling Great Tang cavalry. A few of them threw large chunks of lard over, saying that they were careless and slipped. A duo eater in charge of transporting the food explained to Lard, upon which Lard let out a thunderous roar. Lard could only give this sort of evaluation despicable. The Grand Great Tang actually dared to mess with his food. Go find something else to eat. These throw them away. Lard helplessly looked at those lively and cheerful fish, waved his hand, and returned to his tent to fret over the matter. The other duo eaters silently went about their business. In recent days they had already lost the confidence to continue staying here. Sometimes when they slept at night they would feel that coming here was a mistake. Not only had they gained nothing, they had also sacrificed many things. When they had first come, they had wanted to establish a forward station next to the Great Tang to provide assistance to those who would come later. This desert was very good. There were Tubo, Turks and Great Tang. The three factions had fought here to create a gap for outsiders, but in the end Zhang Xiaobao of the Great Tang had tied them down. They could not fight, but they were unwilling to leave. If it was Zhang Xiaobao who sent people to beat them up once or twice, he could find an excuse to leave. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao had been living in peace, except that they would occasionally throw things from the pigs. For example, pig hair, pig dung, and pig blood were thrown into the wind every day. Even if they didn't look, they could smell it. The camp had no choice but to move again and again. How could you do this? Even if two countries are going to war, you have to be a little more magnanimous. Look at you, you've been scheming since you were young. What will you do when you grow up? Zhang Xiaobao was giving Xiao Bei and the others a political lesson in the camp. The matter of the pig's blood and pig's dung was done by Xiao Bei and the others. It was said that when attacking the enemy, they had to save them. Xiao Bei took the lead. As for who gave her the idea, it wasn't important. At this time she was listening to her brother attentively, trying to understand the spirit of his words. I didn't know what you did until today. Otherwise, I would have come to talk to you long ago. What attacked the enemy, they had to save them. Your little plan was not bad, but your methods were very vile. If others knew that you were my younger siblings, they would laugh at me. Zhang Xiaobao's face was dark as he continued to teach the children. Xiao Bei lowered her head and looked like she was admitting her mistake. When she heard her brother's words, she curled her lips. She didn't believe that her brother only found out today. It had already been half a month. Isn't it because you think that we did well? You didn't do it. Jealousy, pure jealousy. Xiao Bei, what are you muttering about? Xiao Bei, who had just muttered a sentence, was discovered by Zhang Xiaobao. No, I'm not muttering. I have a toothache, so I'm grinding my teeth. Brother, please continue. Xiao Bei shook her head, refusing to admit it. Zhang Xiaobao snorted and said, don't be unconvinced when I say that you didn't do well. Look at the situation now. Can't you see? That's because we are strong and the enemy is weak. We have to pay the smallest price for the greatest results. What did you do? Can't the pig's blood be used to make blood tofu? Can't the pig's dung be used as fertilizer? There's even pig skin on the lard. They usually like to eat mixed pig skin, so how can they bear to throw it away? Besides, the wind here doesn't blow in a fixed direction. If it blows away the many cannibals, our camp will have a smell. Aren't you ashamed? Are these my Zhang Xiaobao's younger siblings? You are a joke. Why don't you go upstream to the river where they get water and wash the pig's intestines and hand them to me later? I can fry the intestines for you. You actually wasted it. Why do I, Zhang Xiaobao, have such stupid younger siblings? Today's matter needs to be summarized. Everyone will write a self-reflection later. You must recognize your mistakes and correct them. Do you understand? Xiaobei lowered his head even more. He suddenly turned around and glared at a guard in the crowd. It seemed that this was the young guard's idea. Xiao Yuan also had an expression of deep realization on his face. Han Xianfeng and the others who were not far away looked at each other. At the beginning, they really thought that Zhang Xiaobao was going to talk to Xiaobei and the others and ask them to be more aboveboard. At this moment, they finally understood. How was this teaching his younger siblings to learn? He was clearly guiding his younger siblings to lower the cost of their schemes. Xiaobei obediently took 2 steps forward. His eyes were red and tears were welling up in his eyes. Brother, I know I was wrong. I didn't eat so many fried pig intestines. Now that I think about it, my heart aches. Also, I didn't use much pig skin to cook the jelly. I will definitely learn from this in the future. And it's good that you recognize your mistakes. You are still young. Remember, when you are strong, you have to use the smallest price to achieve the best goal. Disperse. I see that you have prepared a lot of pig trotters. When it's time to shave them, go upstream and roast them. Throw them into the river after they are roasted. Zhang Xiaobao looked gratified at his younger siblings who were willing to correct their mistakes. After comforting them, he even gave them some guidance. Under the admiring gazes of his younger siblings, he left to find Wang Wan to discuss how to make a breakthrough. Today you are only allowed to eat half of your lunch and dinner. Think about it carefully. How much do you think you missed? You even made my brother personally come over to teach you. I am very angry. Xiaobei turned around and complained to the innocent-looking guards. The people sent by Zuzan of Tubo, Chida, were also watching from the side. They originally wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would educate his younger siblings. Now that they understood, they didn't care about the uncomfortable feeling of cold sweat sticking to their bodies. They hurriedly went back to write a letter and had someone send it back quickly. They told Zanpu to be careful, very, very careful. Wang Wan also heard how Zhang Xiaobao had lectured Xiaobei and the others. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao swaying back, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Xiaobao, you just did that? What kind of education do you want to educate Xiaobei and the others?" "Hehe, it's just a joke. They are children after all. I will play with them. Anyway, the one who loses is not me. They can eat more people and suffer. It's a pity that there are no good chilies. You can't make Mao Shui Wang with chilies." Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to care at all. "You are provoking ethnic conflicts." Wang Wan put the blame on him. "Which ethnic group provokes ethnic conflicts? There isn't one yet. Who should I pick? Come. Let's discuss how to deal with Ku Tiyu. We have less than 3 days before we set off." Zhang Xiaobao no longer put his thoughts on the more than 2,000 people. He began to think about how to make Ku Tiyu lead the troops back to the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. At the very least, it had to be delayed until next year's spring plowing. At that time, even if Ku Tiyu wanted to do something, there wouldn't be any resources available. "Didn't you say you wanted to arrange an assassination? I think this idea is fine." Wang Wan mentioned Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and regretted. "So that's what you were thinking?" "After scolding Xiaobei and the others today, I changed my mind. Not only do we have to let the children know how to save resources, the adults should also set an example. If we arrange an assassination, the chariot will be ours, the manpower will be ours, and the crossbows will also be ours. Using the smallest price to exchange for the biggest benefit will not be laughed at by Xiaobei and the others. Therefore, I decided to find Ku Tiyu for a meal and treat him to some buns. At that time, we will bring their troops back together. Leaving them here will consume too much money every day. We will spend too much money on transportation. The slaves we bought here will be enough to support us." Chai Zuzan agreed to go to the capital, and Emoji Lian also agreed. However, they will not go with us. We will set off the day after tomorrow. The day of departure arrived. Kutuyu waited for General Kutuyu to fall ill after eating a few buns. Just when Kutuyu suspected that Zhang Xiaobao was up to something bad, Zhang Xiaobao didn't make any moves. He didn't even ask about the matter of military authority. The 40,000-strong army set off, bringing up layers of sand and dust as they moved towards the place where the ships were. There was still a group of people who left to return to Yizhou. They were the relatives of Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang. Chang, who had been invited to visit his children. He had just arrived the day before yesterday. After hearing his children reciting poems, performing dances and writing, he was so happy that he slapped his son's head several times in succession. After playing with them for 2 more days, he finally reluctantly bid farewell. He left behind a sentence for his children to learn well, and left without looking back. Emoji Lian set off in advance. He wasn't willing to move with Zhang Xiaobao's large group. That wouldn't be the sword meet on Mount Hua. He would be escorted. Of course, even if he didn't go with them, he wouldn't use the name of the sword meet on Mount Hua. He would use the excuse of going to the capital to pay tribute. He didn't dare to talk about the sword meet with Li Longji. At the same time, Zhu Zanqida arranged the matters in Tubo and set off with Princess Jincheng. His speed was neither fast nor slow. He followed behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's group. There was a day's journey in between. Scouts were sent out in all directions, reporting every hour. They had to carefully watch the path that Zhang Xiaobao's troops had taken. There was no other way. They had been frightened by the information sent back by their subordinates. Even children like Xiao Bei could recognize the mistakes made in scheming, let alone the adults. With the departure of the great Tang's group, the Duogu people who hadn't eaten or slept well for a few days finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then they were at a loss. The 40,000-strong army had left the desert, and a few thousand people had come to set up camp. They couldn't go back at all. What worried them the most was that the people who came later wanted to carry out the scheme to the end. Lalda thought about it and felt that he wouldn't be of much use if he stayed here. He might as well go back early and send more troops next time. Although the road wasn't easy, he had to vent his anger. Everything passed by calmly like this. The people at Pengzhou Pass felt a little regretful. They thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would have a big fight. They didn't expect that there would be a feeling of powerlessness. Those who had such thoughts were usually soldiers. They were hot-blooded. The people who were marshals had different thoughts. They were most in favor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's method. This was what it meant to subdue the enemy without fighting. With the 40,000-strong army, the trouble in the north of Hebei province was solved. The Tujue and Tubo problem was solved. The Duogu people spent a lot of money but didn't get anything in the end. Paper money started to circulate in Tubo and Tubo. They also exchanged a lot of livestock and slaves. Sure enough, a good fighter has no illustrious achievements. In the capital, in Xingqing Palace, after Li Longji received the news of Zhang Xiaobao's return, he read the letter again and again. Finally, he said to Gao Lishur, who was beside him. Gao Lishur was also happy. This time Zhang Xiaobao didn't use a lot of money. At least, he didn't use the money from the national treasury. As for the money used by Xiaobao himself, he would probably ask for the corresponding policies. Good son. Thinking like this, Gao Lishur said modestly, Your Majesty is wrong. It's all petty tricks that can't be shown in public. Well, it's petty tricks. It's petty tricks that solved the problem in the north of Hebei province. It's petty tricks that forced Zhu Zanqida and Moji Lian to come to the capital to pay tribute. It's petty tricks that planted a deeper hidden danger for Tubo and Tujue. Starting tomorrow, all the smart people in the court should give me some petty tricks like Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Li Longji was glowing. It seemed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took people on a trip as if they were playing, but the result was unimaginable. If this was considered petty tricks, then there was no smart person in the world. Gao Lishur had always heard the emperor praise Xiaobao and Cuckoo, so he had long been immune to it. He followed Li Longji's words and said, I think the only good thing is that they didn't start a real war. Otherwise it would be a waste of people and money. I wonder what kind of sword competition Xiaobao wants to have by inviting them in the name of Your Majesty? Could it be that they want to compete to see who has better swordsmanship? Gao Lishir was very happy when he talked about this. After Zhang Xiaobao went there, the court had passed a resolution. If Wang Wan really sent troops to deal with Tuzhou and Tubo, the court would send troops to the border of the other side to provide reinforcements. When fighting Tubo, the Tuzhou dared to move, so they had to send troops. When fighting Tubo, it was the same. They would not allow Wang Wan to fight on two fronts, even if they knew that she could do it. This was not a problem of ability, but a problem of the Tang Empire's attitude. Fortunately, they did not fight. The two of them used a few tricks to extinguish the flames of war that were about to rise. Now, other than Xinlua and Japan, the surrounding countries were basically stable. What they had to see was what Xiao Bao would do when he found the Tufan and Turkic people. Li Longji was also thinking about this matter. His name had been falsely used. In a situation where he should be angry, he couldn't get angry. He could still distinguish between public interest and private interest. Zhang Xiaobao did not use his name to gain benefits for himself. Although he couldn't see it, even if he gained benefits, at least others couldn't criticize him. Xiao Bao hasn't written a letter to talk about the specifics? Li Longji was also curious about the sword meet on Mount Hua. It sounded good, but he didn't know how to do it. Gao Lishir replied. No, Xiao Bao didn't put his thoughts on Mount Hua. It seems that the sword meet has already been considered. When he comes back, we will know. In a recent letter, Xiao Bao mentioned that he wants the imperial court to help share the burden. Before winter comes, we will increase the number of cargo ships on the Jing River. Fortunately, when they pass by the Jing River, they will block the river. As Gao Lishir spoke, he took out another letter. This was a letter from home. However, he first mentioned that he would wait for some time before writing another letter to Li Longji. Gao Lishir was actually not willing to let the emperor read his letters because the emperor always snatched his things. As expected, when Li Longji took the letter and read it, he didn't first mention blocking the river so that 40,000 people could pass by the small river, which was the river from Sanshui County. Instead, he pointed at the words on the letter and asked Gao Lishir, "Is the bone marrow of this yak really better than that of a normal yak? It can strengthen the body and bones?" "Think so," Gao Lishir replied. "Well, then we will help Lishir take care of a part of it. When we return, we will write a letter to ask Xiao Bao and the others the best way to eat it." Li Longji took care of Gao Lishir. What else could Gao Lishir say? Just give it to him. Ever since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo started to give him things, the emperor had developed a habit of giving him something every time. It wasn't like this in the past. Li Longji had received something, so he brought up other things in the letter. "But suddenly you fell ill again? Does he want to stay behind and walk slowly? Xiao Bao wants to let 40,000 people enter the small river from Dingping. I don't know if they can withstand it. If 40,000 soldiers cause trouble, it won't be good. Your Majesty, in addition to the soldiers and horses in Fenzhou, you can also send the soldiers and horses in Jizhou. I believe that Xiao Bao will solve this problem. Xiao Bao can't let them enter the capital. Otherwise, it will be no different from an army at the gate. This subject will write a letter to ask about the details." Gao Lishir was also very afraid of the 40,000 people. He was afraid that they would suddenly cause trouble, which would be difficult to clean up. On the Yellow River, Zhu Zanqi's fleet had surpassed Zhang Xiaobao's fleet. It was not that Zhu Zanqi was fast, but that Zhang Xiaobao's fleet was too slow. To be precise, the speed of the ships was slow, but the ships carrying a large number of soldiers were not slow. There were many sick people on the slow ships. Among them, Ku Tuyu was the most seriously ill. Now it was not just his stomach that was uncomfortable, but his whole body was not comfortable. Originally, he had a bad stomach, but when he was on the river, he finally contacted someone from the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. After he heard the news, he really fell ill. It was said that at that time, blood kept flowing out of his nose, which made his already weak body worse. "General Ku Tuyu, are you better? I'm here to give you something to eat. Steamed egg lamb. Try it. I added some salt to give you more salt. Otherwise, your body will be even weaker." Zhang Xiaobao carried a tray in his hand. On the tray was a large bowl of steamed eggs and lamb. The steamed eggs in the bowl were very tender and pleasing to look at. He walked into Ku Tuyu's cabin and said with concern. Ku Tuyu looked at Zhang Xiaobao blankly. When Zhang Xiaobao put down the tray, he asked Zhang Xiaobao in a weak voice, "Provincial Governor Zhang, what do you want to do?" I haven't done anything to offend you, have I? But General Tu, you don't have to get up. Quickly lie down. General, what are you saying? You have always helped me, so how could you offend me? General, you don't have to think too much. You will recover in a few days. Come, try some of the lamb eggs. Sigh, for the sake of our friendship. General actually came despite the dangers of not being acclimatized to the climate. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and pressed down on Kutuyu's body as he was about to get up. He used a spoon to scoop up some egg lamb and blew on it before bringing it to Kutuyu's mouth. If it were someone else who didn't know the specific situation, they would really think that Zhang Xiaobao was inexplicably moved by Kutuyu. However, at this time one was lying down and one was sitting. They both understood what was going on. This time Kutuyu was really convinced. This Zhang Xiaobao could be so hypocritical. He could even talk nonsense in front of others. What else couldn't he do? Wei Wei shook her head. Kutuyu didn't eat the egg lamb. Instead, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao still had the same sad expression of seeing a sick lord. However, Kutuyu gave up the idea of seeing an evasive look in Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. He said, Zhang Xiaobao, don't be so hypocritical. What are your plans for my Songmo manor? Do you think that I won't be able to do anything if you get rid of everyone? Let me tell you, Zhang Xiaobao, as long as I still have a breath, I can still make a breakthrough. Yes, General. However, General, to you, you must not think too much. You will definitely live. When you reach the capital, you can recuperate and be vigorous again. You must not lose your confidence. Everyone hopes that General will recover soon. However, just talking is not enough. You must eat. Come eat half a bowl. After eating, rest more. Don't think too much about other useless things. Zhang Xiaobao really looked like he was trying to coax a patient who was in a bad mood. However, Kutuyu was about to cry. This Zhang Xiaobao was really too shameless. He was lying through his teeth. He turned his head with all his strength, wanting to knock the spoon away. However, Zhang Xiaobao was one step ahead of him and moved the spoon away. Zhang Xiaobao, let's make things clear today. Why are you treating me like this? Don't argue with me. Chapter 8:17. When the birds are gone, the good bough is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. Governor Zhang, you and Adjunct Wang are truly formidable. You first stabilized the Tubo, and now you've dealt with the tribes of northern Hebei province. From the looks of it, you're planning to deal with the Turks as well. This general congratulates you in advance. But Tuyu propped up his weak body, looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a pitiful gaze, and said word by word, Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. It turns out that General Kutuyu also knows how to burn the bridge after crossing the river, and get rid of the donkey after it has left the millstone. General isn't trying to persuade me to raise a thief for self-respect and quickly send General back, right? General, please eat slowly. I'll go out and teach General's words to Xiaobei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao said to Kutuyu indifferently. He no longer cared whether he could eat or not. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's departing figure, Wei Wei's eyes welcomed the sunlight shining in through the door. Kutuyu ignored the piercing tears that fell from his eyes. Seeming to have thought of something happy, the corners of Wei Wei's mouth curled up. When he turned his head back, he picked up the bowl and began to eat in big mouthfuls. The weather was getting colder. After the autumn harvest, the river became busier. The 40,000-strong army was stuck in the middle of the originally wide river, unable to pass through the surging yellow river. Order the ships in front to change to small boats. From Dingping to the small river, pass Sanshui County and enter the capital. Along the way, ensure that the troops are provided with food and drink and deepen the relationship between the army and the people. When Wang Wan heard the news from the front, she issued a new order, emphasizing the relationship between the army and the people. These words were for the generals who stayed on the ship to hear. The person in charge of delivering the news understood that the operation had begun and hurriedly left. Wang Wan turned around and said to the helpless and angry generals who knew about the unforeseen event in their homeland, Everyone, the new year is coming. If we do our best to return, it will definitely be tiring. There's not enough time, so why don't we celebrate the new year in the capital and go to Mount Hua to enjoy the snow? No one responded. The generals looked at Wang Wan with unkind eyes, as if they wished they could eat Wang Wan alive. Wang Wan didn't care how much others hated her. She didn't say anything when she saw them. She hummed a song and went to find Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, they hate me so much. Li Longji is not bad. He knows how to cooperate with us. With this, at least a third of the 40,000 people will be able to survive. That's quite a force to be reckoned with. When they see how the people of Sanshui County live, they will reconsider their original way of life. This winter, the off-season vegetables in Sanshui County will not be overstocked. Let them eat it and let them know that the Tang Empire can also eat vegetables in winter. Wang Wan found Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding in the cabin and writing with his head down, and happily said to him, "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Wang Wan poured herself a cup of water and held it in her hands. She looked in the direction of Sanshui County and said, "Xiaobao, I haven't been back for a long time. What do you think Shuangzi is like now? If they can hear the sound of reading on the shore and the smoke from the small building rising into the fog when they pass by, won't it scare them again?" "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Also, the lotus seeds in the pond are hanging their heads shyly. The reeds by the lake are covered in frost. Isn't it beautiful?" Wang Wan continued asking. "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "What are you doing? I'm asking you a question." Wang Wan was dissatisfied. Oh, I'm listening. The smoke from the small building rising into the fog is not good. It's easy to get respiratory diseases. The lotus seeds should have been cut long ago. Otherwise, they would all fall into the water. It's the right time to eat lotus roots. Zhang Xiaobao reacted quickly. He raised his head and looked at Wang Wan. "What are you busy with?" Wang Wan didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao said. She moved closer to take a look. "I'm busy with the rebellion. I'm looking for a suitable place to start the army. The best place is Jinchuan." Zhang Xiaobao moved his body away and pointed at the map to Wang Wan. Wang Wan looked at the map. It was indeed Tubo's Jinchuan. "You want to be the emperor?" "Yes, it's impossible not to be the emperor. Child Zuzan and Moji Lian and Ku Tuyu will definitely praise our army there. It's good there. There are mountains and rivers, and the yield of barley is high. It can be said that we can attack or retreat." Zhang Shuashuo, who has escaped the wheel of history and still hasn't been ousted, Wu Huifei, who has watched other people's children grow up and can't hurt them, and there are also other people with bad intentions. Can we cooperate with them and not rebel? Zhang Xiaobao touched the Jinchuan line and said faintly. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's complaints, Wang Wan laughed. "Serves you right. Who asked you to solve everything at once and prepare to give up the place?" "Yes, give it to Li Longji. We'll continue to head northwest. The Darim Basin is not bad. Who said that the Anxi Protectorate should be given to others? We'll go and take it. In any case, Li Longji can't control it. Perhaps after the sword meet on Mount Hua, the great Tang people will go to the Potala Palace like a tourist. Oh, it's called the Red Mountain Palace. Why should we give it to the Tibetan Buddhists? Now is the best time to take it. How much money is wasted there every year? Let's not talk about religion. You can choose not to believe it, but you can't talk about it," Wang Wan hurriedly persuaded. "Why can't I talk about it? No one is more sacred than the other. I've decided that the Red Mountain Palace will not be allowed to have any religion in the future. Once they make a move, we'll give up the Jinchuan line. If Li Longji still wants to expand, then we'll continue to head northwest. I think he will support us. He can't wait for us to occupy the Mediterranean Sea in one go. There is a lot of oil there, so we can extract it all. We can find a place near the capital and dig a big hole. We can pour the stones in for future generations." Zhang Xiaobao began to paint a picture of the future. Wang Wan was so amused that she hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and giggled. "Even if you flood the capital, it won't be able to hold the oil. Where do we take it? Where do we use it? Slaves bought from Tubo? When we're old, can our future generations still hold on? How many Chinese are there in the world? How many countries recognize China? Singapore, Indonesia, the Philippines, and other countries. Do the Chinese recognize them? Back then, England was called the empire where the sun never sets. What about now? In the face of time and power, everything will change. I'll use the slaves for now. I don't care what happens in the future. As long as I'm alive, I'll do what I want to do. What's that saying again? When the world is divided for a long time, it must be united, and when united for a long time, it must be divided. Now that the great Tang has me, I'll do my best to bully others. What does it have to do with me? Right, it has nothing to do with you. You're a good person, a very good person, so good that you use your will to judge others. Then we'll use the slaves first and spend a lot of money on roads. Will we be in the capital this new year? In the capital. We'll bring our parents over to celebrate the new year together. Next year, I'll think of a way to get a job near the capital. Xiaobei and the others can't always be away from their parents. You should help us choose a good job. My father will be in the capital next year. I think Li Longji will give him a minor rank 1 official, but his actual position will be at rank 3. We'll see what Li Longji and the others think about Jili province. If they want to give it away, we'll have the people of Jili province continue north and occupy Mo. Aya, where can we find a good official like me? I'm a pillar of the country. After I die, I should go to Babaishan, the type that gathers the flag. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he used a pen to draw a spot on the map that he wanted to occupy. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. Thick as expected. If all the officials of the Great Tang are like you, Li Longji will be worried to death. You're giving up the land, but you're taking the people with you. Northeast, northwest, and south. Holding a large number of soldiers and shouting loyalty. What is it that you're loyal to? Of course it's my people, the Chinese people. Help me think of something. There are too many things to do, and I'm afraid that I'll be confused and forget. Build a training base. When the conscripts reach the age limit, send them to the training base first, in case they can't find a job after they return from the army. We can't make the same mistake that others have made before. When another rain fell and the weather turned cold again, the generals from the north of Hebei province finally stood on the land of Sanshui County. Their faces were as gloomy as the weather. The troops could not be contacted. Looking around, it was all the protection teams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The wharf of Little Luoshui was still bustling with activity. Carriages and horses came and went without stopping. Pedestrians jostled shoulder to shoulder, and the sound of hawking rose one after another. General Kutu, have you had a good rest recently? Over there is the first restaurant in Linshui. The chef skills are good. Why don't you go and try it? Ever since Zhang Xiaobao's feet stepped on this land, his whole demeanor changed. He had a feeling that the world was so big, and who else could do it but him? He was full of confidence when he spoke to Kutu's Day. Kutu of course understood why he was like this. If it was the commander-in-chief's mansion of Songmo, he would not be worse than Zhang Xiaobao. Who didn't know that Sanshui County was the foundation of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Thank you, Governor Zhang, for taking care of me along the way. If Governor Zhang lost somewhere else, would you still have the face to come back? Kutu clenched his teeth and said, Come back, of course I'll come back. I'm not Xiangyu. Why should I be afraid of losing? I don't care about face. There is only hope as long as I'm alive. General Kutu, please take care. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking to Kutu, he pulled over a child who was running like crazy. He took out a piece of candy and stuffed it into his mouth. Before the child was about to spit out the candy in his mouth in fright, he said, I am the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao. After knowing that no one dared to pretend to be a member of the Zhang family in Sanshui, the child raised his head and smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaobao. You're back. I'm back. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed another handful of candy. Chapter 8:18. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Zuzan, who followed Zhang Xiaobao's group here, finally witnessed the richness of Great Tang. In the past, he had always heard the people he sent to Great Tang talking about how good Great Tang was. However, Zuzan, who had never seen it with his own eyes, felt that Great Tang was only slightly better than Tubo in certain aspects. For example, the clothes worn by the people and the more comfortable environment. As for the food, he felt that the difference between the two places was not that big. If Zhang Xiaobao was not so bad and reduced the food supply of Tubo, Great Tang would not be worse than Great Tang. After traveling by boat all day, Zuzan finally realized the difference between Tubo and Great Tang when they could travel by land after arriving at Sanshui County. Stepping on the firm ground, looking at the helpers at the docks wearing the same style and color of clothes, looking at the spacious and clean streets, he did not notice any slightly bigger holes on the road. This was probably the cement road that the person who sent back the news mentioned. Looking at the people who were arranged to sell food, they were all clean and tidy. Most of the food they sold was of an unknown variety. The carriages in charge of transporting goods and people came and went without stopping. The shops by the roadside were neat and tidy. The people walking here had smiles on their faces. Children carrying beautiful backpacks of unknown use stood in a row under the lead of their adults. All the carriages made way for them. The never-before-seen shelves used to load and unload goods moved piles of goods around at an unimaginable speed. In just a short while, a boat full of goods was loaded or unloaded. Sitting in the carriage that was specially prepared for them, they realized that it was many times better than the carriage they were in before. The bumps were almost negligible. After walking for more than a li, the houses on both sides of the wide road were even more attractive. Other than the various restaurants and shops, the people lived in small two-story buildings. The river that the small boats passed through had a sloping embankment. It was as flat as a mirror and there was not a single bit of trash on the river. Listening to the cries of chickens and ducks, there was no smell of feces when a gust of wind blew. No one would casually find a place to poop or pee. This was an inconceivable thing in Tubo. On the shore, there were pavilions built at intervals, surrounded by plants. Occasionally, the aroma of food wafted out from the pavilions. Pedestrians would occasionally stop to rest in the pavilions and buy some snacks to eat. After the autumn harvest, there were still people busy plowing the land. Those strong and healthy cattle looked like they were from Tubo no matter how one looked at them. Further on, at a little distance from the shore, there was an open space surrounded by low walls, in which books with fallen leaves fluttered in the wind. From this height one could see that in the enclosed space, there was a pond, surrounded by pavilions. Under the sunshine a group of children were sitting or leaning in the corridor, chanting in unison, "There's a guest, there's a guest, there's a white horse. There is prosperity and prosperity, and the journey is meticulous. We have guests, we have guests, we have letters." Watching and listening, Zhu Zan was frightened by what he saw and heard. Sitting in the carriage, Princess Jincheng looked at all of this with her beautiful eyes. She had not been back for a long time. She did not expect to see such a scenery. It was definitely not fake to confuse others. It was all real. There was actually a fairyland-like place in Tang Dynasty. "Xiaobei, what's over there?" Princess Jincheng asked the question that Zhu Zan wanted to ask but was too embarrassed to ask. Xiaobei was accompanying the carriage as a diplomat. When he heard Princess Jincheng's question, he turned his head and looked. It was a big courtyard. He generously introduced it. "Princess Aunt, that's a school. They are learning very seriously. It's almost lunchtime, they should be revising the knowledge that they just learned." "Lunchtime? I don't see anyone delivering food." Princess Jincheng had stayed in Tubo for a long time. She was not clear about the lives of the people in Tang Dynasty. Or it could be said that she did not remember that the people in Tang Dynasty ate lunch at this time. Usually there were 2 meals. The smart Xiaobei immediately understood. He proudly looked at Zhu Zan and replied, "Princess Aunt, no one is delivering food. I think the food is already ready. I'll get someone to bring some over to take a look." "Stop the carriage. Someone, go to that school and say that Zhang Xiaobei from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi wants a lunch." After giving the order, Xiaobei introduced, "Princess Aunt, the meals of the students here are taken care of by the merchants of Sanshui County. The merchants will take out a portion of the money to be used to feed and dress the children. That's 4 meals a day. We will eat in a while. Soon we will reach the place where we eat." "Oh, they can actually eat 4 meals a day. Aunt only eats 4 meals a day over there." It seems that the officials in the county are very strict with the merchants. Princess Jincheng was very surprised. Tubo did not have such a school. The management of Sanshui County is not bad. However, the merchants are willing to take the money. No one forced them. The merchants of Sanshui County are very cultured. They are not heartless. After they earn money, they know how to use it for public welfare. In the past, it was our family who forked out the money. Now the school is being renovated by them. "Princess Aunt, look at the wall. There are words. Let me take a look. It says that the country is strong from a child. It strengthens the body and enlightens the mind. We have always been working hard." I can't see the words clearly. It should be the name of the merchant who took the money. Xiaobei's voice was sweet, causing a smile to appear on the face of the Princess of Jincheng. Hearing this, Zhu Zan felt his entire body turn cold. starting from his heart. If all of this was true, then what would Tubo use to fight against Great Tang in the future? More than 10 years later, when batches of children grow up, it would be too terrifying. Xiao Bei introduced a few more words. The person who took the food came back with a tray in his hand. He passed it to Xiao Bei through the window. Everyone in the carriage looked at the tray at the same time. Let me see what they are eating today. And it's not bad. 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. This meat dish is soft-fried tenderloin. Brother's cooking is the best. This is stir-fried meat with garlic. This is scrambled eggs with cucumber. There's also half a salted duck egg. It's marinated well. It's buttery. I like to eat it the most. There's more. Why didn't you bring it over? Xiao Bei held the tray and introduced. The last sentence was directed at the people outside. Immediately, another person came over and brought a small bowl and a small plate. The soup has just been prepared. Xiao Bei continued to introduce. Let me see this soup. It's shrimp and winter melon soup. This small plate contains cut fruits. This is a fruit platter. This is called a nutritious combination. It can ensure the children's needs for an entire afternoon. Princess Ant, try it. The main dish is rice and steamed buns. At this moment, Zhu Zan could not help but smell the fragrance of the food. He asked Xiao Bei, "Do all the children eat this every afternoon?" "That's not it," Xiao Bei replied. Just as Zhu Zan heaved a sigh of relief, she said, "The dishes are different every afternoon. The same as 2 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, 1 soup and 1 fruit platter. You're not allowed to be picky. Today's timing is not good. If it's the 5th day, you can still eat the fragrant bone marrow." "Then how much does it cost?" "All for the children to eat." Zhu Zan saw that there was a lot of oil in the food and swallowed his saliva before asking. "It's worth it no matter how much money is spent. The food given to the child has to be of the best quality. Look at this rice, it's of the highest quality. Whoever dares to give poor quality food to the child will be severely punished if caught. This is called Operation Chaoyang. Many places in the Great Tang have started doing this. It won't be long before it spreads throughout the Great Tang." Even though Xiao Bei was young, she knew what Zhu Zanqi wanted to know. She was also willing to use all her strength to scare Zhu Zanqi. Zhu Zan could not help but pick up his chopsticks and put a mouthful of food into his mouth. He sighed inwardly. The taste was really good. He did not know what seasoning was used to make it so fragrant. Princess Jincheng also tasted the food. With a gratified smile on her face, she continued to ask Xiao Bei, "What do we eat for breakfast?" "Breakfast is simple. A bowl of milk or goat's milk, 2 eggs, salted vegetables mixed with sesame oil and cake. After 2 hours of class, we will give you red bean paste or bread with cream fillings and a cup of fruit juice. Occasionally we can add some of the butter tea from Aunt Princess. Because it's far away, we don't have much here. Brother and sister said that we have to think of ways to get more from Tubo. If Tubo does not agree, we can just snatch it. This is called a snack, not a proper meal." Xiao Bei continued to attack Zhu Zan until the end. At this moment, Zhu Zan was already numb. He no longer wanted to compare himself with the Tang Empire. As for Xiao Bei's threat, he pretended not to hear it. Chapter 8:19. The internet was disconnected last night. He just called and it connected. A loud and clear sound lingered in Jihao's ears, as a human-shaped target about 130 steps away had a large hole in its arm. Li Longji picked up the binoculars and looked at it. He shook his head regretfully and said to Gao Lisher, who was standing beside him, "It can shoot farther and harder than a pistol. It takes longer than a bow to find the target. Aim, shoot, reload and reload. What do you think?" Gao Lisher also had a gun in his hand. After aiming for a while, he didn't dare to shoot because the wind was strong. He was afraid that he would shoot too far away from the target and make the emperor think that he was going easy on him. He was also afraid that he would accidentally shoot the head of the target. Hearing the emperor's voice, Ling Ji lowered the muzzle of the gun and finally shot between the target's legs, piercing through the wooden planks used to block the target's back. He secretly sighed in relief and replied, "This gun has a longer range than a bow and arrow. Moreover, it is easier to carry the bullets. It is more accurate than a bow and arrow in strong winds. I think we should make more and equip more troops." Li Longji nodded slightly and reloaded his gun. This time he didn't really aim and just casually fired based on his feelings. He actually hit the target's neck. Picking up the binoculars, he looked at the hole in the target's neck and nodded with satisfaction. This is also a skilled job. This time Xiao Bao wants to show it to Emojilian and Zhu Zizan. I wonder if they will be on guard and find a way to deal with the new weapon? Your Majesty, if not, when can we pacify the surrounding small countries? According to Xiao Bao, the world is big. There should be a result. What is more important is the etiquette of Zhu Zizan and Qida when they meet Your Majesty. Does Your Majesty really want to be on equal footing with them? Gao Lishur didn't mention how to prevent the other party from finding a way to deal with the new weapon, because he still had more powerful weapons that he didn't take out. He planned to use them in the sword competition. At this time, the most important thing was to see the etiquette of the Tubo and Turkic monarchs. Li Longji also knew that he couldn't treat the Tubo and Turkic monarchs like how he treated the Khitans. Seeing that the monarchs of the two countries were coming, face was very important. He said to Gao Lishur, "Order the Ministry of Rights to come up with a few plans. When the two of them arrive, we will act according to plan." On the way, Zhu Zhenchide was also considering this matter. He wasn't willing to bow to Li Longji when they arrived at the Great Tang's capital. He wanted to be neither servile nor overbearing so as not to throw the face of Tubo. Otherwise, if they really fought in the future, their morale would be gone. Although the soldiers didn't have much morale when they heard that Wang Wan was in charge, they still didn't have much morale. The conditions of the accommodation last night were not bad, but the reception was not good. The imperial court in the capital did not send extra people over, nor did they send a guard of honor to receive them. There were no officials from the Ministry of Rights, but it could not be said that there were no officials. There were 9 appointed at the last minute. Zhang Xiaobei and the others were one of them. Zanpu, shouldn't we protest to the Great Tang Imperial Court? They dared to disrespect us and didn't even send officials from the Bureau of Rights. They clearly looked down on us. Just as Zhu Zan was about to leave and get on the carriage, a palace official beside him voiced his dissatisfaction. Assistant Minister Zhang and the other 9 are not officials from the Ministry of Rights? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent their younger siblings to greet us. How are they looking down on us? Could it be that their status is not high enough? Zhu Zan really wanted to protest to the palace officials, but he didn't dare to do so. If he really protested, it wouldn't be the Great Tang looking down on Tubo. It would be Tubo looking down on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. These two were like lunatics capable of doing anything. If they were unhappy, they might not go to the capital and turn around to lead their troops back to Tubo. And all of these could happen. The Tubo officials who followed them only mentioned a few words to express their stand. If they really wanted him to protest, he wouldn't dare to do so. He bowed to Zhu Zan and started a new day's journey. Xiaobei was still acting as a tour guide, answering the questions of the Tubo guests at any time and place. He was very familiar with this. This was how a diplomatic talent was like. The curtains of the car window were raised. As the group walked along the river, they could see the beautiful scenery. Princess Jincheng had a good sleep yesterday. She dreamt of herself before she got married. She dreamt of catching butterflies with the company of palace maids when she was young. When she woke up, her eyes were filled with tears. Now that she was sitting in the carriage, looking at the floating clouds in the sky through the window, she felt a little absent-minded. She stared at a large courtyard and saw people busily walking in and out. Her eyes were in a daze. Xiaobei was still inexperienced and thought that Princess Jincheng was curious about that place. He introduced it to her. "Princess Aunt, that place is a cooked food processing factory. It's the smoked pig trotters and pickled mutton. When it's done, it will be sent to some places in the county. I haven't tried it before, so I think the taste is ordinary. In a while, when it's close to noon, you can go to Zhuangzi. You can taste the authentic and delicious smoked chicken there. The scenery there is better than here. Brother said that he has arranged a very interesting entertainment program for you, but don't go to the heavenly world there to play. It's not interesting at all. Sister said that it's specially prepared for those who are looking for trouble." "Oh? What kind of place is that?" Princess Jincheng was awakened by Xiaobei's words and asked curiously. "It's just for fun. Yesterday was sad, today was sad, and tomorrow was sad. There's also Sister's poem. Xiaoyuan, come here. What's with the heavenly world? You don't have to come up. Quickly tell me. When Xiaobei was introducing it, she was worried. She didn't remember what Wang Wan wrote and shouted out the window. She called Xiao Yuan over but didn't let her get in the carriage. Xiao Yuan angrily glared at Xiaobei and recited, "Outside the curtain, the rain is murmuring, the spring is waning. Luo Qin can't stand the cold. In the dream he doesn't know he's a guest, he indulges in pleasure. Alone he doesn't lean on the railings, he passes the mountains without limit. It's easy to leave but difficult to see. The flowing waterfalls, the flowers go, the heavenly world." After reciting it, he didn't wait for Xiaobei to catch him. He ran to the back of the carriage and sat down. He swung his legs and looked at the flowing water. He really looked like a scholar. That's right. In the dream he doesn't know he's a guest, he doesn't know. Princess Jincheng heard a similar feeling and sighed helplessly. She didn't know what to think, but her eyes became confused again. Zuzan was very surprised. He didn't expect that such a sentence would come from Wang Wan's mouth. He thought that she would kill people. He suddenly thought of something and asked Xiaobei, "Since it's cooking, it's natural to use fire. Why can't we see a lot of smoke?" Zhang Xiaobao was trying to eat the ginger that she didn't like. She didn't sleep well last night and caught a cold. When she heard Zuzan's question, she swallowed the ginger in her mouth and frowned. It wasn't clear whether it was because it was spicy or because she didn't like the ginger. She explained, "Without firewood and coal, there's naturally no smoke. There are a lot of people working there. Also, they collect all kinds of feces and other things from the surroundings to make a methane pool. It's just enough to make a fire for cooking. Not only do workshops use it, but many people also use it. Now that it's cold, the methane pool produces less methane. If it's summer, there will be countless flames swaying at night on both sides of the river to light up people who come out to play at night." When Xiaobei said this, Zuzan remembered that there was such a piece of information. Many places in the Tang Empire, especially the places south of the Yellow River, used methane. It was a very magical thing. Unfortunately, there was no cement. Even if they found a pond and inserted a bamboo pipe to produce methane, it wouldn't be safe to use it. The Tang Empire didn't sell cement. It was hard to imagine. As they walked, they talked. When Xiaobei's mouth was dry and she regretted being a tour guide, the group finally arrived at Tuqiao village. Under the clear sky, the Gu family's Zhuangzi and the Wang family's Zhuangzi came into view first. Further away there was a hazy fog. There were small bridges and flowing water, winding corridors, green mountains, smoky buildings, clear sounds of books, and the sound of birds chirping. It was simply a paradise on earth. Those who had never been here before felt like they were in a dream. "Aunt Princess, this is my home. Actually, I haven't been here many times, but I feel that it's very good. In a while, let's go to Between the Clouds and the Water in front to eat. It's the flagship store Between the Clouds and the Water." Xiaobei's voice woke up Princess Jincheng, who was immersed in the dreamlike scenery. She pointed to the foggy area in front and asked curiously, "Why is there fog there?" Zuzan also looked like he was waiting for Xiaobei to explain. "There are many ways. You can use ice, you can boil water, and there's also a special water sprayer. It's very expensive." Brother and sister said that there's another way, which is to use pressure. They can't do it yet, and they don't know how to do it either. Then there will be fog. You can even make it rain as long as there are clouds. Xiaobei was counting his fingers as he spoke. It seemed like he was trying to calculate how much a day of fog would cost, but in the end he couldn't do it. Zuzan believed the first part of the words, but he snorted at the latter part. Make it rain? Did he really think that he was a god? However, he didn't have any objections to going to Between the Clouds and the Water to eat. It was said that Between the Clouds and the Water in Sanshui County was the best. He finally had a chance to see if it was better than his own palace. Just as everyone wanted to enter Between the Clouds and the Water to take a look, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wang came over and invited everyone to play in the mountains for 2 hours. When they came back, they could eat more. They said that there was hunting for entertainment. They also told Zuzan that Emojilian had also come for 2 days to participate. Chapter 820. After the meal, Zuzan, who was invited to the mountain, saw Emojilian, who had been waiting for a long time. It could be seen that Emojilian had been living a good life recently. At least there was no problem in terms of rest and food. The only thing lacking was his spirit. Zuzan could understand his feelings. When he came to Sanshui County, he saw a different way of life. What kind of life did the people of Tang live? What kind of life did the people of Tubo and Turks live? Comparing the two, it was obvious who was better. Zuzan suggested at the last minute. When they went to the supermarket together, they saw a dazzling array of goods. Necessities, clothes, food, drinks, big and small. When winter came, the supermarket was full of people. Looking at the women in ordinary clothes choosing a good piece of meat, looking at the happy faces of the children buying fresh fruits, looking at the green and thorny cucumbers, one could imagine the standard of living of the people in the supermarket. He really wanted to fight from the border to the capital, to take back all the good things of Tang and give them to the people under his rule. But it was just a thought. Tubo did not have the strength to attack Tang. Tang was already thankful that they did not send troops. Not to mention the Turks, the situation was not stable. Tang had increased the number of troops at the border. Just the number of armored horses had reached more than 20,000. If the grassland was not afraid of horses with poor running speed and endurance, then the light cavalry raised by the Feng province was like a battle knife with half of its blade exposed. There are more and more light cavalry of Fengzhou. Zuzan found an opportunity to approach Emojilian and said casually. Emojilian's face was heavy. It doesn't matter how many light cavalry of Fengzhou there are, but I am afraid that they are under someone's command. Jinchuan heard that there are many caravans coming and going, so they should congratulate. The two of them said nothing more. Their meaning was very clear. Neither of them was stronger than the other. It was only because the great Tang had a pair of madmen who did things for the sole purpose of achieving their goals, and did not consider the effects of other aspects. Silence became the two people's best weapon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't care less about the thoughts of the two people who were about to fall. In order to let the two of them know their identities when they met Li Longji, they had to organize this hunting operation properly. Climbing the mountains, sightseeing, looking at the lake in the middle of the valley, looking at the bleak winter leaves on the mountain, and then savoring the unpredictability of the drifting clouds, the group arrived at the hunting ground. There were no large wild animals in the mountains behind Zhangzhe. It was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao to transport wild animals from other places for people to hunt. More than 1,000 chickens that were about to become food were placed in a valley. There they were running around in search of something to eat. Emojilian thought that Zhang Xiaobao would find a flat place where the horses could gallop and compare riding and shooting skills, such as hunting a bear or encircling a deer. Now he saw a flock of chickens. Was it to see who could kill the chickens? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Xiaobao took out more than a dozen spears and distributed them to Moji Lian, Zuzan, and the people close to them. He explained to them, when we were at Fengchan, guns appeared. At that time we used short spears which had a short range. Recently long spears appeared, which have a longer range than short spears. We used these long spears to kill a few chickens. How to shoot and how to load the bullets was naturally taught to Zuzan and the others. Holding the spear in his hand, Zuzan was not sure how powerful the spear was. Looking at the scattered chickens in the valley, he felt that it was a bit far, more than 300 steps away. If it was arrows, only a few people in the army could pull a strong bow. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to continue to move forward, he wondered if this iron pipe could shoot so far away. In order to make you understand, I will arrange someone to show you how to use the spear. Guards, come, there is an enemy in front, shoot at will. Zhang Xiaobao took off the spear on his back and pushed in a bullet. He ordered the people behind him who had already been ready. 200 people were ready to shoot at the same time. After the order was given, the sound of gunshots echoed in the valley. Listening to the continuous sounds, it was even denser than the sound of firecrackers. When Zuzan and Emojilian's ears were buzzing, they saw the chickens in the valley being killed one by one. The distance of 300 steps seemed to be unable to stop Yama's soul-summoning order at all. It's too chaotic, this accuracy? After Emojilian was scared, he suddenly felt that the accuracy of the weapon in his hand should not be as good as the bow and arrow. Listening to the sounds, it was already past the time to light 1,000 firecrackers, and there were still more than half of the chickens left. He thought that there was no need to be afraid. Zuzan also had the same idea, and the two of them could be considered to be of the same mind. However, just as the idea came into his mind, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan take action. The guns they used seemed to be a little different from the others. There was an extra box under the guns. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were aiming at the chickens that were suddenly attacked and flew halfway up the mountain, Zhu Zan and Emojilian picked up the binoculars lent to them and watched carefully. With a bang, a chicken that had just flapped its wings and flew 2 feet into the air fell down. Then, the gunshots of the 2 men rang out one after another. After every gunshot, a chicken would fall down. Because the 2 people were aiming at different places from the others, it was clear that the 2 people were shooting one after another. Suddenly, a few birds that were frightened by the gunshots flew over randomly, wanting to pass through the opposite valley and find a safe place. Unfortunately, before they could fly far with a bang, a bird disappeared, followed by a few more gunshots. There were a total of 6 birds, and none of them were lucky enough to escape. Emojilian couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were shooting beside him. He saw that the 2 people's guns moved slightly and fired almost at the same time. Emojilian quickly looked over with the binoculars and saw that the 2 flying chickens' heads exploded at the same time, continuing to fly and smashing into the withered grass. Emojilian's hands trembled. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat on his forehead, but the clothes on his back were already wet and stuck to his body uncomfortably. They were too accurate. They shot one chicken head after another, not to mention humans. If everyone had the same accuracy as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, 300 steps was the line of death. Beside them, Zhu Zan, who had been living on the plateau without any problems, suddenly felt that he had altitude sickness. His breathing was rapid and his head was dizzy, as if he would lose consciousness in the next moment. The gunshots gradually stopped. Now, less than 100 of the 1,000 chickens were alive and kicking, and they were all on this side of the valley. It was probably because it was not easy to attack which allowed them to escape. Just when they thought that they had found the flaw of Tang's new weapon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan reloaded and pulled the triggers at the chickens that had just escaped. When the barley moved slightly, there would be a gunshot, and then the moving area would become quiet. When a chicken poked its head out from a certain place, it would also be killed with a gunshot. No matter what the remaining chickens did, as long as they appeared in the field of vision, they were destined to not be able to escape. Only when the cowardly chicken hid in a certain place and didn't show its head again did the hunt come to an end. I'm getting old. I haven't practiced for a long time. There were many opportunities to kill 2 with 1 shot, but I actually missed it. Zhang Xiaobao said to Zhu Zan and Emojilian, who had not fired a single shot. Emojilian and Zhu Zan were numb with fear. They knew that it was an invitation to hunt, but it was actually a threat. They wanted to let them know that if Tang really wanted to attack the Turks and Tibetans, these 2 places would not be able to resist at all. With a team of 1,000 people, and with the accuracy of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, even if the Turks and Tibetans worked together, they would not be able to defeat them. Zhu Zan and Emojilian, why don't you 2 try? Zhang Xiaobao did not even use honorifics when addressing the leaders of the 2 countries. Strength determined everything. Emojilian swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, but still felt that his throat was dry. He nodded, raised the gun in his hand, found a target and pulled the trigger. After shooting, he picked up the binoculars and found that he did not know where to shoot. When he was about to fire a second shot, he realized that his gun was different from the one used by Zhang Xiaobao and Emojilian. He used that thing called bullets that needed to be reloaded after each shot, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could shoot continuously. Thinking about the sharpness of this weapon and thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Emojilian's abilities, Emojilian really wanted to reload a bullet and shoot at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's heads. After Emojilian and Zhu Zan fired a few shots with inexplicable thoughts, they had different expressions. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao asked his people to put away the guns and smiled at Zhu Zan and Emojilian. Tomorrow, there will be officials from the Ministry of Rights coming to the capital to discuss with your people about the etiquette when entering the capital. His Majesty heard that you 2 could come and was very happy. He is preparing to reward you 2. Zhu Zan and Emojilian's originally ugly expressions became worse. No wonder they wanted to hunt today, they wanted to confirm their identities. It seemed that Li Longji did not intend to be on the same level as them. Chapter 821. After accompanying the 2 leaders of Tubo and Tujue for a hunting game, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reception work was considered done. The imperial court sent officials and guards from the Ministry of Rights. Zuzanchide and Majillian also sent people to contact them. After eating a big meal between the clouds and the water, they got on the carriage and headed towards the capital. Xiao Bei accompanied them all the way to the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County. He opened his arms and watched the team leave. He looked at the sky and saw that the sky was high and the clouds were light. He seemed to have a melancholy feeling and murmured, let's go, let's go. Don't always be in a hurry. And there is no banquet that lasts forever. When one group leaves, I hope there will be another. Xiao Yuan also looked at him. He didn't know that Xiao Bei's melancholy was not because of parting, but because with Zuzanchide entering the capital, there was no need for Xiao Bei here. Xiao Bei went from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to a member of the CPPCC. He was obviously not used to it. He thought that Xiao Bei didn't want to be separated from Princess Jincheng, so he advised, life is like the floating clouds, there is no route. Wherever the wind blows, the clouds will fly there. But no matter what, the sky has left traces of the clouds and the sound of the wind. Look at it lightly. Perhaps parting is the beginning of reunion. That is not sentimental. Just like a red maple leaf, it is ripe. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. It's annoying. If I leave like this, I will start playing with a bunch of kids again. No one will listen to me anymore. I have decided that I will find my own happiness. I will immediately hold a meeting to discuss the recent work and censor matters. You organize it. Xiao Bei really thought it through. He wanted to make full use of the team's advantages and start a new chapter. Xiao Yuan was obviously still worried about the wind and clouds, and didn't understand Xiao Bei's meaning. Seeing Xiao Bei staring at him, he just needed to express his opinion. I agree with Xiao Bei's suggestion. Should the censors meeting continue to target the people who eat more? The role of the tripping rope should be played more. Are you stupid? What do you mean by eating more? This is the internal affairs of the great Tang, and we shouldn't keep looking into the distance. There are also problems that need to be solved around us. Sitting in the position of imperial censor, we have to play a corresponding role and think of a way to get on the road earlier. Sanshui County won't be able to find fault with us. Xiao Bei's mental fortitude was not bad. He quickly found a way to leave the CPPCC and prepared to enter the Discipline Inspection Commission. His authority would eventually return. Xiao Yuan, who was slower to react, was stunned for a moment. It was not easy for him to understand the leader's intention. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly pulled Xiao Bei. Who do you want to impeach? Do you have a target? You have to find the target yourself. Stupid, it's time for the meeting. You're in charge of informing the others. Xiao Bei clasped his hands behind his back, turned around and slowly moved away like a cloud in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have the slightest attachment to Zhu Zan. The two of them didn't want to waste any more energy on such a boring reception. At this time, the two of them were still on the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao broke off a branch from somewhere and put it in his mouth and chewed hard, trying to bite out the fiber of the branch that was not wet in the first place. Wang Wan, on the other hand, had a gloomy face. Looking at the 200 members of the protection team who had participated in the hunting operation, the 200 people clearly felt a kind of oppression before the storm. 200 people, 1,000 chickens, used more than 6,000 bullets, and nearly 200 of them were shot down by Zhang Xiaobao and me. Before coming here, I wrote a letter to ask you to practice hard, and this is what you've done. You used the best guns, and I asked you to choose the most suitable gun for you. Do you know the consequences of killing an opponent with 7 bullets? Wang Wan's face was about to drip water. She questioned the 200 people who were feeling very satisfied just a moment ago. Little girl, in the past training it was always 200 steps. This time it suddenly became 300 steps. It's a little far, so. A person in the team stood up and explained to Wang Wan in a low voice. Just as he said this, Wang Wan suddenly took off the gun on her back and raised her hand to knock down a mountain civet that was watching the show more than 400 steps away. Is 300 steps very far? Your guns are specially made, and the effective range is 420 to 450 meters. I trained you as snipers to shoot moving targets, but you actually need 7 bullets to kill an enemy. 7 bullets, 7 bullets. Do you know the consequences of fighting against a real enemy? Wang Wan was even angrier when she thought of this number. She had always wanted to train the best snipers, but these 200 people were really disappointing. With this kind of accuracy, if it were her and Zhang Xiaobao, they would have been killed long ago. Which real sniper would leave 7 bullets for the opponent to adjust? Will the enemy be released? The person who came out to explain whispered. Yes, this is not your fault. At this time Zhang Xiaobao spoke. He waved his hand to dismiss the team, spat out the stick that was bitten into fiber in his mouth, and came to Wang Wan's side and said, shooting also requires talent. If everyone can become a sniper, the sniper selection will not be so strict. Find more people and slowly choose. 300 steps is not considered a sniper. Ordinary people should have practiced it and strengthened the training. What about Xiaobei? I saw that she was not in a good mood when she left. Wang Wan did not continue to force them. Suddenly, she remembered Xiaobei who accompanied Princess Jincheng when she left. At this moment, a messenger hurriedly ran up from the foot of the mountain to deliver the news. Young master, young lady Xiaobei asked me to inform the 2 of you that they have left for Huayuan. They said that they will leave 2 days early and will wait for the 2 of you there. Chapter 822. Happy birthday to little Chin Spot Bamboo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not worried that something would happen to Xiaobei and the others. Once they returned to the capital of Tang, they would be safe. They could send a few officials to keep an eye on them. Even if they ran to Yaozhou, it would not be a problem. The 2 of them were now thinking about how to make Tubo and Tujue surrender during the sword meet on Mount Hua, so that Li Longji could find a new target when he was ready to enjoy a peaceful life. Just as they were planning, Ku Tuyu came in person with a group of generals in the north of Hebei province. It seemed that he could not hold back anymore. He had no soldiers and no one to use when he returned. His position was in danger. However, he suddenly became much more well-behaved. He was no longer the same person he was when he threatened Li Longji. With a respectful attitude he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Provincial Governor Zhang. Adjunct Officer Wang. When can we return to our homeland? The generals behind him also had the same thought. They had also received news from their homeland that the population was almost gone by Tang. They did not know how much land would be deserted in the spring next year. In addition, the heads of the commanderies took the initiative to pay rent today. It was obvious that they would never be able to regain their original position. Everything sounded unbelievable. If possible, they wanted to force Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao to return the people. It was these 2 people who were looked down upon when they first arrived at Jili State that facilitated all of this. It was simply unbelievable to say it out loud. Zhang Xiaobao was no longer worried that Ku Tuyu would rebel. According to the history that Wang Wan told, Ku Tuyu defected to Tujue in the end, which made Li Longji unable to do anything. But he and Wang Wan came. Times had changed. Tujue no longer had the ability to compete with Tang. After hearing Ku Tuyu's words and looking at the expressions of the generals, Zhang Xiaobao showed a warm smile and said to Ku Tuyu kindly, General Ku Tuyu, haven't you returned to your homeland? Is the Great Tang not your homeland? Yesterday, someone from the capital came and said that His Majesty wants all the generals to stay in the capital for the new year. Wang Wan chimed in, that's right. His Majesty's decree has repeatedly emphasized that we should keep all of you here. The soldiers who have returned early will also be properly settled. They have been dispersed into the military camps around Jiangyi province, so that the soldiers can have a peaceful new year. You can ask for more details. But Tuyu Kai didn't believe that Li Longji would consider this problem. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were just spouting nonsense again. But since the 2 of them said it, Li Longji would definitely admit it. Seeing that he couldn't go back, he rolled his eyes and compromised. Since that's the case, I'll stay in the capital and watch the new year. After watching the hunt yesterday, my heart itches. I wonder if I can take out a few thousand spears to show my disappointing soldiers? The eyes of the other generals also lit up and they made this request. This, to be honest, it takes a lot of effort to make a spear. So far, only 300 have been made. There are another 100 in the capital. If you want them, it's really difficult. How about this? Each of the generals can take 5 spears to study. After the workshop makes more, we'll definitely satisfy all of your requests. Zhang Xiaobao showed an awkward expression and tactfully refused the lion's offer. But Tuyu's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao when he was talking, wanting to see if Zhang Xiaobao was telling the truth. Naturally, he was very disappointed. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was very sincere. After thinking about it, he felt that if he took the spear apart, he should be able to know if it was difficult to make a spear. But Tu finally nodded and agreed. After sending everyone away, Wang Wan looked at the time and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The letters have been sent to Cherries, Pomegranate, and other people in the inner courtyard. They'll probably be back in Sanshui County in a few days. They've all become old ladies. This time the wedding must be grand." "Yes, they've all grown up. We've also grown up. We don't want to continue being their happiness. How many people want to get married before the new year? Previously there were 31 couples. I guess people further away will be willing to participate after hearing about it. This heart can finally settle down." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and found that the two of them had unknowingly grown up. The wedding of Song Jinggong and others couldn't continue to be delayed. Taking advantage of the time, they should hold it together. It could be considered as a show of affection. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Do you think Tu will be convinced?" "No, if it were me I wouldn't either. I have to carefully hide my ambition and then find a way to develop it bit by bit. For example, I have to endure hardships and wait for courage. But so what? He only has an army of 10,000, and many of them have been corrupted and roped in by us. Even if Song Mo Commandery allows him to go back, he won't be able to make any waves. There are many people of the Tang Empire there. After all, he's an outsider and can't rope in people of the Tang Empire. I reckon that he's only interested in the long spear. Even if we give him the blueprint, he won't be able to use it. After a few years, he'll find a craftsman to research it. By then, our weapons will have been replaced. Besides, I don't plan on giving him this opportunity." Zhang Xiaobao gulped down a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. Speaking of the poor Kutuyu, he thought of the expressions of the Tubo and Turks at the sword meet of Mount Hua. A few days passed quickly. Cherries and others who were willing to participate in the mass wedding rushed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's place in Zhuangzi. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, those who knew the news later also had to participate. There were a total of 47 couples. To be more auspicious, the farmers in Zhuangzi also put together a couple, making it a total of 48 couples. The lively wedding lasted for 2 days. The newlyweds finally completed a major event in their lives with the blessings of the crowd. In the entire Sanshui County, all the local people who could come came. They wrapped banknotes in red paper and gave them to the newlyweds as wedding money. The amount was not big, but the people who Song Jinggong came in contact with gave more expensive gifts. Song Jinggong did not keep it for himself, but equally distributed it to the 48 newlyweds, making everyone a small fortune. Some people did not come back to participate in the lively wedding. After hearing about it, they sent people back to send their blessings. These people were Xiaobei and the others from the children's regiment. They had been looking for something to do for the past few days. They had left traces in Huayuan County, Sanyuan County, and Fuping County, but they did not find any problems. They investigated openly and secretly. The local people's evaluation of the government was only one word: good. When Xiaobei found He Wei, who was an official here, and asked if there were any officials who were corrupt, bribed, or did not do anything, he received a very regretful answer. No, not a single one. As long as the officials here did anything wrong, they would be exposed immediately. They could not hide it even if they wanted to. Today, He Wei was no longer just a military supervisor and a farmer in Yao Province. He had been promoted to the position of provincial governor. Learning from his time in Baoxin Province, he had set up a financial disclosure system. Every coin was spent clearly, and the officials in the province could not interfere. I don't believe that there is no official who needs to be dealt with. Continue looking. Xiaobei was very dissatisfied with the results of the past few days. He looked at the 100 children's regiment guards behind him. All of them looked listless. He was determined to find an official to deal with. Xiao Yuan was also listless. He was afraid of the cold. The arrival of winter made him feel very uncomfortable. He wore thick and heavy clothes. Seeing that Xiaobei was still in high spirits, he gave an idea in order to rest early. Then don't look in Yaozhou. If you can't find in Yaozhou, go elsewhere. Yes, go elsewhere. Xiao Yuan, I found that you are still a little useful. Keep it up. When you grow up, my heart might soften and I might really marry you. Xiaobei praised Xiao Yuan. Then he reorganized the team and headed in the direction of Tangzhou. After passing Yaozhou and entering Tangzhou, the first place they arrived at was Xiaogong County. Xiaobei and the others, who were used to the prosperity of Yaozhou, found that they seemed to have entered another world when they came to Xiaogong. The county seat of Xiaogong County was so dilapidated that there were almost no city walls. Not to mention there were countless people coming and going in Yaozhou. The two places were like heaven and earth. Xiaobei's intuition told him that he could find the opportunity he was looking for in this county. Spread out and act. Pay attention to keeping in touch. Disguise yourselves and inquire about information. Xiaobei gave the order. Xiaohai didn't care about other things at all. When he heard his sister say that it was time to act, he took his people to find an inn to stay and continued to study his math problems. Xiaozhu asked someone to bring her a drawing board and began to look for a place to draw. Now she wanted to draw as much of the beautiful scenery as possible everywhere she went. It was the kind of realistic kind that could be kept as a memento. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to leave to do his own things, but was stopped by Xiaobei. You have to accompany me to explore. From now on, you are my brother and I am your sister. Do you understand? Cousin. I'm your brother, your cousin. I wonder where you're going to start from? Xiao Yuan dispelled the idea of looking for ancient books to read here, and was ready to accompany Xiaobei. Anyway, it was just a game and he didn't expect to encounter anything. Danan, Xiaonan and the others also found their own things to do. A few people from the children's group stayed, and Xiaobei's exploration team was formed. When children visit, they naturally look for children. If we look for adults, they won't pay attention to us. Change your clothes and come with me. Xiaobei was determined to be a detective for once. She changed into ordinary clothes for herself and the 6 children behind her, hid her valuables, and began this operation. To find the children, Xiaobei decided to go to the school to take a look. There should be a lot of children there. When the time came, she would ask if there were any corrupt officials there. It would be easier for her to make a move. Xiao Yuan couldn't care less about his tiredness. He decided that even if there were no corrupt officials, he would find a way to create some trouble for Xiaobei to enjoy so that they could go back earlier. The people who were equally tired were the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to protect Xiaobei. They had been following behind the children's group to prevent them from discovering them. They also had to ensure that they could deal with any danger in time. Seeing that Xiaobei was done with her disguise, this group of people knew that they had something to do. After stopping an adult, Xiaobei sweetly asked for the location of the school. After thanking him, she led her team to the school. The school of Xiaogong County was located in the northeast corner of the county. The place was not small. When they arrived outside the school, Xiaobei first looked around the school. There was a very large yard surrounded by a fence made of branches. Through the gaps one could see the layout inside. The first thing that came into view was the playground. There was a large lawn used for football. There was also a horizontal bar and a parallel bar. It looked good. It should be class time at this time. There were not many people on the playground, only about 40 children. They were playing games with an adult. It was a physical education class. A gust of north wind blew. Xiao Yuan shivered, rubbed his hands and said to Xiaobei, "Looking at the school, I know that the officials in this county are not bad. Why don't we take a break first and send people out to inquire? Why didn't I notice that the school is good? Is it better than the schools in Sanshui County? What's the big deal about having a playground? Maybe the officials here will embezzle the food prepared for the children. When they are done with class, we can sneak in and take a look. I have the foresight, don't I?" Xiaobei did not plan to give up like this. When he said to Xiao Yuan, he deliberately touched his clothes. They were wearing ordinary clothes, the uniform of school children. Nowadays, clothes were worthless. Ever since silk was no longer used as a currency, its price had dropped again and again. If it were not for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who collected a lot of silk and transported it to other places to exchange for other things, no one would be willing to continue growing silk plants. Xiao Yuan was frozen for a while. Finally, the bell signaling the end of class rang. A group of children ran out shouting and playing all kinds of games on the playground. Xiaobei walked in through the small door of the school. No one stopped them. The clothes they wore showed their identity. After looking around for a while, Xiaobei walked over to a few girls who were squatting by the side of the field. Seeing that the girls were drawing circles with sticks, he joined in. The girls had never seen Xiaobei before, so they weren't surprised. They thought that he was from another class. Xiaobei pondered and nudged the girl beside him. He asked, "Today's food is not bad, right?" "It's not bad for me." The girl who was nudged nodded. "Hey, it's delicious. You can't eat it at home." "Then what do you like to eat?" Xiaobei asked skillfully. "A cake with sesame seeds on it. It's soft, sweet, and brown." The girl licked her sweet lips, as if she was still reminiscing about the taste. Me too." Xiaobei looked very regretful. He thought that the school would embezzle the students' food. He did not expect that the food they gave was not bad. It was actually a cake. It seemed that the county officials had no problem. He asked unwillingly, "Then what do you like to eat for breakfast?" "Today we ate meat buns and soy milk. The milk was cut off yesterday, so we could only use soy milk to make up for it. The person in charge said that there will be milk again tomorrow. There are also salted vegetables. The shrimp oil on them tastes good." The girl did not have any defensive thoughts. She answered Xiaobei's question. Xiaobei felt regretful again. Soy milk was indeed not as good as milk, but this could not be a conviction. There was no such thing as no milk. Other than a few good places, there were indeed situations where the milk was cut off. He could not force it. The meat buns indicated that the school's food was not bad. After thinking for a while, Xiaobei asked again, "Who are the bad guys here? I can't remember the officials." The girl shook her head this time. Just as Xiaobei was feeling regretful, she suddenly thought of something and said, "I'm not sure here. My village's cripple Wang is a bad guy. He pulled all the cows in the village to his house. I heard that he wanted to secretly drink milk. He is the village chief, so no one dares to say anything." Xiaobei was delighted. "What village is that?" "Cattle herding village. The county officials often go there. I heard that they are doing bad things together with cripple Wang." The girl had an indignant expression. "Cattle herding village. Good name. It's really a good name." Xiaobei felt that he had finally obtained useful information. He stood up happily and walked around a few more times before quietly leaving. "Did you get anything?" Xiao Yuan, who had also followed him out, asked with concern. "Yes, I got a lot. First of all, this school is not good. We can't enter and leave as we wish. What if a child runs out and gets lost?" Xiaobei, who had come out in a relaxed manner, voiced his opinion. Xiao Yuan, however, did not agree. Whose child would run out? If there is no one in class, points will be deducted. If points are deducted, there will be less rewards. This does not count. There are other rewards as well. Let's go. Follow me to the cow herding village. Find someone to inquire about the location. Our job is here. Xiaobei no longer cared about the school. He happily pulled Xiao Yuan to meet up with the others. When the wind blew, small snowflakes spun and fell. When they touched the houses and the ground, they immediately melted, adding a trace of coldness and moisture to the air. In the capital, Li Longji, who had finished the court meeting and returned to the courtyard of Xingqing Palace, stood in front of a pile of models. The smile on his face did not disappear. Gao Lishur stood by the side. Seeing that the emperor was in a good mood, he thought of the news that had just been sent back. He said, "Your Majesty, this time when the people from Jiangnan East went overseas, they brought back a lot of good things. Do you want the imperial court to form a large fleet to go over? Although it is a little far." Li Longji was indeed happy. Zhu Zan and Emojilian had entered the capital and were ready to be summoned at any time. The matter of etiquette had been discussed. The two of them used the etiquette of a subject and kowtowed to him. This was all thanks to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. According to the person who sent back the news, the two of them were scared silly during the hunting activity that day. They were very obedient when discussing etiquette. This was not an easy thing to do. After the sword meet on Mount Hua, Tubo and Turkic would officially become one or several provinces of Great Tang. In addition to the news from Luzhou, the people from Jiangnan East had found a large piece of fertile land. There were many plants and animals that had never been seen before. They were sending them to the capital and would arrive in 2 days. For a time, Luzhou's people were eager to go out to sea. If they went out to sea again, they would bring along experts to search for ores. Perhaps they could find more ores and bring them back. That would solve many of Great Tang's problems. With so many things happening together, it was difficult for him not to be happy. He nodded happily. The imperial court can send people to follow Lu Zhou's fleet. One of them is to check out the place and the other is to protect the merchants. I'll leave this matter to you. Understood. Gao Lisher made a note of this and planned to send people there after the new year. He understood the emperor's intention. There was another reason for sending soldiers there. If they really found good ores, they had to keep a close eye on them. They could not allow the merchants to forge weapons in private. After solving this matter, Li Longji asked Gao Lisher, "Did Xiaobao and Cuckoo say when they'll be back? I haven't seen them for a long time. I miss them." "I know. Xiaobao sent a letter saying that after Emojilian and the others meet your majesty, they will return to Mount Hua and wait there. After the trip to Mount Hua, they will return to the capital. Zhang Zhong will also return to the capital. He will be an official in the capital next year." Gao Lisher also missed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought about it from the perspective of family. He also knew that the emperor had solved a huge problem because of what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did. Therefore, he could not help but think that the two of them were too powerful. No matter where they went, they could create a big problem. Did they mention what benefits they want? Li Longji asked again. When he thought about this matter, he felt depressed. It was supposed to be a condition of exchange, but Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry to say it. It turned out that he wanted to compensate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for their losses in Jili province and give them a reward for stabilizing the situation there. In the end, the two of them went to Tubo and found the leaders of Tubo and Tujue. At the same time, they completely weakened the power of the commanderies in northern Hebei province. Merits came one after another. It was not easy to reward them. Could it be that when there were no rewards they could learn from their predecessors and kill the two of them? Obviously that was not possible. In the past they did not know that the outside world was so big. There were many places that they had never heard of before. Who knew if they would encounter a more powerful country? When the time came, both sides would discover each other and fight. They hoped that in such a situation, the two of them would continue to contribute. When Li Longji thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had a headache again. Without waiting for Gao Lisher to reply, he said, "Write a letter to them and tell them that they can't be rewarded with money, but they can be promoted." Gao Lisher nodded again and said, "Your Majesty, Xiaobao wrote a letter to me and mentioned this matter. He said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan should be exempted from paying tax for 2 years. If they don't pay tax for 2 years, the loss can be made up for." In fact, Gao Lisher did not say anything. In the letter, he not only wrote that the loss could be made up for, but also the gains of this operation. Even if the imperial court did not compensate, there was no loss. In the future, because of this operation, there would be more income. Of course, he could not tell this to the emperor. His godson had to go back and forth, so it was quite tiring. Now that the imperial court's finances were not tight, there was no need to count on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to pay the tax. "Oh," Li Longji agreed, but his eyebrows did not relax. He said to Gao Lisher, "The 2 years of tax exemption is their loss in the north of Hebei province. At the same time they solved the threats in 3 places. I still have to give them a reward. You can't generalize." Gao Lisher nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, Xiaobao did make a request, but I thought it was too far away so I didn't mention it. Xiaobao once said that when they do business with other distant places in the future, Your Majesty will allow them to use the flag of Tang Empire." "How far away?" Li Longji was curious. "Very far away, even farther than the place where Buddhism came from. It's really thousands of mountains and rivers." He said that using the flag of Tang Empire can show the power of Tang Empire. Gao Lisher pointed to the west. "Of course, even if I don't agree, they can use the flag to go out. In Tubo, didn't they use my name to say something like the sword meet on Mount Hua? I didn't pursue them, otherwise even if they had a few heads, it wouldn't be enough to cut off." Li Longji casually brushed aside the matter of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan using his name to invite ancestor Qida and Zhu Zan, so that when the two of them returned, there wouldn't be anyone who couldn't stand to confront and impeach them. What if the two of them got angry and became lazy in the future? While the relevant personnel of Tang Empire were happy, some people were more distressed. Suddenly, They got in touch with the people of Songmo's commander-in-chief's mansion. News kept coming back and forth, but the more they knew, the sadder they felt. Songmo's commander-in-chief's mansion had no soldiers available, and all of them had been transferred away. 4 or 5 out of 10 people had also left. Those who had some skills had gone to find their own happiness. Li Xiaogu couldn't grasp the situation in the commander-in-chief's mansion at all. He had to listen to Li Sun for everything. Who asked Li Sun to take 10,000 elite soldiers to force him? Oh, not force but peacekeeping. If he wasn't careful, it would be easy to take down the entire commander-in-chief's mansion. In fact, it was almost done. The news sent said that the remaining people who hadn't left didn't stay voluntarily. The Tang Empire needed time to settle them down. After settling them down, they would go to the commander-in-chief's mansion to pick people. The people were waiting. His reputation had been deliberately forgotten by the people during this period of time, and he couldn't go back to the past. As he thought of this, he suddenly sighed. His bleak figure left behind an erratic trail on the ground under the hazy sunlight. He closed his eyes and wanted to forget the unhappy things, but he couldn't do it. He waved his hand at the person who set up the target in front of him. After that person left, he raised the gun in his hand. After aiming for a few breaths, he pulled the trigger. With a bang, he waited for the person on the other side to report the result. 3 points. The voice came from 100 steps away. It's really not easy to use. Kuyu muttered. He pulled out the cartridge, pushed in another bullet and aimed again. General, take a rest. You've already fired 60 bullets. When you wake up tomorrow morning, your arm will hurt. Kuyu's aide beside him advised him in a low voice. After firing this round, have you asked someone to open it and check it? Can it be made? Kuyu continued to aim until he felt that it was enough. Then he fired the bullet in the gun. He put down the gun, rubbed his numb arm and asked the aide. The aide took the gun and answered. Yes, and I also asked. They said that the gun can be made, but the thing called spring inside is not easy to make. It's troublesome to smelt it, and we don't know how to make bullets. We opened it. There should be something similar to firecrackers in it, but it's more powerful. As for the white stack, as long as it's touched by a little force, it will burn. We don't know how to make it. If we can solve these 2 problems, we can produce a lot of guns ourselves. Solve? I want to solve it too. If it was in the past, I would have asked Li Longji for a marriage alliance, and the craftsman I brought with me should be able to make it. But now, Great Tang is not allowing any good technology to be leaked. I don't think I can find someone who can make guns, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan won't tell me. I heard that it was the 2 of them who suggested to Li Longji to keep the technology a secret. It's going to be tough. The days in the commander-in-chief's manor are going to be tough. Kuyu didn't have any confidence. Great Tang's weapons were getting more and more powerful, and there was also the clairvoyance that could see very far. If Li Longji wanted to use force on someone, the other party wouldn't be able to retaliate. It was no longer like before. When he was in a bad mood, he would throw a tantrum with Great Tang, and even directly send out troops. Li Longji would comfort him. Now, if he dared to do that, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would flatten the commander-in-chief's manor without Li Longji doing anything. The advisor was also very helpless. Seeing that Kuyu was in a bad mood, he hesitated for a moment and said what was on his mind. General, now that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to use a soft knife to stab people, when the people in the commander-in-chief's manor leave, where will we find a foothold? We have to think of a complete solution. What solution? What solution can there be? That day on the ship, when Zhang Xiaobao looked for me, he made it very clear. This is called an open conspiracy. Even if I know the consequences, I can't change it. As long as I make a move, the first one to suffer will be me. The sooner I make a move, the greater the loss I will suffer. Ah! How frustrating. I can't do anything to be threatened by a little brat. Let's wait and see. Let's see what will happen on Mount Hua. It will be best if we can force the Tubo and Turkic people into a corner. As long as they send out troops, we will still have a chance. But when he spoke, he seemed to be very agitated. After he finished speaking, he felt a little better. He glanced at the gun again and shook his head. Step by step, he moved back to his room and lay down on the couch. He seemed to be asleep but was not asleep. Xiaobei walked for a long time and finally came out of the mountains. He saw the legendary cattle herding village in front of him. He gasped for breath for a while and said with a grin, "When I asked that person for directions, what did he say?" He said, "Not far?" I understand now. He meant to fly. If we fly in a straight line, it won't be far. If we walk, we will have to walk back and forth. It's going to be dark soon. We can't go back today. Xiao Yuan was also tired and did not have any strength. At the same time, he was not cold. After walking for so long, his body was drenched in sweat. He drank 2 mouthfuls of water and said worriedly, "Why don't we enter the village tomorrow? What if there are bad people in the village who want to harm us at night?" "Don't be afraid. We have weapons. When the time comes, we can find a courtyard and reserve it. No one is allowed to enter. Let's not talk about investigating that cripple Wang. I don't believe that they will deal with a group of foreign children. Let's go. If we stay in the mountains for a night in such cold weather, we will probably freeze to death. If we encounter a beast, we will encounter a beast." Xiao Bei thought for a while and rejected Xiao Yuan's suggestion. He led the group into the village. Looking at the nearby village, they walked for another half an hour before arriving. There were already people in the village looking curiously at Xiao Bei and his group. Usually, there would not be so many children coming together. They were wondering about the identity of Xiao Bei and his group. "Uncle, are there any good courtyards in the village? We can stay here for a night. We will pay. We will leave tomorrow." Xiao Bei saw a person standing at the entrance of the village and walked forward to ask. When the person standing at the entrance of the village saw Xiao Bei, he was attracted by Xiao Bei's cute appearance. It seemed that any normal person would like Xiao Bei's appearance. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. Which family's child sneaked out? Come with me. Even if there is no place, I will make one for you. You haven't eaten yet, right? It just so happens that everyone in the village is cooking. I will ask them to cook more later. Eat first and then have a good rest." After this person finished speaking, he did not directly ask about the identity of Xiao Bei and his group. He was probably waiting for Xiao Bei to have a good rest before asking. He turned around and led the way, but when he walked, he was limping. When Xiao Bei and his group saw the way this person walked, they looked at each other and were shocked at the same time. They wondered if this person was that cripple Wang Muramesa. What if he wanted to harm them? They were here to investigate him. "Don't be afraid. He doesn't know that we are here to investigate him," Xiao Bei whispered to the person beside him. He gave himself courage and followed the person in front of him into the village. They originally thought that this was a very poor village, but when they entered, they found that the life in this village was not bad. They could hear the barking of dogs and the sound of poultry. When they passed by a family, they saw 2 pigs that had somehow escaped from their pens and were being chased around in the courtyard by the family. The person scolded the pigs as he chased them. When he saw Xiao Bei and a large group of children, he stopped what he was doing and looked at them curiously. In order to get help at the critical moment, Xiao Bei gave this person a sweet smile. They continued to follow the person in front of them. After walking for more than 100 steps, they finally saw a large courtyard in front of them. It was empty, and the chimney on the house was not smoking. It seemed that no one lived there. "Don't be afraid. This is not a haunted house. The original family has moved out and moved to the school in the county to cook for the children. I am the village chief of this village. In a while I will ask someone to come and clean this place. There are so many children and you can't squeeze in. I will also ask some of the families in the village to cook some good dishes for you. Oh, my surname is Wang." The person leading the way introduced them and then smiled at Xiao Bei and the others. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. The more Xiao Bei listened, the more scared he became. It was indeed this person. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He smiled at Wang Murazhang and said, "Uncle Wang, thank you. We are going up the mountain to play. After we eat, we will pay. I think that the adults will come later. We ran a little faster, You don't have to pay. The life in the village is not bad. Since there is a way to raise animals, it is not as difficult as before. Wait for me to call for people." Wang Murazhang's eyes narrowed even more. He looked at the sky and began to shout at the top of his voice. Sure enough, many people came out of the village. After hearing Wang Murazhang's introduction, They looked at Xiao Bei and the group of cute children. Each family led a few children, and soon Xiao Bei and the others were led away. Xiao Bei and the others chose the person who looked the most like a good person to follow, hoping that he could help at a critical moment. Just as the group of children was assigned to their families, 12 adults came to the village. These 12 people directly found Wang Murazheng, revealed their identities, and found a place to stay in the village. Only then did Wang Murazheng know which family the cutest child was from. He praised her again and again. No wonder she was so sensible. She turned out to be a little girl from the Zhang family in Sanshui County. That was right. He hurriedly went door to door and told them to cook better food. Don't be stingy, in case the children of rich families were not used to the food. After the meal, Xiao Bei and the others took a bath in a large wooden bucket in each of their rooms. After a tiring day, they no longer had the mood to think about the interrogation. They ran to their beds early in the morning and covered their heads with the clean bedding that other people had given them. Then they fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Xiao Bei and the others woke up, they realized that they did not arrange for anyone to keep watch last night. They were scared. After breakfast, Xiao Bei and the group of children gathered again in the courtyard where no one lived. They began to discuss how to investigate the case. I think we should beat around the bush and find a seemingly honest family to ask about Cripple Wang. But even if we ask, we can't immediately arrest him. It's best to send someone with good skills to Cripple Wang's house to see what exactly he is doing with the cow. Xiao Yuan yawned, rubbed his face with his hands and proposed his idea. Okay, then we'll do it together. A few people will go to Cripple Wang's house to take a look. Be careful, don't get bitten by the dog. Safety first. I'll go and scout for information. We'll split into 2 groups and act. Xiao Bei was very excited. The children's regiment was finally going to show its prowess. This was a big deal. According to the plan, they would split into 2 groups. The rest of the people would wait in the courtyard. Xiao Bei would bring 2 people to the house where she stayed last night. She felt that the house was not bad. The other group would be made up of 5 people with the best skills. Usually, when they were together, these 5 people would climb trees to fish and fish in the water. They were all experts and could be considered the most elite members of the children's regiment. When it came to the critical moment of using an army for a moment, Xiao Bei and the others felt that they should send out the elites to do it and let Cripple Wang experience it. Aunt Wang, I'm here. Xiao Bei led the 2 people to the place where they ate and rested last night and said to Aunt Wang, who was squatting in the courtyard and eating pig food, It's Xiao Bei. It's cold outside. Come in quickly. Are you leaving today? Aunt Wang seemed very happy. She rubbed her hands on her body and beckoned Xiao Bei into the house. Xiao Bei shook her head sensibly. Aunt Wang, you go ahead with your work. I'll just watch. I won't go in. It's not cold outside. I'm wearing a lot. Aunt Wang responded and continued to work. Xiao Bei looked at Aunt Wang and thought for a while. She said, Aunt Wang, can this food be fed to cows? No, it's only for pigs. Cows can't eat such miscellaneous things. Before winter, we already prepared food for cows. Aunt Wang smiled and shook her head. Oh, you prepared food for cows? That's good. Aunt Wang, where's the cow? I haven't seen it. Xiao Bei followed the topic and asked. The cow is at the village chief's house. Don't worry. If you want to see the cow, I'll take you to the village chief's house. Aunt Wang didn't expect Xiao Bei to be trying to trick her. Xiao Bei nodded obediently. Okay, thank you, Aunt Wang. Aunt that. If the cow is at the village chief's house, won't it lose weight? Won't it die? Won't the milk it produces be drunk? How can it lose weight? The village chief is an expert at raising cows, so it won't die. If it's not sick, it won't die easily. Milk can only be obtained after it raises the cubs. Without cubs, there won't be any milk. Wait, I'll prepare it now. I'll take you to see it. Aunt Wang's hands moved faster. She smiled and explained to Xiao Bei. Chapter 823. With endless doubts and melancholy in their hearts, more than 100 children came to the village head's house. They saw the big courtyard behind the village head's house and the cows living happily in the courtyard. The mistake brought by the information made the little guys fall into an extremely low self-confidence. The 5 elite members who had climbed into the courtyard with great difficulty were so scared by the dogs that they didn't dare to move. They stood there with pursed lips, waiting for the punishment that was about to come. We ran so far for nothing, and we actually made a mistake. If I had known, I would have stayed in Sanshui County and wasted so much effort to come here. I'm as tired as a calf. It's not worth it at all. After Xiao Yuan lost her excitement, she suddenly found that the weather was getting colder. She hugged her arms tightly and muttered in a low voice. Little Hai was still as calm as before. Xiaozhu very naturally took down the drawing board she was carrying on her back and began to look for inspiration among the herd of cows. The pair of twins, Big Man and Little Man, tacitly placed a flower in the corner that had not withered for some reason in the winter. Zhang Chong, Zhang Gang, and Zhang Fong began to talk in a low voice, comparing the difference between the mountain in cattle herding village and the mountain in their home. Xiao Bei, the initiator of the incident, felt a great deal of pressure. She felt that she had to bear all the responsibility for the carelessness of the plan and the failure of the operation. Do I have to pay for the expenses as well? Xiao Bei looked at Wang Xuanjing's warm smile and the harmonious scene when the cows huddled together. She always felt that 100 guards were looking at her from the corner of her eyes. Wang Xuanjing already knew why Xiao Bei and the others had come here, so he was not angry at all. He looked at the group of children with eyes full of kindness and began to introduce the experience of raising cows to Xiao Bei and the others, combining the methods of the Zhang family and the local environment. In only 3 years, the village had more than 20 calves, and none of the older ones had died unexpectedly. When rearing cows in winter, they had to pay attention to fatten up and nourish their bodies. They also had to pay attention to which aspects to keep the cowshed warm before the beginning of spring. He spoke in detail, and in his words, he always inadvertently praised the technical support provided by the Zhang family and the Wang family to the cattle industry in the village. Xiao Bei blinked and listened attentively, as if he wanted to minimize the consequences of a wrong plan. At noon, more than 100 children ate chicken stewed with mushrooms and a few large pancakes in the village. When the sun was high in the afternoon, they bid farewell to the villagers who warmly treated them farewell. Ignoring the villagers' refusal, they left the money for their food and embarked on their return journey. Let's stop what we're doing and make a conclusion. After returning to the town, they booked a large courtyard in an inn. Xiao Bei had been cooped up in the house for more than 2 hours. When he came out, he began to worry about the members of the children's troop. He wanted to hold a summary meeting. Although the mission had failed, the bodyguard still had to listen to Xiao Bei's orders. Xiao Yuan was afraid that Xiao Bei would not be able to recover from this setback after receiving such a blow, so he stood guard beside Xiao Bei's room for more than 2 hours. When he saw that Xiao Bei's complexion was still quite good when he came out, he moved closer and comforted him softly. Xiao Bei, don't be afraid. Our brother and sister said that failure is the mother of success. When have I, Xiao Bei, ever been afraid? Xiao Yuan, this thinking of yours is wrong. It's wrong. How did we fail? Everyone come over and talk. Let's talk about the results of our investigation in the cattle herding village regarding the implementation of cattle herding techniques. I will first make a statement. I think that the Zhang family and Wang family did a good job in the dissemination of technology. At the very least, a remote place like the cattle herding village accepted our theory. Furthermore, according to the local environment and local conditions, they came up with a reasonable method of cattle herding in winter. It's worth promoting, but we can't be too rash. We have to let people from other places understand the importance of different environments. This time, the members of the children's troop were very successful. The members of Xiaohai's troop provided effective help to the group in terms of calculations. The members of Xiaozhu's troop recorded the detailed information that needed to be expressed using graphics along the way. The members of Xiao Yuan's troop cited classics and classics to let us feel the elegance of various places in the Great Tang. There were also the members of Xiao Chong's troop who gave timely and reasonable suggestions during the mission and used facts to prove the correctness of their suggestions. Of course, there were also the 100 guards from the Zhang family and Wang family. During the mission, they were able to achieve a unified command and advance in sync, displaying the grace of our children's troop and protecting our image. This is worthy of praise. I believe that under the guidance of our unity, the future of the children's troop will be beautiful and positive. It will carry forward the past and open up a path for the future. Alright, now everyone can speak freely. Don't be afraid of burdens. Be brave enough to discover problems and solve them. After Xiao Bei said this, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't hold it in for 2 hours for nothing. After thinking about what his brother and sister would do when they encountered such a situation, he turned a disadvantage into an advantage. After hearing his sister's words, Xiao Hai, who didn't care about other things, revealed an expression of disbelief for the first time. The faces of the boys were filled with worship. Xiaozhu's eyes moved back and forth, wanting to remember this precious scene, so that it could be recorded on the drawing paper. Sweeping a glance at the 100 guards who were at a loss, Xiao Yuan shook his head vigorously. He stared at Xiao Bei in astonishment and carefully sized him up, as if he wanted to see something from Xiao Bei's face. Ha 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 ha. On the road in Huayuan County, Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting for his brothers and sisters to return, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard the words of the people who were sent to protect him. Wang Wan also pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes into peach shapes. Zhang Xiaobao kept laughing. He laughed until he squatted on the ground, one hand covering his stomach and the other slapping his thigh. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Our Xiao Bei is really amazing. It must be because you, his sister, have taught him well. He can turn black into white. This is definitely the quality an official should have. Not bad. Don't splash dirty water on an official. No matter how good an official is at spouting nonsense, they can't compare to swindlers like you. It's really hard for Xiao Bei. What are you thinking? It's not easy. Let's go, the team will move forward. I reckon that Xiao Bei and the others will have received the news and should be arriving at Huazhou Prefecture soon. Wang Wan held back her laughter. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao up and instructed the team to move forward. Outside the county town of Huazhou Prefecture, the two teams met up. Xiao Bei found her brother and sister and bragged about her contribution in this investigation. Of course, she also mentioned a few small mistakes and humbly expressed that she would learn more in the future. Zhang Xiaobao praised Xiao Bei and the others for their hard-working spirit and acknowledged the results obtained by the children's regiment. He also encouraged them to continue to work without fear of difficulties in the future. As for the small mistakes in the operation, he also gave them guidance. In the end, he waved his hand and reimbursed all the funds for this activity. He also allocated an additional sum of funds to solve the financial difficulties of the children's regiment. The team continued to move forward. They were not far from Huayuan County. To be precise, they were within the borders of Huayuan County. The news sent from Beijing showed that Li Longji was also on the road. Because there were people from the surrounding countries, the ceremonial guards were all out. The team was relatively large, so it would probably take a few days to reach Huayuan County. Naturally, Li Longji also praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in his decree. This was all because Zhu Zan and Emoji Lian had used the courtesy of a subject in the court. There was no need to mention the other places. The people sent by Japan to present the tribute and the people sent by Silla also used the courtesy of a subject. As for whether they were convinced or not, it didn't matter. After another 3 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had reached Huayuan County, began to make the final adjustments and arrangements. They wanted to give the people from the surrounding countries an unforgettable impression. They had to look at all the key places. Xiao Bei, who had re-established her position in the regiment, became more mature in theory after a few days of learning by her brother's side. She led more than 100 people to continue carrying out her orders. A heavy snow fell. The team coming out of Beijing had to slow down. Looking at the snowflakes floating outside, Li Longji was clearly in a good mood. He took a sip of the tea in his cup and tasted it carefully. He said to Gao Lisher, who was waiting beside him, "It's another good year. There won't be a drought here next year. How are the preparations on Xiao Bao's side?" "Your Majesty, the letter says that everything is ready. We're just waiting to scare the people from the surrounding countries. There's also a letter from home. Says about Xiao Bei and the others. Your Majesty, do you want to take a look?" Gao Lisher couldn't help but laugh when he thought about what Xiao Bao said in the letter. Chapter 824. Seeing that it was snowing heavily, in order to give Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more time to prepare, Li Longji chose to take the waterway after traveling for a while. He wanted to let the people who followed him know what it meant to break the ice. A series of muffled explosions resounded on both sides of the canal. The ship with a thick iron plate at the bow crushed the ice along the way. When the sound of ice shattering reached the ears of the people following Li Longji, the expressions of those who were prepared to see a joke finally changed. Coming out of the cabin, Zhu Zan picked up the clairvoyant I lent to him and listened to the explosions in front of the canal. Looking at the big ship rushing all the way across the ice, it would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. The martial arts of the Tang Empire are so powerful. I wonder what will happen on Mount Hua this time. Sigh. Zhu Zan pressed the hat on his head and felt that the wind was a little weaker. He looked at the people who were watching the explosion on both sides of the canal, and the iron cable suspension bridge across the canal inside. Princess Jincheng, whose complexion had obviously improved, stood beside Zhu Zan and looked around softly. When she heard Zhu Zan's words, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly to him, "Zanpu, why don't we go back to Tubo and learn from the situation on the Yellow River here? We can build a few iron cable bridges there to make it convenient for people to travel." "I also want to do that," Zhu Zan replied to Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng did not say anything more. She understood what Zhu Zan meant. In terms of iron smelting technology, Tubo was not as good as the Tang Empire. Even if they wanted to build an iron cable suspension bridge, there was no suitable iron ring to use. Moreover, it was not easy to find stones to make the pillars of the bridge. Large pieces of copper and iron were not enough to make them. Iron for weapons was even more scarce. As for cement, the Zhang and Wang families did not sell it to outsiders. The cement used in the Tang Empire, even if they paid for it, had to be watched by the people sent by the Zhang family and Wang family before they could build it. Who knew how many people who wanted to get the cement hated the Zhang family and Wang family? A burst of children's laughter attracted Princess Jincheng's attention. She raised her thousandly eyes and saw a group of children flying kites on the southern bank of the canal. It was supposed to be a spring kite, but in the winter it still made people happy. Taking a closer look, the kite was not made of paper, but pink silk cloth. A large bird that looked like a phoenix was flying in the wind, its long tail swaying gently, adding a touch of gorgeous color to the snowy scenery. A child wearing gorgeous clothes, under the protection of a servant, happily released and retracted the string of a kite. A group of children wearing ordinary clothes surrounded him, clapping their hands, jumping and laughing. After a while, the child, who was obviously from a rich family, stuffed the wire board he was holding into the hands of an ordinary child next to him. Then, he pulled the hand of another ordinary child and laughed together. Don't hate poverty with riches and honor. Children play with kites. The white snow is not cold yet, and the colorful phoenixes fly and warm the world. Princess Jincheng looked and a gratified smile appeared on her face as she murmured in admiration. When Zhu Zhenqi heard Princess Jincheng's words and saw the children playing on the bank, his face became more and more ugly. He understood that the reason why the children of the rich could play together with the children of ordinary families was not because the children understood unity, but because of the teachings of the adults. The more united the people of the Tang Empire were, and the more harmonious their lives were, the harsher it was for the Tubo people. The children of the Tubo people who had a bit of status would not play with the children of ordinary people. The conflict was intensifying bit by bit, especially when the news of the Tang Empire kept spreading. Many slaves, even if they did not say it out loud behind their backs, they were discussing when Wang Wan would be able to lead troops to conquer the Tubo people and change their status. This was not a good sign. Otherwise, when war broke out, the people would not have the heart to defend themselves, and the soldiers would not have the will to fight to the death. Who could stop the Tang Empire's cavalry? Who would be willing to use their flesh and blood to fight against the spears of the Tang Empire? Zhu Zhenqi secretly sighed and turned his head to look at Princess Jincheng, whose complexion was obviously better than when she was in the Tubo people. He forced a smile and said to her, "Nunu, have you been playing well at home these few days? Have you seen Wu Huifei and Empress Wang? This time we will stay for a few more days in the Tang Empire. We have to see them often. The wind outside is strong, so let's go back to the cabin to avoid the wind." Princess Jincheng followed Zhu Zhenqi into the cabin and served him tea. Then she said to him, "Zhu Zhenpu, Empress Wang and Zhang Wang have a close relationship. Wu Huifei has a lot of complaints, but Empress Wang is in charge of the harem, so there is no big deal." If Princess Jincheng had a choice, She would not be willing to help Zuzanqi inquire about this kind of news. However, she had no choice. She could not stay in the Tang Empire forever. She still had to return to the Tubo people. For her, the Tang Empire was better. It was more comfortable to breathe there than in the Tubo people. Although the Tubo people had a clear sky, there were some places where you could not boil an egg. You could only fry it and eat it. The food was much more monotonous. How could it compare to the food in the palace these few days? Zuzanqi also knew that the food in the Tang Empire was delicious, but he did not pay attention to it at all. When he heard Princess Jincheng's words, his eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and asked, "Can we let people impeach Empress Wang and Zhang Wang families for conspiring? You understand?" "No." Princess Jincheng Weiwei shook her head. His Majesty has long known the relationship between Empress Wang and Zhang Wang families. Not only Empress Wang, but other people in the imperial family also have connections with Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families. It is said that all the memorials to impeach Zhang and Wang families are held by His Majesty, and not sent to the Hall of Secretaries. Whenever someone in the imperial court talks about it, other officials will change the topic. Oh? Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families are so favored by the emperor? Zuzanqi really did not know about the situation inside the imperial court. Did Wu Huifei mention how to deal with Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families? Princess Jincheng shook her head again. No, I even asked Zuzanpu about countermeasures. I heard that Wu Huifei has already made a move against Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families. Every time it ended in failure. Now she is just complaining. Perhaps she has other thoughts, but she has not shown them. Then there is no other way. Zuzanqi muttered unwillingly. Kill Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Princess Jincheng said. If I could kill the two of them, I would have done it long ago. Let's talk about this later. Yes, let's talk about it later. Zuzanqi temporarily dismissed the idea of directly dealing with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As the boat continued to move forward, Zuzanqi had other thoughts. He instructed Princess Jincheng, during this period of time, ask more about the Tang Empire, especially the things that we Tubo spies are unable to come into contact with. For example, how is cement made? Why can the clairvoyants see so far away? How are long guns and short guns made? The stability of Tubo depends on these. Zizanpu, don't worry. I will ask around. Princess Jincheng agreed very quickly. As for what she was thinking in her heart, Zuzanqi did not know. The group was still slowly moving towards Huayin County. The journey that originally took 3 days was delayed to around 10 days. In Li Longji's opinion, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan should be ready. After all, the two of them were very capable. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy at the foot of Baiyun Peak, Xiaobei and a group of people ran to Huayin County's Yamen. The matter of receiving Li Longji's group was from Huazhou Prefecture. The officials of Huayin County were only responsible for following orders and were not very busy. When Xiaobei brought a group of guards to the door, the current county magistrate of Huayin County, Fang Shiri, personally came out to welcome them. He was afraid that something would happen and he would be caught. All the officials near the capital knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had 9 children. They also knew the extent of the 9 children's power. They could not be targeted by them when the emperor was coming. Fang Yang, who was carefully receiving the guests, thought that nothing would happen. Who knew that as soon as they entered the Yamen, Xiaobei looked around and found a problem. County Magistrate Fang, why don't I see a place specially used to receive the common people? When the common people come, do you want them to wait outside? It's fine in the summer. When it's hot, they can find a cool place to hide. Can they also find a warm place in the winter? Where is the reception fee given by the imperial court every year? Xiaobei did not find a place for the common people to rest and eat. She reached out and pulled Fang Yang's sleeve. She looked up and asked. She blinked her cute big eyes, which made Fang Yang feel depressed. No matter how cute Xiaobei was, she became a demon in Fang Yang's eyes. She touched a sore spot. Was there a need to ask? If the annual share was really used on the common people, wouldn't the Yamen lose income? Who didn't need money when they went out to do things? Do you really think that you don't need to worry like the Zhang family? Although he was thinking about it, he couldn't say it out loud. Fang Yang tried to force a smile and replied to Xiaobei. Lord Zhang, you may not know, but there are many people in Huayin County who dislike work. They don't work and only want to live a peaceful life. The yamen has set up a special reception area for them, so they come to the yamen to eat and drink. That's why the yamen removed the reception area. Dislike work? What do you mean? Xiaobei turned to look at Xiaoyuan. They like to live a peaceful life but don't want to work. They only take and don't give. Xiaoyuan answered. I see. So it's right to not set up a reception place. Xiaobei still looked up at Feng Yang. Feng Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Zhang is right. Then why isn't there such a person in Sanshui County? County Magistrate Feng is an official. Isn't he educating the people to do good and do good things? Instead, he's just a bystander who doesn't do anything. This is called not doing anything. Xiaoyuan, write a memorial and wait for Her Majesty to come. Xiaobei's words scared Feng Yang so much that his heart almost jumped out of his mouth. He looked at the other 8 children's expressions and didn't know what to do. If they really wrote a memorial, he was finished. Who didn't know Her Majesty's attitude towards the 9 children? Not to mention that the yamen wasn't that clean. Even if it was done well, wouldn't it be able to find a problem if they wanted to investigate? Feng Yang didn't know what to do. The registrar accompanying him was even more scared. There were some problems with his accounts. Although there weren't many discrepancies, once it was found out, it would be a serious crime. At the very least, he would be dismissed. After hearing Xiaobei's suggestion and looking at the 9 children, he felt that no matter how he looked at them, they were very detestable. Why were they so troublesome? Did they not understand the difficulties of the local government? Thinking was thinking, but he still had to say, Lord Zhang, it's not easy to run a county. Just listen to Lord Zhang and immediately set up a room to receive the people. There's no need to write a memorial, right? Xiaoyuan frowned. If the higher-ups investigate, the subordinates will work. If the order is issued early, it will be abolished. Are you guys going against us? Seeing that we're young, we'll just deal with it. How do I know if you guys will continue to remove the place after we leave? Seal the accounts, let Brother Xiaohai investigate. The registrar didn't expect a group of children to be so difficult to answer correctly. He wanted to bribe them, but then he thought of the business between the Zhang family and Wang family. He wanted to threaten them, but then he thought of the military power of the Zhang family and Wang family. He couldn't advance or retreat. Seeing that they wanted to seal the accounts, his face darkened. The imperial censor can't seal the accounts directly. He can only impeach them. Don't tell me you guys want to overstep your authority? Fine, then we won't seal it. We'll just impeach them directly. Let's wait and see. Xiaobei, why are we still going inside? What if they want to kill us? Let's go and find brother and sister. Xiaoyuan pulled Xiaobei with a cold face and turned to walk outside. Xiaobei was stunned for a moment before she reacted and nodded. That's right. If they don't allow us to seal the accounts, there must be a problem. Impeach them with all your might. I want to see Uncle Emperor personally and talk to him face to face. This is too unreasonable. Feng Yang was dumbfounded and glared at the registrar. The registrar's head buzzed and his vision turned black. He paused for a few breaths before he recovered. He knew that if he really let Xiaobei and the others leave, he would be finished. He stepped forward excitedly and opened his arms to block Xiaobei and the others. Let's talk nicely. Don't be in a hurry. Let's go inside and talk. Oh no, they want to do something to us. Children's regiment, go and take them down. Xiaobei was worried about how to deal with this matter properly, and didn't have a chance. Seeing that someone dared to stop her, she had an excuse. She shouted loudly and looked scared. As soon as Xiaobei shouted, 10 of the most stable children in the children's regiment took out their pistols and aimed at the group of people in the yamen. The people in the yamen all stopped moving. They knew what the other party was holding. Although the yamen had applied for it, the imperial court didn't give it to them. However, they knew the power of this thing very well. It wouldn't be good if it hit them. Do you think I'm not prepared? I just applied for it from brother and sister. It's just in time. I'll kill whoever dares to touch it. Xiaobei clapped her hands and walked out excitedly. She had a smug look on her face, indicating that she had foresight. The 10 children holding the pistols were more nervous. They had practiced shooting before, but this was the first time they were facing people. They held the pistols tightly with both hands so that they could bear the recoil when they fired. It wasn't easy to be able to practice shooting. When Zhang Xiaobao said to let the children practice shooting, Wang Wan was worried that the children couldn't bear the recoil. It was Zhang Xiaobao who said, "Children in war-torn places shoot with AKs and rocket launchers. What can our children do with pistols? They weren't allowed to carry guns usually." It was Xiaobei who applied for it after she came back from the cattle-herding village. Only 10 pistols were given to the most stable children. The people in the yamen restrained them. The other children took out handcuffs and prepared to handcuff them one by one. At this moment, the county magistrate of Huayin County was a little far away. He was moving closer to the wall. "You stop. What do you mean? Why are you running? Do you have a guilty conscience?" Xiaobei, who was proud of herself, suddenly realized the situation. She pointed at the county magistrate and shouted. The county magistrate and other officials turned their heads at the same time and looked at the county magistrate in surprise. They were puzzled. "No, I'm not running. I'm going to get the rope." "Yes, get the rope." The county magistrate was still moving as he spoke. "Haha, catch him quickly. If he dares to run, shoot him." "I didn't expect that. It's just a small crime of being greedy. Even if we investigate, we won't be able to trace it back to him. He's just going to be exiled, but he's actually afraid of being caught? What does this mean?" Yes, what does this mean? Everyone was thinking in their hearts. It means that what he has committed is a capital crime. Go fuck this guy. Xiaobei answered himself and commanded the children's group to rush forward. The county magistrate stopped for a while. Just when everyone thought that he was going to be caught, he suddenly started running towards the inside. Bang! A child with a gun in his hand pulled the trigger. The county magistrate's leg was wounded, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He was pressed down by a group of children and handcuffed. They lifted the county magistrate's clothes to cover his head and dragged him to Xiaobei. "Let's go and find my brother and sister. County Magistrate Fang, let's not pursue the other matters in the yamen for now. Come with me." Xiaobei had made a greater contribution and did not care about the small matter in Huayin County. Yes. We'll go now. Guards, help Lord Zhang to detain the county magistrate." "Thank you so much, Lord Zhang. Thank you so much." Fang Yang was grateful to the county magistrate who was caught. He quickly agreed and asked the yamen runners to detain the county magistrate whose leg was still bleeding. He followed Xiaobei and the others to the foot of Mount Hua. When Li Longji arrived at the foot of Mount Hua, the first thing he did was to catch the person sent by the Blackwater Commandery. The Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion was further north than the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's sphere of influence did not reach there. Although they had already acknowledged them and were willing to pay the tax, they had all kinds of excuses to set the tax amount very small. More importantly, there were many mountains and forests, and the road was very steep. The county magistrate who was caught by Xiaobei in Huayin County was sent by the Blackwater Commandery. He had been undercover for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tested almost all the interrogation methods they knew on him. Only then did they manage to get him to talk. At the beginning, all kinds of physical methods did not work at all. He did not say anything even when he was covered with bruises. In the end, they had to interrogate him tirelessly and use anesthetics and alcohol to solve the problem. Therefore, they began to search the mountain and sent out hunting dogs. They found the people who were hiding and a large number of fireworks buried in various strategic places. Everyone knew that the fireworks were not used to welcome Li Longji. After capturing them, he sent an imperial edict to Li Sun, who was still at the Songma Commander-in-Chief Manor, ordering him to mobilize 20,000 elite troops in Jili Prefecture, plus 10,000 of his own troops, and to gather 50,000 porters to attack the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief Manor. The 20 gunboats guarding the Bohai Sea Commander-in-Chief Manor also took advantage of the fact that the Bohai Sea Bay was not frozen to sail up the coast, intending to storm the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief Manor. The people from the surrounding countries who had accompanied Li Longji all understood that Li Longji had dispatched such a large force. One reason was that he truly wanted to flatten the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor, and the other was that he wanted to show off the might of the great Tang to them. "Hello, Uncle Emperor." After Li Longji landed at the foot of Mount Hua, Xiaobei and the others came looking for him. They didn't care if there were people from other countries present. They didn't call him Your Majesty, nor did they mention their status as subjects. They just smiled and approached Li Longji to greet him. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Li Longji found Xiaobei more adorable. He picked her up and put her on the dragon chair beside him. He touched her head and said, "Good, good. Xiaobei, you made a great contribution again. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Hum. Xiaobei smiled shyly. No matter how he looked at her, he felt that she was a cute little girl. If the county magistrate Fang Yang saw this, he would definitely think that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was this still the Lord Zhang who turned hostile at once in the Yamen? Was this still the ruthless girl who would shoot whenever she wanted? Zhu Zanqi sighed silently in his heart. He finally knew the position of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Li Longji's heart. It was more difficult than climbing to the sky to drive a wedge between them. They had a good rest for 2 days. The long-awaited sword competition on Mount Hua began. Although it was called sword competition, except for the Tang Empire, no one had a sword in their hands. They could only watch or talk about it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chose Baiyun Peak to show the military strength of the Tang Empire. So they were going to take this path. The snow-covered mountain looked lofty and dreamy. If they did not know that Li Longji was showing the strength of the country, people from other countries would like to experience the beauty of nature in such a scenery. Suddenly he left his position and ran to Zhu Zanqi. He whispered to him, "Zanpu, do you know what they are going to do?" Zhu Zanqi shook his head and said, "Who knows? Just watch. Do you want to climb the mountain at this time? Where did the path come from? Let's go. 1st Engineering Battalion, go." When many people were guessing how to climb the mountain, the Commander-in-Chief Wang Wan pulled out the saber at her waist and waved it forward. The order was passed down. Immediately, drums and gongs sounded and military flags flew. "Ha!" The 1,000 soldiers of the 1st Reinforced Battalion shouted in unison and rushed out from the right side of the team. Since ancient times there had been a path on Mount Hua. At this time the path was even more difficult. There were mountains in front of them and cliffs in the distance. Not to mention climbing to the top, just the path in front of them made people feel weak in the knees. While everyone was guessing what the 1,000 soldiers were going to do, the people of the 1st Engineering Battalion had already reached a small cliff. They did not take the path that the herb gatherers usually took. The first row of 50 people did not stop when they reached the cliff. They stretched their hands back and the people in the other rows each held a long bamboo pole and pushed it up. The people in front of them grabbed it and shouted, "Ha ha!" They used the same chant and used the bamboo pole to push the people in front of them up the cliff. The people below understood that this was a tactic used when attacking a city. However, the length of the bamboo pole was obviously not enough to push people to the top of the cliff. What was the use of climbing a certain distance? While everyone was puzzled, the 50 people who were pushed to the top of the cliff grabbed the bamboo pole with one hand and pulled the backpack on their back in front of them with the other hand. No one knew what they took out from the backpack. With a gun-like sound, 50 ropes were pulled down from the top. The people at the bottom immediately climbed up the rope at lightning speed. It was unknown how long they had practiced. Looking at the height of 6 zhang, they climbed up in a few steps. The last person at the bottom handed the bamboo pole up and also began to climb. As soon as the bamboo pole went up, the people below raised their clairvoyance one after another, only to see that the person who had just landed stepped on several ropes that were fastened to the cliff wall so quickly. Another bamboo pole lifted the person who had gone up first up another 6 zhang. The same gun-like sound was heard. More ropes were pulled down and the people below started climbing again. As they were climbing, a rock suddenly loosened and the people on top fell down. Amidst the shocked cries of the people watching, they were pulled back by the ropes again. Without any intention of stopping, they started climbing again. When they reached a place where the rock protruded and could no longer hold the bamboo pole, the person at the top only had a rope around his waist and started climbing with his bare hands. His 4 limbs moved quickly, but it was very rhythmic. If one looked closely, they would notice that under normal circumstances, the 4 limbs of a bare-handed climber would always be supported by 3 points and moved by 1 point. They would only change under special circumstances. From time to time, the rock that someone grabbed would loosen before they were done. The person who climbed up would fall down again and be pulled back by the rope. They would climb up again and again. Sometimes they even used 1 arm and a few fingers to hold on to the rock. The people below were shocked to see this. They were even more shocked at the climbing speed. In just a short while, The people from the 1st Engineering Battalion had climbed to a distance of 30 feet. But at this time there was a very big protruding rock in the middle. If they wanted to go around it, they would bump into the position of others. They could not directly move horizontally, so there would definitely be a missing piece. Just when many people thought that the Tang soldiers would give up on this route, a person rushed out from the crowd and shouted, "Let me do it." Then, this person pulled a person from the 2nd Battalion who was preparing to run with him. As he ran, he took off the person's backpack and changed his belt. When this person ran to the bottom of the cliff, he did not immediately climb along the rope. Instead, he used the momentum of running, and used both his hands and feet to jump up more than 30 feet. Hua! The people below were in an uproar. How did he fly up? It was as if his body was weightless. In just a few steps, he had reached a height of more than 30 feet. Then, he hung the rope on the ring around his waist and used a speed that was several times faster than the people from the 1st Battalion to climb up. This person's hands and feet seemed to only need to touch a small gap in the rock. He did not need to do too much. His whole body was like a monkey jumping up with a whoosh. Zhang Xiaobao, he is Zhang Xiaobao. After the people below were shocked, they finally recognized who this person was. They turned around to look. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao, who had been accompanying Wang Wan, was gone. Didn't they say that Zhang Xiaobao was only good at economics and calculation? When did he become capable of such things? Hu Tuyu, who was standing beside Zhu Zan of Qi, opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Not only him, but those who did not know Zhang Xiaobao also thought so. Wow, Big Brother is so awesome. Xiao Bei had never seen her brother do such a thing in front of her. At this moment, she opened her mouth in surprise and cheered, waving her little fists with all her strength. Only Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, whispering to herself, "This is the international swindler that made countless special police officers helpless. Flying over roofs and vaulting walls. Who knows how many self-proclaimed elites have their faces wiped off. And it seems that he is even more awesome than before. If the family has no money, Big Brother can support us by being a cat burglar," Xiao Bei said with certainty. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not have the leisure to care about what other people thought. He did not allow a blank area to appear on the cliff. In the shortest time possible, he came to the protruding rock, paused for a moment, and looked up at the lines under the rock. Then, under the exclamations of the people below, he suddenly jumped up and did a forward flip. Halfway through the movement, he took out an item from his backpack. His feet suddenly stretched out, and he stepped on the cliff in front of him. His body flew out parallel to the bottom of the protruding rock. Just as his head was above the protruding rock, he stretched his hands forward, and the object in his hands just happened to hit the protruding rock. With a sound, his body fell down. Just as he fell for a distance of 3 meters, his arms wrapped around the rope that was just nailed to the rock. Then he swung forward and his feet once again stepped on the spot where he just stepped. His body flew away from the cliff, but the rope in his hands did not loosen. Using this time strength, he stretched his legs, exerted strength in his waist, and drew an arc. Under the pull of the rope, he hit the outermost protruding rock. He grabbed with one hand and his legs did a horizontal split. His hand buckled forward, and his hand loosened and pulled again. When he stopped, his whole body was already standing on the rock. With a sound, a rope was pulled down for the people below to use. The people below were stunned. Gao Lisher stood up from the chair and began to look at his adopted son again. Chapter 825. There wasn't a single ray of sunlight shining on Zhang Xiaobao's body. It was just that the wind was a little stronger because he was standing at a high altitude. Even so, the people at the foot of the mountain still had to reevaluate Zhang Xiaobao's position. Even the smiling Wang Wan made people have other guesses. The people who followed MOG felt that Zhang Xiaobao was climbing very fast, but they couldn't understand why 1,000 people were climbing the mountain. They asked in confusion, "Master, can they threaten us by climbing the mountain?" They can't. The threat is to Tubo and the northern part of Hebei province, especially the northern part of Hebei province. With this speed, when the two sides meet in the valley, the Tang Empire won't be in a hurry to set up the formation. Instead, they will climb the mountain. When the others rush over, they will be greeted with a rain of arrows, no, a rain of bullets. MOG estimated the time and explained to the people around him. When he looked at Zuzan of Chida on the left, there was some pity in his eyes. Zuzan of Chida was silent. He was still thinking about what was the thing that nailed the rope to the cliff after the clapping sound. 2nd Engineering Battalion, go. Wangwan didn't have time to introduce the tool to others. Seeing that the fastest climber was close to the top of the mountain, she waved the sword in her hand and changed the sound of the drum. The 1,000 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion shouted and rushed up the road, made by the 1st Battalion. With the rope, their climbing speed was much faster than the 1st Battalion. Every time they climbed a certain distance, they would start to throw the rope horizontally and let the people next to them catch it. At the key points, they would use the clapping thing to fix it again. 3rd Battalion, go. Wang Wan's order continued to change. The people of the 3rd Battalion rushed up but didn't climb. They just waited at the bottom. Wang Wan came to Li Longji's dragon carriage and said, "Your Majesty, please go up the mountain." "Yes, Lisher." Li Longji happily responded and began to instruct Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher naturally knew what to do. He passed down the orders one by one and the troops slowly moved towards the cliff. When they arrived at the bottom of the cliff, the people from the 3rd Engineering Battalion threw out grappling hooks and hooked onto all the carriages, pulling them up with all their might. As everyone's bodies gradually left the ground, many of those who couldn't figure out how to go up the mountain finally understood. They were actually going to hang themselves. They were a little worried but also a little expectant. They had never played like this before. How did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan come up with this idea? If I had known earlier, I would have brought the house. Xiao Bei was not afraid at all. He poked his head out with all his might. The whole way up, except for the brave ones, the rest of the people felt like they had just survived a disaster. It was really too exciting. Li Longji casually glanced at everyone's faces. Wei Wei curled her lips and whispered to Gao Lisher, "It seems that there are still many cowards. Your Majesty is right. This is just the beginning. When the other arrangements are shown later, I think they will be scared to death." Gao Lisher's eyes looked around. He wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao how to climb as if he was flying. It looked very easy. It was not difficult at all. After the people from the surrounding areas came up, they looked at where Li Longji was and waited. They wondered what kind of sword competition it would be. Would it be like the 3 Kingdoms where they discussed the heroes while drinking wine? At this time, Gao Lisher stood up and asked loudly, "Envoys, do you still remember the edgeless sword that was sent along with the invitation to the sword competition on Mount Hua? But please take it out." Everyone thought to themselves, isn't this nonsense? Does it not have a sword? They all ordered the people who were guarding the sword to take it out and take it off their hands to show it to the emperor. Gao Lisher nodded with satisfaction and said, "The emperor once said that a sword has 2 edges. If you want to hurt others, you have to care about yourself. Remember, on the trip to Mount Hua, you can speak with your heart. Where is the edge?" After that, Gao Lisher stopped talking. Everyone looked at the sword in their hands and then looked at where Li Longji was. They did not understand for a while. They also did not know what was going to happen on the trip to Mount Hua. Just as they were speculating, Wang Wan took over the command of the army again. "Send the signal, call the Air Force." At the order, colorful fireworks exploded in the sky one after another. The gorgeous and dazzling scene made the people who were waiting feel a little relieved. Fortunately, there was not much snow on Mount Hua. Otherwise, they would have been buried by the snow. Among them, Zuzan felt the most. After all, he was in a place with many snowy mountains. Then the people from the surrounding countries began to wonder, "Air Force, what is the Air Force? What is the use of it?" While everyone was wondering and Li Longji was looking forward to it, countless black spots appeared in the distant sky and approached Mount Hua. When Zuzan saw so many black spots, the first thing that came to his mind was the Tang Empire's eagle formation. He could not help but tremble. Although the incident had passed, he could not forget the countless eagles flying on the front line of Jinchuan. They provided the Tang Empire's army with information at any time and suppressed the eagles on his side. In particular, there was an eagle called Shui Yun. It was almost psychic and could cooperate well with people. It understood the human language and could send messages from thousands of miles away. What was even more infuriating was that Shui Yun did not have the slightest bit of pride as an eagle. Other eagles were more courageous in battle. No matter who the opponent was, they would not admit defeat even if they were to die in battle. Shui Yun retreated when there was danger and took advantage of the situation. It was very strange that an eagle could do this. Many people also thought that it was an eagle flying over. As the black spots gradually approached, they could see them with their clairvoyance. Only then did they realize that it was not an eagle at all. There were two kinds of flying objects. One was a big ball with a big basket hanging below it. They did not know what it was used for. The other was frightening. The spectators all opened their mouths in disbelief. Those flying objects were actually people. They had special wings on their backs, and the people were below. They did not know how to control the wings, but they were flying back and forth in the sky. Red fireworks rose into the sky. Everyone watched as the winged people adjusted their positions and arranged themselves into a horizontal snake formation. Fireworks rose again, and the snake formation was pulled apart. 1 row became 2 rows, 2 rows became 4 rows, and 4 rows became 8 rows. Only then did the formation stop. The formation was distinct, rising and falling like the wind on the water's surface or the overlapping of fish scales. This was the fish scale formation. The first feeling that the crowd felt from such a formation change was that they were stunned. However, before they could fully comprehend the first feeling, the second feeling came. That was fear. Even those who did not understand military affairs could tell that the person below the wings was a soldier when they saw the Tang uniform. Soldiers were naturally used to fight. How could one fight an enemy flying in the sky? How fast would a horse be able to avoid the pursuit of a flying man? How high was the city wall to prevent the enemy from entering the city? Moji felt bitter. Just now, when the Tang people were climbing the cliff, he was gloating. Now it was his turn. Could a horse galloping on the grassland outrun a flying person? Not to mention shooting arrows from above. Even if someone threw a torch at his camp, he would not be able to withstand it. Where did the Tang get so many wings? Everyone's expression changed. Those from the Tang who had never seen such a scene blushed and felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Those flying in the sky were the Tang army. Who in the world could defeat them? Some of the people in the surroundings were livid, while others were pale. Why was this happening? When did the Tang army have a flying army? Li Longji squinted his eyes and kept looking at the expressions of the others. He was very happy in his heart. Who asked you to make trouble? Why did you have to invade the border and force Xiaobao and Cuckoo's family? Humph, there will be more in a while. But suddenly, he stroked the sword that had not been sharpened and suddenly understood. He muttered, "So that's how it is. Your Majesty is asking us whether we should sharpen the sword of the Tang Empire. Should our sword have no edges or double edges? Where does the edge point?" When the people around him heard his words, they also understood what was going on. Great Tang's Li Longji was trying to show off. Wang Wan also deliberately asked Xiaobei loudly, "Do you think the sword of the Tang Empire should be sharpened?" Xiaobei shook his head and also replied loudly, "No. Didn't brother say in the story that a heavy sword without an edge? This is called subduing the enemy without fighting." Hearing Wang Wan and Xiaobei's questions and answers, the mountaintop became even quieter. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Without giving them too much time to be silent, the winged people in the sky had already flown over their heads. They changed their movements from time to time, and the balls with baskets below also approached. When all the balls were floating above their heads, one of them landed first. Everyone looked at it carefully and saw that there was a fire on it. Wasn't this similar to the Kongming lantern? The emperor has ordered that all officials change. Gao Lishur called out and first put a backpack on Li Longji. Emojilian and the others did not know what it was for. Soon the backpack was arranged. Li Longji, under Gao Lishur's help, stepped onto the first Kongming lantern that landed first. 2 other people accompanied him. The rest of them were also put on backpacks, each of them accompanied by a Tang soldier to protect them. Their hearts trembled as they entered the baskets, their hands tightly gripping the rims of the baskets, as if this could save their lives in the face of danger. When all the large Kongming lanterns had people on them, they lined up in 3 lines and flew towards the north. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng were together. They nervously and curiously looked down. They saw clouds and mist and mountains. When they saw that the people on the mountaintop who did not follow them had become small black dots, they sat back down dizzily and sighed. "Oh my God," falling down and turning into a meat patty. "Crazy, the Tang Empire people are crazy." Princess Jincheng did not look down at all. She was afraid of heights and looked around. There was a person in the basket who was responsible for turning the handle. Every time the handle was turned, the thing called a propeller made by the Tang Empire people outside the basket would turn many times. There were 2 people in the middle of the basket. One of them had a clairvoyance in his hand and was responsible for looking out. The other person scooped a spoonful of black stuff from the bucket under his feet from time to time. After thinking about it, he recognized that it was tallow water which could be burned. The large Kongming lanterns were made from tallow water. Next to the burning area, there was a set of hollow iron rings, big and small. Whenever it rose too high, the person in charge of adding oil and water would use one of the rings to lower the height. If one was not enough, 2 rings would be used, adding and subtracting each other. Zhu Zan, who had recovered, also noticed this situation. Thinking about it, it did not seem difficult. If he learned from the Tang Empire, then he would not have to be afraid of the Tang Empire anymore. He was not the only one who had this idea, especially the Japanese. They were very adventurous and considered whether they could fly across the sea with the Kongming lanterns. Kutuyu, who was smart, rejected the idea of going back and making Kongming lanterns. He sighed and said, "From now on there will be no kitens. General, we can also do it, but we don't know where to fly. You won't suddenly throw us down while flying, right?" Kutuyu's advisor, who was with him, said aloud, "Let's talk about it later. Let's fly north. I don't know where to go." Kutuyu was afraid of being overheard, so he did not mention it again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew where to go. There was a large plain north of the Wei River on the south bank of the Wei River, which was actually the Wei River Plain. That was the last stop. The Kongming lanterns flew and finally came to the sky above the plain. They gradually descended. At this time, the soldier in charge of protecting the people in the surroundings played the role of a tour guide and explained to the people in the basket. His Majesty invited everyone here to let everyone see the reason why we are not afraid of the threat of further enemies when we are together in the future. With my protection, you can stick your head out and take a look. Hearing the soldier's words, everyone suppressed their fear of the sky and forced themselves to look down with their clairvoyance. They saw that there were wooden stakes inserted into the ground below, and 2 pigs were tied to each stake. Some of the pigs were lying on the ground sleeping, while others were trying to break free. After seeing it, they did not immediately understand what it was for. While they were puzzled, the low sound of drums could be heard, and their hearts jumped. Bang! A firework exploded in a place in the east of the plain, attracting everyone's attention. "There's nothing." "No, there's a flag." "Also, there's something beside the flag." "There's 1, 2, 3. I think there's more than 100 of them." "Nu, can you see them?" Zhu Zan opened his eyes wide. He was afraid that he was seeing things, so he asked Princess Jincheng. "I can see it." Princess Jincheng replied with certainty. "That's good. I don't know what it is." Zhu Zan was at a loss. At this time, the sound of drums changed again, becoming more urgent. Everyone looked at the place where the flag was inserted, and found that there were suddenly many people running back and forth. At the same time, they understood. No wonder they could not see clearly. It turned out that there were so many people wearing the same color of clothes as the surroundings. They also wore white hats on their heads. While running, the white cloth was lifted one by one, revealing the things underneath. There was a large hole in the middle of the pillar, and there was a box beside it. Some people were moving things out of the box. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, it seemed that everything was ready. The sound of drums changed again, and the continuous sound of hammers suddenly stopped. Li Longji, who was in the basket, stared at the more than 100 things without blinking. He seemed to be too excited. Wei Wei, who was holding the clairvoyant, trembled. She said to Gao Lisher in a floating voice, "From today onwards, there will be a scene of peace around Tang. Your Majesty is wise." Gao Lisher did not have the leisure to say a lot of words to flatter the emperor. When everyone's eyes were focused on the things on the ground, they saw someone holding a flag in his hand. They vaguely heard a shout. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the people below pushed the things they had taken out from the box into the tube with a large hole. Suddenly, a flame flashed on the pipe with a hole, followed by a whoosh sound. Before everyone could understand what was going on, the place where the pig was tied also had a flame flashing, followed by a thick smoke. Boom boom. Whoosh whoosh. Two kinds of sounds, accompanied by flashes of light and smoke, appeared alternately, shaking people's ears to the point of buzzing. The invincible gunship of Geely State. A person from the Bohai commander-in-chief's office shouted, but was covered by the rumbling sound. The cannons were roaring, and the smoke was spreading. No one knew when the sound stopped. The person in the basket still had that silly look on his face. The buzzing sound in his ears seemed to be telling a story from a long time ago. The sound of the pheasants flapping their wings in the mountains of the north, the sound of the waves crashing on the rocks by the sea, the crackling of the firewood in the raging fire on the grassland, and the roar of the rolling tide on the snow mountain were all far away at this moment. The pride and glory of the past were covered by the thick black smoke. The propeller behind the basket spun like a shepherd's whip. Find a flat place to land. Don't fall down, maybe there won't be any sound. Wang Wan pulled out the cotton ball in her ear, and ordered the person playing the drum. The person playing the drum looked at Wang Wan and also pulled out his ear. Miss, are you talking about going home? Find a place to settle down. Get someone to come and take a look tomorrow. Be careful. Take back the pork that can be eaten and share it. Hit it harder. Wang Wan looked at the craters that had been blasted out and felt distressed. It was all money, much more expensive than setting off firecrackers. Showing off once would cost at least a year's worth of tax in a county. The drumbeat of the drum brought the people who were in their own thoughts back to reality. Using the clairvoyant eye, they looked at the place that was blown up. All the wooden stakes were destroyed. Black soil, brown soil, white snow, red blood, and pigs that were still alive were mixed together. There were also 2 pigs that escaped the disaster running back and forth crazily. Looking at the iron cylinders, there were 6 horses next to each iron cylinder. They were tied with ropes and struggled to pull the carriage with wheels, slowly moving in one direction. Large Kongming lanterns fell one by one on the banks of the Wei River. Small pieces of ice floated on the surface of the river, and a large ship was anchored by the river. Someone brought down bundles of firewood from the ship and lit a bonfire. All kinds of food suitable for barbecue were placed on a row of tables, and jars of wine were still sealed with mud. The whimpering sound of the horse and the bleak sound of the horse-head zither came from the ship. After a few verses, a man's song sounded. The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east. The waves wash away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure disappear in a blink of an eye. The green hills are still there. How many sunsets are there? Chapter 826. Snow had started to fall from the sky, making the illusionary Mount Hua seem even more ethereal. A bowl of strong wine was splashed on the lamb on the grill. The flames jumped up, showing a hint of blue in the red. Li Longji cut off a piece of lamb and put it in his mouth. He chewed a few times and nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the meal. On the other hand, the people of the countries and ethnic groups around the Great Tang had different expressions. Some of them had already accepted their fates after witnessing the might of the Great Tang. As they listened to the music from the ship, they relaxed, drinking wine and eating meat. They no longer worried about the future, nor did they have the heart to worry. Their own race truly couldn't withstand another round of bombardment. People like Kutuyu kept glancing at Zuzan and Moji Lian, hoping that the Tubo and Turks could be more manly and work together to fight against the Great Tang. Moji did not eat the meat. He just drank half a bowl of strong wine from time to time. It was a very good wine. The weather on the grassland changed too quickly. Hot and cold alternated frequently. If everyone could drink the strong wine of the Great Tang, they would not have to worry about the cold at night. Moji, who thought that he could hold his liquor, drank a few bowls of wine. His body warmed up, his ears turned red, and his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to have returned to his tent in the Turks. There was fire and meat and there was light singing and dancing. He smacked his lips twice, not in the mood to think about other people's matters. His hand touched the unsharpened sword on his leg as he sat cross-legged. He praised, "Good sword, truly a good sword. The one who obtains this sword obtains the world. The sword has 2 edges. One edge can lead thousands of armored cavalry, invincible in battle. The other edge can scatter money all over the sky, not worrying about spending. When the sword is retracted, the 4 seas are at peace. When the sword is unsheathed, snow falls. The grassland is too cold. I wonder if it can warm up. Yes, warm up. Find a mountain to hide from the wind. At first, the people around Moji thought that he was really praising the sword in his hand. They looked at the sword but could not see what was good about it. Only after hearing the latter part of his sentence did she realize that he wasn't talking about the sword in his hand, nor was he talking about the sword in his hand. Instead, he was talking about the sword in Li Longji's hand. Naturally, he was referring to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were huddled together and whispering something to each other. Zhang Xiaobao's abilities were obvious to all. No matter where he went, he was a hen that laid golden eggs. Countless spies sent to the Great Tang had long ago reported back on the deeds of Zhang Xiaobao. The Great Tang's national treasury was no longer lacking in money. With the existence of the bank, if necessary, one could mobilize 10 million strings of cash at any time. With so much money, he could easily crush someone to death. More importantly, wherever his family went, the lives of the common people would be improved. Many of the officials of the Great Tang weren't stupid, and with his family's methods in front of them, they began to learn. Even if they couldn't compare to his family, they were still much better off than before. When she smiled, her 2 dimples would appear. At first glance, people would think that she was a lady from a big family. Only those who knew her would understand what kind of existence she was. Although the generals guarding the borders of the Great Tang were always able to win battles and quell rebellions, those were still small battles. Wang Wan only fought one battle, and that one battle was enough to make Tubo suffer greatly. As for quelling rebellions, she had never done so. However, there were signs in Feng province. Some people wanted to cause trouble, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent some people over. In total, there were less than 500 people. All the signs were extinguished by themselves, and no one dared to provoke her. The main reason was that the generals taught by the war in Tubo had already shown her ability. Those generals were now guarding a region and managed the army like it was made of iron. However, every time someone praised them, they didn't dare to accept the praise and only said that they were far inferior to Cuckoo. The Great Tang only had 2 people, one civil and one military, to suppress the Great Tang's borders until no one dared to act rashly. That's right, this was a real double-edged sword. Don't let it fall on you, otherwise there would be no return. Everyone had their own thoughts. For a moment, the voices gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of the wind, the crackling of the firewood, and the sound of stringed and bamboo. Li Longji didn't persuade others to eat the meat. He ate happily by himself. Just now, someone had passed on Emojilian's words, which made him deeply agree. Lisher, you've worked hard. Li Longji suddenly cut a piece of meat, stabbed it with a knife and sent it to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher was shocked. He looked at the emperor and didn't understand what he meant. Why did he cut a piece of meat for him? Should he eat it or not? Could it be that he wanted to stab him to death? Thinking in his heart, Gao Lisher opened his mouth. After stuffing the meat into Gao Lisher's mouth and letting him bite, Li Longji kept the knife and showed a rare warm smile. At that time, if Lisher hadn't discussed with me and said that the experts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't be easily moved, I really couldn't help but bring them into the palace. Li Longji said the reason with emotion. Gao Lisher understood. So that's how it is. It seems that the emperor is a little scared. If he really did it, not to mention the fact that there was no Xiaobao and Cuckoo's combined swords, he was afraid that the experts of the Zhang and Wang families would be forced to leave. No matter where they went, as long as it was not in the Tang Empire, today's sword competition of Mount Hua didn't exist. Even if there was a sword competition of Mount Hua, no one knew where it would be, but it would definitely not be in the Tang Empire. Thinking about this, Gao Lisher said modestly, "Your Majesty has already made a decision. Otherwise, why would you hang the portraits of Xiaobao and Cuckoo in the palace? Your Majesty, I see that Xiaobao seems to have just roasted a chicken. Why don't? Well, you're right. Go." Li Longji's eyes also looked at Zhang Xiaobao from time to time. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao take out a chicken from under the fire, even if he didn't know why he did that, he guessed that it must taste good. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding and trying to be inconspicuous, didn't expect that Li Longji still had his eyes on him, even if he gave up the opportunity to show off. He took out the beggar's chicken from under the fire, blew off the seal, tore off a wing and handed it to Wang Wan. Eat more. Hong Qigong like this. It's been 6 years, right? This cooking wine has been in the cellar for 6 years. The wild chickens in the mountain are thinner, but it smells better than the chickens at home. You only know how to eat. In case Tubo and Tujua don't agree to join the Tang Empire and war is coming, you don't even have time to prepare. How can you have the leisure to cook a chicken and leave a good lamb untouched? As Wang Wan talked about Zhang Xiaobao, she took the chicken. Looking at the dry mud on the ground, she was stunned. Then she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Did you kill the chickens in Fried Chicken Farm? 6 million of them died in one night." Don't be afraid. They definitely don't dare to fight the Tang Empire. It's winter now and they'll definitely win. What did you say about Fried Chicken Farm? I don't understand. Zhang Xiaobao looked away as he spoke, not looking at Wang Wan. Wang Wan burst out laughing. Don't deny it. Today I realize that I have never heard of anyone carving words on the mud when cooking beggar's chicken. Moreover, the words carved were Hung Qigong. According to the information, the Fried Chicken Farm once found dried mud with these 3 words. How do you explain that? Oh, there's such a thing. Damn, it makes me angry. That Zhou guy not only deducted the wages of the workers in the surrounding villages, but also didn't dispose of the chicken feces properly, causing the entire village to smell bad. He even used industrial raw materials to raise chickens. I stole a few to eat, but the more I ate, the more it tasted wrong. Back then the chase was fierce, and I was in a hurry to run into the mountains. Otherwise I would have poisoned him to death too. Zhang Xiaobao replied confidently. Then do you know how much tax the local area would have to pay without his chicken farm? How are the villagers who can still get some wages living? I don't know. I only know that the villa of the county magistrate's family is very beautiful. Hurry up and eat. Why are you still talking about the past? I don't like to hear others praising my achievements. How about I choose a village here and open a gutter oil processing plant? It can solve more employment problems. I can't stand people who are greedy and don't do practical things for the people. So, you can be greedy if you do practical things? At least that's what I think. Come follow me. Take the chicken and don't eat it first. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan to a place where there was no one in the distance. Xiaobao, where are you going? Behind them came Gao Lisher's affectionate voice. Father, I'm going to relieve myself with cuckoo. Zhang Xiaobao subconsciously moved the chicken to a place where Gao Lisher couldn't see. What are you talking about? Who's going to relieve themselves with you? Take it out. Wang Wan reached out and poked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji with disdain. He took out the chicken and said to Gao Lisher, Father, this chicken has been torn apart and eaten. It's okay. When His Majesty eats, he always lets his subordinates taste it first, Gao Lisher said embarrassedly. He took the chicken and rushed back as fast as he could. Bandit, he's just a bearded man. Let's wait. When he's full, we'll dig out the other chicken. Come, let's talk about our future plans. After we take over Tufan and Tujua, we have to use them. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 bites of the chicken claw and sat back down with a face full of regret. He shouldn't have saved his favorite chicken thigh for last. Li Longji quickly swallowed the 2 chicken thighs, raised his head, and said to the people in the oppressive atmosphere, Everyone tell me, how should I sharpen my sword? It's here. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They looked at each other, but no one was willing to speak first. Seeing that no one was speaking, Li Longji shifted his gaze to Zuzan. Zuzan really hoped that he could become invisible and not be discovered by others. Seeing that Li Longji was forcing him to say something, he lifted the sword in front of him and looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao first. He didn't see the 2 of them looking at him. What he saw was that the 2 of them were talking excitedly for some reason. From time to time, Zhang Xiaobao even pointed to the west. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that he was referring to Tufan. Wang Wan, on the other hand, smiled and waved her little fist, as if she was promising something to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. Could it be that they want to make a move on Tufan? Zuzan thought to himself. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Zuzan was hesitating about how to reply, the sound of the hujia and ma tu chin on the ship stopped and changed to the continuous sound of the pipa string sweeping. It was a very familiar sound. Even without the first few verses, he could still recognize it. The current song was called Ambush on All Sides. Each sound was more urgent than the last. A scene that Zuzan didn't want to recall suddenly appeared in his mind. Report, our army has surrounded the Tang army at the Jinchuan mountain range, waiting for news of victory. Report, the villagers of Emolu village have been slaughtered, and the enemy is nowhere to be found. Report, our army has lost traces of the enemy on Jinchuan mountain range, and we have suffered heavy losses. Report, we have found out that the Tang dynasty's reinforcements are from the logistics camp in Izhou. Report, our army's 15,000 soldiers are all dead. Requesting for reinforcements. Report, our army's second and third reinforcements are blocked, and our logistics are cut off. Report, our army's provisions in 3 areas have been burned to ashes. Requesting for more food. Report, this summer locusts are a disaster. I'm afraid we won't be able to harvest anything. Report. Report. Zanpu. His Majesty wants you to have a sword competition. Just as Zhu Zan was recalling the scenes, he heard the soft voice of the Princess of Jincheng. Sword competition? Yes, sword competition. He wants to invite you to the sword competition on Mount Hua. Zhu Zan murmured and shook his head vigorously. He looked at the sword in his hand and sighed to the sky. 2 streams of tears flowed out of his eyes. He held the sword up high and knelt on the ground. He replied dryly to Li Longji, I'm slow-witted, Your Majesty, I'll do as you say. Sigh. More sighs sounded almost at the same time. However, when he suddenly closed his eyes, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He didn't want to blame Zhu Zan and say that he was timid. After all, he had been to Tubo before and understood the current situation in Tubo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had stationed 30,000 soldiers and countless horses at the front line of Jinchuan Mountain, waiting for the war to start. In addition, there were troops flying in the sky, long spears that could decide life and death in 300 steps, and thunderous cannon fire. If it were him, he wouldn't have the courage to challenge Li Longji. Li Longji's brows relaxed. He nodded and said to Zhu Zan, What you said is exactly what I want. I'll give you the surname Li and reward you with 10,000 bolts of silk and $10 million. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Zan's voice trembled. He bowed to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Li Longji then looked at Emo Jillian. Emo Jillian, do you have anything to say? I want to go back and discuss. Emo Jillian couldn't make the decision and could only reply like this. At this time, Wang Wan suddenly interrupted. Your Majesty, I ask for your order to send Emo Jillian back to the Turks. I'm going to Feng province to train the soldiers and do some exercises. On the way, bring along the cannons and see if the horses are afraid of the sound of cannons. I thought about it again. I'm willing to listen to Your Majesty's order to sharpen the sword. Emo Jillian looked at Wang Wan and quickly expressed his position. He meant that he couldn't make the decision for the Turks, but he was willing to submit. Li Longji wanted to laugh out loud, but he restrained himself and looked at the others. Chapter 827. Under the threat of powerful military force, the countries and tribes around Great Tang expressed their stance. The representative of Xinluo, Li Yanqing, could not make the decision. He wanted to learn from the representative of Japan. The representative of Japan did not directly hand over everything like the Tubo and Turkic people. Instead, he continued to be a subject in name. Li Yanqing knew that Japan was not afraid of Great Tang's troops attacking them. What he was worried about was that Great Tang's ships often attack Japanese ships in the sea. Thinking about his own side, Xinluo's position was not bad. The main problem was that Jili province was a little close to Xinluo. He could not express his stance for the time being, and could only tell Li Longji the truth. They would discuss it when they returned to Xinluo. Li Longji did not expect to accept Xinluo and Nippon into the Great Tang. Of course, he was not worried that Nippon and Xinluo would stab him in the back. As long as Xiaobao and Huan were still in Jili province, they would suppress their ambitions no matter how bold they were. The people from the commanderies in the north of Hebei province were easier to talk to. Most of the population had been moved away, and the tribes had conflicts. They were not as united as Japan and Xinluo. In addition, Jili province had given many practical benefits recently. In the past, they had interacted with Great Tang as a subject. If they were annexed, so be it. They could not follow in the footsteps of the Blackwater Commandery. They did not know how many people Commandery Prince Tang and would kill this time. Li Longji had sent so many soldiers. How could he withdraw so easily? However, Tu Yu was the first to correct his position. After all, he was a general bestowed by Li Longji. Now it was just a matter of right and proper. The Turkic king Mo Jilian had already said that he could not make the decision. Everyone else understood. Although he was the Turkic king, the real military power was in the hands of Prince Yen of the left. The last one left was Zhu Zhenqi, the real master of Tubo. Everyone's eyes were on him. Zhu Zhenqi acknowledged Great Tang's rule, but he knew that Li Longji did not want a verbal promise. He wanted practical actions. Zhu Zan regretted coming here personally. If he had sent someone else, he would have been able to make more preparations. His previous experience of writing letters to Li Longji in a victorious tone even after he had lost would be gone forever. He pretended to eat a piece of meat and drank a full night of wine. Zhu Zhenqi asked Li Longji, "What arrangements does your majesty have? We would like to hear what you think." Li Longji couldn't think of what to do at this moment. The environment of Tubo was very troublesome to govern. Ordinary people would fall sick if they went there, and they wouldn't be able to adapt to the food. Cooking noodles and steamed buns was like a dream. Ancestor Chida was a little embarrassed. He glanced at the place where Zhang Xiaobao was and saw that he and Wang Wan were lowering their heads and seemed to be secretly eating something. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. "Your Majesty, this subject requests Your Majesty to send someone to take over this subject's territory, from Jinchuan to Pengzhou Pass. Also, send a capable official to this subject's territory to deal with all the government affairs." Li Longji felt that something was wrong when he heard Chida's praise. Who didn't know that although that piece of land belonged to Tubo in name, it actually belonged to Xiaobao and Cuckoo? If they really sent someone to be an official, what would the two of them think? Unless two of them were sent there. But what about Jili province? Li Longji was in a dilemma. If he didn't control Jinchuan and Ruoshui, he wouldn't be able to extend his hand to Tubo. But if he did, it would affect the two children. "Your Majesty, this subject feels that Ancestor Chida is right. Should be so. Now, this subject and the king have a caravan passing through. However, without an official to govern, it is inconvenient. This subject requests Your Majesty to send a capable subject to govern. As for the land that Your Majesty bestowed upon this subject this subject thinks that this subject has no time to spare. Also, this subject heard that there is a city further west called Shancheng. Shancheng is further west and there is a lake. The lake is like the sea. There are countless fishes and birds in it. There are even pearls that can reflect the moon. I hope Your Majesty will allow this." When Li Longji was worried, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly spoke. He was holding a half-eaten chicken head in one hand and a piece of chicken thigh in the other. With a mouthful of oil, he talked about the ownership of a piece of land in a casual manner. It was as if he was talking about whether to steam or boil dumplings. When Ancestor Chida looked over, he nodded at Ancestor Chida, meaning, "You see, the two of us are on good terms. I support you." Li Longji was happy and in a good mood. He nodded and said, "Official Zhang's words are reasonable. I will grant Shancheng to you and the king and exempt the rent for 5 years. What do you think? This subject does not agree with Your Majesty's rent reduction. Jinchuan is more prosperous in the west. If Your Majesty reduces this subject's rent, what about the other places? This subject requests Your Majesty to take back the imperial favor." Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was thinking for the country and directly refused. Ancestor Chida was depressed. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, not only did he not provoke the conflict between Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji, but he also lost a large piece of land. If that lake was seized by Zhang Xiaobao, salt would be expensive in the future. No, he had to stop it. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. "Your Majesty, Qinghai Lake is far away from Pengzhou. It is inconvenient to travel. This subject is afraid that Governor Zhang has no time to control it. Why don't?" "That's not right. Ancestor Chida, I think I can do it. If you don't believe me, you can try. I promise to build that road. 100,000 cavalrymen from Pengzhou will arrive there in 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Xiaobao did not bother to argue with Ancestor Chida anymore, and wanted to make a bet with him. "You can brag as much as you want. If you can arrive in 3 days and 3 nights, I will tear off my head and give it to you." Ancestor Chida thought in his heart. He said, "Of course there is no need, but this subject. Well, I approve. From next year onwards, the surrounding areas will have to pay rent. Official Zhang will have to work hard. Li Longji impatiently interrupted Ancestor Qida's words and gave the place that did not belong to the Tang Empire to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When the people of the Tang Empire saw that Zhang Xiaobao and the emperor did not have any conflicts, they were relieved. They were really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would not give up the place. At the same time, they looked at Ancestor Qida with eyes full of schadenfreude. You deserve it. When Zhang Xiaobao's forces go there, let's see what you can do. Ancestor Qida was silent. His face was ugly. He did not even touch the meat that the princess of Jincheng gave him. Aunt Princess, I'll treat you to chicken. Brother's chicken is delicious. Xiao Bei was not satisfied with Ancestor Qida's attitude towards the princess of Jincheng. He used 2 knives to strenuously cut a chicken and brought it to Ancestor Qida. He wanted Ancestor Qida to take it. If he could, Zuzan Chida really wanted to slap Xiao Bei away, but he could only think about it. He didn't dare to put it into action. He tried his best to squeeze out a friendly smile. He took the chicken and said to Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei is really sensible. He then turned to the princess of Jincheng and said, Nu, I'll help you tear it. Thank you, Zongpu. The princess of Jincheng said happily. When Emo Jillian saw all this, he sighed in his heart. When did women have such a status in Tubo? Ancestor Qida was really pitiful. Fortunately, Li Longji did not agree to his proposal. Otherwise, he would have to treat a woman like an ancestor. The sword meet on Mount Hua was over. The warm bonfire dinner made many people feel cold. They followed Li Longji's instructions and boarded the ship to the capital. This year they were going to spend the new year in the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to return to Jili province, nor did they plan to go to Luoyang. Their families had already set off from Luoyang and came to the capital together for the new year. They did not need to go back next year. Zhang Zhong was going to find an official position in the capital. The specific official position had not been arranged yet, but at the very least, he had to be a minister. His original second-rank official position would be removed, and he would become a third-rank official. It was an apparent demotion but a hidden promotion. In terms of official positions, the happiest were Xiao Bei and the other 9. They had caught a spy and made a great contribution. The original imperial grandee was a 5th-rank official. He wore light red clothes and had a silver fish pouch. Now he wore dark red clothes. He was a civil grandee and a traditional Chinese physician. He still wore a silver fish pouch. However, Xiao Bei chose to ignore the latter point. She liked the goldfish pouch. Her own handiwork was good. After Li Longji rewarded Xiao Bei and the others according to their contributions, he thought about it and felt that he should compensate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also gave Xiao Bei and the other 9 people a power. The original imperial censor was now the imperial censor and the chancellor of the Supreme Court. It sounded like a mess. Those who knew of this matter were even more afraid when they looked at Xiao Bei and the others. If the imperial censor could only impeach and could not arrest people, then the chancellor of the Supreme Court could directly judge the case. Naturally, no one believed that the emperor would give such power to the 9 children. It was still controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the 9 children very coincidentally caught a spy who wanted to murder the emperor, would they know how to judge the case? After Xiao Bei figured out the power she had, she also considered this problem. Judging the case seemed to be very difficult. Xiao Yuan, you have to memorize the Yonghui Law and the 6 classics to avoid making a wrong judgment. You can't judge even if you memorize it. Do you think that you can write a case just because you have the power of the Chancellor of the Supreme Court? Do you know what a joint hearing is? Xiao Yuan poured a vat of cold water on Xiao Bei. Ah, there's such a thing? I don't care. I'll judge when I catch him. Xiao Yuan, let me ask you. Do you want to be an official? A real official like your brother and sister? Let's work together and reserve a county to bring good fortune to the people. Xiao Bei decided not to follow the rules. She rolled her eyes and proposed another idea. Xiao Yuan shook her head vigorously. No, I don't have that ability. If you want to be an official, you can be one. Okay, I'll go talk to them. Xiao Bei made a big decision. Zhang Xiaobao did not pay much attention to the promotion of his younger siblings. Instead, he discussed the matter with Wang Wan for a while, then looked for Li Longji to discuss it for 4 hours. When dawn broke the next day, Li Longji issued a series of decrees. The 40,000 people from the northern part of Hebei province were left to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 10,000 people with the most unstable hearts were trained in the capital. The remaining 30,000 people were divided between Shanandong province and Huainan province. 25,000 soldiers were transferred from the two provinces to Fengzhou to participate in the prefecture army drill. Chapter 828. After the trip to Mount Hua was over, they still chose to return by water. The canal that the fleet had taken was not frozen again. There were many small boats wandering on the surface of the river. As long as there was the slightest sign of ice, someone would smash it. Only when the imperial court's large ship passed by did the small boats approach the shore one after another, waiting obediently for inspection. Fish, fish, I see fish. Someone go and buy it. Xiao Bei, who was standing on the deck, rubbed his hands that were red from the cold. He put down his binoculars and ordered the person in charge of protecting him. This person immediately went to do it. It was not easy for other people to suddenly stop the current emperor's fleet, but Xiao Bei's ship was an exception. Xiao Bei imagined the scene of the big fish being placed on a plate after it was done and praised herself. Xiao Bei is really good to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan loves to eat this the most. And I'll go ask Uncle Emperor. Xiao Bei is a good child. He did as he said. A few ropes were shot from this ship to the ship in front, and a pontoon bridge was temporarily built. Under the protection of a few people, Xiao Bei switched to another ship. After doing this 2 more times, he finally arrived at the ship that Li Longji was on. Li Longji did not care about the cold outside, and was enthusiastically admiring the endless scenery on both sides of the canal with a group of officials. The flowing water, the snow-white land, and the gray sky. When Li Longji looked at it, he felt that it was so beautiful and enchanting. Even the sparrows that flew around and chirped incessantly were more lively than before. Zhang Shua, who had been feeling a little uneasy recently, did not stay too far away from Li Longji. He stood 2 steps behind Li Longji and admired the scenery together. However, he could not see anything that was pleasing to the eye. The river that was supposed to be frozen looked so glaring. In the distance, a field of white showed the bleakness of the earth. Who knew how many grains the sparrows had secretly eaten? But they were still so fat. The sky was so gloomy that it made people feel gloomy. Li Longji did not know what Zhang Shua was thinking. In any case, he was happy, and anything he saw made him happy. Even the people who were anxiously selling things at high prices during the last few days before the new year became lively in his eyes. A commotion came from afar. Li Longji raised his binoculars and looked in that direction. He saw a person who had just arrived at the riverside market with a pole. Before the pole could be put down, he was surrounded by many people. Actually, it wasn't that far, only about 400 steps away. If it was in the past, no one would be allowed to get so close as it could easily bring about danger. However, the ship was now equipped with guns that could fire continuously. There were also people observing the situation from the observation deck. Li Longji was confident that no one could get close enough to hurt him. 300 steps. That was the line between life and death. Therefore, they did not continue to disturb the people, and allowed them to have a more peaceful time before the new year. Zhang Shua, who was behind him, didn't understand the emperor's thoughts. When he saw the emperor looking over, he thought it was disgust. He quickly ordered the people around him, "Go, let the guards on the shore disperse those people." Just as the person who received the order was about to carry it out, Li Longji spoke up. "Wait a moment. Why is Minister Zhang chasing them away?" Mortals disturbed the emperor's heart. "Your Majesty, this matter cannot be allowed to continue. Otherwise, how will the people know of your Majesty's majesty?" Zhang Shua, who had always felt that he could see through the emperor's thoughts, was puzzled this time. He chose to say something good. Without waiting for Li Longji to speak, Xiao Bei, who had run all the way here unimpeded, heard Zhang Shua's words and helped to refute. "Big bad Zhang. Oh, it's Lord Zhang who misspoke. Xiao Bei often heard my elder brothers and sisters say that the emperor's heart is the people's heart. The people are the most important, followed by the country, and the monarch is the least important. Only when the people are living well can it prove that Uncle Emperor is powerful. That person must have picked out mountain goods to sell, and can sell them for a good price before the new year. If we chase them away, how are we going to spend the new year? After saying this, Xiao Bei raised her head. She suddenly felt that she was not inferior to Xiao Yuan. She could also remember a lot of words that sounded good. Zhang Shua was very uncomfortable after being lectured by Xiao Bei, especially when he heard the way Xiao Bei addressed him. It was impossible to say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had nothing to do with this matter. But he also knew that he could not lower himself to the same level as a child. He smiled and patted Xiao Bei's head. Xiao Bei really knows a lot. The market is also convenient for the people's daily business. Of course, if my elder brother says it's possible, then it's definitely possible. Building the bridge is convenient for the people, and there are more taxes. It's a good thing, especially for the merchants who come and go. They have earned enough money, so they should give some to the people. Xiao Bei dodged a few steps to the side. Her hair had been styled for 4 hours, so she couldn't let anyone mess it up. What if Big Bad Zhang stealthily took away the luminous pearl on the hairpin? Zhang Shua did not know what Xiao Bei was thinking. He continued to ask Xiao Bei with a smile. Then what if the merchants work together to deliberately lower the price? That's impossible. Between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand have already given the lowest price. If the merchants do not give enough, the sellers will organize themselves to sell to between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. No one is a fool. The merchants will at least give the same price. Xiao Bei seemed to know a lot, so she explained to Zhang Shua. Then wouldn't between the clouds and the water lose money? Zhang Shua asked again. No, since there are people going to eat, we can just add the price to them. Aya, why are you so annoying? You don't stop asking. So what if it's a little wrong? Do you want to continue to be right? Elder brother and elder sister said that this is the rule. When a mistake is made to a certain extent, the new rule will definitely replace the old one. At worst, we can just use a new method. Time after time, it always keeps people on their toes. Xiao Bei answered 2 questions and felt annoyed. She came here with a purpose, not to chat with Zhang Shua. Although Zhang Shua, the prime minister, had an extraordinary position in many people's hearts, that did not include her and her elder brothers and sisters. Zhang Shua was taken aback when he heard Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Bei might not have said it intentionally, but the listener took it seriously. He suddenly realized why he had been feeling uneasy recently. Ultimately, it was because of the position of Prime Minister, the head of the Secretariat. But ever since the emperor had ascended the throne, there had not been a single prime minister who had been able to remain in this position for too long. Could it be that his time had come? No, this was absolutely impossible. He had to think of a way to continue staying in this position. Li Longji did not know what Zhang Shua was thinking, but he was happy when he saw Xiao Bei. In the entire Great Tang, it seemed that only the children of the Zhang family and Wang family were the most adorable. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had grown up, and Xiao Bei's group of little fellows had begun to appear. Pulling Xiao Bei over, Li Longji squatted down and pointed at the faraway market. Why are there so many people there? Li Longji's answer was that it was almost the new year, and that they were busy preparing for the new year. He thought that Xiao Bei would give the same answer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bei chose a different answer. Because they have money. The lives of the common people are better than before, so they have more spare money to buy things. The new year is actually not a single night. It is a kind of spirit, a kind of inheritance that comes from the previous generations. As long as the common people know that they are homesick for the new year, this nation will not be defeated by others. It is very difficult for a nation without an inheritance to accumulate its own history and civilization. If one is not careful, it will be like a flash in the pan. Aya, Xiao Bei knows so much. Li Longji hugged Xiao Bei and praised him. It was Big Brother and Big Sister who said it. They also said that while it seems like celebrating the new year is a kind of habit, when you look deeper, you will realize that it comes from the solemnity of the soul. In any case, I don't understand. In any case, Big Brother and Big Sister will be very happy during the new year next year. And I will also be very happy. Xiao Bei could not understand too much, so he could only repeat. Li Longji was stunned by Wei Wei's words. He had not thought about it carefully before, but now that he thought about it, it really was the case. The dynasty had changed, but the new year had not. What he felt more was the happiness in his heart. Xiao Bei had spoken well. The lives of the common people were better than before, so he naturally had to take a large part of the credit. Giving Xiaobei a big kiss, Li Longji amiably asked, "Xiaobei, you answered well. We want to reward you. Xiaobei, what do you want?" "Really?" Xiaobei was excited. She already had her goal when she came here, but she did not know what to say. She did not expect that the task would be delivered to her. A monarch's words are not to be taken lightly. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do it. However, we cannot just randomly find someone to help you vent your anger. There must be evidence. For example, the people who were arrested last time, and the people who were first impeached by you. Li Longji had been in a good mood these past few days, so he very happily agreed. Xiaobei waved her fist. "Yay! Uncle Emperor, I will say it now. Xiaobei wants an official position." "Didn't you just get promoted?" Li Longji did not expect that Xiaobei would still want an official position. This official position could not be promoted anymore. How many people would be unconvinced if a group of children were given a fourth-rank official position? If the court officials did not understand that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's efforts and gains were considered small, they would have already killed themselves in the morning court. Xiaobei stretched out 2 fingers, her thumb and index finger, and gestured. "I don't want a high-ranking official, I want a low-ranking official. A very, very low-ranking one. A 7th rank or 8th rank official." Xiaobei knows that people need to know how to restrain themselves. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out from the forest will be blown away by the wind. Hehe, right, Xiaobei knows a lot. What kind of official position do you want? Li Longji was amused. He kissed Xiaobei again and asked. "A low-ranking one. For example, a county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, registrar, songji, and brush official are also fine. Isn't it very low-ranking?" Xiaobei and Seiyuan Gij, Xiaozhu Gij, Xiaohai Gij, Xiaonan Gij, and Xiaonan Gij are not afraid of standing out from the forest. Xiaobei had a very sensible look on her face as she seriously explained to Li Longji. Li Longji was stunned. Zhang Shua, who had just recovered, was also stunned. Isn't this called standing out from the forest? How old were Xiaobao and Cuckoo when they became the county magistrate and registrar respectively? They only got those positions after the 2 of them went on a killing expedition in Tubo. How much did Xiaobao harm Tubo? How did Cuckoo get her nickname of Demon? Those 2 positions were made from the blood of countless people. You also want them? Isn't this a joke? Xiaobei found that the 2 people's expressions were not right. She lowered her head, thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Uncle Emperor, is it difficult? If it's really impossible, then forget it." When I told Xiao Yuan, he didn't agree. When we return to Jili province, I will learn from my brother and sister. When Xiaobei said this, Li Longji suddenly reacted. After thinking for a while, he made a decision in his heart. It's not difficult at all. Who is our Xiaobei? Isn't she the one that everyone loves, the one that flowers bloom when he sees her, the one that comes when he sees her, the one that comes when the sun shrouds the sky? Xiaobei praised herself. "Haha, yes, that's right. Humph, Minister Zhang, listen to my orders." Li Longji laughed heartily and said to Xiaobei with a straight face, "This official is here." Xiaobei also had a serious expression as she blinked her big eyes and waited for her orders. "I will abolish Jian and province's governor's office and set up 3 new counties. Zhang Xiaobei will be Jianan County Magistrate, Wang Xiaoyuan will be Jianan County Registrar, and Uncle Emperor can't do it. Xiaoyuan can't be a registrar. Only Xiaohai Gij can be a registrar. Xiaoyuan doesn't know how to calculate." "Oh, Your Majesty, please continue." Xiaobei suddenly interrupted Li Longji's words. Thinking of the current situation, she became obedient. "Oh, then Zhang Xiaohai will be Jianan County Registrar, Xiaoyuan will be County Magistrate, and..." Li Longji gave all 9 people their positions in one breath. Zhang Shua wanted to stop him. Wouldn't this be child's play? If he gave them positions just like that, how would the other officials view him? However, when he heard that all the positions were from Jili province, Zhang Shua gave up on the idea of stopping him. Now in Jili province, other than the official who was transferred from outside to be trained by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, all the other officials were from the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family. Jianan province's governor's office was already in name only. There was no one left. What was the point of keeping it? If it was to be removed, then so be it. Since that was the case, when Xiao Bei and the others became officials, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be in charge. He didn't believe that the two of them would dare to let Xiao Bei and the others manage a county. Xiao Bei solemnly promised that she would improve the intelligence of that place. Suddenly, she thought of the story told by her brother and sister, and felt that she should share it with others. She then said to Li Longji, "Our Tang Empire is still very weak. My brother and sister said that on the other side of the sea, in a very, very far away place, there are powerful countries. They can make big birds that can carry hundreds of people and fly in the sky. They can also make fast fish that can swim underwater. They can also carry many people. If they attack us, we will be in trouble." Is there really such a place? How did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know? Li Longji's originally happy mood was suddenly covered with a layer of shadow. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely not take it to heart. However, since it was from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was probably not wrong. He had seen the magical cannon, tried the hot air balloon, and also seen the glider that allowed people to fly back and forth. If there was a more powerful place, what should he do? "I heard it from others." Xiao Bei replied. Yes, I heard it from others." Li Longji's first thought was of the experts from the Zhang clan and Wang clan. Could it be that the two of them had come from another place? That was really possible. The hot air balloon that carried the two of them had probably broken down, and the two of them were unable to return. If that was really the case, then the two of them had been able to teach people like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and create many things that had never been seen before. How many people like the two of them were there in that place? And how long had it taken them to develop? When he thought of this, Li Longji's blood immediately turned cold. He was afraid that even more people would come from that place. Would the great Tang be able to deal with them? "Xiao Bei, hurry and call your brother and sister over. We have something to ask them." Li Longji wanted to confirm if what Xiao Bei had said was true. "Oh, Uncle Emperor, wait a moment. I'll go right away." "Uncle Emperor, can't you just send a signal? I'm also very tired from running back and forth," Xiao Bei replied. He turned around and ran 2 steps before suddenly stopping in his tracks. He felt that he was very foolish. The signal was sent, and it was quickly received by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This telegram is really too difficult to make. Isn't it just a short circuit in a channel? It's really tiring to make. Those craftsmen who claim to be amazing haven't even mastered the principles after so long. What a waste of money. Let's go and see Li Longji. I wonder what he's up to this time." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, who was drawing the telegram, and felt dizzy. Wang Wan hadn't finished the telegram yet, and now that Li Longji had sent the message over, he could relax a little. Wang Wan rolled up the telegram and rubbed her temples. As she walked out with Zhang Xiaobao, she said, "The conditions are tough now, and we have to work hard to overcome them. Back then, simple things are difficult here. It's a problem with the raw materials and we have to work hard." Did something happen to Little Bei again? Someone just reported that Little Bei went over. When the two of them arrived at Li Longji's ship and listened to Li Longji's story, they finally understood what was going on. In order not to make Little Bei and the others proud, they did not think too much when they told stories. They even told them about planes, submarines, and other things. Naturally, the place they appeared in was a powerful country overseas. They did not expect Li Longji to believe them. The two of them looked at each other and reached an agreement. Then they began to tell Li Longji about how planes flew, how submarines could travel underwater, the power of missiles, and the speed of torpedoes. "Can we really attack from Luzhou to the capital?" Li Longji was frightened. Wasn't that too far? Li Longji broke out in cold sweat when he thought about the situation when he encountered such a weapon. If the people from that faraway place attacked, how could he defend himself? Of course it's very powerful, but Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had scared Li Longji enough. He should at least give Li Longji some hope. However, if my great Tang develops another weapon, we can detect their missiles ahead of time and intercept them. We can also mark out a place on the ocean so that as long as they reach that place we can attack them and not let them get too close. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention satellites and intercontinental ballistic missiles. Li Longji was not confident, let alone nuclear bombs. Otherwise, with an intercontinental ballistic missile and a nuclear bomb, the capital would be gone with a bang. Li Longji would have to live to his heart's content while he was still alive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hoped that Li Longji would maintain his current shrewdness and not be like the people in history who would relax after reaching a certain age and think that Great Tang was invincible. No matter how tired Li Longji was, he could not guess what the two were thinking. When he heard that there was a way to intercept them, he placed his hopes on this matter. Xiaobao Cuckoo, tell me the truth. Do you know when they will attack? At least 40 years, right? It's not easy to get here. I heard from Master that the two of them were already in a lot of trouble and almost died on the way. Oh, Master saw them in a dream. Zhang Xiaobao said seriously to Li Longji. Wang Wan had a heavy expression as if this was true. However, in her heart, she was cursing Zhang Xiaobao's shamelessness. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to conquer the entire Eurasian continent in his lifetime, why would he make up such a lie? Li Longji's face was a little pale. He nodded and said, That's good, that's good. Hurry up and create something that can intercept them. Tell us what you need. Li Longji did not believe in Zhang Xiaobao's dream at all. In his heart, he had already acknowledged the existence of experts from the Zhang family and Wang clan. As a liar, Zhang Xiaobao knew that Li Longji did not trust him that much. He had to come up with something even more miraculous. When he thought about the telegraph machine that Wang Wan had asked people to create, he suddenly had an idea. Your Majesty, that thing is not easy to make. It requires more craftsmen and materials. Some of the materials might not be available in Great Tang, but this subject feels that if we continue to head east and north, we should be able to find them. Adjunct Wang and this subject are currently thinking of something new. Your Majesty will know once we make it. I heard from Master in this subject's dream that this thing is very common in that place. In fact, it might not even be used. It can be used to receive news from the other side within a few breaths of time. Your Majesty, there's no need to be anxious. We should first stabilize the situation. At the very least, there aren't any powerful countries in the surrounding area. Minister Zhang's words are correct. Hurry up and make that thing so that we can take a look. Li Longji didn't know what to feel at this time. He wanted to believe in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he also felt that this was a little unreliable. If he said that he didn't believe in them, he would have to admit that many things were made. Thus he could only decide to take a look. If there really was something that could send news from 100 li away, no matter what, he had to find a way to support the two of them in finding craftsmen to make this amazing thing. At this point, the conversation between the three of them came to an end. After successfully swindling Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their ships. Li Longji waited for the two of them to leave for 15 minutes before emerging from the cabin. There was no longer any trace of joy on his face, and his eyes were very grave. When someone came to report that Zhu Zan and Qida were very obedient, he only nodded. He looked at the ships of the surrounding countries and gave a self-mocking smile. Small countries, just small countries. If they're destroyed, then so be it. Who dares to disobey the might of cannons? They're just fish and shrimp in the river, so how could they know the vastness of the ocean? If I tell them about missiles, they'll be scared to death. Li Longji muttered to himself. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to care about the Tufan and the Turkic Khaganate anymore. Hurry up and do it. Didn't you say that telegrams are easy to make? Do it first and let Li Longji see it. Even if you want to lie, you have to make sure that it's true and false. After returning to the cabin, Zhang Xiaobao urged Wang Wan as he ground an ink stick. What's the hurry? If you can do it, you can do the drawing. Things aren't as simple as you think. I reckon that this game between us and Li Longji will last for a very long time. As long as we can get the telegram out and make him believe it, we can gradually raise the foundation of the entire industrial system. He will be constantly afraid of us. It's really not easy. What if there's a gap in the technological tree? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as she unfolded the drawing once more. She picked up the brush and prepared to continue. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed the brush a few times with all his might, but he didn't find any effect. He slowed down again and replied, Back when we were making the atomic bomb, our other industrial systems couldn't keep up, but didn't we still manage to make it? It's the same now. Back then it wasn't that we couldn't keep up. It was those 10 years that caused us to suffer. How many decades do we have in life? How many times do we still have ambitions? Forget it, it's all in the past. It's useless to talk about it anymore. You should think of a way to make a special place. Don't put it in Chongning. I always feel that that place is not under our control. Wang Wan's words were filled with endless resentment and regret. After saying this, she changed the topic. Zhang Xiaobao stopped what he was doing. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. He said, "We can't put it in the seaside. Let's put the industrial base in Sanshui County. There are mountains behind it. Throw it in the mountains. When the children in Zhuangzi who have studied physics and chemistry are older and have mastered all the high school knowledge, we can let them join." "That's the only way," Wang Wan replied. She began to think about her telegraph machine again. This thing was not difficult. The principle was there. But when it came to making it, the craftsmen couldn't keep up with it. It was often a very simple problem. If they wanted to understand it thoroughly, they usually needed more knowledge to explain it. After a few days of sailing, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy. Xiaobei and the others were excited. Li Longji returned to the capital with a lot on his mind. To be honest, Zhu Zan and Imo Jillian had never seen the prosperity of the capital. The information they got from others was far less shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. From the outside, there was not a single trace of brick or stone on the high city walls. It was as flat as a mirror. Pedestrians shuttled back and forth on the wide streets, and carriages kept moving. The trees on the sides of the roads, the gutters used for drainage, and the places where people walked on bricks made people feel that this was a very magical place. The first impression of people who had never been to the Tang Empire's capital was that it was big. It was very big, so big that it was a little scary. They didn't know how many people such a city could hold. The second feeling was wealth. Not a single person was begging on the streets. Everyone was wearing beautiful clothes, especially the women. They were wearing clothes that looked like they would freeze to death in winter, but they were actually so alluring. Imo Jillian really wanted to enter the palace to take a look. He didn't have the chance. He only took a few glances in the morning court. He didn't understand. Previously, when he came to the capital, he couldn't lift the curtains and look outside. At that time, he was sitting in a sealed carriage. Since the other places in the capital were so good, the palace would be even better. But Li Longji didn't give them such an opportunity. At least he couldn't give it to them now. He needed to let them walk around the capital. After they were shocked enough, he would bring them to Xingqing Palace and let them see what an extraordinary place was. The matter of arranging accommodation for others naturally didn't need Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them brought their families back to Savant's restaurant. At this time, their families had already arrived. Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law had returned. He personally went to the entrance of the restaurant to welcome them. Seeing his son who had grown taller, his face was full of smiles. "We're home, we're home." Xiaobei happily jumped into the arms of Zhang Wang clan and kissed her mother. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She also missed her mother. She was much more sensible now. "Io, Xiaobei has grown so big. Auntie won't be able to carry you anymore." Zhang Wang clan hugged Xiaobei and said happily, "I can carry you." Xiaobei learned from brother. "My body seems to be weightless. Mother, Xiaobei knows how to cook chives and scrambled eggs." Brother even praised Xiaobei for it. Xiaobei hugged Zhang Wang clan's neck and said excitedly. Seeing that her daughter wasn't shy with strangers, Zhang Wang clan carried Xiaobei upstairs and praised her. Xiaobei was so happy that her face bloomed like a flower. After everyone had settled down, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found their father. They gathered together and discussed their positions after the new year. "Father, which ministry do you want to be a minister?" Zhang Xiaobao poured tea for the two families. He looked at his father and asked, "Father, which ministry do you want to be a minister?" When Father Zhang heard his son's words, he fell silent. He also didn't know which place was suitable for him. When he was in Luoyang, he didn't encounter the situation that he had mentioned earlier. No one tried to trip him up. Every time he had an idea, he would always be able to get support. Zhang Zhong understood that this wasn't because he was capable, but because his son and daughter-in-law worked hard outside. Everyone was afraid of his two children. He hadn't been idle during this period of time and had learned a lot. If he were to look at the 6 ministries, it seemed that any one of them would do. He mainly wanted to see what his son had in mind. While Zhang Zhong was thinking, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly. After almost 15 minutes, Zhang Zhong said, Xiao Bao, which ministry do you think is suitable for me to go to? Ah, you're asking me? I think the Ministry of Works should be a minister. My father-in-law can go to the Ministry of War and be an assistant minister. If you feel tired, you can go to the Ministry of Rights. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and decided on his father's position. As for Wang Wan's father, he couldn't let him be an official that was too high. He wasn't cut out for it, and it had nothing to do with knowledge. It would be fine if he could be like Yang Guozhong, but he couldn't compare. As for the Ministry of Works, it was because his plan required a lot of craftsmen. The imperial court would definitely not let them go. If it was an incompetent official who was always looking for trouble, he might as well let his father be it. Wang Wan nodded in support. I think it's fine. He can go to the Ministry of Works as a minister. As for my father, he can go to the Ministry of Rights. There are too many things to do at the Ministry of War. My father will be tired. Father Wang didn't say anything. He knew that if he really relied on his own abilities, he wouldn't even be able to become an official, much less an assistant minister. All of this was because he had a good daughter. He didn't have any hopes in this life. In the future, he would have to rely on his son, Xiao Yuan. He believed that with Xiao Yuan's photographic memory and his daughter's and son-in-law's abilities, he would definitely be able to obtain a very good future. Seeing that his son had set his sights on the Ministry of Works, Zhang Zhong nodded and agreed. Since that's the case, I'll listen to my son Xiao Bao. These words were said very casually. After he finished speaking, Zhang Zhong looked at Zhang Wangclan and suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling. Zhang Wangclan replied with a smile. She understood what she meant. Zhang Zhong sighed inwardly. He didn't know what to say. What was he discussing with his son just now? It was about the ownership of a minister in the capital. Normally, this kind of problem couldn't be discussed in his own home. When he was preparing to rely on the imperial examinations, he never thought that there would be a day like this. The ownership of a minister depended on his son. Could be said that it was decided. This should be considered bringing honor to the ancestors, right? Looking at the other 9 children sitting obediently beside him, Zhang Zhong felt as if he was in a dream. Not long ago, he would have thought about today's matter. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any other thoughts. Okay, then it's decided. Father, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go and prepare now. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and walked outside. Wang Wan naturally followed. When the two were about to walk out of the door, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly shouted, Brother, I want to eat vinegar. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, the old master of the Zhang family picked up his teacup and leisurely blew twice. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, The position of minister has been decided just like that? Will someone try to steal it from my son? Zhang Zhong hurriedly comforted him. Father, no one can steal it. If Xiao Bao says it's the minister, then it's the minister. If he says it's the Ministry of Works, then it can't be the Ministry of Revenue. I believe in Xiao Bao. These words happened to be heard by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were not too far away. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. It seems that your status in the family is getting higher and higher. You can decide the position of minister. What's the point of being minister? If you really annoy me, I can even decide the position of emperor. And that, since you already know my ability, you have to listen to me more in the future. You can't refute me. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and puffed out his chest, trying hard to show a proud appearance. Yes, this concubine understands. Does my husband have anything else to say? Wang Wan knew that she could spend a few more days with her family. In her happiness, she compromised a little to give Zhang Xiaobao some face. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, You're quite obedient. Since that's the case, I'll invade you tonight. Bah, your face is really big. Do you want to sleep on the floor? I'll stay with my mother today. You can go wherever you want. Isn't that giving you some sunshine? Let's go, what are you waiting for? Go, we'll go now. Madam, please calm down. I'll make your favorite cucumber with garlic sauce later. Zhang Xiaobao stopped while he was ahead. It was good to satisfy his craving for food. When Zhang family and Wang family were happy, Empress Wang was also very happy. It was not easy to stay in the palace. She came out and went to Savant's pavilion to see her son and daughter. The two little ones had grown up a lot and could call out mother. They could keep up with the nutrition. In addition, there was a reasonable way to train the babies. Now the two little ones could already run. They could run, but they did not know how to walk. Once they walked, they would fall. When they ran, they could not stop themselves. If they did, they would fall. Someone had to be in front of them to stop them. When she saw the two little ones, Empress Wang was happy and sad. She was happy because the two little ones were not bad. They were white and chubby. Their little hands were moving and could make several kinds of hand gestures. He was sad that his own children didn't recognize him. He fed Softy something edible and took out toys to play with. Only then did the two little fellows let him hug them. These were his own son and daughter. After seeing her son and daughter, Empress Wang did not want to return to the palace. She insisted on staying outside for a few more days to accompany the two little ones. Wang also agreed. After all, the more time the two of them spent together, the less the novelty would be. It was just right for Empress Wang to be separated from Li Longji for 10 to 15 days. Maybe after they went back, they could give birth to twins. That would be lively. Li Longji also took some time to come out and see his son and daughter. His son was very good-looking. He was not inferior to Li Yi in the past. In fact, he was even cuter now that he had grown up. Li Longji, who did not care much about women, changed his mind when he saw Pan. This was not because Panner was good-looking, but because of Princess Jincheng, who said that a married princess could not come back, who said that the women of the imperial clan would be bullied outside. Just look at Princess Jincheng and ask Zhu Zan if he dared to bully her. All of this was strength. Overwhelming strength. Dignity was gained from the roar of the cannons. After amiably chatting with the Zhang family and Wang family for a while, they decided that after the new year, Zhang Zhong would enter the imperial court and become the Minister of Works. Li Longji left happily. After returning, it was unknown who leaked this matter. When they heard that Zhang Zhong had returned from Luoyang, he did not even greet anyone and was going to become the Minister of Works. The jealous people glared at him until their eyes were as red as the robes of the fourth-rank officials. Before the new year, when the holidays were about to start, many memorials were sent to Gao Lishir. He did not say anything. Although he was the head of the secretariat, many of the memorials that required the emperor's approval were all approved by Gao Lishir. Recently, he had not been able to sleep well. He was afraid that he would do something wrong again and offend someone he should not offend. When the time came, he would lose his official position. Now he did not want to compete with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan anymore. He only hoped that the two of them would not have any ideas about him. Li Longji seemed to have known that this kind of thing would happen. He told Gao Lishir in advance not to let this kind of thing disturb him. He began to look at the various rare animals and plants that were sent back from the south. These things that he did not even dare to think about before appeared in front of him. He could only sigh at the many things that he did not know about in the distant sea. At the same time, he was even more certain about the existence of that country that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had told him about. When the two of them created that thing that could transmit information from 100 kilometers away, then they would begin to carry out that thing called the Industrial Revolution on a national scale. Chapter 829. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The festive atmosphere started on the 30th and continued to the 15th of the first lunar month. The appearance of the ice lanterns everywhere made the people of the surrounding countries feel the brilliance of the Great Tang once again. More people paid attention to the light bulb, wanting to understand why it lit up, especially Exai and Luo in Japan. These two countries were temporarily not under the command of the Great Tang, so they were a little ambitious. What they wanted to know the most was whether this light bulb would be used in war, and what it would look like when it was used. Li Longji naturally couldn't tell them. Even if he wanted to tell them, they wouldn't understand. This light bulb was made by the Zhang family and Wang family, and the palace was also using it. However, they only knew how and didn't know why. Zhu Zan asked for a set and returned to his courtyard in the capital. He planned to return to Tubo after the 2nd of February. During this period of time, he could learn more about new things and see which one could be used in Tubo. Princess Jincheng still helped to inquire about information, but instead of looking for the enemy of the Zhang family and Wang family, she changed to looking for something good to help Tubo. The first thing she found was a washing machine. There was also a small river that didn't flow too fast in Zuzan's courtyard. It was a place for entertainment. After putting it up and seeing that it couldn't move, she found Zhang Xiaobao and changed it to a wind-powered one with the help of the craftsman. Ignoring the cold weather, she poured water for the washing machine in the courtyard and threw the clothes in. Then she added the washing powder provided by the Zhang family and Wang family and watched the washing machine spin. Zuzan looked at the washing machine curiously and then looked at the light bulb. Aren't these the same thing? They are both blown by the wind. Why can one light up to replace candles, and the other can wash clothes? How would Princess Jincheng know? Hearing Zuzan's words, she shook her head and said, Zan Pu, this should be the benefits of the industrial system that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mentioned. Now, it can only be used by the rich and powerful. Where there is still a need for wind or rivers in a few years, ordinary people will be able to use it too. Yes, just like that marsh gas, the people of the Great Tang will be more and more comfortable in the future. Zuzan sighed. Right now, he no longer cared about anything else. He only hoped that after Tubo joined the Great Tang, the people of Tubo would be able to receive the same benefits as the people of the Great Tang. His original ambition had been completely crushed by reality. Princess Jincheng didn't know what Zhu Zanqi was thinking. Seeing so many good things, she said to Zhu Zanqi with a worried expression, Zanpu, does Tubo still want to be enemies with Great Tang? I wonder how the Turks are doing. Commissioner K isn't someone who gives up so easily. So what if he doesn't? Could he withstand the bombardment of the Great Tang's artillery? Could he stop the hot air balloons and gliders in the sky? Those two things flying in the sky can throw cannonball-like things down. They are the grenades, the weapons that blew up many of our Tubo people. Zhu Zanqi seemed to want to stand on the side of the Great Tang. It also seemed like he wanted to find a reason for his compromise. If the Turks dared to not agree to Li Longji's request and started a war with the Great Tang, he would be able to comfort himself. It wasn't that he wasn't capable, it was that the Great Tang was too powerful. He couldn't return to the capital yet, but Tu also thought the same. He was very clear that even if Li Longji had the initiative now, he wouldn't let him return to the Song Mo commander-in-chief's manor immediately. When the Heishui commander-in-chief's manor was taken down and the army turned around, that would be the time for him to return. At that time, even if he was the reincarnation of Chu Bawang, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. More importantly, it would depend on the reaction of the Turks. If the Turks still wanted to fight, he couldn't return either. He was afraid that he would throw himself into the arms of the Turks. Sigh. Actually, there's no need to do this. I've had enough. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Tu thought about it and said sullenly. After the new year, Zhang Zhong unquestionably entered the Ministry of Works and took up the position of Minister of Shangshu. It turned out that the other people in the Ministry of Works didn't move. Some of these people didn't have any achievements. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to become Minister of Shangshu. Whoever was willing to take up the position would take it. Some of them had built good relations with the previous Minister of Shangshu. Just as they were thinking of taking a step forward in the new year, the person who had received benefits from them was gone. Instead, it was someone they weren't familiar with, or rather, someone they had never dealt with before. Naturally, they were very unhappy. Fan Yu was one of the people who was unhappy. As the registrar of the Ministry of Works, he thought that he would be able to advance further this year. In the end, when he saw Zhang Zhong, who had been a high-ranking official in Luoyang, come to the capital, he couldn't sleep well for several days. Fan Yu knew Zhang Zhong's identity. He also knew that his son was Zhang Xiaobao and his daughter-in-law was Wang Wan. But so what? Could it be that everything in the Great Tang was decided by them? What did Zhang Zhong do to deserve the position of Minister of Shangshu? Did you know what the Ministry of Works did? Others had to learn step by step and work hard. What right did you have to change your position just because you had a formidable son? Fan Yu had an aura of someone who could be killed but not humiliated. The more he looked at Zhang Zhong, the more he found him to be an eyesore. Even though Zhang Zhong had treated him to a meal at Savant's restaurant and promised that as long as he did a good job, he would be able to receive good things from the Zhang clan and Wang clan in the future. Savant's restaurant's food and wine are good, but that isn't a reason for me, Fan Yu, to bend my knees. No matter what, I can't let him have an easy time. Does he know the importance of a secretary? After eating his fill, Fan Yu returned to the office of the Ministry of Works. He brewed a pot of Maojian tea that Zhang Zhong had specially provided for him today, and started to think about how he could create trouble for Zhang Zhong. The secretary was naturally in charge of a part of the account books. There were records of the finances of the Ministry of Works, as well as the inventory and consumption of various items. Thus Fan Yu set her sights on this. When the time came, Zhang Zhong wouldn't be able to know exactly how much money the Ministry of Works had left. He wouldn't know how many items they had in stock. Fan Yu dug out the accounts one by one and started messing them up. Of course, he had marked down all the areas that he messed up so that he wouldn't be confused when he needed the real data. In the end, when Zhang Zhong was checking on the various matters in various places in the afternoon, he was confused by a few accounts. Whenever he asked, Fan Yu would push all the blame to the previous one, saying that this was what she had done in the past and that it had been passed. That's not right. Didn't the Ministry of Works have 16,500 strings of coins in its account books? Why is there only 4,000 strings of coins left? Where did the money go? When Zhang Zhong saw the final number of the account books, he was puzzled. He turned his head and asked Fan Yu. Fan Yu had a puzzled look on her face. She meant that she didn't know either. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and nodded. All right, let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. It's already late today, so go back first. Bring the things I gave you back earlier. In the future, when the Ministry of Works produces better products, there will be other benefits too. Fan Yu replied and didn't say anything else. She packed up and left with the things Zhang Zhong gave her. A person's heart is never satisfied. Zhang Zhong put down the account books and sighed. He understood everything. Originally, he wanted to get along well with his subordinates and help his son build up the industrial system bit by bit. He didn't want to start dealing with people right away. But in the end, things turned out like this. Zhang Zhong, who had let his subordinates get off work earlier, wasn't afraid that someone would impeach him because of this matter. He also packed up. He didn't plan to work today, and wanted everyone to familiarize themselves with each other. Later on, he would find someone to check the background of everyone in the Ministry of Works. He had to record down who was in each family. He even had to record their parents' birthdays. He was concerned about his subordinates. He had done this many times in the past and the results were pretty good. After returning to Savant's restaurant, Zhang Zhong casually told his son about this matter during dinner. He didn't need his son to help him deal with a registrar official. He could do it himself. It wasn't like he hadn't done it before. The reason why Zhang Xiaobao hadn't returned to Jili province yet was because he was worried that his father's position wouldn't be good. He was afraid that his father's heart would soften. He wanted to wait for his father to settle the matters in the Ministry of Works before leaving. He estimated that it would take about half a month. When he heard his father talking about Fan Yu, he nodded and didn't say anything. She was just a small character, so there was no need to care too much about her. It would be easy for his father to deal with her. At night, he casually chatted with his family for a while before returning to his room to sleep. Who knew that the next morning, right after Zhang Zhong left, Xiao Bei and her team followed him out. Her angry expression made those who knew her know that someone was going to be unlucky. Brother, when the time comes, you have to take a good look at the account books and find out what's wrong so that I can teach him a lesson. He actually dared to play tricks on my father and bully the Zhang family? On the way to the Ministry of Works, Xiao Bei's eyes widened as she discussed with Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai nodded. For the past half a year, he was the one who did most of the accounts. Now, he could still do the accounts that weren't too complicated and didn't make any mistakes. If he couldn't do it, he would ask his brother and sister. With the difficulty of the accounts that his brother and sister were doing, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with the accounts of the Ministry of Works. Xiao Yuan and the others were also very excited. They could finally open for business again. It wasn't easy to meet one during normal times. They didn't expect that they would be able to continuously have business before and after the new year. Zhang Zhong still didn't know that his son and nephew had come to help. He smoothly entered the Ministry of Works. The gatekeepers also got some benefits and didn't make things difficult for him like Fan Yu. He didn't dare to do anything like Fan Yu. Right after Zhang Zhong entered, Xiao Bei and the others arrived. They got off the carriage and walked straight in. The 100 children formed a team of guards and stood in a square formation to protect them. The gatekeepers of the Ministry of Works really didn't know who Xiao Bei was. If it was the guards of Xingqing Palace, they definitely wouldn't stop them. Instead, they would quickly go in and report to the emperor. Xiao Bei was now able to walk freely in the palace. He could go anywhere. Whose child is this? Where are the adults? This is an important place in the Ministry of Works. You can't enter. The gatekeepers blocked Xiao Bei and tried to persuade him. Xiao Bei didn't bully them. He took out a token and waved it in front of the gatekeepers. I'm Zhang Xiaobei. My brother is Zhang Xiaobao. Today, I'm here to find trouble with the secretary of the Ministry of Works, Fan Yu. If you're not with him, then move aside. If you're with him, so it's Lord Zhang. Please come in. Do you need me to help report your arrival? The gatekeepers finally knew what the legendary Xiao Bei looked like. He quickly moved aside. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to impersonate Xiao Bei. Moreover, the 9 children were all here. That kind of aura of being pampered was not something that an ordinary person could fake. In addition, there were also 100 guards. As for whether the token was real or fake, he didn't see it clearly. Seeing Xiao Bei and the others walk in, the gatekeeper started to mourn for Fan Yu. He knew who Fan Yu was. She was the secretary of the Ministry of Works. It seemed that she was looking for trouble with the newcomer, Zhang Zhong. He already said that the old man had come out after beating the young one. Now that the old man hadn't done anything, the young one had already rushed forward. Zhang Zhong didn't directly look for Fan Yu. He planned to arrange his work for today first. He first went to his office and waited for the morning assembly. The sky was about to brighten. He needed to stay in his office to keep warm so that he wouldn't catch a cold. Fan Yu naturally didn't have the qualifications to attend the assembly. She was a 5th rank official, so she came a little late. She just arrived a little later than Zhang Zhong. She had already prepared her speech and was just waiting for Zhang Zhong to come and find trouble. In the end, Zhang Zhong didn't come. Instead, it was Xiao Bei and the others who got lost and only found the place after a long time. When Xiao Bei and the others entered the room, everyone who was working in the room stopped what they were doing and looked at the group of children in confusion. Where did this group of children come from? Who is Fan Yu? You're the secretary of the Ministry of Works? Xiao Bei looked around and asked. Who are you? Fan Yu frowned and asked in return when she saw that someone was asking her by name. Xiao Bei looked at the person who spoke. It seems that you are the secretary. Left and right, where are you? Take her down. Understood. As Xiao Bei's voice fell, a chorus of voices rang out from outside. Then over 20 children rushed in. Under Xiao Bei's instructions, they ran toward Fan Yu, and before Fan Yu could figure out what was going on, she was already on the ground. She was handcuffed and pressed down on him. He tried a few times and was finally pinned down. While the others were puzzled and didn't know how to react, Xiao Bei clasped his hands behind his back and slowly said, This official is a physician and only knows about the matters of the Supreme Court. This official suspects that Fan Yu is bullying his superiors and tampering with the accounts. Does anyone have anything to say? The moment Xiao Bei mentioned his official position, the people from the Ministry of Works immediately knew who he was. Why was this legendary little ancestor here? And he even captured Fan Yu? It was over. They didn't know how Fan Yu had offended someone and offended them. Not to mention that they had evidence even if they didn't say anything. Who in the Ministry of Works didn't give them some benefits? They didn't even investigate. Everyone knew that. Moreover, those benefits weren't worth much. If they really investigated, it wouldn't be worth it. Even the emperor wouldn't care. It would just be a smile. But today, Fan Yu was being targeted by Zhang Xiaobei. This wasn't the case. Everything must be investigated and strictly investigated. From the looks of it, who did he offend? Oh, so that was the case. Fan Yu had offended Minister Zhang. Fan Yu was still not convinced and continued to struggle. You said that I did, and I did? What evidence do you have? Even if I did, you can't arrest me. There needs to be a joint trial. Che, are you bullying me because I don't know? There needs to be a joint trial. If I arrest you, can't the Supreme Court arrest you? Today I'll give you a joint trial. You don't usually have the chance to attend court, right? I'll give you a chance. Take him away. I'll go and talk to Uncle Emperor. My father has just arrived and someone wants to bully him. How can I let this go? With Xiao Bei's words, Fan Yu was forced to Hanyuan Palace Hall by Xiao Bei and the others without anyone interceding. At this time, the morning court session had already started. All the officials of the 5th rank and above had come here to stand in line. Zhang Zhong also stood slightly at the front, waiting for the discussion. After the morning court session, he probably had to meet with the emperor for a small meeting. Li Longji rushed over in his carriage. Just as he sat down and before he could say anything, he saw over 100 people rushing in. There was even a person being carried. When he took a closer look, it was actually a child. He recognized the person in the lead, Zhang Xiaobei. Because of Xiaobei's appearance, Li Longji could no longer keep a straight face. He didn't know what was wrong with Xiaobei. This was the first time that he came at such a time. He coughed and asked, "Official Zhang, why did you come to court today?" All the officials turned their heads to look. When they heard the emperor's words and saw the angry Xiaobei, they wanted to laugh but held it in. Zhang Zhong also saw his daughter and saw Fan Yu being carried by people. He immediately understood what had happened. His daughter must have remembered what he said during dinner yesterday, and went to find trouble with Fan Yu in the morning. Helplessly shaking his head, Zhang Zhong shouted at Xiaobei. "Xiaobei, what are you doing? Why aren't you withdrawing?" Xiaobei didn't care about what his father said. He raised his head and said to Zhang Zhong, "Minister Zhang, this official is the imperial censor and also the High Commissioner of the Supreme Court. I have the responsibility to supervise all the officials. I hope that Minister Zhang will not overstep his authority." After speaking to his father, Xiaobei didn't look at his father's glare and turned to Li Longji. "Your Majesty, this official has just found out that the Registrar of the Ministry of Works, Fan Yu, is acting improperly and the accounts are unclear. This official requests for a joint investigation." The officials were stunned. They didn't expect that Xiaobei would directly arrest Fan Yu and bring her to the palace hall. From the meaning of his words, it seemed that Fan Yu had offended Zhang Zhong. Many people looked at Zhang Zhong. It would be a lie if they said that they weren't jealous. Look at his children. Their father didn't even need to do anything himself and a bunch of brats would do it for him. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he immediately understood. This registrar of the Ministry of Works called Fan Yu saw that Zhang Zhong was young and was new to the Ministry of Works. She wanted to find trouble for him. Zhang Zhong should have mentioned this to Xiao Bao when he went back. In the end, Xiao Bei heard it and chased after her to arrest her. Li Longji looked at Fan Yu from afar. If Xiao Bei hadn't caught her, he wouldn't have known who Fan Yu was. Seeing that Fan Yu was still struggling, Li Longji's expression sank. Without a good industrial system, there wouldn't be good weapons. Without good weapons, there wouldn't be any way to intercept a missile. What was Fan Yu trying to do? Recommended book. Taisui Rebirth. Chapter 830. As the registrar of the Ministry of Works, Fan Yu's greatest opportunity to show his face appeared in Hanyuan Palace Hall. Following that, he was like a small stone thrown into the ocean. Before the waves could splash much, he was submerged in the tide. As for how much of an impact it had nothing to do with him. Xiao Bei left the morning court in satisfaction. She did not participate in any of the court affairs. She wanted to return to Savant's restaurant as soon as possible and find her brother and sister for help. In the court, she had always addressed her father as Minister Zhang. To her, there was nothing more terrifying than this in the world. The sky was falling. She had to conduct a public relations crisis after the morning court ended. The situation was very grim. The morning court in Hanyuan Palace Hall continued as usual. Zhang Zhong was not in the mood to think about how to deal with his daughter. He wanted to let more people agree with his proposal to change the Ministry of Works. When Li Longji finished dealing with the several memorials presented, the first to speak was Zhang Zhong. He held a piece of paper in his hand and read them out one by one. In the end, he requested for the country's finance to allocate funds. 4 million strings of cash? Li Longji was shocked by Zhang Zhong's words. The country's financial income had increased in the past 2 years. Compared to the past, it could be said to be a world of difference. However, to take out 4 million strings of cash at once for one of the 6 ministries seemed to be a little too much. Zhang Zhong also knew that he had opened his mouth too wide. He quickly explained, "Your Majesty, the 4 million strings of cash that I mentioned is a one-time solution. In the future, Your Majesty does not need to take out a single copper coin for the Ministry of Works to be self-reliant. In 2 years, we will definitely be able to recover the money invested. Your Majesty, I feel that this cannot be done. Just as Zhang Zhong finished speaking, Zhang Shua jumped out and directly objected. All the officials focused their gazes on Zhang Zhong. They wanted to see if the Prime Minister would emerge victorious in his first official confrontation with Zhang Zhong. Zhang Shua felt very helpless. He should not have been the first to object. Instead, it should have been one of his subordinates. He had already used his body language to send the signal. Usually, his subordinates would know what to do as long as they saw his signal. However, it was strange today. His subordinates seemed to have bad eyesight and were in a daze. No one stood up to speak. Gao Lishir also saw this situation. He was very clear in his heart. As the saying goes, one should be soft-hearted after taking advantage of others. Which one of the people who could appear in the morning court had not received benefits from the Zhang family and Wang family? If you don't believe me, you can go house by house and see which house doesn't have furniture with the Zhang family's and Wang family's logos worth a few thousand strings of coins. Today was the first time that Zhang Zhong had attended a court meeting. If anyone dared to cause trouble at this crucial moment, they could forget about counting on the Zhang family and Wang family to continue giving them benefits in the future. Coupled with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's vengeful personalities, there was bound to be an outcome. Just as Gao Lishir had guessed, the people belonging to Zhang Xiaobao's faction did indeed have such thoughts. They could refuse the things given by the Zhang and Wang families, but they did not dare to offend Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Did they not see what happened to Fan Yu just now? The emperor did not even have the mood to investigate further. He directly sentenced Fan Yu to be exiled to Lingnan. Everyone who was not sent to Luzhou yearned for Fan Yu. This could be considered as sparing Fan Yu's life. Otherwise, when the locals heard that Fan Yu had offended provincial governor Zhang, the consequences were self-evident. Li Longji did not say anything. He was waiting for Zhang Shua to say something. He could not just object because he wanted to. He needed a reason. After Zhang Shua finished his objection, he was actually waiting for his people to stand out and agree with him. In the end, all he got was silence. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he continued, Your Majesty, 4,000,000 strings of coins is not a small amount. Now that the 4 barbarians have submitted, our court should reward them with money and resources to win the hearts of the people. Tubo and the Tujue are not stable yet. In my opinion, we should first provide 2,000,000 strings of coins and resources to support the 2 barbarians and let them feel our imperial grace. Also, there are many martial manors in the northern part of Hebei province. If we don't appease them, I'm afraid the people will not be able to live and will change. When the officials in the court heard Zhang Shua's words, some of them agreed in their hearts. However, they only agreed in their hearts and did not show it on their faces. Li Longji still did not say anything. He looked at Zhang Zhong and waited for Zhang Zhong to refute. Those who knew Li Longji understood at this moment that the emperor did not seem to agree with Zhang Shua's words. However, they did not know the specific reason. They did not know. But Gao Lishir knew very well that the emperor's thoughts were no longer the same as before. Ever since he knew that there were more powerful people far away in the sea, he no longer cared about the things around him. This was especially true after seeing the spectacular scene of cannons firing at Mount Hua. Why would he care about the troubles around him? He would beat up whoever refused to comply until they submitted. Not to mention 2,000,000 strings of coins, he would not even give them 20,000 strings of coins. Zhang Zhong was also observing the reactions of the officials to see who was on his side and who was on his opposite side. He was quite satisfied with the current result. It was like this when he was in Luoyang. When he proposed something, no one objected. Even if they had different opinions, they would privately discuss it with him. Zhang Zhong also knew that the current great Tang was not afraid of war. His military factory in Luzhou was constantly producing weapons, and its strength was far above the surrounding countries. However, Zhang Zhong could not say it out loud. He chose another point. Your Majesty, this subject agrees with Lord Zhang's idea of helping the Tufan and the Turkic Khaganate. However, it is better to teach people to fish than to give them a fish. What the Ministry of Works needs to do is to research all kinds of good tools. According to this subject's plan, there will be more good tools in a year's time. At that time, we will give them to the people in other parts of the dynasty to use. Your Majesty, what will we do when the Ministry of Works develops the tools in a year's time? How will the people live this year? Zhang Shua continued to object. If Great Tang does not give out the tools this year, will the people in other places not be able to live? Naturally, they will live as they have in the past year. At this moment, the person who stood up to speak was Li Linfu, a person Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to scheme against. At this moment, Li Linfu did not know that someone wanted to deal with him, and he did not know that the reason was because they thought that he would one day stand on that position. He felt that he should help Zhang Zhong. Recently, his family's life had been much better, and it was all because of the benefits given by the Zhang family and the Wang family. In addition, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still young, and their futures were limitless. He had to choose a side as soon as possible. Zhang Shua turned his head and glanced at Li Linfu, remembering him. He turned back and continued, Your Majesty, it is different now. The 4 barbarians have just submitted. If we do not give them benefits, this subject is afraid that they will be resentful and start a rebellion. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Minister Zhang's Ministry of Works plan is feasible, in my opinion. Another person stood up to support Zhang Zhong. Zhang Shua kept refuting, waiting for people to stand up to support Zhang Zhong one after another. When Zhang Shua saw that his people were still indifferent, he was finally discouraged. After the morning court session ended, Zhang Zhong happily returned to the Ministry of Works to do some work. He received 4 million strings of coins, but not all at once. According to his plan, it was divided into 3 phases. The first phase only required 800,000 strings of coins, and he received 1 million strings of coins. After the second phase, he could go to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for more money. Zhang Shua's face was gloomy. He had failed in the confrontation in the court. It was not that he had not failed before, but this time was different. The previous failure was the emperor's final decision, but today's failure was the pressure of the court officials. No one on his side said anything. Was it because they were scared by Fan Yushi? What worried him the most was the emperor's attitude. Although he did not favor any side today, it was still a kind of bias, especially his attitude towards dealing with Fan Yushi before the court session. Zhang Xiaobei had 9 children and caught a registrar of the Ministry of Works. Did he really not ask clearly before convicting him? What happened in the morning court quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao's ears. Hearing that his father had suppressed Zhang Shua in the first confrontation, Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to stay in the capital any longer. The plan was made by his father himself, and the matters in the court were also settled by his father himself. He did not need others to continue watching. When it was time to leave, he would leave. He was ready to go back and wait for the people he sent out to bring back good news. When he knew that his brother had decided to leave, Xiaobei was relieved. It seemed that he could leave today and did not need to worry about his father coming back to find trouble. After the excitement, Xiaobei was a little reluctant. Leaving the capital meant parting with his parents. His brother had said that he had to stay in Jili province for at least a year before he had the opportunity to be an official in the capital. He had to continue waiting for the family reunion. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bid farewell to the elders in their family, and led the huge group to Jili province. This time they did not take the waterway. The Yellow River was already frozen, and Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to spend so much money to blast open the river. The losses outweighed the gains, so he chose to take the land route along the river. Now there were wide roads on both sides of the Yellow River, and there were countless merchants and pedestrians coming and going. The wheels of the carriage made creaking noises as it moved on the snow that was scattered with sand. After 2 days of continuous travel, Xiaobei was finally unwilling to follow the large group of people and slowly move about. He suggested that he should go ahead first. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't object and let the children do as they please. As soon as he left the group, Xiaobei was like a runaway wild horse. He organized an impromptu meeting with the other 8 people. The main content of the meeting was to continue to carry forward the style of the Children's Protection Team that was not afraid of hardship and fatigue. They had to deeply understand the main spirit of the Children's Protection Team and better reflect the intelligence of the Imperial Censorate. They had to live up to the Emperor's trust and live up to the people of the world. In the meeting, group member Zhang Xiaobei was the first to speak. He praised the previous operation and felt that the children's protection team was an outstanding group. They were a strong group that would not be defeated in the face of any difficulties. However, they also found a problem in the previous operation. That was, group member Zhang Xiaohai did not check the accounts early enough, resulting in insufficient evidence in the Hanyuan Palace. Zhang Xiaohai deeply recognized his own shortcomings and did not make any excuses. He wrote a self-criticism, and the content was that X and Y intersected on the same line. At the same time, he also criticized the members of the Wang Xiaoyuan regiment for not being good at their job, for not properly listing out the crimes that Fan Yu had committed in the imperial court. The member of the Wang Xiaoyuan regiment softly admitted his mistake. He said, "Cold against summer, day against year. Qifu against swing. Danshan against clear water. Light rain against Tanyan." Finally, group member Zhang Xiaobei gave a concluding speech. She had new expectations for the future of the Children's Protection Team. She pointed out that the members of the Children's Protection Team must continue to unite around a group member who could find a place for the Children's Protection Team. The name of the Children's Protection Team must not be shaken until they grow up. They must broaden their horizons and walk out of the world. The meeting ended in a warm and peaceful atmosphere. This was a great meeting. It was a meeting that connected the past and opened the way for the future. This meeting established the foundation for the Children's Protection Team to be able to overcome all kinds of difficulties in the future. Half a month later, Xiaobei and the others arrived at Zhua County and waited there. It was unknown whether they should cross the river and take the land route or try to take the sea route. The frozen sea showed signs of thawing. A few years ago, it was recorded in the booklet that Zhua County was a Shangxian county. It had a large population, rich products, and convenient transportation. Xiaobei planned to rest here for a few days and train 100 guards at the same time. However, when the group entered the borders of Zhua County, Xiaobei and the others, who already knew that it was a Shangxian county, were still shocked by how prosperous Zhua County was. In front of them was a wide road that could allow 6 carriages to pass at the same time. Countless sheds were built in the fields on both sides of the road, covered with straw. As it was close to evening, wisps of smoke rose from the sheds, and countless people were busy working. Further ahead, there was a murmuring river or floating ice. There was a stone bridge connecting the shore. Outside the bridge, the water was channeled into a canal and slowly poured into a pond. As the sun set, the water sparkled. Small boats were propped up on the canal, making clanging sounds. Everyone worked together and shouted non-stop. When the net in the pond was raised, fat fish struggled and jumped. Further ahead, there were no catchers in the pond. They were dressed in leather and went back and forth into the water. They plucked lotus roots and threw them to the shore. There were children carrying school bags and picking them up. They piled up into a mountain and laughed non-stop. "Aya, who's the county magistrate of Zhua County? He's quite capable. The road is wide enough and flat enough. There should be a kong in the shed with chives planted inside. This place draws water to raise fish and plants lotus roots. The combination is quite reasonable. If you work harder, you can catch up to half of brother and sister." Xiaobei praised when she saw this scene. She commanded the group to continue forward. Zhua County had piqued her interest. She wanted to see what would happen after they entered the county. The group increased their speed. When the sky turned dark, they arrived outside Zhua County. What they saw was actually a city wall that was about 1 zhang tall. "It's really not easy. I see a light over there. Let's go around it," Xiaobei ordered again. After the group went around the place, everyone could clearly see that there were many houses here. They were placed next to each other, and the light was from small flames spurting out from pipes. Xiaobei and the others recognized that this was the effect of burning marsh gas. It seemed that the marsh gas here was used quite well. When they wanted to take another step forward, the group was stopped by someone. Standing outside the fence, they could faintly hear the grunting of pigs and the crowing of chickens coming from inside. Xiaobei nodded. This should be a planned breeding area. She asked someone to explain to the other party. Then, she turned around and entered the city through the city gate. The lanterns of the shops on both sides of the streets flickered. With the help of the light, they could see that there was a canal built with cement on each side of the road. It should be used to drain water. In between the canal and the shops, there was also a sidewalk built with cement bricks. The shortest shop was 2 stories tall. Every time they reached an intersection, there would be a few 3-story buildings standing there. In other places, there would be very few pedestrians at night. However, there was actually an endless stream of people coming and going here. They would either go to the nearby shops to eat or gather in a spacious area to hum a tune. A group of children walked past in a row, reciting the Analects of Confucius. They went straight to a stall that was set up outside. Each of them took out a few new coins and threw them into the money box before starting to eat. The smell of pepper oil wafted over. Xiaobei sniffed and rubbed his stomach. "I'm hungry. Let's go and eat. It's my treat." When they walked to the front, they saw that there were a few metal boxes on the stall. Each box was filled with different food. There were tofu skin, dried tofu, fish balls, crab balls, shrimp balls, bean sprouts, cabbage, sausages, and so on. There were many types of food. Xiaobei and the others were no stranger to such things. At first, it was their older brother who made them for them. Later, it was spread to various places. "Line up in 10 rows. Xiaobei took out a piece of paper from her bag and shouted to the 100 guards. Whoosh! 10 rows stood out in an instant. Everyone in the lead had a corresponding metal box in front of them. Then they picked up a string of notes and passed them to the back. Xiaobei slapped the notes into the money box and said to the stall owner, "Put the money here. Later, count the sticks and count them as meat. In the future, remember to use different sticks to distinguish between meat and vegetables. Otherwise, when there are many people, you won't be able to do anything if you keep staring at others." After speaking to the stall owner, Xiaobei started to eat. The price of meat was double that of vegetables. She didn't have the time to care about this. The stall owner was stunned. He took out the note from the box and was shocked. It was a $500 note. He looked at Xiaobei and the others and knew that he had met the children of a rich family. He smiled and continued to put food into the metal box. Xiaobei, who was eating freely, didn't care if the food was hygienic or not. After all, it was fine after it was boiled in boiling water. When she was half full, Xiaobei remembered something very important. She looked up and asked the stall owner, "Who is the county magistrate of this county?" "It's County Magistrate Yan." The stall owner didn't want to tell a child, but he felt that her status was different, so he said it. "Oh." Xiaobei nodded and asked, "Did he embezzle money?" Chapter 831. Little Bei had a lot of questions. She wanted to know the general economic situation of Zhuo County and the number of merchants coming and going. However, even after she finished eating, the stall owner went to a nearby restaurant to give her the change. She didn't get any useful information from him. Zhuo County didn't have any public announcements, so naturally, they wouldn't tell the people how much money was left in the county and where it came from. From this, Little Bei concluded that Zhuo County's county magistrate Yan had dirty hands. She planned to deal with an official before the arrival of the army. At this time it was too late, and the children's group was full of children. Some people couldn't help but yawn. Like a contagious disease, one person yawned loudly, and everyone who saw him yawned as well. Little Bei rubbed her sore eyes and smacked her lips. She lowered her head and walked toward an inn with the brightest lights. As she walked, she muttered, "You took advantage of me for one night. I'll deal with you tomorrow." Early the next morning, Little Bei and her group ate breakfast leisurely. They came out of the inn and headed straight for the local yamen. On the way, they attracted the curiosity of many people. A group of children came out of nowhere and didn't look like students from school. At the entrance of the yamen, 2 yamen runners were looking at the sky in boredom. They wore thick cotton-padded clothes and looked listless. When they saw Xiaobei and the others, one of the yamen runner's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. He realized that the children who were being protected were about the same age as his children, but they were much more energetic than his children. Just as he was about to ask them kindly, he heard the voice of the smartest girl in the group. "I'm a doctor in the imperial court. I'm an imperial censor and—" The yamen runner was only focused on Little Bei's pleasant voice and didn't understand the specific content. When Little Bei glared at him and repeated herself, the yamen runner finally reacted. First, he didn't believe her. "I don't care if you believe it or not. Go in and report to your county magistrate that we're here to check the accounts. Tell him to prepare himself and don't lie. Go quickly. You can't bear the consequences." Little Bei hated it the most when others treated her like a child. After all, she was an official. The Yamen runner did not think that these children were officials. He thought that they were the children of some wealthy family who knew the county magistrate and came to play. He smiled and nodded, then ran inside to report. He didn't go to the signing room, nor did he go to the study, nor did he run to the empty hall. Instead, he went through 2 courtyards and came to the 3rd courtyard at the back. He said to a person wearing coarse clothes with a greasy face, "Sir, please take a rest first. I don't know which family's child is playing outside. Judging from his clothes, he should be from a rich family. Sir, can you go and identify him?" An official with a greasy face was adding coal to the stove under a large iron pot. When he heard the bailiff's words, he straightened his back and let out a sigh. After a while he relaxed and asked, "What do you mean? Come give me more." The Yamen runner took the shovel and started to work as he replied, "Darren, there's a girl among them. She says she's a doctor or something. She's surrounded by a group of children. She says she wants to check the accounts. I don't know which of Darren's old friends she belongs to." The Yamen runner spoke casually, but when the words reached the ears of the official with a greasy face, it was not easy at all. The official, who had an indifferent expression just now, grabbed the Yamen runner who was still working and asked nervously, "How many children?" "A group. There's at least 180. Darren, you? How many are best dressed? Think carefully." The official asked again. "Let me think. 7. No, it seems to be 8. That's also not right. Oh, I remember now. It's 9. The group of children outside is in a circle, and in the middle is a square. The girl who spoke just happened to be standing in the middle. Darren, have you guessed who it is?" The Yamen runner still did not take it seriously. He thought for a while and wanted to say it. The official staggered, and his face immediately turned pale. He muttered, "It's over. They've finally set their sights on me. Sigh. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have chosen Ju a county magistrate. Cole, don't stop. I admit it." Darren, what are you?" The Yamen runner was startled. He did not understand why the official, who was usually very indifferent to everything, would be so evil today. "No, nothing. That girl is a traditional Chinese physician. You don't know. This road leads to Jili province and the capital. I've been feeling uneasy recently, but I never thought that it would happen to them." County Magistrate Yen muttered, waved his hand, and walked out with his back hunched. He knew who had come and thought of the consequences. He was greedy. He was really greedy. If another official came to investigate, he might have heard the news in advance and made some preparations. There would not be too big of a problem. But who would have thought that it was the 9 children of the Zhang family and the Wang family who came? The news had just come from the capital along the road, but they had already arrived. When County Magistrate Yen moved to the entrance of the Yamen with his legs that had almost lost all strength, Xiaobei was using a colored pen to paint the edge of the door. He stepped on a big stone and seemed to be using a lot of effort. County Magistrate Yen saw the goldfish bag hanging from the waists of Xiaobei and the others. He looked at the group of children and confirmed that there was no doubt. "Darren, I am County Magistrate Yen, Head Foreman Yen. I didn't know you were coming and did not welcome you. Please forgive me." As he spoke, Foreman Yen no longer thought about bribery or fraud. He waited for the final judgment. Xiaobei spent a lot of effort to paint the parts of the drum where the paint had peeled off bright red. He jumped down from the stone and shook his hands vigorously. He looked at Foreman Yen with dissatisfaction and said, "County Magistrate Yen, why is this drum so high? Do you want to tire the person playing the drum to death? That old man is so old. How can he beat it?" "Yes, I will order someone to lower the height." Foreman Yen agreed. He stopped talking and waited there. Xiaobei rubbed his arms and looked at Foreman Yen. He said unhappily, "Why are you standing outside? Why don't you invite us in?" Yes, we'll go in now. Please. I will immediately have someone bring the accounts." Foreman Yen gritted his teeth and hoped that his attitude was better. The child was easy to coax. If he admitted his mistake, he could be dealt with lightly. He didn't want to lose his position. He planned to continue being greedy. Otherwise, his plan would not be able to succeed. Xiaobei was invited in. He humphed as a sign of agreement. Foreman Yan ordered someone to bring the accounts. After entering the yamen, Xiaobei didn't follow Foreman Yan's instructions to rest in the living room. Instead, he walked straight to the back. As he walked, he said, "I heard that your yamen is always making a lot of noise. Let me see what you're playing at." Xiaobei, look behind you. It's smoky. Xiao Zhu, who was the most observant, pulled Xiaobei and pointed to the sky. Xiaobei looked up. Of course, it wasn't the smoke from the kitchen. He listened carefully. There was also a rumbling sound. Without another word, he rushed inside. The group of children followed closely behind. Foreman Yan's face was full of bitterness. He was afraid that Xiaobei and the others would take a fancy to his things and take them as toys. Those were the fruits of his hard work. He wanted to stop them, but he didn't dare. When Xiaobei and the others entered the third courtyard, the obedient yamen runners were still sending coal into the stove. This thing is fun. So big. Brother, don't you think it looks a little familiar? Xiaobei saw the jar that was almost as tall as the house. He suddenly felt that it looked familiar. It does look familiar, Xiao Yuan said. I'm not asking you. I'm asking my brother. Xiaobei didn't give him any face. Xiao Hai was also looking at the thing. He nodded. It looks familiar. Isn't this the steam engine that brother and sister asked Foreman Yan to research? They haven't finished researching it yet. I didn't expect to see one here. I wonder how far they've come. At this time, someone had already brought the county's account book and handed it to Foreman Yan. Foreman Yan squeezed the thin account book and handed it to Xiaobei helplessly. Although the account book was thin, it was real. There were also fake ones. If it were another official checking, Foreman Yan would take out the fake ones. Even if the other party really checked seriously, they would have to spend a lot of effort to find the problem. Moreover, it would only be a small problem. Today he was facing Xiaobei and the others. Craftsman Yan didn't plan on taking out a fake account book, nor did he dare to. Otherwise, this group of little fellows would tire themselves out from checking the account book. If they couldn't find any problems in the end and started crying, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely be angry. When he came to investigate, it wouldn't be so simple. It was better to be straightforward. In any case, if they were greedy and bad ideas were found by the 9 people, they wouldn't be able to count on any luck. What is this? Xiaobei looked at the thin account book and asked. It's an account book. It records the county's income and expenses this year, as well as the portion that I spent on myself. Foreman Yan sighed and introduced. Oh, let me see. Xiaobei opened the account book as she spoke. She didn't recognize some of the words, but fortunately, she knew the key numbers. After flipping through 2 pages, she exclaimed, Wow! Zhua County's tax income reached 820,000 strings of cash this year? How did you do it? How much was it last year? I just figured out a way to do it after hearing about Jili Province and Buixin County from my younger brother. In the first half of last year it was 140,000 strings of cash, and in the second half it was 60,000 strings of cash. I invested all the money into breeding. Naturally, this year's harvest was more. Foreman Yan was very proud of the county's income. In 1.5 years the amount had quadrupled. Xiaobei was very surprised. If this result was achieved by her brother or sister, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, an ordinary official could do it, so it was definitely different. Then how much did you report? 760,000 strings of cash. Foreman Yan answered honestly. Xiaobei nodded. So you took a full 60,000 strings of cash? That's the entire revenue for the second half of last year, right? Yes. What did you do with the money? Xiaobei didn't feel any sense of accomplishment when Foreman Yan admitted to it right away. Instead, she was more interested in what Foreman Yan did with the money he took. Foreman Yan pointed at the big thing in front of him. I'll do this. A few broke and this is the last one. I'm about to succeed. Can you give me a few days? Okay. This big thing only cost 60,000 strings of cash. Xiaobei started to spin around the steaming thing. She returned the account book to Foreman Yan and stopped paying attention to it. After spinning around a few times, Xiaobei stopped and turned to ask the nervous Foreman Yan. What can this thing do? Can it be put on the car and let the car move on its own? Can it be put on the boat and let the boat move on its own? Can it help generate electricity and turn on the lights? Can it be put on the lathe to help make tools? Foreman Yan's eyes lit up with every question Xiaobei asked. After Xiaobei finished asking, Foreman Yan nodded at Xiaobei as if he had found a confidant. Then why isn't it moving? Is there a switch or something? Hurry up and turn it on. Don't hold it until it explodes. Xiaobei suddenly thought of a very important question. Foreman Yan was stunned. Wei Wei rushed to the round thing and picked up a stick from the ground. She stuck it into the air and started to spin it. Then she shouted at the yamen runner who was still stupidly adding coal. Stop, stop, stop adding coal. Only then did the yamen runner throw down the shovel and wipe the sweat off his forehead. Following Foreman Yan's actions, more steam came out. Then the group saw the rods connected to the pot start to move up and down. A wheel on the other side also started to spin. Xiaobei and the rest widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They could always see the craftsmen at home working. They knew that as long as something could move, it could be turned in different directions. The most common example was a washing machine. Yay! Xiaobei happily rushed in front of Craftsman Yan. He reached out to grab Craftsman Yan's hand and slapped it. He said to Craftsman Yan, "County Magistrate Yan, we did it. We did it. The steam engine is out. How did you seal the place? Did you use gum?" Craftsman Yan was also dazed by the joy. He picked up Xiaobei and kissed him hard, saying, "No need for gum, just seal it with iron. Find a piece of iron that is tough and make it into a piece. Just press it on the key points. If there are any leaks, use another type of glue." "Yes, you're so smart. Let's go to the best restaurant in the county to celebrate. We'll tell my brother and sister later." Xiaobei hugged Foreman Yan with one hand and waved his other hand excitedly. Foreman Yan nodded and walked out with Xiaobei in his arms. When he reached the front hall, he suddenly stopped. Only then did he remember what they were doing. "Let's go. The best restaurant. My treat." Xiaobei was still wondering why they stopped. "This." Foreman Yan put Xiaobei down and pointed at the hall. "Lord Zhang, aren't you here to check the accounts?" "Huh? Check the accounts? Ah, I'm done. I know everything." Xiaobei only reacted after being reminded. Then are you going to impeach me?" Foreman Yan said what he didn't want to say the most. "What impeach? The county's accounts are clear. The local economy is prosperous, and Lord Yan deserves the most credit. If there are more officials like Lord Yan in our court, why should we worry about the people not being able to live and work in peace? Xiao Yuan, help me draft a memorial and have someone send it to my brother first. When the time comes, send it to the capital. If Lord Yan doesn't reward such a good official, how can we spread the world?" Xiaobei's righteous appearance stunned Foreman Yan. In a daze, he shook his head and asked, "Then what about the 60,000 strings of cash?" 60,000 strings of cash? Which 60,000 strings of cash? "Oh, it's the special department fee for the Ministry of Works to research the steam engine that Lord Yan mentioned. Yes, it's a bit low. We should increase the investment. A person of Lord Yan's insight can't lose his determination to continue research because of money." Xiaobei raised his hand to pat Foreman Yan's shoulder, but found the height difference. He could only pat Foreman Yan's leg to show encouragement. Foreman Yan stood there and pondered for a while. He finally understood Xiaobei's words. Not only did he not pursue the matter of his corruption, but he also made it sound so righteous. It seemed that everything was because of the steam engine. Xiaobei didn't care what Foreman Yan thought. There was finally a steam engine. His family hadn't developed it yet. His brother and sister only gave him an idea and didn't have the time to personally guide him. Now that it was done, his brother and sister would definitely be very happy. Thinking that this joyous matter could allow him to drink a small cup of wine, he excitedly pulled Foreman Yan outside. "Hurry and find a good restaurant. I brought some wine from my collection. I'll treat you to a cup." Foreman Yan followed Xiaobei out. He didn't care about the grease on his face. He pulled a bailiff over to give him directions and headed towards the restaurant closest to them. He wouldn't foolishly disagree with Xiaobei's words. He managed to escape a calamity. It was still early in the morning, so it wasn't time for lunch yet. There weren't many people in the restaurant, and there wasn't a single person on the third floor. A group of people rushed up and occupied the entire third floor. They removed the partition screens and opened the doors to the rooms. They ordered a table full of dishes. Xiaobei had someone bring out the wine he brought with him. He personally poured a cup for Foreman Yan and a small cup for himself. He raised his cup and shouted, "For the birth of the steam engine, let's have a small sip. Lord Yan, do as you please. Later, tell us how you came up with the idea of making this steam engine." Everyone else was eating. Only Xiao Yuan drank a sip with him and continued to write the memorial. He had fewer mistakes than Xiaobei. When Foreman Yan, who hadn't eaten anything since he woke up in the middle of the night to figure out the final steps of the steam engine, was about 30% full and began to talk about his original idea, Xiao Yuan finished writing the letter, blew it dry, and handed it to Xiaobei. Xiaobei crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it out of the window. "Send this memorial to my brother as fast as you can. Then pass it to General Gao and have the Ministry of Work send someone here." He turned around and was about to listen to the story when he saw Foreman Yan's confused expression. He smiled and explained, "It was for the person my brother sent. I didn't know about it before, but I accidentally found out. I just happened to help deliver the letter." Foreman Yan nodded. That was right. If a group of children didn't have anyone to protect them, it was easy for them to get into trouble when they encountered danger. No wonder they dared to barge into the yamen. If he really wanted to detain them, he would have been shot to death long ago. The people sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family were definitely not ordinary people. There might be a gun aimed at him from somewhere outside the window. Fortunately, he wasn't too ambitious. Xiaohai guessed what Foreman Yan was thinking and comforted him. "Don't worry, they won't do anything to good people. Even if you didn't make the steam engine, they won't arrest you. Brother and sister will at most make you spit out the money you coveted. When your term ends, they will think of a way to reward you with more money." Xiaohai's words confused Foreman Yan again. Xiaobei echoed, that's right. They won't arrest you. The county's income has more than doubled, so it's reasonable to be a little greedy. We can see that the people in the county are living very well. No one has sounded the drum for a long time, which means you are doing a good job as the county magistrate. It's inevitable for people to make mistakes. We can't just kill a capable official. The other children nodded. They had been with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for a long time. They knew how their brother and sister did things, so they tried their best to imitate them. Foreman Yan looked at the children and his eyes turned red. He was touched. He was finally recognized. Although it was only by a group of children, it was more precious than being recognized by adults. He didn't know how these 9 children were taught. They spoke like adults. Perhaps with his performance, his younger brother would have a better life. Xiaobei peeled the salted prawns cooked with fresh prawns and took a sip of wine. He smacked his lips and said to Foreman Yan, "Tell me, how did you think of running the county well? Where did you learn how to make the steam engine?" "I have a younger brother, also surnamed Yan. He is the county magistrate of Yiying County in Jili Province. He was the one who told me about the Zhang family and Wang family's method. I changed it a little and used it in our county. I didn't expect it to be so useful. Steam engine is a good name. My father was a carpenter, and so was my grandfather. By the time my younger brother and I reached an official position, I still liked to make all kinds of things. Later, when I was waiting for an official position in the capital, a classmate of mine was assigned to the Ministry of Works. He knew that I liked to make things, so he gave me a small booklet to read. After reading that booklet, I realized that there was such a vast world. 2 years ago, I saw a washing machine and electric light in a rich family's house. I began to think about it. One day, when I was making something, I found that the steam in the can moved the small model of the wind generator. Then I thought, whether it is wind power or water power, they are all limited by the environment. Is there a way to get rid of the environmental restrictions? So I began to think about it from the perspective of steam. Then I came up with that steam engine. Foreman Yan didn't care about the age of the audience. He finally found a place to vent the things that had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. He began to tell Xiaobei and the others some of his stories. "It seems like you can't be a county magistrate anymore. You can either come to our family or go to the Ministry of Works. Otherwise, it would be a pity," Xiao Yuan said to Foreman Yan. Chapter 832. The winter snow had just melted, and the damp air on the ground was blown by the wind, chilling people to the bone. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage and slowly moved forward with the group. The sound of hooves echoed around them. It will take 5 years to migrate the people from the two places in batches. While the Tang Empire is strong and prosperous, we have to act early. Even if we have to deceive them, we have to lure the Tubo and Turkic people here. Zhang Xiaobao added a piece of smokeless charcoal to the stove in the carriage and put a teapot on it. He looked at the bleak scenery of early spring through the window and said. Wang Wan, who was sitting opposite him, put down the information that had just been sent by Lu Zhou and agreed. I think so too. The problem of ethnic groups is the most difficult problem to solve. If we really don't care about those two places, there might be a situation where we can't get rid of them. There will always be some tribal rulers who are unwilling to give up the little power in their hands. They know that harmony can play a positive role in promoting the lives of the people, but they just have to look for trouble. They even use the lies of their status and religion to brainwash the people under their rule. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei nodded. They looked at the information in Wang Wan's hand and asked, "What does it say?" "Nothing much. Our arsenal is still as stable as ever. It's just that the business of the shipyard has been getting better and better recently. Ever since the merchants from the east of Jiangnan came back from afar and made a fortune, more people are thinking about ordering more ships from the shipyard. They also want to go out and look for the Golden Road." Wang Wan shook the paper in her hand and introduced it to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled and said, "That's good news. What's that again? Anyway, it's a very powerful small country. Their navy is very powerful. It's called the Invincible Fleet. Let's learn from them." "Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The Invincible Fleet of Spain lost in the end to the pirate group. I'm afraid that if there are many merchants who go out to sea, some will not explore on their own. Instead, they will become pirates and hide to rob people who come back from sea. That will be a mess." As Wang Wan spoke, she looked at the kettle on the stove. She picked it up and poured out some of the water. Then she sat back down and began to prepare the tea leaves. "Anyway, that's how it is. The loser isn't invincible. I'm talking about the winner. Even if it's chaotic, it won't be chaotic. I have a trick up my sleeve. I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 1 sheep is the same as driving away 2 sheep. What analogy! What a mess. Tell me, how do we deal with our own people attacking each other? Does it say that we'll annihilate their entire family once we find out?" Wang Wan picked up the tea balls one by one and knocked on the teacup with her hand. She began to be curious again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't immediately voice his thoughts. He rolled down the glass and allowed the cold wind to blow. After shivering, he opened his mouth. "I'm thinking that we should let our people have a little more courage. Don't let people say that there is no China behind the mountains. There has never been peace in this world. The so-called peace is not between 2 or a few people restraining each other. It's just a temporary unification. While we are still around, we should fight as much as we can. In fact, sometimes I wonder if I'm an evil person. In the past, I always hoped that one day the sea would suddenly collapse and sink a certain country into the water, just like the Yatlan civilization." Wang Wan leaned back lazily to attract Zhang Xiaobao's gaze and asked, "You're talking about Japan, right?" Zhang Xiaobao carefully looked at Wang Wan and said in puzzlement, "I didn't realize that the girl beside me has become a woman. Aya, if this figure is taken out, wouldn't it be called an S shape? Come, let me hug you." Wang Wan curled her lips and didn't respond to Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao didn't mind and continued, "I've never taken Japan seriously. I admit that they are developing well, but that small place is destined to be unable to achieve great things. I'm planning to let Li Longji stabilize and expand at the same time. He has to fight hard like the Yuan dynasty and develop the economy like the Song dynasty. I always hear that the Song dynasty is good, but didn't it still fail?" What you said about there being no China behind the mountains is actually referring to the Song dynasty and the Southern Song dynasty. Many people jumped off the cliff. When I was in Beijing, my mother asked me to discuss the engagement with you. She said that it should be decided by next year at the latest. You should think of a way to reject it. Why should I reject it? It's not like we are getting married or engaged. It should be decided first. In fact, many rich families already have mothers at your age. I'm afraid that you will bully and be a hooligan at night after the engagement. Now that there is no crime of being a hooligan, the engagement is settled. Oh, I remember something. When some of the merchants become pirates, we will form a special maritime patrol team. One will train the navy, one will help the merchants to safely plunder resources from other places, and one will be able to beat people up as we wish. Just like the United States, we can openly bully people. Zhang Xiaobao did have the intention to take advantage of her, but only a little. Wang Wan didn't discuss the engagement anymore. She followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "A pitiful person must have a hateful side. The small countries that are bullied are not wronged at all. They want others to help them, but they don't want to take sides. No one is a fool. Why should they help others for free? What I am worried about is that as we expand, there will be colonization on many islands, and then they will start to become independent. This is a problem, but unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. There will always be some people who want to be the emperor, even if it's a small emperor. This is called better to be the head of a chicken than the back of a cow. To solve this problem, the best way is to develop technology and have enough military power. If anyone dares to become independent, we will fight them within a day. When we have nothing to do, we will call back the people in various places. Who knows?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any solution to this problem. Could be said that there was no solution. At this time, the person in charge of delivering the message to Zhang Xiaobao came over and handed the balled-up memorial to Zhang Xiaobao. When he opened it, Zhang Xiaobao was happy. "Come look. Our Xiaobei has done another big thing. Zhuo County's county magistrate Yan is actually an inventor. He made the steam engine. Comrade Xiao Yan, who is the county magistrate of Ying County in Jili Province, is his younger brother." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao handed the letter over. Wang Wan also smiled after reading it. "Xiaobei and the others are really lucky. What are you going to do with Craftsman Yan? We can't let him continue to be a county magistrate. That would be a waste of his talent. Yes, if he can't be a county magistrate, he can be transferred to Jili Province to reunite with his younger brother. Arrange a judge position for him, and let him study together with Craftsman Yan. The steam engine is a small matter. Even without him, we can still make it. The key is this person's idea. It is very rare. Come give the order. Hurry up." Zhang Xiaobao wasn't willing to give such a talent to others. If he could make the steam engine today, he might be able to make the diesel engine tomorrow. The speed of the team suddenly increased. After rushing for 6 days, they finally arrived at Zhuo County. They saw Craftsman Yan, who was working with Xiaobei and the others to improve the steam engine. Xiaobei was very reserved and explained her advanced theory of using the steam engine to generate electricity and then use electricity to boil water. She received Zhang Xiaobao's affirmation and praise. Craftsman Yan was much more restrained. He knew that his fate was no longer in his control. He hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really as open-minded as Xiaobei and the others said. Zhang Xiaobao was very kind. He naturally wouldn't let go of such a great talent. After discussing with Craftsman Yan for a long time, he tricked Craftsman Yan into agreeing to go to Jili Province to develop. The matter of the transfer was also handled by Zhang Xiaobao. After 2 days, the team continued their journey under Craftsman Yan's expectations. After a month, Craftsman Yan could go to Jili Province. After telling a few stories to his younger brother and sister as a reward, the team went all the way to the seaside. At this time, the sea had already been unfrozen. There was no ice at all. Only the bone-chilling wind was blowing. The group boarded the boat and headed in the direction of Jili Province. The boat traveled for 2 days. Just as they were about to reach their destination, a boat came in front of them. The people on the boat hurriedly found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Little young master, little miss, there's news from the commander-in-chief's manor of Heishui. Royal Prince Tang has been attacking for a long time, and is in urgent need of reinforcements." The person reported to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan's eyes widened. "There are so many people there, and they still can't defeat him? Seems like they want me to go?" Chapter 833. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao returned to the prefecture of Jili State, they saw the detailed information sent back by Li Sun. Although it was called information, it was actually a nagging letter. Li Sun complained a lot in the letter. First of all, he complained that he did not have a good new year. He had been leading the army outside. It was very cold and very uncomfortable. Then he complained about the supply difficulties. The people who went to help transport from Jili State could support the consumption of the army in the beginning, but as the army continued to advance, the inconvenience became obvious. Often, when the army advanced dozens of miles, the supply team behind would need a few days to send the follow-up supplies, which greatly affected the mobility of the army. Then he said that the people of the Black Water Commandery were cunning. They did not confront him head-on, but ran all the way back and took all the people with them. Before the new year, when they were about to catch up, they had to give up because of a heavy snow, which allowed the people of the Black Water Commandery to effectively gather. More importantly, many people who were taken from Shuzhou were sick and needed people to take care of them. The people who were taken from Jili State did not have a good time either. In the beginning there was no problem. It seemed that they had adapted to the cold environment. However, as they fought on the snowy ground for a long time, many people had frostbite. In short, the Black Water Commandery was not a place where people could fight. They needed support. They hoped that Wang Wan, who was like a god of war, could show her power again. After reading the letter, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, "It seems that Li Sun encountered the tactic of scorched earth and cleared field. In addition, the army was not adapted to the cold climate for a long time, so he was beaten silly." Wang Wan nodded and agreed. She said, "It seems that our adaptive training in Jili State is still not enough. I am very worried about the people who went to North America. I don't know if they can survive. There is no news back yet. Li Sun is really too much. He only knows how to complain. He doesn't know how to clearly write down the tactics of the enemy. It makes it difficult for me to judge what the enemy's general is planning. How else could he have fought? When winter comes, he should have used the fastest speed to infiltrate the enemy. I think Li Sun wanted fewer people to die, and wanted to use the momentum of the army to crush the enemy. In the end, the enemy didn't compromise and used all the available circumstances to teach Li Sun a lesson. The mountains there are high and the forests are dense. There should be a lot of primeval forests. Fortunately, we didn't give him a rifle unit this time. Otherwise, it would be easy for someone to set up an ambush and steal the rifle. It's so cold that he can't even pull the trigger." Zhang Xiaobao also analyzed the situation. Time and place were on the opponent's side. As for the people, both sides seemed to be about the same. Wang Wan put down the letter in her hand. After thinking for a while, she said, "We should have Li Sun stop. Withdraw the army and replace it with a new one. Right now, the morale of the more than 20,000 troops is as low as it can be. The Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion is large. We can't expect to take it down in a short time." After Wang Wan made the decision, she quickly sent someone to deliver the letter to Li Sun. It was estimated that it would take at least a month for the letter to arrive. There was no other way now. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed with Li Sun's proposal to withdraw the army. He added, "The gunboats can't go forward to reinforce from the sea because of the ice over there. Shouldn't we use them? I wonder if Shuai Yun can go with them? It's best if she can send back the news as soon as possible." Perhaps because she heard Zhang Xiaobao's call, Shuiyun flew back the next day. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear to be very intimate and eating a meal of beef, she reluctantly left with Wang Wan's order. A gust of cold wind blew, causing Li Sun to involuntarily shiver. He put down his binoculars and gently rubbed his face that was covered in wounds from the wind. He gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, "Motherfucker! This group of people don't have any backbone at all. Are they still men? If they have the guts, come up and fight with blades and guns. They only know how to hide." At this time, Li Sun's adjutant, who was responsible for giving advice, didn't say a word. He was also beaten to a pulp by the other side. As long as this side formed a large scale, the other side would immediately retreat. Relying on their familiarity with the terrain, their speed was very fast. Every time they looked like they were about to be surrounded, they would find that the other side had disappeared between heaven and earth. Li Sun gritted his teeth and turned to ask the adjutant, "Tell me, how do we fight this battle? A few days ago, we managed to surround them with great difficulty and surrounded them on a mountain. Just as we were preparing to attack after resting for a while, in the end, after one night, they actually turned into a city. We trapped them for a few days for nothing and let them run away again." When the adjutant heard Li Sun's words, he really wanted to say, "If you didn't insist on giving the enemy a chance to live that day, How could they have found a chance to escape if we surrounded them with only one person left? The people lying in ambush wouldn't have had time to move at all. Thinking this in his heart, the adjutant didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only go along with Li Sun's words and say, "Your Highness, I think they're not having a good time now. At least they've been running and never dared to confront us directly. They've eaten almost all of their food and other things. As for heating, without a house, how can they not be cold?" Li Sun didn't say anything. He thought the adjutant was talking nonsense. Who wouldn't be cold? He was cold too. After chasing for so long, how could there be a fixed house to stay in? Living in a tent, damp and cold, there was no way to fight this battle. The adjutant continued, "Your Highness, I think it's better to retreat first. Now that it's the beginning of spring, they must also need spring plowing. Let's give them the place first and let them feel safe to return to spring plowing. When they've tidied up the land and planted the seeds, we'll make a comeback. Your Highness, think about it. They've spent so much effort to plant the seeds, so it's impossible for them to give up so easily. If we attack again, they'll definitely want to fight us to the death. Now we're not afraid of fighting, but we're afraid that they'll run away. If they still run away, we'll destroy their land." Good idea. The important thing is to cut off their hope of survival. They'll definitely go crazy. Your idea is good, retreat. But if I retreat, won't I be laughed at when I go back? What should I say to the emperor? Spring. Why don't I see any signs of spring? Still cold when it should be. Li Sun didn't want to fight anymore. He was physically and mentally exhausted. Now he was in a dilemma. He couldn't enter, because the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion was too big. He couldn't retreat even if he chased after them. Everyone knew that this was the Emperor's sword competition on Mount Hua. The people of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion wanted to wipe them out. If he didn't submit to such an obvious provocation, where would the national prestige be? What's more, this was his first battle. If he ran away with his tail between his legs, wouldn't the other brothers laugh at him? The adjutant might not be able to fight in such an environment, but he had a good grasp of human nature. At first glance, he knew what Li Sun was thinking, so he gave him an idea. "Your Highness, we're not retreating. In fact, this is called a strategic shift." When Adjutant Wang was at the front line of Jinchuan, he also shifted a lot. Didn't he win in the end? A good general who only knows to move forward is not a good general. Sometimes it takes more courage to temporarily make concessions that are helpful to the overall situation. Li Sun liked to hear this. He squinted his eyes and kept nodding. He said to the adjutant, "Since you insist on shifting, I'll listen to you this time. Pass down my order. The front team will change to the rear team. Shift. Pay attention to maintaining the formation. Don't let them counterattack." The adjutant was stunned and looked helpless. He had to take the responsibility, but he didn't help to win the battle, so he had to do this. With Li Sun's order, the troops began to retreat. It was easy to say, but it couldn't be done in a short time. And it was impossible to retreat to Jili in one breath. They could only retreat to the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion first. Li Sun was very reluctant to go there. He was afraid that if he met the people of the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion, they might learn from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion and make trouble. It would be really difficult to deal with them. The Tang army retreated when its morale was at its lowest. As in all wars, the people of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion would not give up such an opportunity to chase. Although they did not engage in a large-scale battle, the harassment of the small groups of troops never stopped. Traps, night attacks, and all the tricks that could be used were used, making it very difficult for the troops that Li Sun sent to bring up the rear. Li Sun could hear the casualties from the rear every day. Not many people died, but they were always dying. He was very worried that the troops at the rear would retreat when they had no morale. In that case, he didn't know how many people would die. After retreating for a few more days, what Li Sun was worried about did not happen. Instead, there was a turning point. The 2,000 people left behind to stay behind actually built a temporary camp in an open place. They learned from the people of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion that they also poured water into ice and were resting. "Your Highness, the 2,000 people at the rear seem to want to counterattack." One morning before breakfast, the army officer came to Li Sun's tent and said to Li Sun. Li Sun was stunned and asked puzzledly, Do they want to fight to the death? That won't do. 2,000 people are not a small number. If they die, how can I explain it to Xiao Bao? They are from Jili province. The army officer shook his head and replied, Your Highness, I don't know whether they want to fight to the death or not. They didn't continue to send back messages as before. Instead, the people in charge of receiving them saw a lot of smoke rising there. I thought they wanted to stay there for a long time and wait for a chance to counterattack. Hearing the army officer's words, Li Sun was more confused. I don't seem to have given such an order, right? Aren't they messing around? Stay? With what? The food left for them is enough for them to eat for a few days. Now they are almost finished. Do they want to starve themselves to death? Find a way to get in touch with them. The more Li Sun thought about it, the angrier he got. They didn't listen to his order. Could it be that he couldn't command the people from Jili province after fighting such a depressing battle? While they were talking, a messenger rushed in from outside. He looked anxious and reported to Li Sun. Your Highness, bad news. Your Highness, there is smoke rising there. I know. Isn't it just the troops at the rear? Li Sun said disapprovingly. Yes. But that smoke, Your Highness, you'd better go and see for yourself. The messenger wanted to explain, but suddenly gave up. It was only a few steps away. He could see the situation over there as soon as he walked out of the tent. Let's go and see. Li Sun, who was puzzled, walked out of the tent. At this moment there were many people standing outside. They were all looking towards the north. The first thing Li Sun felt when he came out was that it was a cloudy day. When he followed the others' gazes, he was frightened. He saw that in the north there was thick smoke that covered the sky. It was not smoke at all. It was smoke that would only appear when there was a big fire. At this time the wind was blowing towards the north and a little towards the west. The smoke was also slanting towards the northwest. After being stunned for a while, Li Sun shook his head hard and shouted, Who knows what's going on? What happened over there? Everyone was at a loss. Standing beside Li Sun, Lu Jun muttered, It turns out that a big fire can be ignited in such a cold time. Even snow can't stop the spread of the fire. Li Sun nodded. It was also the first time he thought that such a big fire could be ignited. He suddenly had an idea that he didn't want to believe. He said to Lu Jun, Could it be that the people from the Blackwater Commandery saw that we were guarding the rear, so they got a lot of things to ignite the fire and wanted to burn them to death? That's 2,000 people. The army officer was speechless for a moment. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was trembling slightly. He seemed to be imagining the scene of those 2,000 people being burned alive. He had a painful expression on his face. Those were the elite troops of Jili State. Quickly think of a way for me to contact them and ask them to retreat. Retreat quickly. We should retreat too. If the wind changes direction, it will be troublesome. Li Sun quivered and shouted to the people around him. The soldiers around him shook their heads helplessly. How could they contact them? Who wouldn't die if they went there? At the moment when everyone was at a loss and helpless, a clear eagle cry suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw a snow-white eagle hovering in the sky with its wings open. Then it began to dive toward the ground. When Lu Jun saw the eagle, the first thing that came to his mind was to shoot it down. He shouted, Quickly, shoot it down so as not to hurt His Highness. After shouting, he found that many people didn't move. Only a few people pulled their bows. Before they could aim, Li Sun's voice came. Put down your bows. If you shoot it, you won't live. Fuyun, I'm here. Shuiyun, come down. The eagle in the sky responded with a cry. As expected, it flew down toward Li Sun. It hovered at a low altitude. Seeing no danger, it landed on the tent and scratched a few holes in it. Your Highness, this eagle? Lu Jun had never seen Shuiyun before. He didn't know what it did. This is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's treasure. I didn't expect it to come here. Quickly, have someone prepare some food. I want raw meat. Li Sun's mood suddenly improved a lot because of Shuiyun's arrival. He rubbed his hands together and came under the tent. He looked up at Shuiyun and said, Where did you come from? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have a message? Shuiyun nodded to Li Sun under the shocked gazes of the soldiers who had never seen it before. Then it raised one of its wings and pointed to the sea. It let out a short cry. From the sea? Are you with the fleet? Are you sending me a message? Li Sun picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and put it on his shoulder. Shuai-yun nodded again. It opened and closed its wings and flew to Li Sun's wooden stick. It raised one of its claws and let Li Sun take something down. Lu Jun was dumbfounded. He muttered, "Motherfucker, where did this goblin come from? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are already monsters. I can't believe they can raise an eagle like this." Shuai-yun turned its head and glanced at Lu Jun obviously. It had heard Lu Jun's words and expressed its dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha ha." Li Sun laughed, looking very happy. He said to Lu Jun, "We only have one Shuai-yun in the world. This is good. As long as there is news, there will be a way. I don't know if the news came directly from the fleet or from somewhere else." While they were talking, Li Sun had already taken off the bamboo tube tied to Shuai-yun's leg. He also helped Shuai-yun massage it to relax. It was uncomfortable to be tied for a long time. When Li Sun stood up and opened the letter, someone had already brought the wild animals that had just been killed to him. They cut them into strips and put them on the ground. They wanted to see how Shuai-yun would eat them. However, Shuai-yun didn't move at all. It only stared at the person who brought the meat. "All right, let's do it this way. Those who should withdraw, withdraw, and those who should stay, stay. What's there to be afraid of burning the forest? As long as we can disrupt the enemy's deployment in the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office, everything will be worth it. Cuckoo is indeed cuckoo, she can command from so far away." After reading the letter, Li Sun suddenly seemed to change into a different person. He went from a defeated general to a victorious general. Lu Jun really wanted to see what was written in the letter. Seeing that Li Sun didn't give it to him, he had to change the topic. He pointed to the meat on the ground and asked, "Your Highness, does this eagle not like to eat venison? It's called yun shui. It's not that it doesn't like to eat it, but it's afraid of being poisoned. Shuai-yun, don't worry. Eat it. If someone dares to poison it, I'll kill his whole family." Li Sun explained to Lu Jun and made a promise to Shuai-yun. Shuai-yun shook its head and still didn't eat it. Obviously, it didn't believe Li Sun's promise. "Go get a live one." Li Sun had to give another order. This time a very thin rabbit was sent. It might have been hungry in the winter. Li Sun personally cut off strips of meat. Only then did Shuai-yun cooperate and eat it. Lu Jun looked at Shuai-yun enviously and asked Li Sun, "Your Highness, what are we going to do next?" "Most of the troops will retreat. Leave 2,000 people here and don't move. Leave as many supplies as possible. Then follow orders. This time, I'll show them the power of our Tang army." Li Sun took out the letter he had just put away with a sneaky smile. Chapter 834. Li Sun, who had received the tactical support from Wang Wan, was completely relieved. Most of the troops retreated, except for those who had received instructions from the fleet in advance to cover the retreat. 2,000 people had already started to set fire. Li Sun left another 2,000 people behind to provide support, and at the same time divided into small groups to set fire. Billowing smoke rose from all directions, blowing here and there as the wind changed direction. The people who had finished setting the fire all hid by the seaside and did not move. They were under the protection of the gunships that could not continue to head north. Looking at the gray sky, Li Sun sighed, as if talking to himself or to the people around him. "Unfortunately, I don't know how much wealth will be lost this time. It's all my fault. I didn't succeed in conquering the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to resort to this." Xin Jun was beside Li Sun. Hearing Li Sun's words, he was very puzzled and comforted him. "Your Highness, why worry? Even if it's burned, it's the trees of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. It's not a pity." The others who only knew how to fight nodded in agreement. Li Sun chuckled. "What do you know? There's no Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. You have to look at the long term. Now it seems to be someone else's territory, but after this is over, it will be Tang's territory. There are many trees that can be used as pillars, and the rare beasts and medicinal herbs on the mountain are all gone. Do you know how much money has been lost? It can't be counted. If the burned land is developed, it might be able to contribute to 1/5 of Tang's territory. Damn Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion, playing hard and fast and guerrilla warfare with me. Isn't it because they can't adapt to the environment?" Xin Jun was shocked. So much money? If I had known this would happen, I would have let Wang Wan personally lead the troops. I think that with her ability, she can definitely destroy the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. Shun Jun only realized after saying this that he was belittling Commander-in-Chief Tang. He was about to explain, but Li Sun waved his hand. Yes, I'm not as good as Cuckoo, but Cuckoo can't come here to command the troops. Wouldn't that make it seem that Tang has her as a general? That's why they only gave me advice and didn't come here personally. This battle has to be won, no matter how many resources are lost or how many Tang soldiers are injured or killed. Not only must we win, we must get a result as quickly as possible. We can't drag this out. If we do, who knows how many people will start having other thoughts. The army officer sighed and echoed, Your Highness is right. Our Tang Empire is full of talents. We can't let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan participate in everything. Otherwise, what will others think of our Tang Empire? Let's burn it. We'd rather lose it. Li Sun laughed. Who said they won't participate? They just won't fight directly. When the number of casualties is about the same, Zhang Xiaobao will definitely have a way to minimize the losses. Since they came up with the idea, they will definitely have a follow-up plan. Can we really get any benefits from it? Shun Jun didn't believe it. What benefits could there be if it was burned down? I don't know about others, but Zhang Xiaobao definitely won't just focus on destruction. Maybe it's a trick within a trick. Let's wait and see. We'll know when the time comes. Li Sun didn't doubt Zhang Xiaobao's ability at all. He looked at the gray smoke that dyed the sky and felt much better. In the government office of Jili State, craftsman Yan, who had become a judge, finally got together with his younger brother. They talked about various things after they parted. Although they used to communicate with each other through letters, it couldn't be compared to face-to-face communication. His younger brother was much more honest now. He didn't think about corruption and bribery anymore. Back then, he was bold because he wanted to use his life to get more money and then provide it to his family, such as his father and brother. Now he was more worried about whether his actions back then would implicate his family. After learning that his brother was fine after embezzling 60,000 strings of cash, he secretly admired Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's breadth of mind and decided to be a good official in the future. It wasn't that he didn't want to live a better life, but he knew that as long as he followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and did things properly, he wouldn't be fooled by the fact that he didn't have much money now. Once he left office, whether he was promoted or transferred to another place, he would be rewarded handsomely. Now he didn't have much money, but he also didn't have enough to spend. All the necessities of life should be provided by the government office. The things given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only be described with one word: extravagant. If he was a county magistrate somewhere else, even if he tried his best to be greedy, he wouldn't be able to get the various furniture in his house now or the refined food every day. The two brothers met again after a long separation and had endless things to say. They sat in the Bihai Insha restaurant on the main street of the government office from morning until it was time to light the lamps. Perhaps because they knew that they couldn't eat much, the two of them ordered a few cold dishes and warmed up the wine. By the time night fell, they were already drunk, but they didn't make a fuss. There was an indescribable smoothness to them. I heard that you've been following Governor Zhang and have a deep understanding of him. How much do you know about him? Looking at the bustling scene of the brightly lit streets outside, Craftsman Yen felt much more energetic after drinking a large bowl of hangover soup and asked his younger brother. The county magistrate, Yen Arian, who was called Heir, was very embarrassed at this time. In the past, when he wrote to his older brother, he didn't dare to say that he was targeted and thrown to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to deal with. He only said that he was chosen by the two, so he was transferred from another place to Xinsai County, which was close to Baoxin County. Then he was transferred to Jili County and promoted all the way from an ordinary county magistrate to the position of county magistrate. He asked people to bring back good things like fungus, ginseng, sea cucumber and so on. He also said that Zhang Xiaobao gave him because he performed well. In fact, all county magistrates had this treatment. Hearing his older brother's question, he hesitated but still decided to tell the truth. He stood up and said a few words to the waiter in the restaurant. After a while, the waiter of the restaurant served a pot of tea. He poured a cup for his older brother and picked up a cup for himself. He said, Brother, try this Maojian tea. It's premium Maojian tea. It's only a little worse than the premium Maojian tea given to the emperor and a few important people. You can't buy it outside even if you have money. Craftsman Yin was stunned. He picked up the cup and tasted it. He nodded and said, "It's indeed better than the one I bought. The package I bought also said premium. Why is the taste different? Did they fake it?" After drinking 2 sips of tea, Craftsman Yin felt like he was cheated and was angry. Yin Arian smiled and said, "It's not fake. The package says premium, so it's premium. It's just premium Maojian tea that can be bought and sold. It doesn't count those that can't be bought and sold. If you like it, you can take more when you leave." "Oh, I'm leaving. I'm in the manor now. It's time for me to go back to Yiying County. Why don't you give me good tea? You said you can't buy it. Where did you get this tea?" Craftsman Yin smacked his lips and savored the bitterness and sweetness of the tea. He was very happy that his younger brother was living a good life now. "It's from the Blue Sea Silver Sand. You're now the magistrate of Jili Province. Your benefits are better than mine. I won't use my own things to make up for it. I say I understand Governor Zhang, and I really do. How can I not understand the so-called enemy? It's a pity that I'm too bad as an opponent. He doesn't recognize me as an opponent. I've racked my brains to create some trouble, but he doesn't even look at me. I've worked myself to death and learned some skills. It's nothing more than a fool's dream to want to deal with Governor Zhang. Big brother, what do you want to know? I'll tell you what I know." After Yin Arian told him his original thoughts, he felt much more relaxed. It was as if he had put down a heavy burden. His words shocked Craftsman Yin. He began to look at his younger brother again. He wanted to see if his younger brother had 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually dared to go against Governor Zhang. After looking at him for a while, he lowered his voice and said, "Arian, didn't the letter say that Governor Zhang likes you? Why did it change?" Yin Arian smiled bitterly and said, "How could he like me? Any random person from his family is better than me. It was the emperor who liked me. No, it was the emperor who liked him. He put me, a useless official, by their side to train them. I'm not the first one. The first one was a man named He Yiwei. Now he's a high-ranking official in Yaozhou. I came later. His Majesty wanted to see what they were capable of, so he threw me around them. After a while, the edges and corners in my heart were smoothed out. Before I came to Jili Province, I wanted to make trouble for them. In the end, I didn't succeed. I didn't want to accept it, so I did my best to understand it. That's why I wrote to you about how to build the province. Don't worry, I've already given up on my previous plans. I'm going to follow them and be a good official. I won't be as reckless as before." When Craftsman Yin heard the last part of his brother's words, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He let out a long breath and asked, "How much do you know?" "A lot. I know that their family has a lot of money. They have a lot of shares in the Tang Bank. They also do business between the clouds and the water, between the clouds, Blue Sea Silver Sand, and the supermarket. They also do business on roads and bridges. They also have a fleet on the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, a fleet on the sea, and a land transport team. Luzhou is their world. They also have a huge force in Tubo's Jinchuan. They have a big ranch in Feng Province. They have a winery and a ski resort in Wing Province. There's no need to mention this place. In addition to these, I also know that they have a lot of weapons. Not all of them are exposed to the public. I know that the number 0 seedling protection team of their 2 families has started to form their own teams. They are trained to be generals. I know that all the servants in their family's inner court are very powerful. I know that there is an even more important matter that others do not understand, and that is that in my observations, I have discovered that they are not thinking about fighting with the officials of the Great Tang, nor are they thinking about competing with the merchants of the Great Tang. They want to solve all their problems at once, such as Yin Er told his brother what he knew, but before he could finish, his mouth was covered by his brother's hand. Craftsman Yin looked around nervously. When he saw that there was no one else, his face turned yellow. He moved closer to his brother's ear and said, "Second, let's not talk about what they want to do. If they want to rebel, they need evidence. Otherwise, trouble comes from the mouth." "Brother, what are you talking about? Rebel? Who's rebelling?" "I didn't say that the Zhang family and the Wang family wanted to rebel. If they wanted to rebel, they would have done so long ago. With the strength of their two families, even if they don't directly become the emperor, they can at least control half of the country. What I want to say is, for example, they sent people to travel along the sea. It seems that they are looking for some very good things. From the people in their family's inner court, I heard that as long as they can find those things, our Tang won't have to fear any disasters in the future. Also, they want to turn all the places they can see into our Tang's land. Xinyuan Island is one of them, but there will be more in the future. For example, the Bohai Sea Commander-in-Chief's office. In the past, our dynasty couldn't directly control it, but now we can. They are currently attacking the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office. Once they take it, they will continue to occupy the north. What I want to say is that if you follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, you won't have to worry about not being able to become a high-ranking official. Wang Wan doesn't have to worry about losing a war. Even if they don't have the legendary mystical abilities, with just their weapons, others won't be able to defend their territory. Zhang Xiaobao's ability to build a territory has already reached the level of a demon. I've studied it before. Miraculously, no matter where they go, they can always find the local resources very quickly. There are coal mines, iron mines, gold, silver, copper, and so on, as well as all kinds of local specialties. For example, when I interplanted soybeans and sesame seeds in Shinsai County, they produce sesame oil. Sure enough, it's different. Tastes good and sells well. Yin Er's words left his brother dumbfounded. Craftsman Yin knew of the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he didn't know so much about it. Only after hearing from his brother did he truly understand the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If that's the case, doesn't that mean they can turn stone into gold? No wonder the 9 children in their family can be so arrogant. At such a young age, they are already 4th-rank officials. Although they are not official, they are still officials. They can be impeached and can also be questioned. It turns out that the current emperor is afraid of them rebelling. Craftsman Yin felt a lot better. He no longer cared about why Xiaobei and the others could be such high-ranking officials. Going back to the history, such a thing had never happened before. Yin Er shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with that. His Majesty is. Speaking of this, Yin Er lowered his voice. His Majesty feels that he owes the Zhang family and the Wang family too much. The two families have countless businesses, such as the Tracker Association on the Yangtze River, the Breeders Association in Jiannan, and the construction team in Jiannan. But they don't have a lot of money to spend. Little brother's not a lot refers to the proportion, not the actual amount. The money for the research on all sorts of powerful weapons is from their family. Many of the soldiers' benefits are from their family, not the imperial court, roads, bridges, or disaster relief. Wherever the Great Tang needs money, their family will take it, and not a small amount. His Majesty has obtained fame, all sorts of good technology, and land, so he will naturally compensate them. Thus, their family's power is slightly greater. Craftsman Yin suddenly understood. If his brother hadn't said this, he really wouldn't have known the situation. After thinking for a moment, he said, "They do have a bit more power. For example, the rumors from the capital say that Zhang Zhong's position as minister was arranged by his family. For example, the transfer of my position was done with a single word. But if they do this, can their family really support the entire Great Tang? Will His Majesty tolerate a family like theirs in the Great Tang? Of course, they won't be able to support it for long. They are currently changing. One reason is to avoid His Majesty's suspicions, and the other is to gradually withdraw from this kind of financial support. For example, in Gaimu province, they miraculously found a very large coal mine. I don't know how they were so accurate. After they found it, they started to contact others to mine it. It's the same for aluminum and other mines. They also transported all sorts of resources back from overseas. In the future, when there are other people to be officials in this place, they can split the benefits and have money. Naturally, they can support the local army. I heard from their family's inner court that in the future, the taxes will be directly managed by the capital and then sent back. Their family will then withdraw from this place. This way, they won't have to continue managing the conscripts, and His Majesty won't have to worry. Yin Er pointed to the north and told his brother about the large coal mine they found there. Craftsman Yin nodded woodenly. You really can turn stone into gold. You can find all sorts of mineral resources just by coming here. Amazing. Even more amazing is yet to come. Brother, have you heard of Kuanbu? Of course it's good stuff. Many children in school are eating it now. It's said that eating it won't make one's neck grow longer. It's also written in the medical books. Why bring it up? Craftsman Yen looked at his younger brother with an expression that said, "Why do you have to ask your brother such a simple question? Then, do you know that Kuanbu can be planted? Do you know that the wood ear I usually ask people to bring back to my family is planted by their family? Have you seen the place where ginseng is planted? Have you seen the pearls that are planted?" Yen Er asked one question after another. Every time he asked a question, Craftsman Yen would shake his head vigorously. When Yen Er was done, Craftsman Yen blinked and said in disbelief, "Don't tell Big Brother that they can grow these things." Yen Er did not say anything directly. Instead, he took out a box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a necklace made of pearls. He pushed it in front of his brother. "Brother, this is a gift from your younger brother to sister-in-law. It's a reward for doing a good job in the county. These are the pearls that Lu Zhou cultivated for 3 years. There are also more than 10 bottles of pearl cream. I didn't bring them today. I'll ask someone to send them to you when I get back." When Craftsman Yen saw the pearls in the box, he was completely dumbfounded. After a while, he recovered slightly. He picked up the pearls and examined them carefully. They were round and shone with a dazzling radiance. Under the illumination of the street lamps, they looked extraordinarily beautiful. Each pearl was about the same size, about 5 minutes long. It was not that he had never seen bigger pearls. Although he did not own one, he had seen more than 10 6-minute pearls placed together. However, those pearls were different from the ones in front of him. He had seen them before and knew that they were priceless. It was not easy to find them among the shells. The pearls he saw today were cultivated. If they could be cultivated, the pearls would not be as valuable as before. How could pearls be cultivated? How did the Zhang family and Wang family do it? When he thought of this, Craftsman Yen asked, "Have the pearls lost their value?" "No. Apart from being used to make cosmetics and jewelry, most of the pearls are sent to the hospital and treated as medicinal herbs. Yes, medicinal herbs can also be planted. When I have time, I'll go to the seaside and take a look. I'll tell you where to plant Kuanbu." Zhang Xiaobao and the others call it kelp. One of the spices in their restaurant is obtained from kelp. Second Yen seemed very excited. It was as if he was the one who had done all this. Craftsman Yen nodded in a daze. Okay. The stars in the sky were sparse and the moon was bright. Craftsman Yen had yet to recover from his shock when he returned to his own courtyard. Today, from what his younger brother told him, he completely understood the background of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was not afraid of their influence. Instead, he was happy. He was so happy that his mind was in a daze. He liked to research all kinds of things. Researching things required a lot of money. If he succeeded, it would be fine. If he failed, he did not know how much money he would need to replenish it. From now on, as long as he followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, money would not be a problem. Just like what his younger brother said before they parted, if he followed the Zhang family and the Wang family, he would not have to think about other things. He would work hard and be loyal. In the future, as the territory expanded, he would need more officials. If he caught the eye of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it would be easy for him to become a provincial governor. He would work hard, whether it was for his interests or for his future position. Craftsman Yen made up his mind. He waved his fist and stood up, preparing to go outside to see the beauty of the nightless city. Unexpectedly, he met 2 people as soon as he stepped out of the door. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. There was an indescribable indifference on his face. When he was easygoing, he gave people the feeling that he was a crane in a flock of chickens. No matter how he looked, he found them familiar. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully under the light of the street lamps. Yes, he knew them. Provincial Governor Zhang, Adjunct Officer Wang. Why are you 2 here? Craftsman Yen asked, puzzled. Magistrate Yen, you really want to go for a walk? Before I came, I made a bet with Xiaobao. I said that after drinking with your younger brother today, you should be tired and would go to bed early and come back tomorrow. Xiaobao said that you would definitely sit in the courtyard for a while and then want to come out. Who would have thought that you would really come out? Wang Wan blushed slightly as she spoke. She glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had a smug look on his face. It was unknown what the bet was. Craftsman Yan did not pay attention to other people's expressions. His own face had changed, becoming incomparably pale. Before he came out, he had been frightened by the conversation with his younger brother. He had not recovered yet. Now he was frightened again. Wasn't this too amazing? He could even predict whether he would go out or rest at night. Before he could even take a step out of the door, he was already blocked at the door. What else did they not know? No wonder his younger brother was so arrogant. With this kind of ability, he would not lower himself to his younger brother's level. When his younger brother did something, he did not need to send people to monitor him. Perhaps he could predict it with his fingers. Ah, the heavens, the earth, it was no wonder that they led the army to war or engaged in economic construction, and discovered all kinds of mines so smoothly. Turned out that it could be calculated. It was no wonder that His Majesty was so good to the two families. Presumably, His Majesty was aware of their abilities and might even calculate the fate of the country. The result must be good. Official Yan, what are you thinking about? Perfect, the two of us have something to say to you. Let's go out and take a look. To be honest, even though the two of us watched over the construction of this place, the two of us did not have much time to appreciate it. We were busy all day, running from east to west and from west to east. At this time, Wang Wan spoke to wake Craftsman Yan. That's right, that's right. The two of you must be very tired. It must be very tiring to predict. Craftsman Yan followed up on his earlier thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned. At the same time they smiled at Wei Wei. They did not explain what psychology was and walked on the street with Craftsman Yan. Craftsman Yan was a little nervous and a little excited. He did not know how to talk to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After walking for a few dozen steps he seemed very bored. It was Zhang Xiaobao who spoke first. Official Yan, do you want to be an official or a researcher? If you want to be an official, look at the construction situation of Zhua County. As long as you don't go greedy for money to do research, I can arrange for you to be the provincial governor of a province. Zhang Xiaobao's words stunned Craftsman Yan. He then reacted and asked, what if I do research? If you do research, you can't be an official. You can only be a research official. It's not the Ministry of Works, nor is it the Military Weapons Administration. It's a new department that will appear soon. What you need to do is to research all kinds of technology. There will be other people taking care of your daily life. Zhang Xiaobao told Craftsman Yan about the things he had been thinking about recently for him to choose from. Craftsman Yan knew that if Zhang Xiaobao said that there would be a department dedicated to this in the future, there would definitely be one. No one in the imperial court could stop it. Which aspect did he want to work on? The meaning behind his words was that as long as he became a research official, he would not be able to manage the people. He had to consider it carefully. As he thought about it, Craftsman Yan raised his head to look at the bright street lamps. For a moment he did not know how to answer. Wang Wan also looked at the street lamps and explained, the electricity used for these street lamps is driven by wind turbines. They found a vent here and set up a cluster. No matter which direction the wind blows, there will be a windmill that will turn. Usually, it will provide public services in street lamps in the provincial capital. Some merchants who are willing to spend money will also receive electricity. This is all due to the advancement of technology. If the steam engine is good enough and can be used to generate electricity, there won't be a need for a vent. Being a research official is a blessing to the people. In fact, researching more advanced technology will also benefit many people. As for the treatment of technical officials, they will be treated the same as administrative officials. At the current stage, they will be treated better than administrative officials. Our great Tang needs the rapid development of technology to leave other countries far behind. We need to build bigger ships and search for more useful resources overseas. As soon as Craftsman Yan heard this, he understood what Wang Wan meant. Wang Wan wanted him to be a technician because he had figured out the steam engine. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about how the things he made in the future could be as convenient as this electric light. He felt a great sense of achievement. Adjunct Wang, is my steam engine going to be used on the people soon? I will continue to improve it and try to make it smaller and easier to use. What benefits will the people get from it? In an instant, Craftsman Yan felt that he was very noble to be able to use the things he made on the people. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also admitted that Craftsman Yan's idea was noble, but the two of them couldn't follow Craftsman Yan's suggestion and use the steam engine on the people. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan and said to Craftsman Yan, "Lord Yan, the steam engine is good, but it can't be used on the people right away. Then where should we use it?" Craftsman Yan was surprised. "Use it on warships. I'm sure Lord Yan has heard that we have a very powerful naval weapon called the gunboat. Wherever it goes, even ghosts and gods will retreat. However, the speed of the ship is still too slow, and it consumes a lot of manpower. A lot of space is wasted. If we put the steam engine on the ship will be faster and save the space needed to move the oars. We can also carry more cannonballs and hit whoever we want." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Craftsman Yan directly. Craftsman Yan opened his mouth and sighed. He said, "So it's used to kill people. The invention of this technology isn't to immediately benefit the people?" "Yes, it's used to kill people. People don't accept it, then kill them. If they accept it, then it's a deterrent. It's not directly benefiting the people, but it's still in the category of benefiting the people. Without powerful military force, how can the people live a stable life? Good technology should always be used on the military first, even if the creator of the technology didn't think so. For example, when my family made firecrackers, it was to prepare for cannonballs in the future. Now, go to Tubo and say you're from the great Tang. See if anyone dares to be disrespectful to you. Go to Xinlua and see if they dare to expel you and look down on you." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that Craftsman Yan would give up being a technician. Such a talent was not easy to find, especially since Craftsman Yan's thinking was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan needed the most. Therefore, he gave an example when persuading him. Craftsman Yan lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he raised his head and looked at the people walking on the streets. He nodded and said, "They don't dare. They're already scared, especially Xinluo. Your Jili province is so close, and you can attack from both land and water. Plus, with Adjunct Wang's vengeful personality, they don't dare." Just like what Adjunct Wang said when he led the logistics camp in Yingzhou to kill the Tubo people, "If you kill me, I'll slaughter your village." Thinking about it, the people who died in battle, the people who starved to death, and the hundreds of thousands of slaves who ran to your hands should be enough for each person to slaughter a village. "Then Lord Yan, have you thought it through?" When Wang Wan heard Craftsman Yan mention her, Wei Wei smiled and asked. Nodding, Craftsman Yan's gaze became firm. "I thought it through. I'll be a technician and strengthen the Tang army first." Hearing his answer, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heaved a sigh of relief. In order to give Craftsman Yan some confidence, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Lord Yan, actually, the steam engine can not only be used on warships. If it's the mainstream of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, it can also be used for civilian transportation and carrying people. Try it on warships first. If it's useful, we'll immediately put it on civilian ships. Then, it'll be more convenient to travel between the north and the south. Lord Yan, you should have heard of the Huayuan Express delivery. That's actually under our management. With a fast ship, it'll be more convenient to send goods and letters to the people who need them." Perhaps he was numb from the shock, but when he heard that the most powerful letter delivery organization in Great Tang was under the management of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, Craftsman Yan didn't show any surprise. Instead, he smiled. "I know. My little brother wrote me letters in that direction. Back then, my little brother was afraid that you guys would find out about his letters, so he didn't dare to use the official route. I didn't expect that the other direction he took would still be under your control. I'll definitely study the steam engine properly." Wang Wan suddenly had an idea and added, "Lord Yan, actually, there's one more thing that we haven't told you yet. After all, it requires too much money to support. However, I can promise you that as long as you can make the steam engine work well and not break down too often, we'll spend a lot of money on it." "Can you tell me about it first?" Craftsman Yan was curious. "That thing is called a train. Why is it called that?" "Because it needs to ignite and release steam. It travels on 2 tracks and its speed is very, very fast. It can travel at least 1,000 kilometers in 2 hours. Oh no, it can travel at least 70 to 80 li. It's very convenient whether it's transporting people or goods." Wang Wan almost told him the speed of the train she and Zhang Xiaobao used back then. 2 hours was 2 hours, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to travel 1,000 kilometers. Craftsman Yen, who had already thought that he wouldn't be surprised, couldn't help but widen his eyes. If it can travel 80 li in 2 hours, wouldn't it be faster than the 800 li express? Governor Zhang Adjunct Wang, can you go ahead and tell this lowly official in detail? If someone else had said this, Craftsman Yen felt that he would have scoffed. Who were they trying to fool? Traveling 70 to 80 li in 2 hours meant that it would only take 40 to 50 days to travel from one side of Great Tang to the other. How was that possible? But when Wang Wan said this, and when he thought of the two's ability to calculate, even if he didn't think it was possible, it should still be possible. For a moment, Craftsman Yen couldn't hold back his curiosity and insisted on dragging Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to a place so that they could talk about it in detail. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the roadside and saw a big stall in front of him. The meat skewers on the stall were emitting light green smoke. There were also bowls of rice wine being served by the waiter from time to time. Many people were eating and drinking there despite the cold of spring. He said to Craftsman Yen, for example, go ahead and try the meat skewers as a check. If they dare to use bad meat, I'll get Xiaobei and the others to come over. Craftsman Yen knew that Zhang Xiaobao was joking. During the day, he had heard from his younger brother that the people of Jili province already regarded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as gods. No one would violate the rules set by the two of them, let alone use bad meat when roasting meat. Thinking of how Xiaobei and the others had come to find him not long ago, he smiled and said, yes, if Governor Zhang really went to find Xiaobei and the others, even if that person didn't have a problem, he would have said what he was thinking. At the time, I was so scared that I didn't even dare to hide it. They're just children, they only know how to fool around. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have met such a formidable person like Official Yen. Let's go, it's my treat today. Zhang Xiaobao was also very happy to hear his younger brother and sister praised. Of course. Who told Governor Zhang to be so rich? Craftsman Yen followed over and found an empty table to sit down. He first ordered a pot of hot tea to warm himself up, then randomly chose a few skewers to roast. The three of them began to talk about the train.